This year, the company's financial situation is rather dire. We have incurred significant losses, and there is scarcely any liquid capital left on the books. Last week, President Zhao from the construction bank called, inquiring about our impending loan deadline. It seems he may have caught wind of some troubling news. Several minor shareholders within the company have also sent word through me, expressing their desire to exit the company immediately and requesting the return of their initial investments. Zhou, the company's circumstances this year are grave. What are your thoughts on the plans I previously proposed? If we do not devise a solution soon, we will have to witness the company's demise. Demise? This word struck Zhou like a biting winter wind, abruptly snapping his chaotic thoughts back to reality. He raised his gaze, finally focusing on the middle-aged man before him, whose face was etched with concern. He recalled that this individual was Sun Jian, the company's vice president and sales director, in his 40s. With a pair of black-framed glasses perched on his nose, he exuded an air of maturity and competence, firmly situated in a vigorous and promising phase of life. Yet, the gray at his temples and the deep, well-defined wrinkles on his face bore witness to the passage of time. At that moment, he was frowning deeply, fervently briefing Zhou on the company's affairs. Uncle Sun, may I have a moment of solitude to contemplate? Zhou interjected, interrupting Sun Jian's report. Sun Jian paused, studying Zhou for a moment. Noticing Zhou's bewildered expression, he assumed that the recent pressures had overwhelmed him. He thought it unwise to burden him with so much information at once. Xiaomo, I have watched you grow since childhood. I understand the significance and importance this company holds for you. However, many matters cannot be resolved simply by wishing them away. You must adopt a more pragmatic perspective. With that, he retrieved a contract from his folder and placed it on the desk before Zhou. Sighing, he continued, Xiaomo, heed your uncle's advice. If the situation proves untenable, consider selling the company. This is the acquisition proposal from Yuelong Group. I urge you to review it and reflect carefully. The company is in this state. Take your time to think it over. I shall take my leave for now. With that, Sun Jian stepped out of the office. Zhou noticed Sun Jian's posture appeared slightly hunched. At that moment, the office was left with Zhou alone. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples, beginning to digest the information swirling in his mind. He had just traversed from another world, where Sun Jian was briefing him on the company's condition. His apparent confusion stemmed from this very reason. As he sorted through the memories of this body, Zhou unearthed some useful insights. In his recollections, this planet resembled Earth in many ways. However, in his previous life, Zhou had been a rather apathetic individual, devoid of aspirations. To his astonishment, he had now transmigrated into the life of a second-generation burden. Indeed, a second-generation burden. Here, Zhou's father had run an automotive parts company. This company was transformed from a small machinery factory into a private enterprise during a previous restructuring. Over a decade of development had allowed it to capture a portion of the automotive parts market. Zhou's father, dissatisfied with merely supplying parts, had invested heavily in research and development before his tragic accident, believing that new energy sources represented the future and aiming to develop electric vehicles. However, the funds were expended without yielding results. His father had perished in a car accident 6 months prior, leaving Zhou to navigate life alone, as his mother had passed away when he was very young. Thus, half a year later, the company stood on the brink of collapse. In the wake of Zhou's father's accident, it was Sun Jian who managed the company. Sun Jian, a company veteran, had been his father's right-hand man for over a decade. Especially in the past 6 months, he had single-handedly shouldered the burden of the entire company. The company had a few minor shareholders, collectively owning less than 20, all of whom had invested some funds in its early days. Sun Jian himself held no shares. Zhou's father had once offered him a portion, which he had declined, believing that such a transaction would alter their relationship. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Zhou's father had ultimately relented. Having grasped the situation's intricacies, Zhou resolved to address the immediate challenges first, deferring other concerns for later. The pressing issue lay in the funds being tied up in research, severing the company's financial lifeline. Zhou could not fathom why his father had made such decisions, leaving him with this considerable burden. Fortunately, Sun Jian had left him the acquisition proposal earlier. With no attachment or interest in the company, and having numerous conflicts with the minor shareholders, Zhou contemplated selling it off to secure some funds for a more carefree existence. This was a choice born of necessity. After all, new investment or research breakthroughs could potentially rescue the company from its plight. Infusion of capital was the simplest solution, yet no one was willing to risk such a venture at present. Conversely, if there were research outcomes, it would be possible to leverage them for a loan. However, at this moment, there was essentially nothing. With this thought, Zhou opened the acquisition proposal on the desk, meticulously reviewing its contents. His future happiness hinged upon this proposal. Mr. Wu had battled Zhou's father for over a decade, and it was surprising that their rivalry would culminate in such an outcome. Zhou shook his head nonchalantly. It was of little concern to him now. Upon thorough examination, the acquisition proposal appeared quite reasonable. The offered price was generous, devoid of any predatory practices, presenting exceedingly favorable terms. Thus, he could secure a substantial sum, safeguard the livelihoods of the loyal employees, and exit gracefully. Having reached this conclusion, Zhou reached for the phone on the desk. Ding! System check initiated. What? A system? The company's impending bankruptcy qualifies. Both parents deceased qualify. All conditions met. System binding in progress. Binding successful. The black technology system has been activated. A mechanical voice resonated within Zhou's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. I have encountered a system. Had he never seen a pig run before? Zhou was well acquainted with systems. His eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Immediately, he adjusted his demeanor and opened the system panel. Before him appeared a colossal wheel, divided into several segments, each labeled with corresponding technological advancements. However, the technologies were rather rudimentary. They lacked the advanced innovations Zhou had anticipated, such as controllable nuclear fusion or warp drives. Ding! First-time system activation detected. Please claim your novice gift package. Novice gift package? Zhou inquired, curiosity piqued regarding the contents of this gift. He then turned his attention to the system's description. Due to the host currently having 0 points, a novice starter pack has been gifted. Points? At this moment, Zhou Weekend noticed something beneath the interface. In his previous excitement, he had overlooked it. Level: LV1. Host: Zhou Weekend. Points: 0. At present, the black technology system was merely at its first level. However, the conditions and changes for upgrading remained ambiguous, as the system had not explicitly stated them. Zhou Weekend speculated that the technologies acquired upon upgrading would be of a more advanced nature. The explanation following the points indicated that the more individuals utilize the technological products produced by the company, the more points could be amassed. Points could be used for a lottery, which referred to the previously mentioned spinning wheel. Open the novice gift pack. Zhou Weekend was impatient and promptly opened the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 points and a directed lottery chance. A directed lottery? Does that mean I can specify the technology one wish to draw? What a pleasant surprise. Is this not akin to receiving a beautiful woman when one is in need of rest? Lottery. Specify new energy electric vehicle technology. Without hesitation, Zhou Weekend directly specified the lottery. Soon, the 10 points were entirely consumed. Ding! Technical data has been generated. Please check. Check. How does one check? This technical data must contain a wealth of information. Zhou Weekend noticed several technical data files appearing at the bottom of the system interface. These technology names were listed just like files on a computer desktop. They included battery technology, motor technology, charging technology, electronic and electrical architecture technology, body and chassis technology, and more. Zhou Weekend extended his hand and attempted to click on battery technology. The interface flashed, akin to opening a folder, and the file was unveiled. Dozens of technical data packages emerged, encompassing battery material research and development, battery management system, BMS, battery manufacturing process technology, battery thermal management technology, and more. Zhou Weekend pondered, is it truly this straightforward? He then clicked on the battery management system, BMS technology. Several more data packages appeared, including battery state monitoring technology, battery state estimation technology, battery safety protection technology, energy balancing technology, and so forth. Zhou Weekend gasped in disbelief. Haha, I am about to strike it rich. With this system, I need not fear the company's downfall. However, a sudden thought struck Zhou Weekend. How would he extract this data? If he directly presented it to the company's researchers, would they not harbor suspicions? Even if they did not suspect anything, what would happen if they left for other companies in the future. The host can designate specific individuals to transmit technical data directly into their minds. Those who receive the data will not leak any information regarding the technology and will remain loyal to the host. The system's voice resonated, providing Zhou Weekend with a sense of reassurance. With this, he had no lingering concerns. From now on, the company's researchers would serve as his most steadfast support. At that moment, he discovered other applications of this function. If he could directly transmit data to others, did this not imply that he would command the allegiance of all? Why bother running a company at all? He could simply transmit data to everyone across the globe. Please do not harbor unrealistic aspirations. This function has limitations based on level and number of individuals and is only effective within a company. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhou Weekend's expression faltered. It appeared that exploiting loopholes was not an option. Nevertheless, one must not be overly greedy. Possessing this system was already quite remarkable. Zhou Weekend noted that, at his current level, he could only transmit to 10 individuals. However, this was sufficient for the company at present. Still, Zhou Weekend contemplated selling the company. Would it not be better to start anew with the capital? Currently, the new energy sector had few competitors entering the market now would allow him to produce vehicles. It was no longer the era where one required qualifications to manufacture vehicles. Zhou Weekend had ample time to start fresh. If he did not sell the company, he would be embroiled in endless struggles with the shareholders present. He lacked the funds to buy back the shares of those minor shareholders. Having clarified his desires, Zhou Weekend dialed Sun Jian's number. "Hello, Uncle Sun. I have made up my mind. I intend to sell the company. However, I have a condition." After negotiating with Sun Jian, Zhou Weekend awaited him to confer with the Yuelong Group. As long as his conditions were met, he could proceed with the sale of the company. Chapter 3. Selling the company and setting sail. During the weekend, that lad finally came to his senses. Indeed, that obstinate child was previously intent on dragging this out with us. What prompted such a swift change of heart? It must be the enticing offer from General Manager Wu. He once claimed he would never sell the company, yet here he is now, ready to part with it. It truly is all about the price. Isn't it? I had thought he possessed some noble principles. General Manager Wu's offer is quite substantial. We stand to make a considerable profit. It seems fortune favors us. I have heard that Yuelong Group has recently been embroiled in negative news. Perhaps they wish to acquire our company to divert attention and bolster their stock price. Regardless, this is good news. We can finally rid ourselves of this dilapidated enterprise. This company has nothing to offer, perpetually in the red, and it is simply unsellable. During the weekend, Sun Jian and I found ourselves outside the conference room, fortuitously overhearing their conversation. Upon hearing their words, I felt a surge of indignation. These three minor shareholders, Lao Lu, Lao Wang, and Lao Chun, joined during the early stages of the company's development. Over the years, their modest investments have multiplied several times over in dividends. Yet, they remain discontent, frequently visiting the company to meddle in its operations and often arranging for their acquaintances to benefit at our expense. His father, a man of integrity, does not refuse them out of respect for their long-standing relationship. However, I refuse to indulge such individuals any longer. I have long grown weary of their antics. Just as I was contemplating how to deal with them, they unexpectedly began to speak ill of me behind my back. Uncles, is it not unbecoming to speak ill of others behind their backs? I declared as I pushed the door open, with Lao's son following closely behind. The trio, startled by the sudden intrusion, exchanged glances, shifting uncomfortably in their seats to mask their discomfiture. Sensing the awkwardness, Lao Lu, a portly figure clearly indicative of the typical health issues associated with excess, broke the silence. Zhou Wei, you've arrived. Please don't take offense. After all, we are shareholders in the company, and it is only natural for us to express concern. Lao Wang, catching the cue from Lao Lu, chimed in, indeed. We too hope for a favorable sale price for the company. We fear you may suffer a loss. If the sale price is high, wouldn't you be set for life? According to their narrative, it seems the blame would ultimately rest with me. I took my seat at the head of the table, with Sun Jian sitting beside me. Having overheard their conversation, my mood soured. Sun Jian glanced at me and added, since we all share the same sentiment, it is for the best. Our objective is unified, to secure a commendable price for the company. Upon hearing Sun Jian's words, the others nodded enthusiastically, affirming that it was indeed a sensible approach. We are all motivated by profit. Having this common purpose is sufficient. Lao Chun reclined in his chair, nodding vigorously in agreement. Upon noticing their unanimous agreement, Sun Jian continued, "Thus, we must rely on everyone's collaboration for the upcoming negotiations with the Yulong Group." "Certainly, absolutely. By the way, when is the Yulong Group expected to arrive?" asked an eager voice. "Indeed, Lao Sun, did they specify a time?" Another chimed in. Lao Lu and the others can hardly contain their impatience. They are eager to secure their funds and depart. Sun Jian glanced at the clock. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Approaching the time they had arranged with the Yulong Group. They should be arriving shortly. Indeed, as Sun Jian's words echoed in the air, the door to the conference room swung open. 3 individuals entered, led by Mr. Wu Long of the Yulong Group. The 2 accompanying him were presumably lawyers. Upon Mr. Wu's arrival, Lao Lu and the others promptly rose to their feet, eager to greet him. "Mr. Wu, it has been a while," they exclaimed. "Mr. Wu, once the transaction is complete today, we shall be friends." The Yulong Group, being a publicly listed company in their city, possessed far greater strength than their own firm. Observing the scene, Sun Jian pulled Zhou Mo aside, concerned that Zhou Mo might feel uneasy, which could adversely affect the negotiation's outcome and lead to his disadvantage. However, Zhou Mo had already taken the initiative to stand. "Uncle Wu, it has been a long time," he said with a smile, extending his hand to Mr. Wu Long. After all, the conflicts lay with his father, not with Zhou Mo himself. The funds from the acquisition would be essential for Zhou Mo's future endeavors. And if he could bring Mr. Wu joy, perhaps the outcome would be even more favorable. Mr. Wu was momentarily taken aback, as were the others. Previously, Zhou Mo had exhibited a sense of pride, refusing to yield to anyone, especially harboring disdain for Mr. Wu, who had long-standing disputes with his father. What had prompted this change of heart? The answer lay in the power of money. After a few seconds of surprise, Mr. Wu burst into hearty laughter, clapping Zhou Mo on the shoulder. "I have long told your father that a merger between our companies would yield great benefits. Yet he was reluctant. With the recent turmoil in his affairs, I must admit, I feel quite disheartened." Mr. Wu's spirits were high. He had fought against Zhou Mo's father for a lifetime, often coming out on the losing side. It was unexpected that after his passing, his own son would soften. This turn of events was not what he had anticipated. "I am willing to meet nearly all your conditions." Mr. Wu promptly acquiesced to the terms Zhou Mo had proposed the previous day, thinking to himself, "This lad intends to follow his father's path with the proceeds from the sale. He deserves the consequences." The condition Zhou Mo had laid out was that the research and development department must remain intact after the company's sale. Re-establishing the R&D department would demand considerable time, and retaining it would save him a significant amount of that time. Subsequently, several individuals convened to initiate negotiations regarding the acquisition price. Although Wu Long had already proposed a purchase plan, the final terms required further deliberation. After several rounds of spirited exchanges, an agreement was reached. Yulong Group would acquire Zhou Mo's company for a total of 1.5 billion. The original research and development department would remain with Zhou Mo. Yet all research outcomes would belong to Yulong Group. Zhou Mo's father had invested considerable funds during his lifetime, yet no products had materialized thus far. Nevertheless, despite the substantial expenditure, some assets remained. The other stakeholders had no objections, particularly the minor shareholders, who held little interest in the research department. Following this, Zhou Mo and his associates promptly signed the contract on site. Upon acquiring the company, Wu Long entrusted the research department to Zhou Mo. The portion of funds allocated to Zhou Mo would be directly deposited into the research department's account as investment capital. This arrangement allowed Zhou Mo to evade exorbitant corporate taxes. The funds obtained from the sale of the company would be entirely converted into capital for the new entity, a legitimate tax avoidance strategy that was too advantageous to overlook. Had the sale price been set at 1.5 billion, Zhou Mo would have been liable for at least 40 million in taxes. While the minor shareholders were indifferent to their stakes, Zhou Mo, facing financial constraints, could not afford to be dismissive. Chapter 4. Rebuilding the company. Preparing to set sail, having completed the transaction, Zhou Mo departed the company alongside Sun Jian. From that moment onward, he had severed ties with the enterprise. Zhou Mo intended to relocate to a new site, specifically the original research department, which was situated in a nearby building. A handover of the research outcomes developed by the department would ensue, while those willing to remain would become employees of Zhou Mo's new company. In the conference room where the contract was signed, Although Zhou Mo had left with Sun Jian, the others lingered. Mr. Wu, you so readily relinquished the research department to that young man? Old Lu inquired, leaning closer to Wu Long with an ingratiating tone. Wu Long cast a sidelong glance at Old Lu, fully aware of the nature of their group. Despite having acquired the company and exerted pressure on Zhou Mo, he held a disdain for these parasitic individuals. Wu Long replied nonchalantly, "What else should I have done? Do you wish to retain the research department?" No, Mr. Wu. You misunderstand. I lack the funds for research," Old Lu hastily retorted, shaking his head. Given the limited resources, investing everything into research would be tantamount to folly. He would not be as foolish as Zhou Mo and his father. Then that is for the best. There is nothing more to discuss. You may all take your leave. Wu Long stated resolutely, dismissing them. He was well aware of their intentions, but had no desire to entangle himself with them. Old Lu and the others exchanged glances, then looked back at Wu Long. Upon witnessing Wu Long's resolute demeanor, they refrained from further discourse and departed without delay. Uncle Sun, the establishment of the new company will largely depend on your guidance henceforth. After the sale of the company, Sun Jian did not leave immediately, feeling quite elated. He let out a sigh and advised, Xiao Mo, I know I cannot dissuade you. Pursue your aspirations, and I shall take charge of forming the company. However, I implore you to recognize when to cut your losses. This enterprise has been cultivated by Old Zhou over a decade, achieving its current stature through immense effort. I too have dedicated many years to this company. To claim that I feel nothing upon its sudden sale would be disingenuous. My only wish is for your well-being. For that would honor Old Zhou. Zhou Mo listened intently. He held no emotional ties to this company. Suddenly encountering someone who genuinely cared for him stirred something within him. Sun Jian's words were undeniably beneficial to him, and he found no reason to disregard them. Due to certain circumstances, he was unable to elaborate. At this juncture, maximizing his interests was paramount. Hence, he resolved to proceed as such, believing that should opportunities arise in the future, he could indeed reacquire the company without financial constraints. Zhou Mo displayed a confident smile, declaring, Uncle Sun, if the chance arises, we shall reclaim the company. He gazed at Sun Jian with unwavering determination. Sun Jian, taken aback by Zhou Mo's conviction, returned a subtle smile. Very well, your words are sufficient. Now, go forth and pursue your ambitions. They proceeded to the research and development department, where many sat idly, engrossed in their phones. Zhou Mo felt a surge of frustration, having invested substantial funds into RD. The financial pipeline had ruptured, yet results remained elusive. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that investment does not guarantee outcomes, allowing his anger to dissipate. Everyone, gather round. I have an announcement. Zhou Mo stepped forward and clapped his hands. The assembled researchers promptly stood, recognizing the chairman's authority. Despite Zhou Mo's youthful appearance evoking a sense of respect mingled with trepidation. I have just signed a contract with General Wu of Yulong Group to sell the entire company. As he uttered these words, a wave of murmurs swept through the room. What? The company has been acquired? So soon? I had heard whispers that our financial lifeline was nearing its end. This is splendid. I won't be facing unemployment. Indeed, we have been of no use here without funds for RD. This is undoubtedly the most prudent decision since Zhou took over. Sun Jian stood aside, furrowing his brow at their reactions to Zhou Mo's pronouncement. Before he could interject, Zhou Mo raised his voice further. Prepare yourselves for disappointment. The RD department remains under my purview, though past research results will be handed over to Yulong Group. Thus, I present you with an opportunity to leave this place. Yulong Group will accept you. Otherwise, you may find no further chances. The weekend no longer necessitates such a multitude of research and development personnel. At this juncture, the system is capable of accommodating only 10 individuals. Thus retaining a maximum of 10 suffices perfectly. They remain oblivious to the implication of the weekend's final remark. It startled me. I had thought I was still under the aegis of Director Zhou. Indeed, Director Zhou's funds surely pale in comparison to those of the Yulong Group. I shall undoubtedly join the Yulong Group. Is there even a choice? Anyone with a modicum of sense would gravitate towards the Yulong Group, would they not? How splendid. My compensation at the Yulong Group should see a considerable enhancement. Hearing the weekend's words, Sun Jian opened his mouth, intending to speak. Wasn't there a plan to re-establish the company? If all these individuals depart, recruiting anew will consume a great deal of time. However, the weekend turned to him and gently shook his head. Sun Jian exhaled, sealing his lips. For now, It is prudent to heed the weekend's guidance and follow his lead. Shortly thereafter, a throng of individuals departed, laden with their belongings. Perhaps out of embarrassment or the sentiment that they would not reconvene, they averted their gaze from the weekend. Fewer than 10 research and development personnel remained on site. Among those left were several older individuals, long-standing members of the company. In research and development, age can indeed confer advantages, yet it also presents disadvantages. Logically, these individuals should have been optimized long ago, yet they were retained by the weekend's father. The elder is a kind-hearted soul, reluctant to dismiss anyone who is not heired. This is, in part, why this modest company boasts dozens of research and development personnel. The weekend nodded in satisfaction. This number is just right. I express my gratitude to everyone who has chosen to stay, regardless of your reasons. I assure you that you shall not be neglected in the future. Upon concluding his statement, enthusiastic applause erupted, seemingly invigorating him. Director Zhou, we trust in the elder Zhou, and we trust in you. Indeed, once we surmount this challenge, we shall undoubtedly flourish. Precisely. We are immensely grateful that the elder Zhou did not dismiss us. The weekend reflected, truly, adversity reveals genuine sentiments. This old fellow has indeed accomplished some good, albeit leaving a significant pitfall. He has also provided a few footholds for me to ascend. Sun Jian nodded slightly beside him. The weekend's actions are presently sound. Xiaomo, what shall the new company be called? The weekend pondered for a moment. Now that a system is in place, his aspirations must soar higher. Let it be named Shanghai Technology, symbolizing the stars and the vast ocean. Chapter 5. Data Transmission, Astonishing Results Subsequently. The weekend and the Yuelong Group engaged in the transfer of company operations and research patent results. This intricate process spanned several days. Upon completion, the Yuelong Group transferred over 1.2 billion in funds to the account of Shanghai Technology. This represents the capital for the weekend's resurgence. Sun Jian also commenced the recruitment of new personnel to establish the new company. On the weekend, seated in the office, gazing at the substantial sum of 1.2 billion in the account, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped me. With the funds now secured, I could embark on the journey of research and development. By the time Uncle Sun finalizes the establishment of the company, the results should be forthcoming. System, I called out in my mind. The system interface materialized before my eyes. Initiate the transmission of materials related to new energy vehicle technology. Please select the personnel for transmission. The research department currently comprises 8 individuals, making a total of 9 when including Sun Jian. I intended to transmit information to all 9. I would allocate more data to the 8 researchers, while Sun Jian would receive only a cursory overview. According to the system, after the transmission, they would remain loyal to me. I had been closely observing Sun Jian's conduct, yet I wished to eliminate any potential risks. Furthermore, after the transmission, they would not encounter any issues that could jeopardize their lives. Transmit. I commanded decisively. Transmission in progress. Ding. Transmission complete. Was that it? Was the speed truly so remarkable? I had anticipated a more prolonged process, yet the transmission concluded in an instant. I sensed no changes occurring. That evening, Sun Jian returned home. His wife was in the kitchen, preparing dinner. You're back early today, she remarked, peering out from the kitchen. I felt particularly fatigued today and decided to come home early, he replied, placing his belongings on the counter, noticing only his wife cooking, but not seeing their daughter. His wife stepped out, saying, "Have you been working too hard lately? Perhaps you should rest for a while. Dinner will take some time." Sun Jian nodded. "All right. Please call me when dinner is ready." He had been preoccupied with establishing the company, which was likely the cause of his exhaustion. After saying this, he entered the bedroom. His wife sighed, aware of his recent struggles, yet she refrained from voicing her concerns. In the home of a researcher at Shanghai Technology, another individual, Lu Su, after finishing dinner, stood up, shaking his head. "I'm feeling quite tired. I think I'll rest now." His wife, busy clearing the dishes, noticed his fatigue and comforted him. "You have indeed been working hard lately. Go rest. I will take care of the children." Her empathy for him was evident as she continued her chores. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in the homes of several other employees. The following morning, I arrived at the company early. Sun Jian had also come in promptly, heading straight to my office. "Xiaomo, I feel as if I have acquired an abundance of new knowledge. Aren't you preparing to resume the research and development of new energy vehicles? I feel I should extend some assistance to you." Sun Jian wore a confident smile, exuding an air of assurance. Uncle Sun, please manage the company for me, he implored. Your guidance is essential during this phase of establishment. As for the research and development, leave that to me. I have recently conceived some ideas. We can contemplate it, reflecting on the successful transmission of system data from the previous day. However, he gently declined Sun Jian's proposal, knowing that he had only shared superficial information, with little of substantial value. Currently, he relied on 8 researchers to bring his visions to fruition. Sun Jian pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Weekend's perspective. Very well. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Subsequently, Weekend convened a brief meeting with the company's research personnel. Upon entering the conference room, he found them animatedly engaged in discussion. He caught wind of their conversation concerning new energy electric vehicle technology. As Weekend entered, they promptly took their seats in unison, silencing their chatter, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Pleased by their demeanor, Weekend smiled and nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It seemed the system's assertions were indeed accurate. This group had grown significantly more loyal. Moreover, the volume of transmitted information appeared to influence their allegiance. Given their newfound trust in him, Weekend chose to be forthright, instructing them to commence the development of the new energy electric vehicle. Our company will continue its research and development on new energy electric vehicles, while Mr. Sun is in the process of reorganizing the company. I hope we can produce the first test vehicle before that. Rest assured, we will accomplish the task. The team responded enthusiastically. Weekend felt a surge of inspiration. Delaying the development would be a waste of precious time. Clarity of thought illuminated his mind. The researchers present buzzed with determination and enthusiasm. Lu Su, with your extensive experience and formidable skills, you will oversee the coordination of the research efforts. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me. Lu Su looked up, excitement radiating from his expression. Mr. Weekend, you can trust me. I will not let you down. At over 40, nearing 50, Lu Su had dedicated many years to this company. Grateful for the lack of dismissal due to his age, he was eager to contribute to the firm's success. In the following days, Shanghai Technology Company accelerated its recruitment efforts while simultaneously hastening the development of new energy electric vehicles. Considering the company's current limitations, Weekend initially opted to focus on developing a unique vehicle for the elderly, a concept yet to be realized in this world. The production of such a vehicle by Shanghai Technology would undoubtedly lead to remarkable sales. Moreover, the production of the elderly Joy vehicle is considerably more straightforward compared to traditional automobiles. Virtually any factory could manufacture it, requiring less time and proving to be the most suitable option for the company at present. Its affordability is another advantage, as it does not necessitate a driver's license or registration, facilitating sales. The market potential for the elderly Joy is vast, resembling a car in appearance while being easy to operate. For Shanghai Technology, which currently possesses only $1.2 billion in funds, this is an ideal opportunity, allowing them to generate revenue effortlessly through the sale of elderly Joy vehicles. Following the system's transmission of new energy electric vehicle technology documentation, several research and development personnel promptly engaged in the innovation process. Upholding their mission, they soon produced the first prototype of the elderly Joy. Chapter 6. The first live broadcast and endurance testing. Mr. Zhou, this is our developed elderly Joy, awaiting your naming, Lu Su announced, as Zhou Mo, along with Weekend and Sun Jian, inspected the latest creation. Weekend gazed at the square-shaped vehicle before him, feeling quite satisfied. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the elderly Joy he had observed in his previous life. The vehicle measures approximately 3 meters in length, 1.5 meters in width, and 1.7 meters in height, accommodating 4 seats with a maximum speed of 60 km/h. This configuration appears to be among the more commendable options available. The power system is powered by Shanghai Technology's latest lithium battery, capable of achieving an all-electric range of up to 200 kilometers. Even with a conservative estimate, this range undoubtedly meets the daily commuting needs of the average person. It looks promising. Let us conduct a road test to assess its performance. As for the name, allow me a moment to ponder, Zhou Mo instructed, while Lu Su and his team began preparing the vehicle. During the road test, various onboard equipment needed to be meticulously arranged, and Weekend engaged in discussions with Sun Jian regarding certain matters. Uncle Sun, let's do a live broadcast during the road test. Weekend proposed. This vehicle currently lacks recognition, and our company has no established sales channels. making initial sales quite challenging. A live broadcast could help us promote the elderly joy and showcase its capabilities to the public. Weekend candidly shared his thoughts with Sun Jian. This decision was not made lightly. Having studied the internet extensively, Weekend discovered that no company had yet utilized live streaming as a means of selling vehicles. In this world, while the development of electric vehicles parallels that of his previous life, the short video industry has advanced remarkably, surpassing Weekend's original timeline by several years. This presented an opportunity for Weekend. No one had yet recognized this avenue, making it an opportune moment for him. Xiaomo, can we truly proceed with this? Sun Jian expressed his concerns. Setting aside viewer numbers, what if something goes awry during the broadcast? Although he lacked expertise in live streaming, he understood that tests often encounter issues, and any shortcomings would be prominently displayed to potential consumers. At that moment, viewers would scrutinize the vehicle as if engaged in a game of spot the difference. During the weekend, with a slight shake of his head, he patiently explained, "Our vehicle is reasonably priced, accessible to anyone in need of transportation within the city. Presently, we face no competitors and lack comparative benchmarks. Coupled with the robust quality of our product, we have no fear of outside scrutiny." Having traversed the realms of the internet, he is well aware that notoriety, even if negative, can still be beneficial. A vehicle that is criticized is far more desirable than one that is ignored. The more vehement the critique, the higher our sales figures will soar. Witnessing his steadfast resolve, Sun Jian ceased his opposition. "All right, Xiaomo, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, let us prepare in advance to avert any potential issues that may arise." Weekend had no objections, as he too yearned for the success of this live broadcast. Subsequently, Weekend and Sun Jian conducted a comprehensive inspection of the vehicle designated for the test. They meticulously oversaw the installation and debugging of various equipment, ensuring that both the testing apparatus and the devices required for the live broadcast were in optimal condition. Their aim was to guarantee a seamless streaming experience while achieving the finest broadcast quality. After considerable effort, they finally completed the setup. Weekend activated his smartphone and initiated a live stream using the official account of Shanghai Technology, testing the broadcast's efficacy. The visuals were crisp, with the streaming interface divided into 3 sections, allowing viewers to clearly observe the vehicle's status and data. The live stream featured a challenge to surpass an electric vehicle's range of 2,000 kilometers without recharging. "It's ready now. Uncle Sun, you take the wheel. And Lu Su can sit in the back," Weekend declared, promptly entering the vehicle. Lu Su exchanged a glance with Sun Jian, silently inquiring if he was fit to drive. Sun Jian met his gaze and nodded slightly. Driving the vehicle was straightforward, a trivial task for Sun Jian. Weekend settled into the passenger seat. Accommodating 3 individuals was commendable for this model. A fully occupied vehicle could diminish its range. Lu Su, once the live stream begins, intermittently send some gifts and distribute red envelopes to boost the engagement in the chat, Weekend advised, concerned that he might struggle with the operation. Lu Su, after a brief tutorial, accessed the live stream and promptly dispatched several gifts. Additionally, he released some red envelopes, enticing viewers to follow their official account of Shanghai Technology in exchange for rewards. At that moment, the official account boasted fewer than 10 followers, all of whom were company personnel. Perhaps due to the allure of gifts and red envelopes, several users soon entered the live stream. Sun Jian drove steadily along the road, intending to navigate through the city. Live stream host, are you broadcasting from inside the car? What are you doing? Weekend noticed audience members entering the live stream and posing questions, at which point his role as the passenger became invaluable. Clearing his throat, he addressed the viewers. "Good afternoon, everyone. We are from Shanghai Technology. This vehicle is our latest development, currently undergoing range testing." Sun Jian drove leisurely, maintaining a relaxed pace. "What kind of company is Shanghai Technology? I have never heard of it. This is my first time encountering it as well. Manufacturing cars? Can any company really produce vehicles now?" Just after the weekend discussion, a wave of sarcastic comments erupted in the live stream. Sun Jian was focused on driving, oblivious to the commotion. Meanwhile, Lu Su, observing from behind, appeared somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, the weekend host feigned ignorance, fixating on the live camera, and patiently elucidated, "Please, everyone, remain calm. Allow me to introduce the specifications of this vehicle." The weekend host chose to tread lightly, knowing that discussing Shanghai Technology would likely not inspire confidence. With pride, the weekend host asserted, "First and foremost, This car can travel 200 kilometers without needing to refuel. Haha, host, how can a car operate without fuel? Are you jesting? Indeed. Is the host serious? I have heard of electric vehicles that do not require refueling. An electric vehicle? Is yours one of those? While some expressed skepticism, others were familiar with electric cars. The weekend host nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this vehicle is electric. A full charge costs merely 15 yuan, yet it boasts a remarkable range of 200 kilometers, making it exceedingly suitable for daily commuting. It is incredibly convenient for errands like grocery shopping or picking up children. The car also offers ample space, comfortably accommodating 4 passengers without feeling cramped. As the weekend host continued the introduction, the number of viewers in the live stream steadily increased. Many were witnessing this type of broadcast for the first time. Without the weekend host needing to clarify, viewers naturally began to inform each other in the comments. Is the range really that high? The cost is astonishingly low. It's far more economical than refueling. If this is true, I would love to purchase one. Really? Host. Surely. This vehicle must not be inexpensive. What is the price of the car, host? Just as the weekend host concluded the introduction, a flurry of comments arose from viewers eager to purchase the vehicle. However, the weekend host was not prepared to disclose the price just yet, intending to keep them in suspense. With an increasing influx of viewers, the audience count surged from a mere few dozen to over 1,000. Chapter 7. Live Testing. Hard to believe. The weekend host, with a resigned gesture, remarked, "The vehicle's price is something the company must determine, and I am currently unaware. Nevertheless, as I mentioned earlier, it will undoubtedly be very affordable. Host, you must be truthful. Can it really cover 200 kilometers?" Although some were enticed by the weekend host's presentation, the rational voices prevailed. To them, a car, regardless of its features, could not come cheap. Additionally, a segment of the audience was particularly concerned about the vehicle's range. If it truly could cover 200 kilometers, it would suffice for daily commutes. The weekend host understood their concerns. Naturally, those interested in electric vehicles would prioritize range. Isn't this a test? Today, we will run the car until it runs out of battery, and then we will conclude the broadcast. At that point, everyone will clearly comprehend the vehicle's performance. During the weekend, preparations were made to keep them engaged in the live broadcast room, maintaining the excitement to attract more viewers. Lu Su, seated in the back, held his phone, occasionally gifting tokens and sending red envelopes to continuously draw the audience into the stream. As gifts accumulated, coupled with weekend commentary, the viewer count surged, swiftly surpassing 10,000. Haha, the number of viewers has exceeded 10,000. Let's release a grand red envelope of 10,000. Weekend joyfully announced, informing both the audience in the live room and Lu Su in the back. Following the directive, Lu Su promptly dispatched a $10,000 red envelope. The host is generous. We support the host. I will persist in this live room solely because of this substantial red envelope. My presence here is not merely for the envelope. I am primarily curious to see if this vehicle indeed possesses such remarkable endurance. Weekend chuckled at the barrage of comments and found this group of netizens rather amusing. Time slipped away quickly as Sun Jian remained focused on driving, having been on the road for nearly 2 hours. Weekend pointed at the screen ahead, introducing, "Look here. This displays the vehicle's performance over the past 2 hours. We have traveled for almost 2 hours at an average speed of 52, with a total range of 100. It indicates there is still 43 of battery left. Let's see how far we can go. According to what you said, this car can't reach 200. Indeed, aren't you just taking advantage of those who are honest? I mentioned it before, this car is inadequate. I can't fathom why tens of thousands are watching." As soon as Weekend finished speaking, those unfamiliar with electric vehicles voiced their doubts. This was quite normal. Generally, electric vehicles experience various losses, and the stated range is often under ideal conditions. Not only did Weekend provide an explanation, but the audience also chimed in to assist in enlightening others. The host is correct. The actual range of electric vehicles typically only reaches about 75 to 85 of the stated range. Yes, with 3 passengers aboard. Having this range is already quite commendable. It appeared that the host's vehicle exhibited commendable endurance performance. Even if it fell short of 200, it was not far off. Among the tens of thousands of viewers, some were indeed aware of the specifics. "Host, your vehicle's battery must be impressive. Which company produces it?" "Indeed. Has battery performance reached such remarkable levels? I have yet to hear of it. I am confident that the batteries available on the market cannot match the strength of this company's. Weekend smiled faintly, a hint of pride in his demeanor. The battery of this vehicle is also developed by our company. Moreover, all the technology in this car is proprietary to us. If you wish to learn about our company's history, please follow this account, as we will produce a video introducing this subject in the future. Although the company has been sold, the research and development department has been retained. It is indeed essential to cultivate an image of a company that is willing to invest in research and development. After listening to the weekend commentary, the number of followers on the video account surged dramatically, swiftly surpassing 100,000. Achieving such a growth in just 3 hours is quite impressive. Who would have thought that Shanghai Technology possessed such formidable strength? My sincerest apologies, dear host, for raising my voice a tad. Amidst the fervent discussions, the final itinerary concluded swiftly. Sun Jian parked the vehicle by the roadside, and the weekend began to summarize. As you can see, the vehicle currently has only one battery remaining. The screen indicates we have traveled a total of 185 kilometers, with an average speed of 51 km/h. I wonder how satisfied everyone is with this endurance test? Extremely satisfied. I truly did not expect such remarkable battery life. Indeed, with a range of 180 kilometers, commuting to work and back is no problem at all. This car is genuinely impressive. I roughly calculated that owning this vehicle could save over 10,000 yuan annually. If it hits the market, I will be among the first to purchase one for my daily commute. Dear host, I hope this car is launched soon. If the price is right, I intend to buy one for my father and another for my wife. I will be attentively following your updates, hoping for an early release. Thank you all for your support. Please follow this account, and we will promptly inform you of the latest news. With that, the weekend host concluded the live stream. Noticing that the viewership had reached 200,000 just before shutting down the session. Xiaomo, I never anticipated this live stream would yield such success. Sun Jian observed the situation in the live stream after parking the vehicle, having noted the viewer statistics as well. Uncle Sun, we should leverage this live stream model more frequently to sell cars. It can effectively drive sales. Next, we need to ramp up production to seize the market promptly. The weekend does not wish to allow competitors to exploit any gaps. Lu Su, what is the cost of this vehicle? The weekend suddenly recalled someone had inquired about the price during the live stream. Mr. Zhou, this vehicle is equipped with the finest battery, hence the relatively higher price. The cost price is approximately 8,000 yuan. Lu Su replied cautiously, wondering if this cost was indeed manageable. What? 8,000? That's remarkably affordable. The weekend was astonished. And Lu Su was equally taken aback by the hostess' reaction. Indeed, the structure of this car is quite simple. Just 4 wheels, a chassis, a sofa, along with the exterior shell and battery. Once sales pick up, we can further reduce the cost. Upon hearing Lu Su's words, the weekend suddenly conceived an idea. No wonder so many companies in the past engaged in producing such vehicles. The profitability is astounding. It appears that meticulous planning for this car is in order. After the weekend concluded the stream, he remained unaware that the video of the endurance test had gone viral online. With a range of 200 kilometers and a perfectly suitable size, this vehicle quickly gained immense popularity online, requiring only a charge to operate. Chapter 8. Sustaining the Momentum. Live streaming car giveaways. Following the conclusion of testing, Weekend made new arrangements for the company's forthcoming development. He named this vehicle the Tuli Generation Electric Vehicle, abbreviated as Tuli Gen, deliberately refraining from referring to it as Old Man Lu. Weekend aspired for this car to become a national model, believing it should not be constrained by its nomenclature. The name Old Man Lu was deemed unappealing and likely to adversely affect the vehicle's market positioning. Simultaneously, to cater to a broader audience, the range of the Tuli Gen was redefined into 3 categories: 100, 200, and 300 kilometers. The 100-kilometer version of the Tuli Gen was priced at 12,999 yuan, yielding a pure profit of nearly 6,000 yuan based on current costs. The 200-kilometer version, boasting slightly higher specifications, was priced at 19,999 yuan, with a pure profit of 12,000 yuan. Lastly, the 300-kilometer version was priced at 29,999 yuan, yielding a pure profit of 20,000 yuan. Given that the entire vehicle was manufactured by Shanghai Technology with minimal research and development investment, the costs were significantly lower. Subsequently, Shanghai Technology needed to establish production lines for these 3 variants. once the first complete vehicle rolled off the assembly line. It would signify the commencement of mass sales for the Thule General during the construction of the production line. Weekend remained industrious. He promptly fulfilled his promise to shoot a promotional video in the live stream. Weekend arranged for the filming of a promotional video for Shanghai Technology, intended to showcase the company's evolution over time. The video's focus was to highlight that Shanghai Technology is a research-driven company, having even gone bankrupt for the sake of research and development. This was factual, requiring no embellishment by Weekend. After the video was uploaded, it garnered sympathy and affirmation from netizens. Many were surprised to discover that such companies exist in our nation, willing to go bankrupt for research. It was evident that the former chairman possessed great foresight. Otherwise, Shanghai Technology would not have developed the vehicle so swiftly. However, I hold a differing opinion. I believe the previous company hindered the research department. Why else would the development progress so rapidly after the company was sold? At any moment, affirmation will always be accompanied by skepticism. Upon careful examination, I found the vehicle's technological sophistication to be rather limited, with only the electric battery technology standing out. I think the original owner of the company was somewhat foolish, continuing to invest all funds into research when the company was struggling to survive. Was that not foolishness? Isn't it merely an electric vehicle? It resembles the four-wheel drive cars I played with as a child. What sets it apart? Ha ha ha. The comparison is rather vivid. There is hardly any technological substance. As for the discussions in the comments section, Weekend paid them no mind. The more fervently the netizens argued, the higher the notoriety of the Thule Gen would rise. To maintain the excitement, Weekend releases several videos about the first-generation Thule every other day. Sometimes, these videos showcase the vehicle's exterior, performance, and specifications. Other times, they discuss its pricing. The Weekend announcement of the vehicle's price sparked a considerable uproar. Can it be true? Such affordability? The cheapest model is merely $12,999, while the most expensive is only $29,999? Surely, this cannot be a deception. Is the quality of the vehicle assured? At such a price, what more could one desire? Even if the $12,999 vehicle were to explode, I would still commend its sound. Most importantly, this car fulfills my desire to drive without a license, registration, or insurance. I yearn for the top-tier model. When will this vehicle be available for purchase? I am utterly impatient. For some reason, I sense that the nightmare of fuel vehicles is imminent. After a period of operation, the account of Shanghai Technology has surged past 1 million followers. Recognizing the opportune moment, Weekend decided to appear in the latest video. There he stood in the center of a hall, with a first-generation Thule parked behind him, naturally waving to greet the audience. Hello, everyone. I am Weekend from Shanghai Technology, and I sincerely appreciate your attention during this period. After his introduction, Weekend bowed to the screen. Today, the follower count of this account successfully surpassed 1 million. As a token of gratitude to all the fans, I have decided to give away 21st-generation Thules through a lottery during the live stream for our supportive friends. From this moment on, for every additional million followers, I will offer 10 more Thules, a promise that will remain in effect until my next live stream. I invite all interested friends to participate. I will be posting daily videos to report on our vehicle production progress. Finally, thank you all for your support. Weekend's sincerity, combined with his handsome appearance, exudes a sense of persuasion and relatability. Once this video was released, it ignited a sensation on short video platforms. Wow, is this truly so extravagant? It's my first time hearing of a company giving away cars in a live stream. Is it genuine or merely a ruse? With such pricing, there is no need for deceit. Otherwise, netizens would surely condemn them. This vehicle is not overly expensive, yet it is impressive. What more could one ask for when it's free? Mr. Zhou, I follow you not for the car, but for your looks. Mr. Zhou, I wish you a happy new year in advance. With half a year until the new year, how early to extend such wishes? Didn't others say it first? Wishing Mr. Zhou a happy new year in advance. It begins with looks, ensnares with talent, and remains loyal to character. Mr. Zhou, I support you. Since Weekend's live stream some time ago, Sun Jian has also taken the time to study the short video and live streaming industry. Now, whenever he has a moment, Sun Jian can be seen scrolling through videos on his phone. Certainly, much of the time is spent perusing the comments section of videos posted on the official account of Shanghai Technology. Sun Jian, with phone in hand, exuberantly dashed into the Weekend office, exclaiming, "Xiao Mo, your tactic is truly remarkable. The surge in our follower count is astounding. Our Tulu has suddenly gained fame. Ha ha. Uncle Sun, this is merely the beginning. In due time, our follower count will be even more spectacular. Weekend beamed with joy, though he noted that their numbers had only just reached 6 million. Even if they were to give away 70 vehicles, valued at a mere 1 million, it would not suffice to meet the foundational requirement of 10 million followers. Hearing Weekend's ambitious goal, Sun Jian let out a resigned sigh, pondering whether it was Weekend's lofty aspirations or his own inability to keep pace with the times. Uncle Sun, you must have other matters to discuss during your visit? Indeed. There is a matter at hand. Several dealers have reached out to us, expressing their interest in assisting with the sales of the first-generation Tulu. I came to seek your thoughts on this. Sun Jian's demeanor shifted, and he began to address the serious topic. Weekend tilted his head back, instantly discerning that these dealers had likely seen the short video released by the company. However, this development bore benefits. They would not need to exert themselves unduly. Uncle Sun, please engage in discussions with them. If the pricing is agreeable, we can allocate a portion of the first-generation Tulu to them. Weekend intended to predominantly pursue online channels. The first-generation Tulu featured only 3 models, distinguished primarily by their varying ranges, while their appearances were quite similar. With dealers facilitating offline channels, they could swiftly seize market share. Sun Jian, having received Weekend's directives, promptly set about taking action. As the dealers became aware of Shanghai technology, other companies also turned their attention to the first-generation Tulu. Chapter 9. The production line takes shape. Official production commences in a high-rise office building within Jiangqing's urban area. Old Lu sat in his office, engrossed in his phone, scrolling through videos. In a world without you. Oh, I hear the fleeting years drifting with the wind. The inventor of short videos is truly a genius. The girl in the video is not only beautiful, but also possesses a figure far superior to that of his elderly wife. At home, he refrained from openly watching short videos. Whenever he indulged, he was bombarded with dance videos featuring attractive women. Each time his wife discovered his viewing habits, he would face a scolding, relegating him to scrolling through videos only during idle moments at work. Weekend? Old Lu suddenly came across a video about Weekend, instantly straightening in his chair. The first-generation Tulu boasts a maximum range of 300, and it requires no refueling? Could it be that his so-called research and development of a new energy electric vehicle has succeeded? After watching the video, Old Lu felt a twinge of confusion. He then glanced at the likes, comments, and shares. Goodness, several million? He proceeded to click on the Shanghai Technology account profile and observed the follower count. Incredible. Over 10 million followers? When did Starseed Technology become so popular on short video platforms? Hasn't this company only recently been established? After a thorough investigation, Old Lu unraveled the intricacies of the situation. Clenching his fists, he reflected for a moment and remarked, "That kid Weekend has struck gold. It seems fortune is smiling upon him. I cannot allow him to prosper without my share. I must reclaim what rightfully belongs to me." Upon further contemplation, Old Lu recalled that Starseed Technology was formed from a previous research and development department. This means he should be entitled to a portion, or at the very least, a stake in the company. "Hey, Old Wang, here's the situation," he said. "Old Chen, I have good news. We can make money again." After establishing contact with Old Wang and Old Chen, Old Lu hung up the phone. He placed his mobile device on the desk, snorting disdainfully. "Humph. That little brat. He earns money without even informing us. If we don't share in the profits, he shouldn't expect to enjoy his gains in peace." Xiaomo. The 3 former shareholders have arrived and are causing a commotion at the company. Upon learning of the situation, Sun Jian promptly went to Weekend's office to relay the news. "Commotion? What do they mean by that?" Weekend inquired, setting down the documents in hand and looking at Sun Jian with curiosity. "They believe they are entitled to a portion of Starseed Technology, hence their insistence on dividing the shares." Sun Jian explained, and Weekend quickly comprehended the situation. It turned out they regretted their earlier decision to forego the research department and had come back to renegotiate. They had previously agreed to the terms, and Weekend had even insisted they sign a contract to prevent such occurrences. "Simply expel them. We are bound by the contract and must uphold our obligation to the spirit of the agreement." Sun Jian nodded in agreement and went to address the matter directly. Descending the stairs, Sun Jian found Old Sun, Old Wang, and Old Chen still lingering at the reception area. Upon seeing that Sun Jian was finally willing to meet them, they hastily approached him. Old Lu was the first to speak, playing the emotional card. Old Sun, this isn't fair, is it? After all, we were once part of the same company. Old Chen chimed in. Indeed, we should appeal to our shared history. We have worked together for so many years. Is there no camaraderie left? Sun Jian did not even glance at them, his eyes reflecting disdain as he listened but refrained from responding. Seeing Sun Jian's silence, Old Wang could no longer contain himself. This company rightfully belongs to us. We are merely reclaiming what is ours. That's right. President Wu gifted us the research department. It wasn't just weekends alone, Old Chen echoed. Sun Jian, observing the shamelessness of the three, was both amused and incensed by their audacity. Do not persist in this farce. We are law-abiding citizens, and everything must proceed according to the law. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to sue us. Security, please escort these individuals out. Sun Jian wasted no time and instructed the security personnel to remove Old Lu and his companions from the premises. President Zhou has decreed that these individuals are not to set foot in the company. He prefers a tranquil environment. Upon witnessing Old Lu and his companions being escorted out of the company, Sun Jian reiterated his stance once more. The security guards exchanged glances with one another. Rest assured, Mr. Sun, we shall not permit these individuals to set foot within the company premises again. Old Wang erupted. You treacherous old scoundrel. How could you turn your back on us? We've never wronged you before, so why the sudden change? Old Lu inquired. What do you believe we should do? Old Chun sighed heavily. It was no easy task to reclaim their dues, and he turned his gaze towards Old Lu. They were acutely aware of the binding nature of the contracts they had signed. This visit was merely a gamble, and the tactics that had previously served them had now failed. A spark of inspiration ignited in Old Lu's mind. If you refuse to share the money with me, I shall ensure you do not have it easy either. Come, we shall go somewhere, he declared as he strode towards the exit. Old Wang and Old Chun exchanged puzzled glances before casting one last look at the imposing edifice of Shanghai Technology Company. Let us go. Let us see what scheme Old Lu has in mind. Just as Sun Jian departed, Lu Su eagerly sought out Zhou Mo. Mr. Zhou. Our production line for the Tulu has been fully established. The first Tulu electric vehicle is on the verge of production, and I hope you can witness this momentous occasion. Zhou Mo, brimming with excitement, leapt from his seat. He had awaited this day for an extended period, and the production line was finally operational. That is splendid. Let us proceed at once. Oh, and do invite Sun Jian to join us. Zhou Mo suddenly remembered and instructed. As Zhou Mo briskly exited the office, Lu Su felt a surge of happiness and hurriedly followed suit. On the way, Lu Su notified Sun Jian, and by the time Sun Jian arrived at the factory, the others were nearly ready. Zhou Mo nodded at Sun Jian and turned to Lu Su. Lu Su, would you kindly provide us with an introduction? Certainly, Mr. Zhou. This is the entire production line for the first generation of Tulu. Lu Su began to outline the overall structure of the production line. He then guided Zhou Mo and Sun Jian to the stamping section. This is the stamping production line, comprising stamping machines, shearing machines, and CNC bending machines. This section processes the purchased steel plates and other metal materials, cutting them to appropriate dimensions with the shearing machine. The stamping machine then shapes various components of the vehicle's body, such as the outer shell and chassis. The CNC bending machine accurately bends parts that require such treatment. Lu Su provided a detailed explanation, articulating each element with clarity. Though Zhou Mo had some prior knowledge of the industry, this was his first opportunity to observe it up close. Chapter 10. The birth of a marvelous vehicle. Astonishing all subsequently, Lu Su elaborated on the welding, painting, assembly, and inspection processes, granting Zhou Mo a comprehensive understanding of the production journey for the first generation of Tulu. Gazing upon the brand new production line before him, Weekend felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Once these production lines commenced operation, they would yield a continuous stream of revenue. The thought alone, akin to a money-printing machine, stirred excitement within him, rendering him sleepless. Let us commence production immediately. Upon hearing Weekend's directive, Lu Su promptly orchestrated the activation of the production line. Thanks to prior preparations, all materials and components had been readied in advance, allowing the first vehicle to be completed in under 5 hours, officially rolling off the assembly line. During this time, Weekend had also arranged for the short video operations department to document the entire process. Indeed, this newly established department was dedicated to managing content for short video platforms. The completion of the production line for the Tulu and the inaugural vehicle rolling off was a momentous occasion that warranted a short video. Observing the first-generation Tulu before him, Weekend noted its enhanced aesthetics compared to the previously tested model. Who wishes to be the first to experience this vehicle? He exclaimed, knowing this first drive would belong to him. Upon his words, laughter erupted among the group. I would like to give it a try. Lu Su eagerly raised his hand. He had been responsible for the Tulu from the beginning. Although data was transmitted through the system, everyone had witnessed his efforts. Weekend glanced at the others present, who expressed no objections. All right, Lu Su, you may take it for a spin. Gao Yi, ensure the camera follows. Weekend readily acquiesced, with Gao Yi being the head of the short video operations department. With excitement coursing through him, Lu Su ascended into the driver's seat. Gao Yi arranged for a crew member to join him, setting up the camera to capture footage for future content. Before long, Lu Su returned after taking the vehicle for a lap. Boss, this car is not only easy to drive, but also quite enjoyable, reminiscent of a childhood toy car. Lu Su parked the vehicle, exited, and eagerly shared his impressions. A toy car? That's a first for me. Weekend found the description amusing and joined in the laughter. The others present were equally eager to try. None had previously driven an electric vehicle. Moreover, given the car's compact size, they were curious about the experience. After all, they were all technically inclined men who hadn't played with toy cars in their youth. Hearing Lu Su liken the vehicle to a toy only heightened their interest. Those keen to test the car took turns driving it around. Ultimately, this poor first-generation Tulu was subjected to the enthusiastic scrutiny of dozens of grown men. Following their trials, the group concluded that this vehicle was indeed distinct from conventional gasoline cars. Though it was priced at a modest 15,000 yuan, it boasted impressive acceleration and a palpable sense of thrust. They failed to comprehend how the Weekend could conceive such an extraordinary vehicle. Truly, a genius. Well, it's getting late. Let's all return and rest. Gao Yi, remember to finalize the video. A glance at the clock revealed it was nearly 8 o'clock, thus allowing them to leave work early. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I will certainly complete the video tonight, Gao Yi confidently assured, evidently determined to not rest until the video was edited. Zhou quickly waved his hand. Take a proper rest today. You can work on it tomorrow. There are several important live broadcasts ahead, and you must be well rested. Ultimately, Zhou could not resist Gao Yi's insistence and could only advise him to finish early and then rest, considering the extra hours worked as overtime. The next morning, Zhou promptly uploaded the video edited by Gao Yi to the short video platform Doushou. Zhou had previewed the video the previous day and found it satisfactory. Once the video was released, it instantly attracted a multitude of netizens to engage in the comment section. The vehicle has finally entered mass production. I want to know where to place my order. Many eagerly anticipated the mass production of the first-generation Tulu vehicle, and it had finally come to fruition. Mr. Zhou did not deceive us. He updates us daily on the vehicle's progress. Mr. Zhou is generous. May you earn millions annually. Mr. Zhou, when will you host a live broadcast to give away the car? I can hardly wait. Mr. Zhou's follower count had surpassed 15 million. Was he really going to give away 160 cars? According to Mr. Zhou's previous statements, it indeed seemed that way. It was evident that most individuals were drawn by the allure of Zhou's free cars, unwilling to spend their own money. Naturally, some merely voiced their intentions without any real intent to participate in the lottery. Isn't this excessive? In this case, is Mr. Zhou incurring too much loss? What loss? With such a surge in followers, he has profited immensely, indeed. I now question whether he will actually give away the cars. Is it necessary to doubt Mr. Zhou? 160 cars only amount to 4.8 million. That's merely pocket change for him. Let us not speak too soon. These wealthy individuals have myriad reasons to abstain from giving away cars. Disputes arose among online users regarding whether Zhou would indeed distribute cars. Meanwhile, Zhou was diligently preparing for the upcoming live broadcast. With an increase to 15 million followers, failing to fulfill his promise would render him infamous. A single word from the crowd could tarnish his reputation. Zhou did not wish for his name to be inscribed upon the pillar of shame. He could still afford to pay several 100,000. While Zhou was occupied, Old Lu and his companions arrived at the Yulong group. Mr. Wu, look, this company, Xinghai Technology, was re-established by Zhou. Old Lu extended his phone towards Wulong, who did not accept it, leaving Old Lu feeling somewhat awkward. At Wulong's silent prompting, the secretary stepped forward to take the phone from Old Lu. The screen displayed a video regarding Xinghai Technology. Wulong was engrossed in watching a video while Lao Lu and the other two stood quietly by, awaiting their turn. Previously, they had ventured to the company over the weekend, intending to employ a cunning tactic in hopes of acquiring some shares. However, their strategy proved futile against the weekend's indifference, prompting them to turn to the Yulong Group instead. Wulong distinctly recalled that Shanghai Technology was established based on the original research and development department of the previous company. The former R&D department lacked significant technological prowess. Any research achievements had already been transferred to the Yulong Group. Yet, the formidable strength of Shanghai Technology now raised suspicions. It was highly probable that they had developed innovations without sharing them with the Yulong Group. Or perhaps their latest products utilized the proprietary technology of the Yulong Group. The more Lao Lu pondered, the more convinced he became of this theory. After all, how else could one explain the current accomplishments of Shanghai Technology? If the weekend refused to allow them to profit, they would certainly ensure that the weekend faced difficulties as well. Thus, he hurried to the Yulong Group to seek out Wulong. Lao Lu observed that after finishing the video, Wulong furrowed his brow, indicating that there was potential in this matter. Chapter 11. Live Streaming Car Giveaway. Astonishing popularity. After watching several videos, Wulong lifted his gaze to Lao Lu and the other two. However, he remained silent, lost in thought. These videos clearly demonstrated that Shanghai Technology possessed a certain level of capability. Take, for instance, the electric vehicle named Tulu. The battery utilized in the car was not something an ordinary company could possess. Although Yulong Group had always been an automotive component company, they had a general understanding of the various circumstances within the automotive industry. Recently, he had heard about several startups gearing up to venture into the new energy vehicle sector, with even some established automotive companies preparing to enter this realm. He was aware that the three core components of electric vehicles, namely the battery, motor, and electronic control system, were of paramount importance. Recognizing this market, the Yulong Group was also preparing to make its foray. It was not essential to manufacture cars. Merely entering one of these three sectors would be a significant achievement for the Yulong Group, ensuring they would not fall behind in future development. This was precisely why he sought to acquire the Weekend Company. The Weekend Company had invested in R&D early on and had indeed achieved a few research milestones, placing it ahead of their own company. However, since the acquisition, the Yulong Group had yet to launch any significant products, let alone delve into the more technologically advanced lithium battery industry. How could it be that Shanghai Technology possessed such impressive lithium battery technology? Was it merely a stroke of luck or a sudden epiphany? Or perhaps during the last technology transfer, the Weekend had deliberately concealed some techniques, withholding them from their group? He was uncertain and realized he needed to investigate this matter further. Once he had contemplated everything, Wulong inquired, "I sincerely appreciate the information you have provided. What are your thoughts on this situation?" Lao Lu and his companions observed Wulong's sudden display of courtesy, straightening his posture slightly. "Mr. Wu, it is undeniable that Shanghai Technology has undoubtedly pilfered the research of Yulong Group. Otherwise, how could they possess such formidable strength?" "Indeed, Mr. Wu. Shanghai Technology was established less than a month ago, right? Under normal circumstances, it is utterly improbable for them to exhibit such prowess." Before Lao Lu could utter a word, Lao Wang and Lao Chen hastily cast aspersions upon Zhou Mo. During their previous visit to Shanghai Technology, Zhou Mo had not even emerged to greet them. Regardless of their standing, they were of an elder generation compared to Zhou Mo's father, thus meriting some respect. However, Zhou Mo showed them no deference, allowing them to suffer humiliation at Shanghai Technology, which necessitated retaliation. Lao Lu watched as the two eagerly attempted to sully Zhou Mo's reputation, covering his face with his hands. Wulong was no fool. He would not be easily deceived by the two of them. Their intentions were far too transparent. Shanghai Technology could not gain any benefits from them, so they sought to sell their information to Yulong Group. On one hand, they aimed to vex Shanghai Technology, while on the other, they prepared to extract some concessions. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. To his astonishment, these two dimwits could not even grasp that, and he regretted bringing them along. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Wu, I find the source of Shanghai Technology's technology rather dubious. Hence, we hasten to bring this news to you." Wulong cast a sidelong glance at Lao Lu. "To bring this news to me promptly? More likely, you sought to approach Shanghai Technology, but failed to gain any advantage. They were all wily foxes, well acquainted with one another. Nevertheless, the information they presented was indeed significant, so he refrained from dismissing them outright. "I sincerely appreciate the crucial news you have provided," Wulong began, contemplating before continuing. "In the future, Should your company require assistance with any business matters related to our group, you may seek out Secretary Liu. He will extend the necessary support. Secretary Liu was the individual who had just answered Lao Lu's call. Lao Lu beamed with joy. This was the assurance he had sought. Yuelong Group was a large conglomerate, and even a small favor would suffice to sustain them. Thank you, Mr. Wu. This is merely our duty. We will rely on Secretary Liu in the future. Lao Lu hastily expressed his gratitude, smiling at Secretary Liu, his face a medley of creases. Secretary Liu offered a professional smile and nodded slightly. Subsequently, Lao Lu and his companions departed from Yuelong Group. Wulong commanded, "First, investigate this matter thoroughly. You know what to do." Upon hearing the directive, Secretary Liu promptly left. Wulong rose and gazed out at the flowing river, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Technology, Zhou Mo was fully prepared. He scheduled the time for the live-streamed vehicle dispatch for 7 p.m. At this hour, most individuals would be finishing their work, resulting in a more vibrant turnout. Several hundred vehicles would be dispatched, ensuring a prolonged event. At 7 o'clock, the live broadcast commenced, and the evening could conclude earlier than expected. When Shanghai Technology announced this news on Doushou, it swiftly captivated the entire internet. Many who were previously unaware received notifications from the Doushou platform. It seemed that Doushou also intended to generate excitement around the weekend car giveaway. At this moment, the number of followers for Shanghai Technology experienced a dramatic surge, directly surpassing 29 million and rapidly approaching 30 million. How exhilarating! I am on the verge of receiving a free car. Is someone upstairs dreaming? Who urinated, waking him up? Those with diabetes should stay away. They must not be allowed to savor any sweetness. It is almost 7 o'clock. Why isn't the live stream opened yet? Isn't there's still 20 minutes left? I trust Mr. Zhou's character. Someone so handsome surely wouldn't deceive us. While netizens waited in anticipation for the live stream, tension brewed elsewhere. At the Yuelong Group, Wulong sat in his office chair, a mobile phone mounted on a stand before him. His expression was serious as he monitored the comments section of Shanghai Technology, seemingly awaiting the commencement of the live broadcast. Naturally, other automobile companies were also keeping a close watch on this event. The weekend car giveaway was becoming widely known. Not only would netizens receive notifications, but those automotive companies were also keen not to miss out. Shanghai Technology had nearly reached 30 million followers through this marketing strategy, costing them less than 10 million RMB, a bargain they would gladly accept. This marketing approach was certainly worth emulating. Simultaneously, they noted the lithium batteries utilized in the Thule generation. The power batteries of the Thule generation were exceptionally advanced, boasting superior endurance and minimal battery degradation compared to anything on the market. Although Shanghai Technology had only recently been established and lacked the overall capacity to produce cars immediately, they believed that following the explosive sales of the Thule generation, Shanghai Technology would undoubtedly enter these two markets. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. They must prepare accordingly. After a brief wait, it was finally 7 o'clock. The weekend live stream opened punctually, and Zhou appeared on screen. Chapter 12, The Live Car Giveaway. Astonishing popularity, too. Hello everyone, I am Zhou, and I welcome you to today's live lottery event. Zhou smiled warmly, waving at the camera as he introduced himself. At this moment, a surge of netizens flooded into the live stream. Due to the overwhelming influx of participants, many experienced lag on their devices. At Shanghai Technology, Gao Yi constantly monitored the number of viewers entering the live stream. Just as Zhou's first sentence concluded, over 1 million people had entered the room. In the blink of an eye, the number of simultaneous online viewers reached 2 million and continued to grow at an astonishing rate. Gao Yi gazed at the data before him, exclaiming, "My goodness, this is absolutely terrifying." Subsequently, the weekend host raised his thumb in front of the camera. Noticing Gao Yi's gesture, the weekend host nodded slightly, understanding that the current live stream data must be quite impressive. He continued, stating that thus far, the account had amassed an astounding 34.76 million followers. As a gesture of gratitude, he announced a giveaway in celebration of reaching 35 million followers, pledging to distribute a total of 360 first-generation patrol vehicles. The audience responded eagerly, expressing admiration for the host's generosity. When will the cars be given away? Yes, let us get started. We can hardly wait. Observing the fervent comments rolling in, the weekend host decided not to delay further. It was evident that anticipation was building. Thus, He declared the commencement of the giveaway. We will first give away 60 first-generation patrol vehicles. Those who follow our account can directly claim a lucky bag beneath their avatars. Winners will be contacted by our representatives. To clarify, there is no payment required when we deliver the cars to you, so please do not fall for any scams. With a countdown of 3, 2, 1, the lucky bag was launched. Immediately, a lucky bag appeared beneath the avatars, containing 60 first-generation patrol vehicles. This lucky bag would be available for 10 minutes, and participants could enter the draw by commenting. As the weekend host distributed the lucky bag, an increasing number of viewers flocked to the live stream to participate in the lottery. Concurrently, the online audience surged past 4 million. This was merely the first round, with 60 vehicles in the first draw and a total of 5 rounds remaining. During this 10-minute interval, the weekend host remained engaged, while we await the draw results. Allow me to introduce our company as production line. Upon finishing his statement, he moved towards the production line of the first-generation patrol, with the camera closely following him. Isn't the automotive production line a company secret? Can it be displayed so freely? Shouldn't there be confidentiality? What if other companies see it? What are you worried about? Since the boss said it can be shown, it must be due to outdated technology, someone remarked jokingly. What nonsense. This is cutting-edge technology. Mind you, automotive executives watched in astonishment from their screens, utterly taken aback by the weekend host's audacity. Within one automotive company, a few individuals engaged in animated discussion. Boss, the weekend host has actually showcased their production line. There are currently hundreds of thousands watching, and soon it will reach millions. Is he out of his mind? Or perhaps he has lost his sanity. Who knows what he's thinking? He must be lacking common sense. Forget that. Pay close attention and learn well. Our company might also launch a vehicle of this type soon. The boss remained composed, unapologetically taking notes. The others exchanged glances and nodded slightly. After all, if you're not watching, you're missing out. They fixated on the live broadcast, fearful of missing any moment. The weekend was devoid of concern for other studies. The production line was straightforward, essentially devoid of secrets. The crucial components were all finished products, such as the power batteries, which were sourced from other factories. During the weekend, he emulated how Lu Su had initially introduced the 5 key processes: stamping, welding, painting, assembly, and inspection. Mr. Zhou truly possessed remarkable expertise. He seemed to have an intimate understanding of the entire production line. Isn't it normal for a business owner to be well-versed in such matters? As the proprietor, Mr. Zhou had numerous responsibilities, and one would expect him to have limited knowledge in this area. Through Mr. Zhou's presentation, my confidence in the first generation of the Tulu has greatly increased. A company that dares to showcase its production line is indeed a reliable enterprise. Had I not been drawn, I would have purchased a vehicle outright. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the first batch of 60 Tulu vehicles was successfully drawn. Observing the lottery results, the weekend host proclaimed, "Congratulations to the 60 fortunate winners." To those who did not win, he urged them not to lose heart, as the second round of the lottery was about to commence. Alas, why was I not among them? Do not despair. I was the first to enter the live room and did not win either. Look at the current number of online participants. There were millions simultaneously participating in the draw. Do not be disheartened. There are still 300 vehicles remaining. Perhaps luck will be on our side. May the heavens bless us with both gold and silver. The first round of the lottery concluded, and the online count surged to 6 million. Gao Yi, gazing at the computer screen, found increasing delight in the rising numbers. Moreover, it was astonishing that the follower count had grown by over 1 million in those 10 minutes. These individuals were likely drawn in after the weekend broadcast commenced. They probably had not encountered the weekend's videos before. Many were eager to try their luck, as following was free. If fortune smiled upon them and they won a car, that would be exhilarating. Soon, the second round of the lottery began. Just like the first, there were 60 slots available. Mine, all mine. I beseech you, let me win just once. The barrage of comments flew by rapidly, filled with various expressions of hope for victory. This time, the weekend host engaged with the audience while observing the comments. Among the winners from the first round, some shared their good fortune in the group chat. Those who won a car in such a lottery often exhibited an overwhelming sense of vanity and were eager to boast. Ha ha ha, I am truly lucky today. I won a small electric car. Winning image, congratulations. Is this for real? How much is the car worth? What extraordinary luck. Where did you win it? I envy your fortune. Many expressed their congratulations, while a crowd inquired about the winning location. I won in the Shanghai Technology Live Room, and they are still drawing. Just search for Shanghai Technology on Douyin, and you will find it. Currently, the second round is underway, featuring 60 vehicles. This fortunate audience member generously disclosed the location of the lottery. Upon receiving the news, everyone eagerly opened Dousho, ready to test their luck. Chapter 13. The Live Broadcast Car Giveaway. An astonishing popularity. 3. At this moment, a man hastily took out his phone and dialed his wife's number. Hello, dear. Quickly search for Shanghai Technology on Dousho. Why? Is something happening? Shanghai Technology is live streaming a lottery. Do you know what they are giving away? A car. The woman was somewhat skeptical, wondering if her husband had fallen victim to a scam. Isn't that too good to be true? Who would give away a car directly? Of course it's real. I just saw someone win in the group, and I participated too. The results haven't been announced yet. Try it quickly. There are less than 5 minutes left. The man urged, believing that their chances of winning would double if both participated. If one of them won, it would be a splendid opportunity for him to boast. After hanging up, he felt a sense of anticipation, while the woman frowned at the disconnected call. Well, I might as well take a look. She decided to heed her husband's advice, albeit with a hint of skepticism, and opened Dousho to search for Shanghai Technology. The first live stream featured the giveaway. Her eyes widened in astonishment. They were indeed giving away cars. However, the number of viewers was overwhelming. She attempted to enter the live stream several times, but each effort resulted in a network error. At this point, she began to believe that the car giveaway might actually be genuine. Ultimately, after her persistent attempts and multiple clicks, she finally accessed the live stream. Glancing at the upper left corner, she noted that there were just 3 minutes until the end of the lucky bag giveaway. After several network errors, she managed to catch the tail end of the lucky bag opportunity. Not long after the woman joined the lucky bag lottery, the results were announced. She noticed a message pop up on the screen. Congratulations on winning the lucky bag. Below it was an image of a first-generation electric vehicle. She inhaled sharply. Could it truly be this easy to win? When did her luck become so favorable? To ensure she hadn't misread, she carefully reviewed the information again. Indeed, she had won. Hello, dear. Oh, don't call me right now. I didn't win the last round, and the new lottery is about to begin. Her husband replied impatiently. Honey, I won. I just won. What? You won? The surprise in her husband's voice echoed through the phone, nearly deafening her. Really? I'll send you the proof. All right, send me a screenshot. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Dousho, the head of the operations department, Shi Jianshu, approached Chairman Zhang Lidong. Chairman, do we need to assist in driving traffic for the weekend? The current viewership of the live broadcast has surpassed 7 million, nearing a record-breaking milestone. Shi Jianshu found himself perplexed and could not help but inquire. The operations department is indeed the most lucrative aspect of Dousho. Anyone aspiring to gain popularity on Dousho must invest in purchasing traffic, with each view corresponding to a price. He felt a twinge of imbalance. Why should others gain prominence through monetary expenditure, while this weekend, he spent not a single dime? Moreover, it was surprising that such a grand spectacle was conducted without prior notification to their platform, showing them no regard. Fortunately, their chairman is magnanimous and chooses not to stoop to the level of someone like Zhou Mo were it him. He would have undoubtedly shut down Zhou Mo's live stream immediately. During this period, Zhou Mo indeed spent no money at all, at most. He distributed a few red envelopes during the live stream to attract some traffic. The account of Shanghai Technology has amassed such a substantial following partly due to the back-end support from Dousho. Ordinarily, Zhou Mo would need to invest some funds to procure traffic, especially since he is selling electric bikes. However, Zhou Mo painted an enticing picture across the internet, leading many to desire a piece of it. Thus, he ended up not spending much, with Douyin's backend also lending a helping hand. Ultimately, this situation is mutually beneficial, a win-win scenario for both parties. Zhou Mo gained followers, while Dousho benefited from increased activity and buzz. Zhang Lidong, having overheard Shi Jianshu's grievances, looked up and clarified. This marketing initiative by Zhou Mo is advantageous for both of us. There is no need for you to feel any discontent. After explaining, he returned to his work. Noticing that Shi Jianshu had yet to leave, he sighed. The young man before him was not yet 30. His rise to the head of the operations department at Dousho was not merely due to competence, but rather his unique connections. Dousho comprises 3 principal departments: the technical department, the operations department, and the content review department. The technical department, as its name suggests, requires substantial technical prowess, a realm into which Shi Jianshu could not penetrate. Initially, he was slated for the content review department. However, following a recent incident that thrust Dou Shou into the limelight, the review department intensified its requirements. Ultimately, the only option was to place him in the operations department, which is of greater internal significance. Any minor disturbances there would remain largely contained. Zhang Lidong fixed his gaze on Shi Jianshu, his tone grave as he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Despite being the chairman of Dou Shou, he is still accountable to the overarching group. Dou Shou is merely one facet of their expansive enterprise, albeit the most successful one, yet it remains under the governance of others. Shi Jianshu was no fool. He understood that Zhang Lidong was leveraging the weight of the group to caution him against pursuing other endeavors. "There is nothing to worry about. I shall adhere to the company's arrangements and ensure the success of this weekend's live broadcast." There was no alternative for Shi Jianshu but to relent. Upon witnessing Shi Jianshu's concession, Zhang Lidong's face broke into a smile. "Very well, you may leave now. I have work to attend to." Shi Jianshu cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Lidong, who was engrossed in his paperwork, before stepping out of the office. After Shi Jianshu departed, Zhang Lidong lifted his gaze to observe his retreating figure, shaking his head in resigned dismay. He simply wished to be a congenial person, avoiding conflict wherever possible. Upon his return to the operations department, Shi Jianshu resumed his duties as usual, though the thoughts swirling in his mind remained concealed from others. Time flew by. As the weekend progressed, the lottery had reached its final round. To date, 300 units of the first-generation Tulu electric vehicle had been distributed, leaving only 60 remaining. The conclusion of today's live broadcast would herald the end of the event. At that moment, the last fortune bag was set to expire in under 3 minutes. The weekend host gazed at the screen and announced, "There are less than 3 minutes left for the fortune bag. For those who have yet to participate, now is the time. This is your final chance. Surely, you must win at least once." "My car. Will I miss out this time? Oh, I have waited so long without a single win. Please, grant me this one last opportunity." The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Let us see who has won the fortune bag. Once a winner was determined, dedicated staff would contact them, requiring only a delivery address. The entire process was free of charge, and participants were urged to be wary of scams. For those who did not win, there was no cause for concern. Our Tulu electric vehicles are in mass production. By clicking the small fan below or visiting our official website, everyone can place their orders at any time, with guaranteed free shipping to their homes. While awaiting the announcement of the fortune bag winners, the weekend host took the opportunity to promote the product. At that moment, the viewership was at its peak, and the results were remarkably favorable. Chapter 14, Astonishing Data, Enormous Response as the lottery concluded. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room began to plummet. Most individuals following the Shanghai Technology account were primarily interested in the lottery. With its conclusion, there was little reason to remain. Realizing this, the weekend host stepped away from the camera, disappearing from the screen, and exited the live broadcast room. The entire event had commenced at 7 p.m., and the current time was 9:38 p.m. The live broadcast had lasted 2.5 hours, exceeding the weekend host's initial expectations. Throughout this duration, the weekend host had been the sole presenter, albeit others were present nearby. The weekend host first approached Gao Yi, inquiring, "How did the live broadcast perform tonight? It must have yielded commendable results?" Gao Yi's face was flushed with excitement. "Mr. Zhou, to say it was merely good would be an insult. The outcome of this live broadcast has been absolutely phenomenal. Please, take a look at the data from tonight's event," Gao Yi exclaimed, pivoting his laptop screen towards the weekend host. At this moment, Sun Jian and Lu Su joined the gathering, encircling Zhou Mo and observing the live streaming data before them. Gao Yi stood nearby, elucidating. Today's live broadcast reached a staggering peak of 14 million concurrent viewers, with an average of over 8 million. More than 1.5 billion individuals entered Zhou's live stream to participate in the lucky draw. All three of our metrics have shattered Dou Shou's records. Zhou Mo nodded discreetly. Content as long as everything proceeded smoothly. The breaking of records held little significance for him. Upon hearing Gao Yi's explanation, Lu Su interjected, "Zhou, the success of this live broadcast is largely attributable to your efforts." "Ha ha ha. It is the result of everyone's hard work," Zhou Mo replied. "Everyone has put in considerable effort tonight. It's getting late, so let us tidy up and rest." Moreover, those present tonight will receive an additional 2-month salary, while the rest of the company will receive an extra month. Zhou Mo felt a surge of joy. With this, the company could continue to flourish without immediate financial concerns. Suddenly remembering how hard everyone had been working lately, Zhou Mo decided to reward them. The most fitting way, of course, was to distribute bonuses. Thank you, Zhou. Your wisdom is commendable. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Their efforts during this period had not been in vain. Not only had the live broadcast been a tremendous success, but they had also received bonuses. Subsequently, Gaoi compiled the live streaming data and, upon receiving Zhou Mo's approval, directly posted it on the Shanghai Technology account. The staff of Shanghai Technology tidied up and departed the company for rest. Unbeknownst to them, today's live broadcast had caused a tremendous stir across the internet. In the comments section of the live streaming data released by Gaoi, many were engaged in lively discussions. It's hard to believe that so many watched Zhou's broadcast. Did anyone win the Thule electric car? I'd also like to inquire if anyone truly won. Many seem to have missed out. I did win. Image. You're quite lucky. However, the quantity of Thule electric cars is too scarce. The number of participants is immense. I feel like tens of millions joined, making the odds of winning much slimmer than a lottery. The car isn't expensive. Why not distribute more? Perhaps next time, I might win. It's not about the quantity being too low. It's your greed. Exactly. Not winning just means your luck ran out. Zhou doesn't owe you anything. If it's not expensive, you could just buy one outright. It costs about the same as a phone. Indeed, those who didn't win can certainly purchase one, with free shipping. The individual who had spoken earlier was left speechless by the retort. Yet, the discussions in the comments section continued unabated. Meanwhile, at Yulong Group, Wulong had just finished watching Zhou Mo's entire live broadcast. How is the investigation progressing? Wulong rubbed his temples, glancing at Secretary Liu. It has been thoroughly investigated. The technology currently employed by Shanghai Technology is indeed a recent development, as Secretary Liu affirmed. He not only consulted the original members of the Research and Development Department, but also specifically inquired with personnel within Shanghai Technology. Wulong furrowed his brow. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he found it difficult to accept the situation. After much effort, he had managed to acquire his father's company over the weekend, only to discover the emergence of another competitor. He harbored a keen interest in Shanghai Technology's power battery technology. Do you have any viable solutions? Wulong inquired. Secretary Liu organized his thoughts before responding. Shanghai Technology has commenced accepting pre-orders. We could procure a unit for disassembly and examination. Wulong waved his hand dismissively. Pre-ordering is already too late. Reach out to those who won the lottery. If we offer them a bit more, they should receive their electric vehicles first. Secretary Liu nodded and continued. I believe we should consider approaching Zhou Mo to acquire Shanghai Technology and see if he is amenable. If he declines, we could leverage public opinion on the internet to coerce him into submission. How do we manipulate public sentiment? Wulong's interest peaked at this suggestion. Zhou Mo had recently utilized the internet to catapult Shanghai Technology into the limelight. We could spread rumors online, alleging that Shanghai Technology has illicitly appropriated our technology. Given the company's brief existence, how could they possibly achieve such rapid research results? Why were there no results previously, yet now they claim to have made breakthroughs? Conspiracy theories often have an air of plausibility, yet many are drawn to them. While Zhou Mo generously distributed 360 electric vehicles, the majority were left empty-handed. Those who did not win are likely to harbor resentment, which we could exploit. Secretary Liu articulated his thoughts in a stream. Wulong clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "This is splendid. I am eager to see how Zhou Mo intends to address this predicament. It is a sound strategy. Let us extend him an opportunity first. You shall inquire about Zhou Mo's willingness to sell Shanghai Technology tomorrow." Secretary Li bowed in acknowledgement. Understood, General Manager Wu. At the Doping Automobile Company, the executives had just finished viewing Zhou Mo's live broadcast. Now that the broadcast has concluded, I trust everyone has seen the data. What are your thoughts? Su Doping asked, surveying the executives seated around the conference table. Doping Automobile, established a few years prior, had focused on the new energy market. After years of effort, they had introduced several concept models and were now nearing the final stage of production, preparing to launch their first mass-produced vehicle. Recently, they had observed the sudden appearance of Shanghai Technology's electric vehicle online, and it attracted the attention of the online crowd with an unprecedented fervor. Su Daping recognized a prime opportunity to promote their Daping automobiles, inspired by the marketing strategies of Shanghai Technology through internet promotion. Now that the live broadcast had concluded, he sought to ascertain whether the attending executives had any innovative ideas. Chapter 15. Commencing reservations, orders sur Mr. Su. I believe the weekend live broadcast giveaway was quite ingenious. Once our vehicles reach mass production, could we not employ a similar promotional strategy? The first to respond was Zhao Lin, the head of the marketing department at Daping Automobile. It was evident to all that Shanghai Technology's live car giveaway had met with remarkable success, transforming the previously obscure company into a rising star in the industry. Daping Automobile could not help but feel envious. If they were to replicate Shanghai Technology's marketing approach, even if the results did not match the initial triumph, they would undoubtedly yield favorable outcomes, at the very least establishing Daping Automobile as a renowned entity. Zhao, I think you are being rather fanciful. What is the value of a Tulu electric vehicle? And what is the worth of our Daping automobiles? Can we afford to give them away so casually? Zhang Yifan, the head of the production department, interjected with blunt sarcasm. The cost of a Daping automobile was several $100,000. To contemplate giving them away before they had even sold was utterly impractical. Zhang, please do not be so agitated, Zhao Lin replied calmly, patiently explaining his rationale. Zhang cast a sidelong glance at him, intrigued to hear his continued argument. As the saying goes, one must be willing to part with something to gain something in return. If we do not invest in early promotional efforts, how will customers come to know of our company? There is a common saying, good wine needs no bush. We must adopt a broader perspective. He envisioned Daping Company undertaking a marketing initiative to host a live car giveaway, which would place the responsibility squarely on the marketing department. The eventual results would undoubtedly reflect upon him. Zhang Yifan, while acknowledging the merit in Zhao's argument, still felt the cars were prohibitively expensive. He opened his mouth to speak, but Su Daping interjected first. Ahem, we certainly need to engage in promotion. But the method is open for discussion, he stated. Time is not pressing. There remains a considerable interval before Daping automobiles enter mass production. Su Daping had discerned their thoughts, and, noticing Zhang Yifan's intent to speak, interrupted him with a cough. Su Daping mulled over their conversation. Promotion was indeed essential. Yet the vehicles were exorbitantly priced, and the thought of giving them away pained even him. Zhao Lin appeared somewhat disheartened, while Zhang Yifan seemed slightly more at ease. It was clear that Su Daping was reluctant to part with the vehicles, which was understandable, as they were still in the startup phase and needed to be prudent with expenditures. The following morning, at Shanghai Technology Company, as the weekend commenced, Sun Jian and Gao Yi rushed in as soon as he took his seat. Yesterday, our live broadcast was truly sensational. News about our vehicle giveaway has spread like wildfire across the internet. Gao Yi took the initiative to share a follow-up on the events from yesterday's stream, even displaying news from Douyin and various major platforms on his phone for Zhou. After an exhausting evening, Zhou returned home, took a shower, and fell asleep immediately upon reaching his bed. He had yet to catch up on the happenings online. He anticipated a significant success, yet the outcome exceeded his expectations. Nodding, Zhou handed the phone back to Gao Yi and turned to face the rosy-cheeked Sun Jian. Ah, this must relate to your presence here, Uncle Sun. Sun Jian had recently been burdened with worries over the company, which had taken a toll on his complexion. However, with the company's recent growth, joy frequently adorned his face. As the one responsible for the company's operations, his visit alongside Gao Yi undoubtedly heralded good news. Indeed, wasn't it mentioned that dealers had reached out to us? Sun Jian exclaimed. Post-broadcast, we have been inundated with inquiries from dealers. Upon arriving at the office this morning, I discovered that orders for our first-generation electric vehicle, the Tulu, have surpassed 200,000, and the number continues to escalate at an astonishing rate. Sun Jian spoke with palpable excitement, even his lips trembling. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. The volume of orders was staggering. 200,000. Many automotive companies struggle to sell that many in an entire year. Yet we achieved it in a single night. Even at our highest price of merely $29,999, these orders are substantial and not figures any ordinary car manufacturer could attain. What? 200,000? Zhou sprang to his feet in disbelief. Isn't that excessive? Uncle Sun, this is hardly the time for jest. Sun Jian assured him. I have had the back-end recalculate no fewer than 10 times. There is absolutely no error. Were it not for Sun Jian standing before him, Zhou might have suspected it was April Fool's Day. However, upon reflection, He realized the vehicles were indeed affordably priced. Zhou recalled in his previous life how popular the old man's Joy model was, selling millions annually with ease. Since there was no equivalent in Blue Star, he had undoubtedly chosen the right path. Is this information known to anyone else? Zhou inquired solemnly. Sun Jian, perplexed, shook his head. No. Zhou exhaled in relief. Grateful they were not a publicly traded company. If they were, they would be compelled to disclose such figures. This was a prime opportunity to amass wealth quietly. Revealing the data would be foolish. This information must remain confidential, even within the company. Ensure everyone is aware of this, Zhou instructed. And Sun Jian immediately understood the gravity of his words. No problem, but the current issue is that there are too many orders, and we are unable to produce such a volume in the short term. Sun Jian has raised another concern. This matter is indeed urgent and requires immediate resolution. If the delay persists, customers may mistakenly believe that there are issues within their company. Uncle Sun, do you have any viable solutions? Zhou weakened looked at Sun Jian, confident that he must have a plan since he brought it up. Sun Jian spoke directly, indicating he had already contemplated this. The simplest solution to the capacity problem is to establish a new production line. However, constructing a new line entails a lengthy process. And considering that we certainly will not be producing this type of vehicle indefinitely, building multiple lines is not cost-effective. Zhou weakened nodded slightly. He had previously advised Sun Jian against overexpanding the production lines. Sun Jian continued, stating that his suggestion is to seek a company for outsourcing production, which would allow us to relinquish a small portion of profits while alleviating much of the hassle. Indeed, the profit margin for our first-generation Tulu is substantial, so conceding a fraction is entirely feasible. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Weekend posed a question. Outsourcing is acceptable, but how can we ensure quality? We are manufacturing vehicles, not just ordinary items. Sun Jian had anticipated this concern. We can collaborate with traditional automotive companies for the outsourcing, and with their manufacturing experience, quality can be assured. Moreover, producing our first-generation Tulu is quite straightforward, allowing us to maintain control during the final inspection. The most critical component, the power battery, will still be supplied by us, ensuring that the quality of the Tulu remains uncompromised. Sun Jian's outsourcing proposal indeed seems promising. Those new ventures with limited initial funding have successfully utilized outsourcing. If they can manage more complex electric vehicles, would a simpler Tulu present any challenges? Uncle Sun, let us proceed as you suggested. We will find the most cost-effective automotive manufacturer for outsourcing, with the paramount goal of ensuring the quality of the Tulu. Chapter 16. Negotiations commence. The dragon soars forth with Sun Jian's agreement. Zhou Weekend immediately began taking action. In addition to seeking an outsourcing company, it was essential to ramp up production of the power batteries. If the battery production cannot keep pace with the vehicle manufacturing, resulting in completed vehicles without batteries, it would be quite absurd. Sun Jian promptly contacted Lu Su, and the two of them prepared to collaborate to accomplish this task. Lu Su would oversee the production line for the power batteries, while Sun Jian would be responsible for identifying suitable outsourcing companies and negotiating sales with distributors. Mr. Sun, our company must be the most sincere, right? If you could agree to grant me exclusive rights to the first-generation Tulu electric vehicle, I can offer you the lowest price. Spoke Ding Feng, the chairman of Wanbang Group. Wanbang Group is a recently established conglomerate that encompasses various business models, including automotive leasing and sales. They were also among the first to approach Shanghai Technology, hoping to act as agents for the sales of the first-generation Tulu electric vehicle. Mr. Ding, there is no need to elaborate. You should already understand that this is an impossible request. Sun Jian waved his hand decisively, rejecting Ding Feng's proposal without hesitation. It was inconceivable for him to entrust the sales rights to a single company. Beyond the concern of being constrained by these sales firms, he was acutely aware that allowing one company to monopolize sales would result in an exceedingly slow market penetration. Time equates to wealth, and speed is synonymous with life. Thus, swiftly capturing the market was of paramount importance. Moreover, even if they were to grant exclusive sales rights of the Tulu electric vehicle to another company, they would still likely offer a meager price. Sun Jian spoke the truth. Ding Feng's suggestions were not what he truly needed. Ding Feng, upon hearing this, lowered his head, furrowing his brow, fully cognizant that Sun Jian's words rang true. However, their company had only recently been established, and their sales network was far from the robustness of other firms. rendering them incapable of making substantial commitments. It was evident to discerning eyes that the Tulu electric vehicle was destined for immense popularity. Although it was affordably priced, the volume of sales would still yield significant profits. As an industry insider, he had a rough understanding of Tulu's production costs. Their company had even conducted estimates, revealing that the profits would indeed be very substantial, potentially exceeding those of other vehicles priced tens of thousands higher. It was precisely due to such speculation that he had sought out Shanghai Technology at the earliest opportunity. Mr. Ding, do not lose hope. Let us discuss the sales prices. There will surely be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Sun Jian painted a promising picture for Ding Feng, while also aiming to expedite the process, as he had more than one dealer to negotiate with. After settling matters with these distributors, he still needed to approach automotive manufacturing companies. Understanding Sun Jian's stance, Ding Feng recognized the futility of pursuing unnecessary efforts. To demonstrate his sincerity to Shanghai Technology, it seemed he would have to manifest it in future collaborations. The sales contract prepared by Sun Jian was uniform. The pricing for the Tulu models had been predetermined at 12,999, 19,999, and 29,999, with all distributors required to adhere to these prices during sales. The contract stipulated that for each Tulu sold at 12,999, the sales company would earn 1,000 yuan. For each sold at 19,999, they would earn 2,000 yuan. And for each sold at 29,999, they would earn 3,000 yuan. Sun Jian's design was clearly aimed at encouraging these sales companies to promote the highest-priced Tulu model, as it was also the most profitable for Shanghai Technology. In contrast, the 12,999 model, after deducting manufacturing and distributor fees, likely yielded less than 3,000 yuan in earnings. Ding Feng was taken aback upon reading the contents of Sun Jian's contract, yet simultaneously felt a sense of relief. As he had surmised, the profits from Tulu were astonishing. The vehicle priced at 29,999 could allow the distributors to earn a direct profit of 3,000 yuan, illustrating the considerable margins involved. Ding Feng had no objections to the contract brought by Sun Jian. After a review by their lawyer confirmed its validity, he promptly affixed his signature. Ding Feng's swift actions left Sun Jian quite impressed. Mr. Ding, may our future cooperation be pleasant. Indeed, Mr. Sun. The two shook hands, exchanging smiles. Subsequently, Sun Jian resumed negotiations with other distributors. After numerous discussions, he finally resolved the issues with the distributors. Initially, some were reluctant to sign contracts, intending to haggle. Aside from a few seeking exclusive sales rights, others felt the profits were insufficient. For these distributors, Sun Jian chose not to engage in negotiations. The profit per vehicle had already been predetermined. Shanghai Technology was not overly aggressive, ensuring that every sale would yield substantial earnings for the distributors. With the first generation of the Tulu electric vehicle lacking buyers, Sun Jian saw no reason to waste time entangling with such distributors. Fortunately, most understood the prevailing circumstances and readily agreed. As for those unwilling to sign, they would be left to their own regrets. Having resolved the distributor issues, Sun Jian promptly reached out to various automotive companies. Selecting a suitable automotive company for contract manufacturing required a certain finesse. He could not opt for overly large firms, as they would dismiss such profits or, even if profitable, would be reluctant to establish dedicated production lines. Conversely, he could not choose obscure companies with little renown, as the quality of their vehicles could not be reliably assured, and Shanghai Technology had to uphold its responsibility to the consumers. Thus, Sun Jian found himself in a quandary. Little did he expect to encounter such a hurdle at the outset. Finding a suitable company proved to be quite troublesome. Shaking his head in resignation, he resolved to persevere in identifying the right automotive firm. During the weekend, an unexpected visitor arrived. "Secretary Liu, what brings you here? Please, have a seat." Liu, the trusted aide of Wu Long from the Yuelong Group, visited the weekend office. Sun Jian had previously interacted with Secretary Liu, so he retained some familiarity. "Mr. Wu noted your successful management of Shanghai Technology and sent me to check in on you. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. It is only right that we support one another in Jiangqing." Sporting silver-framed glasses and a cheerful demeanor, Secretary Liu appeared harmless. However, Sun Jian was aware that such individuals often excel at concealing their true intentions. The term refined rogue aptly described this type. Given his long tenure as Wulong's secretary, it was clear he possessed exceptional qualities. I appreciate Mr. Wu's concern, but I assure you I am not facing any troubles at the moment. Sun Jian was momentarily uncertain about Secretary Lu's true motives. Without hesitation, he declined the request, though not in an overly harsh manner. After all, it was Wulong who had acquired his father's company, which had provided Shanghai Technology with the necessary funds for development. If there were no complications, that would be splendid. I have come here hoping that General Zhou could assist General Wu in a matter. Secretary Lu began to reveal his fangs, while Zhou Wei cast a penetrating glance at Secretary Lu. What does General Wu need my assistance with? Chapter 17, The Dragon's Leap, a direct threat. What does General Wu require my help with? If General Wu needs it, I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire to assist. Zhou Wei's tone brimmed with fervor, as if he were genuinely devoted to General Wu. Secretary Lu nodded slightly at Zhou Wei's words, believing that he had grasped his intent. He thought Zhou Wei had a keen sense of timing. No wonder he had so easily sold his father's company last time. Secretary Lu waved his hand dismissively. General Zhou, you exaggerate. How could I allow you to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire? In truth, this request is quite simple. Zhou Wei tilted his head, his eyes glinting as he leaned slightly forward. Secretary Lu mirrored his movement, continuing, you see, General Wu is preparing to enter the new energy sector and has set his sights on Shanghai Technology's power battery business. Therefore, General Wu hopes you can sell this division to Yuelong Group, just as last time. Rest assured, you will not be treated poorly. Secretary Lu spoke with grandiosity, as if Zhou Wei were gaining a significant advantage. Zhou Wei took a deep breath to steady himself. This is absurd. Selling power batteries at Shanghai Technology is akin to picking up money. Now you want me to sell this division to you? Who do you think you are? Just because you say so, I should comply? However, considering the current strength of Yuelong Group, while Shanghai Technology is not fearful, employing underhanded tactics would undoubtedly impact its development. Thus, Zhou Wei resolved to delay, waiting until he sold the cars. Then, he would have nothing to worry about. Secretary Lu. This matter is quite significant for the company and requires discussion before a decision can be made. How about we reconvene after some time to deliberate? Upon hearing Zhou Wei's words, Secretary Lu chuckled lightly. Isn't the company yours? Selling a portion of the business requires discussion? Secretary Lu, the seasoned fox, quickly discerned that Zhou Wei was merely stalling for time. Zhou Wei, feeling exposed, adjusted his demeanor. This is quite a substantial issue. It will undoubtedly require some time. Moreover, didn't my father's company go through several rounds of negotiations? Great undertakings require patience. Waiting is an art in itself. This was the first time Secretary Lu realized how eloquent Zhou Wei could be. He was even taking on an instructive tone. Very well, I shall grant you some time. But do not keep me waiting too long. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if General Wu undertook actions that might adversely affect the development of Shanghai Technology. Secretary Lu left Zhou Weikin's office after making a harsh statement. How dare they threaten me? Once my company flourishes, I shall make them pay. Zhou Weikin exclaimed in anger. At that moment, Zhou Weikin felt compelled to endure the situation, not out of fear of the Yuelong Group, which had been engaged in the automotive parts business for over a decade and maintained relations with numerous domestic automotive companies and dealers. Currently, the first generation of the Tulu electric vehicle relied on these dealers' cooperation to capture market share. If Wulong were to issue a warning in advance, some dealers might choose not to sell the Tulu electric vehicle, although there would still be companies willing to continue selling it. The overall impact on the Tulu electric vehicle's swift market penetration would be significant. Only after these dealers had sold the electric vehicle and truly profited would the situation improve somewhat. After all, their relationships were merely average, yet no one would forego profit. By that time, even if Wulong intervened, those dealers would likely continue to sell the Tulu electric vehicle. Upon returning to the Yuelong Group, Secretary Lu disclosed everything discussed with Zhou Weikin to Wulong. I never expected that Zhou Weikin possessed a bit of intellect. Last time, he sold his father's company without a moment's hesitation. I had thought he was merely a rich heir living off his family's fortune. Wulong shook his head, realizing he had underestimated Zhou Weikin. The ease with which he sold his father's company for funds was undoubtedly aimed at advancing Shanghai Technology. Who could argue otherwise? Although young, he was far from naïve. On the surface, he appeared to be a mere college student, yet unlike others who bore innocent and foolish expressions, he harbored considerable cunning. President Wu, what should we do now? Secretary Liu inquired. Wu Long paced the office, suddenly struck by an idea. Their Tulu electric vehicle had indeed entered mass production. But had sales commenced? Secretary Liu nodded, recalling, not yet. I remember Zhou Weekend mentioning that the Tulu electric vehicle would primarily be sold through online channels, directly shipped to customers' homes. However, offline sales would certainly comprise a substantial portion as well. Each channel possesses its own advantages. Wu Long suggested. Besides the public pressure you mentioned last time, we should also reach out to those dealers offline and encourage them to refrain from selling the Tulu electric vehicle. This dual approach targeting Shanghai technology, both online and offline. What do you think? Secretary Liu expressed skepticism. That might be possible, but those dealers won't intentionally forego profit, will they? Wouldn't that be foolish? The popularity of the Tulu electric vehicle has surged, and any dealer with a modicum of sense would recognize the profitability of selling them. Therefore, our initial strategy must be to tarnish the reputation of the Tulu electric vehicle online. This will render those dealers hesitant and cautious. Allowing them to wait for a while poses no issue. What if they take the cars back and are unable to sell them, ultimately incurring losses? Secretary Liu nodded in understanding, realizing the efficacy of this plan. No problem, Mr. Wu. I will take immediate action to ensure that the Tulu's reputation is swiftly sullied online. Secretary Li pledged, promptly commencing the mission. Meanwhile, Shanghai Technology remained oblivious to the actions of the Welong Group over the weekend. They believed they had some time to delay, as Secretary Liu had genuinely afforded them a period of development. In the following days, Shanghai Technology actively recruited personnel while ramping up production of the Tulu electric vehicle. They boasted 3 production lines capable of simultaneously manufacturing 3 distinct models of the Tulu electric vehicle. The 360 units with a range of 300 kilometers that were promised as prizes had already been completed, and Shanghai Technology was preparing to ship these vehicles to the fortunate winners. Additionally, they were gearing up for a substantial order of 200,000 units. Despite the necessity to outsource some production, increased output would undoubtedly yield greater profits. Among the orders, the most popular was the Tulu electric vehicle priced at 19,999 yuan. This price point was ideal, offering a higher range, alleviating concerns about mileage for everyday use. Following closely was the 29,999 yuan model, which, with a range of 300 kilometers, was perfectly suitable not only for commutes but also for short trips. The least popular was the 12,999 yuan model, which, with a mere 100 kilometers of range, left much to be desired. It would be wiser to invest a few extra thousand for a model with a 200-kilometer range. Chapter 18, Tulu Shipping, a new era of outsourcing. Greetings, I am Zhou Mo. I have been absent from the spotlight recently as I have been urging the company to expedite the production of the Tulu electric vehicle. As you can see behind me, these 360 electric vehicles are the prizes we are giving away. As Zhou Mo spoke, the camera panned to showcase the neatly arranged rows of Tulu electric vehicles. A bird's-eye view captured the grandeur of the 360 cars displayed together. Today marks the commencement of shipping. The 360 fortunate winners can expect their deliveries within 5 days at the latest. As for those who did not win, we invite interested customers to place orders directly, and we will ensure prompt, free shipping to your doorstep. Zhou Mo concluded the video with a brief promotion of the Tulu electric vehicle, wrapping up the advertisement. Despite currently being in significant debt due to the vehicles, Zhou Mo remained fervently dedicated to the promotion. This instilled a sense of urgency in Sun Jian, who was filming outside over the weekend. He pondered, "It seems I must hasten my search for a manufacturing partner." As soon as the video from Shanghai Technology was released, it surged to the top of the trending charts on Douyin. How delightful! My little vehicle will soon be in my hands. I am filled with excitement. Why is your fortune so favorable? I must compete with you fortunate ones. Is it truly being shipped? It hasn't been long, has it? I thought it was a ruse. It appears others are already receiving their orders. Indeed, Mr. Zhou is the most charismatic. I would like to inquire if this event will recur. I look forward to the next lottery for vehicle giveaways. Mr. Zhou, when can I expect the shipment of the car I ordered? Oh, I placed an order as well. And I am rather anxious now. Shipments. 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 The original intent of posting the video was to inform those lucky winners that their vehicles would soon be arriving. Unexpectedly, the subsequent comments transformed into pleas for shipping updates. Feeling somewhat helpless over the weekend, he could only respond in the comments section that the production line was accelerating its output. Sun Jian also received a message from Zhou over the weekend, urging him to swiftly identify a manufacturing partner. Finally, diligence bore fruit. Sun Jian discovered a suitable automotive company among a myriad of manufacturers, Jiangzuan Automotive Group. This company is situated in the bustling city of Ba in Anhui Province. Established in 1964 and incorporated in 1997, it went public in 2001 in Shanghai, making it a venerable name in the automotive industry. Although this company has a long history, its recent growth has been less than satisfactory. In fact, many people may not even recognize its name. Currently, the company is facing developmental challenges, yet its inherent strength remains robust, aligning perfectly with Sun Jian's requirements. He was confident that a modest concession of profits would resolve any issues. Having settled on the company, Sun Jian arranged a meeting with Jiangzuan Automotive to negotiate directly. Are you certain this approach is viable? We must contend with Shanghai technology and cannot afford to leave them any leverage, Lu's secretary reiterated, seeking confirmation. Rest assured, Lu's secretary. We are the most legitimate online operatives. You provide the funds, and we will execute the task. No one will ever trace it back to you. The man before them, smiling slyly, is the leader of these operatives, known online as the Rat. He manages 50 QQ groups, each containing over 1,000 members. Once the payment is secured, he can instantly mobilize these individuals to inundate others' comment sections. With a bit of guidance, the unsuspecting netizens will be led astray effortlessly. He was fortunate to have secured such a substantial order from Lu's secretary. A 5 million yuan contract is relatively rare. He encounters such opportunities infrequently throughout the year. Most importantly, if the operation is executed flawlessly, additional rewards await. Upon contemplating this, he felt an invigorating surge of motivation. What you have claimed must indeed be true. Should any complications arise, I shall not spare you. Nonetheless, once the matter is resolved satisfactorily, rest assured that the benefits due to you will be plentiful. Secretary Lu, wielding both a stick and a sweet date, recognized the necessity of his assistance. Although he resorted to spending money to hire online trolls to deliberately tarnish the reputation of Shanghai technology, he secretly held disdain for such individuals. However, the Rat remained unperturbed. Their actions were indeed disgraceful, starkly contrasting with those of Secretary Lu and his cohort. Nevertheless, as long as there was profit to be made, they would regard anyone in that position as their benefactor. After reaching an agreement with the Rat, Secretary Lu stepped outside to make a phone call. Hello, President Wu. The contact has been established. However, the asking price is somewhat steep. Wu Long replied, what amount are they requesting? Do not hesitate to spend. Investing a little more can prove worthwhile. Well, they are demanding a reward of 50 million. They claim that Shanghai technology is formidable and the risks are elevated. Hence the inflated price. A moment of silence ensued on the other end of the line, stirring Secretary Lu's anxiety. Fine, proceed with the payment. Ensure everything is handled discreetly. Upon hearing Wu Long's words, Secretary Lu's apprehension finally dissipated. 5 million will be transferred to your account by tomorrow at the latest. I shall take my leave now. In high spirits, Secretary Lu bid farewell to the Rat and departed. The Rat had overheard the phone conversation and was taken aback. 50 million? When did I request such a sum? Wasn't my expectation merely 5 million? This was a substantial profit for the intermediary. However, the Rat had no intention of exposing Secretary Lu, who knew if the other party had significant backing. He shook his head, concluding that 5 million was more than sufficient. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble and refrain from wading into murky waters. He turned his attention back to his own affairs. Meanwhile, Sun Jian made contact with Jiangzuan Automobile, establishing a time to meet, and soon arrived in Anhui Province. Upon reaching the headquarters of Jiangzuan Automobile Group, he met with Chairman Xiang Xianchu. Mr. Sun, I have long admired your reputation. Xiang Xianchu extended a warm handshake, to which Sun Jian reciprocated with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Haha, I am flattered. It is indeed you, Chairman, who presides over such a prominent enterprise, earning true acclaim. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, guided by Xiang Xianchu, Sun Jian was led to the office. Since we are here to negotiate, we should certainly do so in a formal setting. Chairman, I shall not keep you in suspense. My purpose for visiting your esteemed company is to seek your assistance in manufacturing the Tulu electric vehicle. Sun Jian wasted no words, revealing his intentions directly. Had he not articulated his purpose, Xiang Xianchu would never have deduced it. As expected, upon hearing Sun Jian's proposal, Xiang Xianchu and his executive team fell into a stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances. Contract manufacturing? Can automobiles still be manufactured on behalf of others? This indeed is a remarkable phenomenon. Certainly, had it not been for the financial constraints faced by new energy enterprises in their early stages, the emergence of automotive contract manufacturing would not have materialized. However, from another perspective, this could be deemed a pioneering venture in the realm of commerce. Chapter 19. The contract for manufacturing is established. Public opinion surges. Xiang Xianchu inquired, Mr. Sun, are you jesting with us? Contract manufacturing electric vehicles? We have never encountered such a business before. Haha, General Manager Xiang, I assure you, I am not joking. Look, I have even brought the contract, Sun Jian replied as he produced several documents to present to Xiang Xianchu and the other executives. Seeing Sun Jian's demeanor clearly indicated he was serious, Xiang Xianchu skeptically opened the contract and began to peruse its contents. It appeared to be a standard agreement. Yet the details that followed elicited gasps of astonishment from Xiang Xianchu and his fellow executives. To their amazement, it was a contract for the manufacturing of 300,000 electric vehicles of the model Tulyuo. Xiang Xianchu felt a quickening in his breath. This represented a substantial business opportunity. Reviewing the figures noted in the contract, he estimated that for each Tulyuo electric vehicle produced, their company could potentially earn nearly 500 yuan. Even after deducting certain costs, a profit of at least 300 yuan per vehicle seemed assured. Considering the sheer volume of 300,000 vehicles, this could yield a staggering profit of 90 million yuan. One must not underestimate this amount. For Jiangsuan Automobile Company, it is no trifling sum. According to data released by Jiangsuan Automobile Company, the net profits for the years were 14.3 billion in 2020, 2 billion in 2021, and 15.2 billion in 2023. This illustrates that companies like theirs generally earn their profits through hard work. Securing this order would not only result in a significant boost to the company's profits this year, but would also undoubtedly cause their stock prices to soar. At this moment, Xiang Xianchu felt a dryness in his throat as he swallowed hard. Mr. Sun, is everything stated in this contract true? It then dawned on him that since Shanghai Technology intended for them to manufacture 300,000 Tulyuo electric vehicles, it implied that the current orders for the Tulyuo model were at least comparable to that figure. Feigning ignorance, Sun Jian responded, are you referring to a specific one, or the entirety? Upon witnessing Sun Jian's smug demeanor, Xiang Xianchu felt an urge to deliver him a punch. With a wry smile, he replied, Mr. Sun, please refrain from jesting. Everything inscribed in the contract is indeed accurate. As for the order of 300,000 Tulyuo electric vehicles, you need not worry. Our willingness to inscribe such figures signifies our confidence. Recently, the order quantity for Tulyuo has surged from 200,000 to 300,000. This was also the reason behind Sun Jian's unwavering confidence. Receiving Sun Jian's affirmative response, Xiang Xianchu nodded decisively, stating, Mr. Sun, we have no issues on our end. We can sign the contract immediately. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with the other executives, who all nodded in agreement, indicating their consensus. This time, Shanghai Technology is providing them with financial support. They have no reason to decline. We hope that what we discussed today remains confidential, for if it leaks, it will be deemed a breach of contract. Sun Jian suddenly recalled that the order quantity for the Tulu vehicle is to remain confidential and emphasized this point. After all, it is all documented in the contract. Unless Jiangsuan Automobile Company intends to forego profit, they will certainly refrain from making any indiscreet remarks. Sun can rest assured that this matter will remain sealed within us. Indeed, rest easy, Mr. Sun. We would never dig our own graves. Following Xiang Xianchu's declaration, other executives expressed their agreement in turn. Sun Jian cast a glance at them. Now that they were aware, further discussion would be futile. Very well, Mr. Xiang. May our collaboration be fruitful. I hope you can expedite the establishment of the production line. To a successful partnership. Mr. Sun, our company possesses extensive experience in vehicle manufacturing, and we can swiftly initiate mass production of the Tulu electric vehicle. After finalizing the contract with Xiang Xianchu, Sun Jian prepared to embark on his journey back to Jiangxing. While resting in the car, he took out his phone to scroll through short videos on Douyin. Habitually, he glanced at the latest video released by Shanghai Technology. Suddenly, he noticed the comment section was inundated with various unfounded accusations. Shanghai Technology's technology must have been plagiarized. Why has Shanghai Technology suddenly risen to prominence? I had never heard of it before. The lithium battery technology of Shanghai Technology is not something an ordinary company can possess. I do not believe it could have been developed solely by them. It is evident that Shanghai Technology has secretly utilized patents from other companies. Otherwise, how could they have rapidly developed their power batteries? The live-streamed vehicle giveaways by Shanghai Technology are a complete hoax. To this day, I have not seen anyone around me driving a Tulu electric vehicle. Shanghai Technology has gained nearly 40 million followers while only distributing 360 low-priced cars. We have no idea if these vehicles were actually given to real individuals. I suspect it is a self-directed scam by Shanghai Technology. Sun Jian felt a surge of anger upon seeing the slander against Shanghai Technology in the comments. All their technologies were the result of the company's investment in human and financial resources. When did they become accused of theft? After scrolling through the comments for a while, Sun Jian finally exhaled in relief. He was heartened to see some rational netizens defending Shanghai Technology. Don't you understand the concept of gradual accumulation leading to explosive growth? The technology for power batteries is not something entirely novel. It has existed for decades. Has Shanghai Technology not identified the critical points and introduced powerful performance batteries? Many breakthroughs in key technologies are often coincidental, and Shanghai Technology is not at fault in this regard. It is truly laughable. With the technological prowess of Shanghai Technology, who would they copy? Does the top student plagiarize from the second best? The vehicles from Shanghai Technology are still on the road and have not yet been officially sold. Where do you see these Tulu electric vehicles? You express your sentiments, yet I have never encountered you in my surroundings. Thus your existence is merely an illusion. Upon uttering these words, the individual was immediately met with a rebuttal. Your argument is nothing but a fallacy, a blatant misrepresentation of probabilities. If Shanghai Technology is indeed innocent, they ought to furnish evidence to substantiate their claims of purity. Indeed, thus far, Shanghai Technology has behaved like a cowardly turtle, remaining silent. Their reluctance clearly indicates guilt. The comment section erupted into chaos, with numerous individuals embroiled in the fray. Observing this, Sun Jian joined the clarifying faction, endeavoring to persuade the obstinate debaters. Unbeknownst to him, these individuals were mere trolls, intentionally stirring discord, and would not heed Sun Jian's explanations. The more he elucidated, the more fervently they engaged. Meanwhile, at the Yulong Group, Wu Long and Secretary Liu were closely monitoring online discussions. Mr. Wu, the impact of this campaign appears quite favorable, does it not? The investment of 50 million surely feels justified. Wu Long surveyed the comments, nodding with a smile. Indeed, although the cost is steep, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. We must tarnish the reputation of Shanghai Technology to compel them to capitulate by the weekend. Chapter 20. The choice of distributors. Wu Long suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, have we acquired the Tulu electric vehicles yet? Not yet. The Tulu electric vehicles have only just been dispatched and will require a few more days. However, we have already identified several potential winners online and made preliminary contact. Secretary Liu had organized the matter excellently, earning Wu Long's approval. Be vigilant regarding Shanghai Technology's movements and report to me promptly. Hello, Secretary Liu. I believe I have executed this task commendably, have I not? Regarding the rewards you mentioned last time, just as Secretary Liu exited Wu Long's office, a call from Housie came through. Indeed, you have performed admirably. You shall certainly reap the benefits. I will transfer the funds to you shortly. Secretary Liu was generous, recognizing that Housie's efforts had pleased Mr. Wu, thus he too would benefit. Would he not? All right, thank you, Secretary Liu. Housie expressed his gratitude before hanging up. Initially, he had anticipated a modest profit from the 5 million fee, but the true reward would fill his pockets. He recalled Secretary Liu's previous mention of the 50 million fund. He was not overly greedy, at the very least. The reward should compensate him for his toil, should it not? Soon, a text message arrived on Housie's phone. Industrial Bank, a transfer of 1,000,000 yuan has been made to your account ending in XX on the date of XX at XX. XX, with a remaining balance of 124,432 yuan. 1 million? This is quite a windfall. Housie's eyes widened as he read the message, reflecting on how amiable Secretary Liu truly was. Ultimately, it was Secretary Liu who reaped the greatest rewards. If the amount were too meager, he feared Housie might spread discontent. Thus it was also a measure to silence him. With such a lucrative gain, tonight called for a grand feast. Hey, buddy, let us go out for dinner together. Rest assured, the treat is on me. Today, let us indulge in a delightful meal at the seafood restaurant. It has been quite some time, yet why has Shanghai Technology not issued a response? Indeed, while I too believe there is no issue with Shanghai Technology, do they lack the courage to address the situation? I am beginning to question the veracity of the various claims circulating. I find it rather perplexing that I did not win even a single one of the 360 electric vehicles. Could there truly be some underhanded dealings at play? In the weekend office, Gao Yi wore a troubled expression. Zhou, shall we still refrain from responding? The online commentary is quite detrimental to us. Respond to what? To assert that we are without fault? Do you think they will believe us? Zhou shook his head, fully aware that this was a deliberate attempt to incite trouble. The wisest course of action would be to remain silent for the time being, avoiding the pitfalls of self-incrimination. The best strategy is to let the situation unfold, waiting until the electric vehicles are delivered to the fortunate recipients before delivering a decisive rebuttal. Gao Yi understood Zhou's reasoning. Yet the current circumstances were dire and could significantly impact the company. Observing Zhou's calm demeanor, Gao Yi inquired, Zhou, do you have any inkling of who is behind this? Gao Yi was no fool. The surge of sudden comments must be orchestrated and premeditated. He had some leads, yet no concrete evidence. Zhou's intuition suggested that it was highly likely the work of the Yuelong group. He still recalled the aggressive stance of Secretary Liu during their last meeting. Hadn't Secretary Liu promised him time to consider? Remarkably, since that encounter, Liu had not called to press him further. It seemed that the last conversation had not deceived Secretary Liu. While Zhou and Gao Yi were engrossed in discussion, Sun Jian returned from Anhui province. Upon entering the company, he made a beeline for Zhou's office. Zhou, you must be aware of the situation online? Sun Jian seated himself directly in front of Zhou's desk. Uncle Sun, I am indeed informed. You must have other matters to discuss? Zhou noted Sun Jian's expression. If it were merely a matter of public opinion, he would not be so perturbed. There is indeed another issue. After the emergence of the online discourse, I immediately began monitoring the situation. On my way back, I received several calls from our distributors. Distributors? What did they say? Are they considering terminating our partnership? Zhou did not wish to conceal anything from the distributors, as the online sentiment was too overwhelming to ignore. Indeed, a portion of them is contemplating canceling their collaboration with us. Others are demanding we increase their profit share if they are to continue working with us. Gao Yi interjected with disdain. These distributors are utterly shameless. Sun Jian echoed his frustration. This is clearly an act of opportunism. Their proposed terms were exceedingly fair, allowing ample profit margin. Who would have anticipated their insatiable greed? Are all dealers like this? Well, there is a company called Wanbang Group that has not terminated our partnership. This company even called to express their desire to continue collaborating, stating that they have not been swayed by public opinion online. However, their capabilities are somewhat limited. Upon hearing this over the weekend, I felt a sense of relief, grateful that at least one company remains principled. The weekend passed quietly as I contemplated strategies. Although Tullow Electric Vehicles plans to primarily pursue online channels, it is imperative to also prioritize offline avenues. Uncle Sun, let us proceed in this manner. Maintain the existing collaboration model with Wanbang Group and increase their supply quantity slightly. As for other dealers, they may opt to re-sign the cooperation contract, ensuring that any unsold vehicles can be returned in full. However, we must establish new conditions, specifically a reduction in their profit share. This approach not only safeguards the interests of the dealers, but also preserves a portion of the profits for Shanghai Technology. Are you not concerned that Tullow Electric Vehicles may not sell? Worry not. Unsold vehicles can be returned to us. However, with such assurances on our part, the profits from vehicle sales will inevitably diminish. Regardless, each vehicle must yield at least half of the previous profit. If these dealers are willing to accept this condition, I have no objections to everyone re-signing the contracts. I am confident in Tullow. The current challenges are merely temporary. Upon hearing my words, Sun Jian finally smiled. This strategy is brilliant. Sun Jian remarked thoughtfully, President Zhou, this method is excellent. I believe these dealers will make the right choice. Uncle Sun, as for public opinion, let that be. Our primary task is to ensure the production of Tullow is handled well. You've seen it. Despite the fierce online discourse, our Tullow orders are steadily increasing. Those who truly need Tullo electric vehicles are indifferent to online comments, so rest assured. I first explained to Sun Jian and Gao Yi to put their minds at ease regarding the online discourse, assuring them that I have my own methods to address it, which I have already devised. Seeing my confident demeanor, smiles deepened on Sun Jian and Gao Yi's faces. Since the establishment of Shanghai Technology, I have never let them down. And this time will be no different. Chapter 21. Tullo's arrival. President Zhou, there is more good news. I have successfully negotiated with Jiangzuan Automotive Company to assist us in manufacturing Tullo electric vehicles. Finally, a piece of good news. Fortunately, the online discourse will not affect Jiangzuan Automotive's willingness to produce for Tullo. Jokingly, I remarked, that's wonderful. We have quite a backlog of vehicles. I was beginning to feel anxious if we couldn't find a manufacturing partner. Ha ha ha. President Zhou, there are so many automotive companies in the country. How could we not find one to collaborate with? Gao Yi chimed in with a smile. During the weekend, with a shake of his head, Zhou Yi dismissed the need to explain anything to Gao Yi, who was in charge of promotions. It was a rare Saturday morning of leisure. Chao Wenrui and his wife, Zhang Li, reclined on the living room sofa, engrossed in short videos. Darling, when will our car arrive? Do you remember? Zhang Li suddenly inquired, having stumbled upon a video about the Tullo electric vehicle. Previously, Chao Wenrui had encouraged her to participate in the Tullo lottery, and to their surprise, she had won. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Wenrui replied, I believe it's today. They mentioned yesterday that they would call us upon delivery. Just as they were conversing, Zhang Li's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, revealing an unfamiliar number. Chao Wenrui speculated that it might be from Shanghai Technology. Sitting up straight, he observed as Zhang Li answered the call on speakerphone. A voice emerged from the phone. Hello, may I speak with Miss Zhang Li? Yes, that's me, she responded. I am a representative from Shanghai Technology. The Tullo electric vehicle you won in the live draw has arrived. We are currently parked downstairs. Would it be convenient for you to come down now? Zhang Li, brimming with excitement, whispered to Chao Wenrui, Darling, it's really the Tullo electric vehicle. With a broad smile, Chao Wenrui remarked on his wife's good fortune at winning. Now that the Tullo had arrived, he felt a surge of happiness. Hello, Miss Zhang. Can you hear me? The representative prompted, noticing Zhang Li's silence. I can't hear you. I'll be right down with my husband. Zhang Li responded before ending the call. Hurry, let us go downstairs. I can't wait to drive my new car. All right, your car will soon be in your hands. After dressing, Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li made their way downstairs. They previously owned a gasoline vehicle, which Chao Wenrui typically drove, as he would pick Zhang Li up from work daily. With the arrival of the Tullo electric vehicle, she would now have the independence to drive herself to and from work. Following the address provided by the Shanghai Technology representative, they exited the community gate and soon spotted a large vehicle alongside the smaller one. Zhang Li's eyes lit up as she recognized the Tullo electric vehicle, slightly larger than what she had seen online, yet still charming and adorable. She approached the car eagerly, with Chao Wenrui trailing behind. Noticing their approach, a staff member greeted them. Hello, you must be Miss Zhang Li. Excitedly, Zhang Li nodded, her gaze fixed on the vehicle. Indeed, you have delivered the car, right? I can check it over, and if everything is satisfactory, I'll sign the receipt here. The staff pointed to the Tullo electric vehicle and produced a pen along with the receipt. Zhang Li's signature indicated that the vehicle had been officially received by the winner. This step was essential to prevent any potential disputes between the parties involved. Zhang Li, lacking knowledge about cars, sought assistance from Chao Wenrui. Chao Wenrui circled the vehicle, inspecting it thoroughly, even bending down to examine the underside. The exterior appeared flawless and undamaged. He then opened several doors to inspect the upholstery, steering wheel, and other interior features, discovering no issues whatsoever. Chao Wenrui nodded at Zhang Li in approval. Pleased, Zhang Li prepared to dash toward her small car, only to hear the staff continue speaking. We sincerely appreciate your support, Miss Zhang. We have one more request that we hope you can assist us with. The staff casually put away the pen and receipt. Zhang Li frowned, questioning whether everything had already been settled, wondering if there were ulterior motives at play. Chao Wenrui approached as well. Recognizing their misunderstanding, the staff explained, Please do not misinterpret our intentions. The situation is as follows, due to recent online discussions. We would like you to appear in a brief video confirming that you have received the Tullo electric vehicle. We require the footage from you directly. All we need is your Dojo account information. We can mutually promote each other, if that sounds agreeable to you. Of course, Your assistance won't go unrewarded. Upon posting the video on Doushou, we will provide you with a reward of 2,000 yuan. After a lengthy explanation, Zhang Li and Chao Wenrui finally comprehended the situation. They had been following the short video content from Xinghai Technology and had seen the comments from netizens. They certainly trusted Xinghai Technology and had engaged in debates with several individuals, only to be overwhelmed in the end. No problem, but we'd prefer not to accept the money. You can take it back. Zhang Li responded with determination, refusing the offered reward. The staff, with a pained expression, quickly waved his hands in objection, saying, "Miss Zhang, that is not acceptable. Our general manager Zhou has insisted that this money must be given out, or I risk being dismissed. Please don't feel burdened." General Manager Zhou mentioned that you could create more short videos about the Tuj electric vehicle in the future. After hearing this, Zhang Li glanced at Chao Wenrui beside her. He advised, "Since they've made such a request, you should accept it." Zhang Li nodded, "All right. I will ensure the video is well made. Rest assured, Miss Zhang, I have brought professional equipment to guarantee everything goes smoothly." The staff responded with a smile as he retrieved the specialized gear from his vehicle. Subsequently, Zhang Li collaborated with the staff to film the video. The process was straightforward, and they completed it swiftly. The staff and Zhang Li exchanged Doushou account information, and Zhang Li successfully uploaded the freshly created video, which passed the review without issue. The staff member took out the prepared 2,000 yuan and handed it to Zhang Li, departing with a sense of satisfaction. The staff member mused at last. "I have completed a transaction." This task was remarkably simple. It revolved around providing exceptional service to these fortunate audience members, endeavoring to persuade them to agree to the video recording request. A mere agreement to film a video would yield a reward of 2,000 yuan. Furthermore, if the staff member successfully recorded and posted a short video on Douyin, they would receive a reward of 20,000 yuan. Earning 20,000 yuan effortlessly felt rather delightful. Simultaneously, similar occurrences unfolded in various other regions across the nation. Chapter 22. Surpassing in 3 years. Thank you for your hard work. Farewell. The man waved his hand, watching as Xinghai Technology receded into the distance, before turning to his Nissan Patrol. He glanced at the 2,000 yuan in his hand. Just as he was about to drive the car back, he recalled that someone had contacted him online, expressing a willingness to purchase his Nissan Patrol at a high price. After rummaging through his phone for a while, he located the number and dialed it directly. The call connected swiftly, and without hesitation, the man inquired, "Hello, I have received my Nissan Patrol. Is the price you mentioned previously still valid?" "Great, that sounds wonderful. My address is..." After hanging up the phone, the man felt elated, pleasantly surprised that someone genuinely wanted to buy his vehicle. The Nissan Patrol did not quite suit him. He had simply tried his luck in a recent lottery and unexpectedly won. Subsequently, he shared several images of his win in the comments section, which led to multiple individuals reaching out to him. They informed him that a deposit was required for the car to be delivered, revealing themselves as obvious scammers. Among them was one individual who wished to purchase his car, proposing an in-person transaction. The man readily agreed, as he resided in the city and had no issues with a daytime meeting. The prospect of a lucrative sale further brightened his mood, envisioning a windfall of several tens of thousands. "I have received the goods." Image. "I have also received mine. The delivery was swift, and the staff were quite courteous." "Is that true? The car looks rather appealing." "Of course it is true. Did you not see the images I posted? Were those claiming it is a scam? Xinghai Technology is such a large company. They have no need to resort to deceit for a mere sum of money. I have yet to receive mine. Should I expect to wait a few more days?" "That seems likely, but it shouldn't be too long. The delivery times from Xinghai Technology are not entirely uniform, but the difference is seldom more than a few days." Zhou, staff members have reported that the items have been delivered. Sun Jian approached Zhou Mo to inform him of the delivery status. Zhou Mo nodded. "I saw in the comments section that several individuals who received their cars have already begun to boast about it. Gaoi, remember to connect with those who filmed videos with their received goods. We should feature them on Douyin." As the weekend approached, it served as a pivotal reminder. "No problem, Mr. Zhou," Gaoi acknowledged, aware that Xinghai Technology was poised for a counterattack. "Moreover, are our other patent documents ready?" Zhou continued to inquire. Sun Jian nodded in affirmation, responding, "They are prepared. Once we distribute these materials, the online critics will surely be left speechless." "Very well, proceed with your preparations. As soon as all vehicles are delivered, we shall commence our actions." "Mr. Wu, These few vehicles represent the first batch of Tulu electric cars. Secretary Liu escorted Wu Long to a designated room beneath the Yuelong Group building, where several Tulu electric vehicles were already displayed. These vehicles had been acquired through prior arrangements with the winners. Wu Long nodded, noting their unremarkable exterior, then turned to inquire, "What is the performance of the electric vehicles? Have you conducted tests?" "We have conducted several tests, and their performance aligns closely with what Shanghai Technology has advertised," Secretary Liu replied, retrieving a data report from a staff member and handing it to Wu Long. As Wu Long perused the document, he found the testing to be comprehensive, with results recorded at various speeds. The data suggested that Shanghai Technology possessed considerable technical prowess, particularly in battery technology, which was distinctly ahead of its competitors. The more he examined it, the more Wu Long yearned for the acquisition of Shanghai Technology, believing it would secure his company's position in the forthcoming new energy market. However, Zhou had yet to agree, which troubled him greatly. With no alternative, their company had to simultaneously pursue independent research and seek other solutions. "How long until our battery technology achieves similar results?" Wu Long inquired, specifically referring to the performance of the Tulu electric vehicle's battery. "At least 3 years, Secretary Liu replied, not entirely truthful, as he believed even 3 years might not suffice to reach Shanghai Technology's level. Yet, he feared discouraging Wu Long, so he provided a more tangible timeline, reasoning that technological advancements could progress rapidly, perhaps leading to a breakthrough by then. 3 years. That time frame is excessively long. It appears we must intensify our research efforts. Additionally, apply some pressure on Zhou to create a stir online," Wu Long instructed before departing, leaving only Secretary Liu and the staff remaining. "Disassemble these vehicles, especially the batteries." For thorough examination, Secretary Liu sighed after Wu Long's departure. He glanced at the Tulu electric vehicles, then turned to the staff, stating, "Forget about the 3-year timeline, Mr. Wu mentioned." The staff member had not finished speaking, but Secretary Liu interrupted, "Focus on your own tasks. That's what matters. You should know that technology does not materialize out of thin air. We can only progress step by step." Shanghai Technology. Sun Jian's office. At this moment, Sun Jian was engaged in negotiations with a distributor. He presented the new collaboration proposal to General Zhao, saying, "General Zhao, here is the latest cooperation plan from our company for your review. In accordance with the weekend's directives." Sun Jian had meticulously restructured the collaboration plan and reconnected with previous distributors. Weren't they concerned about the risks before? Now, Shanghai Technology will shoulder those risks. But the profits for you will certainly not be as substantial as before. This arrangement is undeniably fair for everyone. General Zhao pondered. Could it be that Shanghai Technology had compromised so swiftly? They hadn't seen any online responses, leading him to believe it was indeed genuine. Upon examining the proposal, he was taken aback by the crucial profit section. What? How has the profit diminished to merely half of what it was before? He scrutinized the document again, stunned. Could it truly be that Shanghai Technology was willing to assume all the risks? Was this madness, or did they possess unwavering confidence in the Tulu electric vehicle? General Zhao lifted his gaze to Sun Jian, who was smiling amiably at him. Was General Zhao dissatisfied with the proposal? He promptly shook his head. "No, not at all. I am quite pleased with this plan. Since Shanghai Technology is willing to bear all the risks, I am naturally agreeable. However, isn't this profit a bit low? We also need to earn revenue during the sales of Tulu." General Zhao laughed, adding, "If you are willing to adhere to the original contract, the profits would undoubtedly increase. But under the new agreement, we cannot expect you to have no risk while also reaping high profits, can we?" Sun Jian candidly jested, which left General Zhao slightly embarrassed. Without further hesitation, General Zhao acquiesced. "All right, let us proceed with the latest contract." Sun Jian, witnessing General Zhao's agreement, smiled meaningfully. Subsequently, with great efficiency, Sun Jian renegotiated contracts with other distributors. Given the favorable conditions, they had no reason to decline. Meanwhile, the Tulu electric vehicles were delivered to the winners. Chapter 23. Solving the Dilemma. Turning the tide. Gao Yi and Sun Jian arrived at the office over the weekend to report the latest developments. Gao Yi began, "General Zhou, all Tulu electric vehicles have been delivered to the winners. The 360 winners have mostly recorded videos, and we have documented everything." Sun Jian continued, "I have also signed new contracts with the distributors. All except Wanbang Group have agreed to the new terms. As for the Tulu electric vehicles, we are fully prepared. Shanghai Technology has 3 production lines that can manufacture a vehicle in approximately 2 minutes. During this period, all 3 production lines have been operational, and our warehouse currently houses nearly 20,000 vehicles. Excellent. Now that you are prepared, it is time for us to retaliate. We cannot allow the opinions circulating online to mislead those who have placed their trust in us. During the weekend, Sun Jian, Gao Yi, and the entire team at Shanghai Technology sprang into action. Gao Yi was tasked with disseminating a new video online. In this latest installment, Shanghai Technology addressed the recent public sentiment, affirming that all 360 winners had received their Tulu electric vehicles. The company took special care to highlight these individuals, who shared their own videos, featuring Shanghai Technology's account within them. Viewers could directly access the winners' videos through the channel provided by Shanghai Technology. Simultaneously, Shanghai Technology unveiled the latest patent numbers and corresponding details for their recent applications, which could easily be found by searching the official website of the Intellectual Property Bureau. When Shanghai Technology initially developed their products, they promptly filed for patents over the weekend as a precautionary measure. Securing patents is undoubtedly essential. While doing so is somewhat of a public disclosure, failing to apply could lead to others copying their innovations and then patenting them, a scenario that would be detrimental for the company. Although Sun Jian harbored great confidence in the knowledge possessed by Lu Su and his team of researchers, securing patents in advance would alleviate many potential complications. The video also stated that shipments of the Tulu electric vehicle would commence the following day. Shanghai Technology had prepared 20,000 units, more than sufficient to meet consumer demand. The company had never disclosed data publicly, leaving them unaware of the exact number of pre-orders for the Tulu electric vehicle. However, to most automotive companies, the figure of 20,000 would be deemed an impressive achievement. Once released, Shanghai Technology's video rapidly ascended to the top 10 on trending charts. With over 40 million followers, the impact of their outreach was truly remarkable. I told you Shanghai Technology wasn't deceiving us. Why did you still doubt? Their speed in delivering prizes is astonishing. Production and distribution took less than a week, right? I watched the videos posted by the winners, and they were undoubtedly authentic. The veracity of the videos is beyond question, as one of the winners resides in the same community as I do. Have you seen Shanghai Technology's patents? I was surprised to learn that they had applied for so many advanced technologies recently. It seems that Shanghai Technology has suddenly blossomed, showcasing their formidable research capabilities. Despite being a relatively new company, their innovation prowess is impressive. I hope Shanghai Technology ventures into more fields and develops an array of new products. Patent technology may seem lofty and remote from our everyday lives, yet my primary concern is that the Tulu electric vehicle has begun shipping. Indeed, the speed of delivery after placing a reservation was unexpected. In the past, ordering a vehicle meant waiting several months. This time, my waiting period was the shortest, and the overall experience has been the most satisfying. The online discourse predominantly lauds Star C technology. Occasionally, a few unfavorable comments emerge, only to be swiftly silenced by netizens. Do you truly believe everything that Star C technology claims? It seems plausible that they have enlisted individuals specifically to produce these videos. Are you lacking in discernment? Have you not noticed that each winner appears distinct? Is it really necessary for Star C technology to go to such lengths over a few electric vehicles? Wouldn't that require even more effort? If you choose to steer the conversation, it would be wise to engage in deeper contemplation. Your assertions lack rationality. How much do comments cost? Could you possibly assist me? I am currently short on living expenses. What is happening with Leap Dragon Group? Where are the paid commentators you engaged? Their influence seems negligible online. Wu Long inquired loudly, gazing at Secretary Liu. Mr. Wu, I am at a loss here. Secretary Liu responded. The recent releases from Star C Technology are the most fitting response to the previous public sentiment. Many netizens are not easily deceived. Star C Technology has already presented evidence, and continuing to manipulate the narrative would be quite evident. Secretary Liu had preemptively contacted the hired hands, who conveyed that this time they were truly unable to assist. Although they had a few individuals, their numbers paled in comparison to Star C Technology's over 40 million followers. A single comment meant to sway the narrative either vanishes into oblivion or invites a barrage of familial insults from netizens, causing many in his group to lose motivation due to the overwhelming pressure. Have we squandered 50 million? Wu Long asked through gritted teeth. Money does not grow on trees. And this 50 million is no trifling sum. Mr. Wu, the internet operates this way. Often, the investment yields invisible results. Moreover, we did see some effects previously. But Star C technology proved too cunning. Secretary Liu, at this moment, could not admit to any lack of effectiveness, for that would complicate the justification of the 50 million. Wu Long cast a sidelong glance at Secretary Liu, who immediately lowered his gaze. They had only witnessed a slight effect previously, and then it dissipated. He had hoped that spending 50 million would enable them to firmly subdue Star C technology, but it seemed he had overestimated the outcome. At Wanbang Group, Ding Feng remained vigilant regarding developments at Star C technology. Mr. Ding, your foresight is commendable. Unlike other distributors, you did not pressure Star C technology to amend the contract terms. Ha ha, I am well aware of Star C technology's capabilities. During my last visit, Mr. Sun took me on a tour of the company, and it was then that I realized they are certainly not as portrayed online. Ding Feng felt a surge of joy, acknowledging the gamble involved this time. Yet, it was Star C technology's prowess that instilled confidence in him. Reflecting on the fact that those distributors who signed new contracts would see their profits halved, he felt elated. At Dapeng Automobile Company, Su Dapeng inquired, "Has the disassembly of the Tulu electric vehicle been completed? What are the results?" The technical director responded, "Mr. Su, we have successfully disassembled the vehicle. We have discovered that the power batteries from Shanghai Technology are indeed remarkably potent, likely the finest available on the market. However, in other aspects, they are rather mediocre, even falling short of our technological prowess. The Tulu electric vehicle, belonging to the elderly-friendly series, has little to commend it beyond its battery." "Oh, might we procure power batteries from Shanghai Technology?" Su Dapeng pondered a direction. "Su, we absolutely must not." The technical director interjected hastily. "We have already signed a contract with Ning Zera Company. Breaching it would be untenable for our firm." He too yearned to utilize Shanghai Technology's batteries. Yet the company is currently in no position to do so. Su Dapeng sighed and chose not to dwell on it. The survival of the company is paramount. It seems the opportunity to employ Shanghai Technology's power batteries will have to await the next occasion. Chapter 24. Arrival of Tulu, 2, Zhou. The results this time are exceedingly favorable, completely reversing our previous predicament. Indeed, the online reviews are now overwhelmingly positive. It is hard to believe how swiftly public opinion on the internet can shift. Within mere days, a dramatic transformation has occurred. Sun Jian Gaoyi and Lu Su were fervently discussing the rapid developments in the office over the weekend. Leaning back in his chair with arms crossed, Zhou noted the allure of the internet. There will surely be many more such occurrences for the company in the future. You must adapt swiftly. Zhou is acutely aware that the ambitions of the Yuelong Group have not waned. Secretary Liu has already attempted to reach him several times, yet he has chosen not to respond. The situation is now abundantly clear to Zhou, and he sees no need to offer civility. He too has been contemplating strategies to counter the Yuelong Group, yet has yet to conceive a viable plan. The Yuelong Group specializes in automotive components, a realm entirely distinct from that of Shanghai Technology. Although Zhou possesses a system that allows for direct acquisition of automotive technology, thereby potentially usurping the market of the Yuelong Group, such an approach seems rather misdirected and unwise. Zhou is not inclined to enter the automotive sector. Once solid-state batteries emerge, conventional vehicles will surely retreat. He muses that patience is essential, waiting for the Yuelong Group to reveal its vulnerabilities for a decisive strike. Rest assured, Zhou, we have learned valuable lessons from this experience. However, the presence of online trolls is overwhelming. Will the relevant authorities not intervene? Gaoyi has recently become aware of such entities, yet they are clearly operating outside the law. Zhou, upon hearing this, shook his head in resignation, sensing a hint of naivety in Gao Yi's perspective. Perhaps it is the result of his recent graduation? The relevant authorities are often invisible when needed. Do you truly believe they can be summoned? Zhou replied, "This is beyond our control. We must focus on our own responsibilities. It is essential to conduct training for company employees regularly, emphasizing the importance of their language and the necessity to refrain from casually expressing opinions online. Employees of Shanghai Technology not only represent themselves, but also embody the company's image. Should any missteps occur, the immediate reaction would be to scrutinize the comments linked to Shanghai Technology." Lu Su, how is the construction of the power battery factory progressing? Weekend inquired. Glancing at Lu Su beside him, Lu Su replied, "The production line has been established, and we shall commence production shortly. Once these production lines are fully operational, we will not face any battery shortages in the near future. Weekend nodded in agreement, affirming that maintaining production capacity is crucial. Sun Jian interjected. Jiangzuan Automobile Company is also accelerating the setup of their production lines. I believe they will soon initiate mass production. At this moment, Weekend felt a wave of relief. The technological sophistication of the Toluo electric vehicle remains rather rudimentary. Lu Su, it is imperative that you expedite the development of our own new energy electric vehicle. As previously mentioned, Toluo's electric vehicle is merely an outdated model with limited technological advancement. The only aspect that truly showcases Xinghai Technology's capabilities is the power battery. With the sale of over 40,000 Toluo electric vehicles, the company stands to earn no less than 2 billion. This financial influx would enable Xinghai Technology to produce genuine electric vehicles, and achieving mass production would pose no challenges. Mr. Zhou, is the company poised to transition to the next phase so swiftly? Lu Su queried, expressing concern over the urgency given that Toluo electric vehicles have only just begun production. Time waits for no one, Weekend replied. Given our technological strength, we must capture the market as early as possible. Other new energy companies are already gearing up, and I am not inclined to afford them any opportunities. Additionally, as the system's lottery requires points, his current balance is insufficient. Thus, accumulating points is of utmost importance. Sun Jian and Lu Su were delighted, astonished by the rapid advancement toward the next development stage. How long has Xinghai Technology been established? At this pace, they could hardly fathom what the company might look like in a few years. Hello, sir. The Toluo electric vehicle you ordered online has arrived, the delivery person announced. Really? Excellent. I'll be right down, the man responded. This delivery differed from the previous winners who received their Toluo electric vehicles for free. This time, the customer had made a purchase. This means that for each Toluo electric vehicle sold, Xinghai Technology would generate revenue. Upon descending the stairs, the man easily spotted individuals clad in Xinghai Technology uniforms. He recognized the sky blue attire adorned with stars, symbolizing the company's essence. You must be Mr. Zhang. Here is your Toluo electric vehicle. You purchased the version with a 200-mile range, and here is the user manual. You may also inspect the vehicle, the staff member said, presenting the pre-prepared items as Mr. Zhang approached. Zhang Sheng first glanced at the manual, which detailed the various features of the Toluo electric vehicle. However, he was far more concerned with the condition of the car itself. After a thorough inspection, he found no issues. Mr. Zhang, if you have any reservations, we can take it for a spin right now, a staff member suggested, noting Zhang Sheng's meticulous examination. Zhang agreed, thinking that since his wife had not yet returned, he could test it out for her. Taking the driver's seat, with the staff member in the passenger seat, he quickly learned the basics. The vehicle was remarkably easy to operate. Zhang was delighted, feeling he had made the right choice, as it was perfectly suited for his wife. The electric vehicle was inherently simpler to drive, featuring only a brake and an accelerator, devoid of the multitude of gears found in traditional cars. The staff member explained as Zhang nodded in understanding. Once he had grasped the controls, he drove a few laps around the neighborhood. Although the top speed was not particularly swift, the acceleration was commendable. The power was substantial, and the car did not feel lackluster despite its affordability. The interior was quiet, and at the price of 10,000 yuan, the quality was indeed impressive. Zhang mused that these must be the advantages of electric vehicles. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, completely forgetting that he was there to test the car. Mr. Zhang, how does it feel? Quite interesting, isn't it? The staff member kindly reminded him, noting that he had other commitments and could not linger indefinitely. Coming back to reality, Zhang inquired, "Oh, it's quite nice. How do I charge this car?" "We provide a standard charger, so you can charge it at home. The charging cable is long and very convenient. I have no further questions. Do you have anything else to address? I just need you to sign here to acknowledge receipt of the vehicle," the staff member said, presenting the receipt for Zhang to sign. Zhang quickly signed his name and returned the document. Once everything was in order, the staff member drove away. Zhang looked at the car beside him and took out his phone to call his wife. Chapter 25. Preparing for mass production. Zhang Sheng dialed his wife's number and asked, "Dear, are you off work? Where are you now?" "Honey, I'm still on the bus. It's so crowded today," she replied amid the bustling noise of the bus. Zhang glanced at the car beside him, saying, "I'll come pick you up. Let's meet at the nearest bus stop." "Sure, I'm almost there anyway, so just come over." His wife agreed without hesitation. Zhang got into the car and drove towards the nearest bus stop, which was about a kilometer from their home. Soon, he arrived at the bus stop, parked the car by the roadside, and walked over to the platform. Every morning, his wife would take the bus to work from this very spot, and in the afternoon, she would return here. After a brief wait, the 114 bus arrived and halted at the stop. Zhang Sheng approached, knowing that his wife typically commuted on this bus. As he neared, he noticed her disembarking. He waved and called out, "Wife, over here." She spotted him, and her previously dreary mood, which had persisted throughout the workday, dissipated instantly. "What brings you here to pick me up today? Are you bored at home?" Zhang Sheng, a diligent journalist, often found himself preoccupied with work. Today, however, was special. It was his wife's birthday, and he had taken a day off to prepare a gift for her. "Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't have come," he replied, withholding the full truth for the moment. "All right, let us head home. I'll cook something delicious for you." She complained about her taxing day at work, lamenting, "I'm utterly exhausted. My boss is unbearable." As Zhang Sheng walked ahead, his wife followed, grumbling about her job. "Why are you walking this way?" she asked, noticing he was veering off course. In an instant, her gaze fell upon a brand new Tulu electric vehicle. "Oh, isn't that the Tulu electric vehicle that has been trending online recently? I must say, it looks rather impressive. Its compact design, accentuated by two prominent headlights, exuded charm. This is what I bought for you. It just arrived this afternoon." Zhang Sheng revealed the surprise without delay. "For me? But we still have the mortgage to pay. We also need to save money. Are you not planning to have children?" They were an ordinary couple navigating life in the city, burdened with monthly mortgage payments. Though she worked, her salary barely reached 2,000 yuan each month, while Zhang Sheng earned a bit more, yet they struggled to save. Although 3 years had passed since their marriage, thoughts of children were distant, as they understood the financial strain that would accompany parenthood. Zhang Sheng, scratching his head, explained, "This car isn't too expensive. It won't cost a fortune. Besides, we can have children anytime. Delaying a bit allows us to relish our time together as a couple. And today is your birthday, after all. Consider it a gift to ease your daily commute." "You're the best, husband," she responded, touched. "But in the future, if you plan to buy something pricey, please discuss it with me first." With a smile, Zhang Sheng opened the car door, urging her, "No problem. Come on, give it a try. It's south easy to drive." "All right." His wife eagerly took the driver's seat. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Technology Company, Sun Jian was engaged in managing the sales of the Tulu. The vehicle had been selling remarkably well, and profits were swiftly materializing. Although production speed remained a challenge, Shanghai Technology had manufactured 20,000 Tulu electric vehicles, all of which had recently been dispatched. During this period, the production line operated continuously, tirelessly manufacturing products around the clock. Despite producing over 2,000 units daily, Sun Jian felt this was still insufficient. Indeed, it was somewhat slow, to this day. The order volume for the Tulu remained steadily on the rise. At that moment, Sun Jian's phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Xiang Xianchu. Upon answering, he heard Xiang's voice, "General Manager Sun, our production line is now complete. When will you have time to come and take a look?" Upon hearing this, Sun Jian sprang up from his chair. "That's wonderful. Jiangzuan Automobile's production line can now manufacture Tulu electric vehicles. Is that true, General Manager Xiang?" "I shall come over tomorrow morning," Sun Jian replied, contemplating the matters he still needed to address at the company and deciding to visit first thing in the morning. As Jiangxing and Wanshi were not far apart, Xiang Xianchu's cheerful voice resonated. "Ha, General Manager Sun, why would I deceive you? I will await your esteemed presence at the company tomorrow." After a brief conversation, Sun Jian ended the call. He considered informing Zhou Mo and discussing with Lu Su. Jiangzuan Automobile was ready to produce electric vehicles, and the batteries must be delivered promptly. Subsequently, Sun Jian proceeded to Zhou Mo's office. Upon entering, he fortuitously encountered Lu Su. "Uncle Sun, is there something on your mind?" Zhou Mo inquired as he noticed Sun Jian's arrival. "Indeed, there is a matter of great importance. General Manager Xiang from Jiangzuan Automobile called to inform me that the production line is complete, so I need to visit their company tomorrow morning." Sun Jian settled into a chair beside Lu Su. "That's splendid. We have produced an abundance of batteries lately, and the warehouse is nearly at capacity." Zhou Mo had yet to speak when Lu Su expressed his excitement. Zhou Mo nodded in agreement. "Uncle Sun, this is indeed good news. Lu Su was just discussing with me whether we should reduce the production of power batteries, as our current capacity cannot accommodate the surplus. After contemplation, Sun Jian proposed. Then Lu Su should accompany me to Jiangzuan Automobile tomorrow. What do you think? We should transport a larger quantity of power batteries. No problem, Lu Su replied. We need to bring a batch of inspectors as well, so we can transport everything together. Lu Su considered the proximity of Wanshi to Jiangxing, recognizing it would not significantly hinder the company's research and development progress. Zhou Mo suggested, let's take a few trustworthy research personnel along. This way, we can be assured during the inspection. As the saying goes, one should harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against others. While the Tullo electric vehicles produced in-house can guarantee quality, the outsourced products are different and will undoubtedly require thorough examination. If the inspectors were ordinary individuals, there is a risk they might alter the results for bribes. Bringing along a few research personnel who are absolutely loyal to Zhou Mo would pose no issue whatsoever. Lu Su comprehended this principle as well. Currently, there are 9 main research and development personnel in the company, including himself. Bringing along 2 individuals would suffice, as the remaining 7 would not significantly impact the progress of their development. After some deliberation, a few of them agreed and commenced their actions. Chapter 26. Commencement of mass production and preparation for shipment. The following afternoon, Sun Jian and Lu Su arrived at Jiangzuan Automobile Company. Mr. Xiang, this is our chief researcher from Shanghai Technology, Lu Su, Sun Jian introduced, gesturing to Lu Su. The other 2 are also researchers from our company, all of whom participated in the full development of the Tulu electric vehicle. Sun Jian, concerned that Lu Su and his colleagues might not receive due attention from Xiang Xianchu, offered a timely reminder. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiang Xianchu felt a tumultuous wave of astonishment. He raised his gaze to the seemingly ordinary man in his 40s standing beside Sun Jian. This individual was, surprisingly, the developer of the Tulu vehicle. This implied that the power battery used in Tulu was also developed by them. Such individuals are truly talented. Speculation had long circulated online regarding the origin of the power battery. Why had the academic community not recognized this figure before? Observing Lu Su before him, Xiang Xianchu thought that if he had not been informed of the man's identity beforehand, he would have gone unnoticed in a crowd. He speculated that Lu Su's humility might be the reason for his obscurity from the public eye. Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Xiang Xianchu exclaimed warmly, extending his hand. He did not speak falsely. Many companies were indeed preparing to recruit talent from Shanghai Technology. If they could lure away the researchers, they too could produce batteries of similar performance. Lu Su waved his hand modestly, responding, Haha, Mr. Xiang, you flatter us. We are not well known in the research community. We have simply been fortunate recently to receive support from Mr. Zhou. He glanced back at the 2 individuals accompanying him, who nodded in agreement. Xiang Xianchu momentarily lost his train of thought, standing there in a daze. This was Jiangzuan Automobile Company, not Shanghai Technology. Was it necessary to flatter Mr. Zhou, who was not even present? Lu Su and his colleagues were acutely aware of the reasons behind Shanghai Technology's rapid development. Out of loyalty to Zhou, they would not disclose the truth. Xiang Xianchu scrutinized Lu Su and his companion's expressions. They did not appear to be indulging in flattery, but rather were genuinely expressing their sentiments. Suddenly, he became intrigued by Zhou, realizing that anyone capable of earning such admiration from esteemed researchers must be extraordinary. He resolved to seek an opportunity to meet this individual in the future. Mr. Sun, Mr. Lu, let us not linger here for long. Let us proceed to inspect the production line, Xiang Xianchu declared, to which Sun Jian and Lu Su nodded in agreement. At present, the production of the Tulu electric vehicle was of utmost importance. Subsequently, under Xiang Xianchu's guidance, Sun Jian and his group arrived at the Tulu production workshop. All equipment was prepared, and once the power batteries were in place, production could commence immediately. Xiang Xianchu and Sun Jian were engaged in conversation while Lu Su, accompanied by 2 individuals, conducted an inspection of the production line. It was evident that the line adhered strictly to their specifications, without any compromises in quality. This assurance meant that the quality of the Tulu electric vehicle was guaranteed. Lu Su turned to Xiang Xianchu and announced, "The power batteries are en route and will arrive by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." The batteries were being transported via freight, arranged specifically by Shanghai Technology. Given that it would take only 2 days for delivery, this was quite efficient. Xiang Xianchu had intended to inquire about this, but Lu Su preempted him. A wave of relief washed over him. This meant that their company could soon begin to generate profits. The anticipated profit was nearly 100 million, and if they executed their responsibilities well, Shanghai Technology would undoubtedly continue to entrust them with production tasks in the future. I would appreciate it if you could wait an extra day, Mr. Sun, Xiang Xianchu remarked. Sun Jian shook his head, saying, not at all. We are keen to observe the operations here closely. Subsequently, Xiang Xianchu escorted Sun Jian and his companions on a tour of other areas of the company. Time flew by, and before long, evening approached. Mr. Sun, Mr. Liu, I have already arranged for a banquet. Shall we proceed to dinner? Lu Su remarked, patting his stomach, which indeed felt a bit hungry. All right, let us go. The following day, upon the arrival of the power batteries at Jiangzuan Automobile Company, the production line was officially activated. Lu Su observed from the sidelines while the other two researchers monitored the surrounding area. Once the first batch of 2 Lu electric vehicles was produced, an inspection was conducted. Lu Su then took a test drive and found no issues. Mr. Xiang, everything appears to be in order. We will be heading back today. However, we would like to leave one person here for random checks. Would that be acceptable? Originally, Lu Su intended to leave 2 individuals behind, but upon discovering that everything was satisfactory, he felt that one would suffice. That is perfectly fine. With your company's professionals collaborating, I trust that the quality of the vehicles will be assured, Xiang Xianchu responded readily, feeling quite at ease. Following this, Sun Jian and Lu Su hurried back to the company to report to Zhou Mo regarding the situation at Jiangzuan Automobile Company. At Wanbang Group, General Manager Ding received word from his secretary, who burst into his office excitedly, exclaiming, Mr. Ding, Shanghai Technology has just contacted us, stating that the 2 Lu electric vehicles are ready for shipment. Is that so? The long-awaited moment has finally arrived, Ding Feng replied with palpable excitement. Currently, there were no vehicles on the market comparable to the 2 Lu electric vehicle. At that moment, the 2 Lu electric vehicle was the most sought after, promising lucrative returns upon sale. Let us prepare everything in advance. Once Shanghai Technology delivers the vehicles, we will commence an aggressive marketing campaign, Ding Feng commanded decisively. And the secretary quickly set about executing his orders. After the secretary departed, Ding Feng picked up the phone and called Sun Jian. Ha ha ha, Mr. Ding, you are too kind. Rest assured, we will ensure that the first batch is delivered to you without fail. Well, goodbye, let's talk again when we have time, Sun Jian said as he hung up the phone with a smile. Ding Feng from Wanbang Group was the only one who had adhered to principles during the last meeting and had not requested alterations to the cooperation plan, even on weekends. Some flexibility was expected in appropriate circumstances. As he reflected on the treacherous dealers, Sun Jian felt a surge of anger. If he expedited the shipment to Ding Feng, it would enable him to seize market opportunities more swiftly. As long as his actions were not overtly conspicuous, it would pose no issue. After all, the 2 Lu electric vehicle was not lacking in sales. Noticing that time was slipping away, Sun Jian tidied his desk, powered down his computer, and prepared to head home. He pressed the elevator button and waited a moment until the door slid open. Shaoli, why are you working so late today? Oh, it's you, Mr. Sunday. The recent RD tasks have been quite demanding, hasn't it? We are all eager to expedite the development of the electric vehicle that General Zhou mentioned. The Shaoli that Sun Jian referred to was Li Tang, the youngest member of the RD department at Shanghai Technology and one of the original 8 researchers who remained. He had joined the company right after graduation, with Lu Su as his mentor. When Zhou offered the option to leave during the weekend, he resolutely chose to stay. After transmitting the materials through the system over the weekend, he had become a highly capable researcher. Chapter 27. The dragon jumps and digs deep. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Keep learning from your mentor, Sun Jian responded with delight. With talents like Li Tang on board, Shanghai Technology was assuredly secure. The two engaged in light conversation until the elevator reached the ground floor. Mr. Sun, I've arrived. Please drive safely. Li Tang noticed that Sun Jian had pressed the button for the basement level, indicating he was likely heading to his car. Sun Jian, extending a warm invitation, asked, Shall I give you a ride? Where do you live? Perhaps it's on my way. Li Tang, taken aback by the offer, quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Sun. But I live nearby. It's just a short walk home. Sun Jian nodded. All right, then do take care. He did not press further. A young person might feel uncomfortable sharing a ride with him. Li Tang bid farewell to Sun Jian and walked out of the company alone. As he strolled along the road, shortly after exiting the building, Li Tang was halted by 2 individuals. Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Tang? The sudden appearance of the two startled him. Was this a robbery or something more sinister? A robbery? He had little money. If it were something else, he would be at a loss. The two individuals, seeing that Li Tang was silent and looking down, were also perplexed by the situation. Are you Mr. Li Tang? We have someone who wishes to invite you for a chat over tea. Li Tang stuttered. I am. But you aren't here to rob me, are you? The two blocking his path exchanged glances and surveyed their dark surroundings, which indeed had a somewhat menacing vibe. Ahem, Mr. Li, please do not misunderstand. We have been waiting for you here for quite some time, but you finished work too late today. Upon hearing this, Li Tang understood that these two individuals had intentionally awaited his arrival. Could he possibly refuse to go? Despite their explanations, Li Tang still felt a twinge of apprehension. Mr. Li Tang, I believe it is always preferable to resolve matters as soon as they arise, is it not? If you choose not to come today, we will still be here waiting for you, and it will become a hassle for both parties. Li Tang pondered this for a moment and indeed recognized the truth in their words. Ultimately, he decided that since there was nothing pressing at home, he might as well make the trip. In today's society, with cameras everywhere, safety should not be an issue. Furthermore, as a grown man, was there really anything to fear? Where's the location? He inquired. Just ahead. Hello, Li Tang. I am Lu Ji from the Yulong Group. Others commonly refer to me as Secretary Lu. As Li Tang entered the room, he noticed a tall, slender, middle-aged man seated there. Upon seeing Li Tang, he rose to introduce himself. The Yulong Group? Is that not the company that previously acquired ours? What business do you have with me? Li Tang recalled that he did not have a strong impression of the Yulong Group, having joined the company shortly before its acquisition. Indeed, I am aware that you are one of the principal researchers at Shanghai Technology. I hope you can assist me with a task, and of course, you will be rewarded handsomely for your efforts. 10 million. If you provide me with the technology behind Shanghai Technology's power batteries, I will pay you 10 million directly. Secretary Lu did not mince words, boldly extending a finger and raising his head, believing he had offered an exorbitant sum. Knowing that there were only 8 original researchers at Shanghai Technology, and that Li Tang was the youngest among them, he assumed this fledgling would be awestruck by such a grand offer. However, Li Tang's response was not what he had anticipated. Li Tang was taken aback. He was fiercely loyal to his company. With a light chuckle and a shake of his head, he replied, "What a jest. You think 10 million could buy me? I would never betray Shanghai Technology. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Having said this, Li Tang turned and walked away without a backward glance. Secretary Lu stood frozen, taken aback. Was 10 million not a considerable amount? Could such a sum truly fail to sway him? Or did he simply lack any comprehension of its value? Secretary Lu assumed that Li Tang was merely attempting to negotiate, playing a game of hard to get, and hurriedly called after him. 10 million is no small sum. You will never earn that much in your lifetime. Yet, Li Tang continued to walk away, seemingly unfazed. Secretary Lu, Li Tang has truly left. What should we do? One of the men blocking the way inquired, genuinely surprised by Li Tang's audacity. He had not expected Li Tang to dismiss 10 million so casually and turn his back without a second thought. Although he was nourished by the Yulong Group, he genuinely felt admiration for such individuals. It seemed the price was still too low. When you meet him tomorrow, inform him that I will increase the offer. At this moment, Secretary Lu was incredulous. Could there truly be someone who regarded money as worthless? After departing, Li Tang promptly took out his phone and called Lu Su. Hello. Master, here is the situation. All right, I understand. Please visit President Zhou's office tomorrow. The next day, upon arriving at the company, Li Tang went directly to President Zhou's office. Li Tang, you've arrived. Please take a seat. At that moment, Lu Su was also present in President Zhou's office. Li Tang approached and sat beside Lu Su. I've heard about what you mentioned yesterday from your master. Well done. President Zhou felt fortunate to have a system in place, as those transmitting information would naturally exhibit loyalty to him. If it were an ordinary person, faced with 10 million, they might indeed betray the company. Hearing Zhou praise him, Li Tang shyly scratched his head. Haha, I mainly feel that our company is excellent. There is a voice within me guiding me on what to do. Enough with the modesty. Ever since you decided to stay after the last incident, I've recognized your character. Lu Su jested from the side. Having a child around the same age as Li Tang, he treated him much like his own. I called you here today for a specific task. President Zhou had long been intent on dealing with the Yulong Group, and now that the group had inadvertently presented an opportunity, he could not be blamed. Lu Su, curious, asked, President Zhou, May I inquire about the matter you wish to discuss with us? He had only been summoned to the office after being notified by Zhou, unaware of the situation. He initially thought it was about the events concerning Li Tang from the previous day, and that Zhou wanted to understand the circumstances firsthand. President Zhou stated, "I want to know if you can produce a type of power battery technology in a short time. Is this technology akin to a delicious cake, visually enticing, but ultimately inedible?" Chapter 28. Offline Sales. An encounter with a beauty. Lu Su grasped Zhou's metaphor and retorted, "President Zhou, are you suggesting it appears promising, yet lacks practicality?" Zhou nodded, "Precisely. ISNT the Yuelong Group, seeking to obtain technological data from Li Tang? I hope you can present them with a set of technical data on power batteries. This data should entice the Yuelong Group to invest substantial funds in research and development, ultimately leading them to bankruptcy due to excessive investment." Both Lu Su and Li Tang gasped in shock. President Zhou aimed to bring the Yuelong Group to its knees. However, they were not inclined to dwell on such matters. They would simply follow Zhou's directives. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Su responded, "President Zhou, no problem. We can provide such data. We just need to design the theoretical endurance of the power battery to be exceptionally high. Once the data is in the hands of the Yuelong Group, their R&D department will undoubtedly find no flaws. In truth, the data presents certain issues. One particular point proves challenging to meet the requirements. To achieve the performance outlined in the theory, they must invest substantial funds into research and development." Li Tang nodded in agreement, indicating he had also begun to formulate his own ideas. Zhou Mo, feeling pleased, responded, "All right, please expedite the data retrieval," and Li Tang, "I kindly ask you to hold off for a while. I am confident that the Yuelong Group will seek your assistance again." Once Lu Su and Li Tang departed, Zhou Mo, lost in thought, began to chuckle to himself. "Dad, your habit of driving a tricycle is quite perilous. How about I buy you a four-wheeler?" "A four-wheeler? They do not come cheap. Would you truly spend that on me?" "Father, what sort of talk is that? Would I ever hesitate to invest in you? While I cannot afford a conventional car, have you not heard of the new electric vehicles? They are quite commendable and are similar in size to your tricycle." "Very well. I shall accompany you to take a look. However, if it does not meet your claims, you must repurchase my tricycle." The two conversing were a young man named Zhang Wei and his father. Zhang Wei's father preferred driving his tricycle, yet its instability posed considerable danger. Despite numerous pleas from Zhang Wei, his father remained obstinate. Previously, Zhang Wei had secretly sold his father's tricycle, and to this day, his father still harbored resentment. Zhang Wei led his father to the nearest dealership. This particular establishment belonged to the Wanbang Group, and the Tulu electric vehicle was now available for purchase. Zhang Wei had initially intended to buy online, but had fortuitously come across the dealership's promotional event after work. He decided to make his purchase in person, as the prices remained comparable. He had prepared in advance, knowing he could simply pay and drive away without delay. "Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today?" A beautiful saleswoman, clad in black high heels and donning a striking uniform that accentuated her long, shapely legs, approached with enthusiasm. Zhang Wei swallowed hard. In this sweltering weather, her attire felt equally scorching. However, recognizing that today was not the time for distraction, he focused on the task at hand. Naturally, he lifted his gaze from her legs to her face, though she remained oblivious. "I brought my father to examine the Tulu electric vehicle. Could you please assist us?" With a professional smile, the sales representative replied, "Certainly, please follow me this way." Recently, many customers had come to purchase the Tulu electric vehicle, and she had grown accustomed to the surge. Although the commission from each sale was modest, the vehicle's affordability combined with high demand meant that selling Tulu cars had become a significant source of income for her. Zhang Wei and his father followed her into the showroom. In a hushed tone, Zhang Wei's father remarked, "Isn't she lovely? If you fancy her, go pursue her. I am eagerly awaiting a grandchild." He had long noticed the shift in Zhang Wei's gaze. Could his son deceive others, yet still manage to fool his own father? Zhang Wei shook his head, declaring, "I have no interest in women and certainly do not wish to marry so soon." These vehicles are the latest arrivals of the Tulu electric cars, with ranges of 100, 200, and 300 kilometers, priced accordingly. The saleswoman, regardless of whether they were familiar with the Tulu electric cars, thoroughly introduced them from start to finish. Zhang Wei refrained from interrupting, well aware of the details, though his father remained oblivious. His father exclaimed in astonishment, "This vehicle can travel so far on just a charge? It doesn't consume fuel?" "Rest assured, sir. It absolutely does not burn fuel. You can charge it at home without any issues, the saleswoman assured him. Moreover, it is remarkably easy to operate. No license plates or driving licenses are required. Zhang Wei inquired, "Can we take it for a test drive? I would like my father to experience it." Noticing his father's eager anticipation, he voiced the question. "Of course, we have dedicated vehicles for test drives," came the reply. The saleswoman led Zhang Wei and his father to the test drive area, where fortuitously no one else was waiting. Zhang Wei's father promptly took the driver's seat, while Zhang Wei sat in the back and the saleswoman occupied the passenger seat. Before long, Zhang Wei's father had mastered the controls and returned after a lap. Haha, this car is quite fun and easy to drive. However, I must ask, it is not cheap, is it? He queried as he exited the vehicle. This car is quite affordable. The most economical option is only 12,999 yuan, and the most expensive is just 29,999 yuan. If you purchase it, you'll be getting a great deal, the saleswoman eagerly promoted, recognizing the potential buyer before her. Zhang Wei interjected, "Let's opt for the one priced at 19,999 yuan. A range of 300 kilometers seems excessive and impractical." Though his father was not particularly knowledgeable about the specifics, he found the vehicle amusing and agreed. "All right then. Let us get the 19,999 yuan model." In reality, the most prudent choice would have been the model with the highest range, as hot weather posed no issues. However, in colder conditions, the range would diminish, and then he would truly appreciate the benefits of the 300-kilometer variant. The saleswoman passionately advocated for the 29,999 yuan model, as selling vehicles with higher ranges would yield her greater profits. Furthermore, she argued that the price was reasonable, suggesting it was wiser to invest a little more for top-tier features. After a vigorous sales pitch, Zhang Wei ultimately decided to purchase the Tulu electric car outright for 29,999 yuan. Although his family was not excessively wealthy, they were comfortably well off, making the acquisition quite manageable. Zhang Wei's father, having done nothing but gaze at the Tulu electric car, remained in awe. In the end, Zhang Wei successfully obtained the saleswoman's contact information. As for what would transpire next, that remained uncertain. "You claim to have no interest in women. Then why did you add her contact?" On their journey home, Zhang Wei's father was at the wheel, while Zhang Wei occupied the passenger seat. "Isn't it you who said you wanted grandchildren sooner rather than later? Am I not making an effort?" Zhang Wei, while engaging in a conversation on his phone, responded to his father's inquiries. Chapter 29. A surge in sales, regrets abound. "Xiao Su, who was that young man you were with earlier? He is rather handsome. If you have any interest, I advise you to seize the opportunity." The young woman who had just sold a car to Zhang Wei and his father bore the surname Su, her full name being Su Ru. As Zhang Wei and his father were leaving, a female sales associate who had been observing them approached, chattering with curiosity. "Oh, Zhang Jie, what are you talking about? We only just met today." Su Ru blushed at Zhang Jie's words. "I am not jesting. I speak from sincerity, based on my years of experience. That young man is undoubtedly interested in you, and this is the prime time for you to act." Zhang Jie, with heartfelt concern, continued, "You have been with the company for a while now and understand the complexities of the sales industry. I advise you to seek a more stable position sooner rather than later." At nearly 40 years old, Zhang Jie felt the weight of time. In a profession that favors youth, she was considered among the older generation. She saw in Su Ru a reflection of her own daughter, recognizing her beauty and kind-hearted nature, which compelled her to share this earnest advice. She would not have extended such counsel lightly to anyone else. Su Ru listened quietly, her gaze lowered. Aware of the truths, Zhang Jie spoke. She had recently encountered several instances of harassment. "Zhang Jie, I will take your words into consideration. Once I earn some money during this period, I will reflect on my options more carefully." Zhang Jie nodded slightly, hoping Su Ru would make a prudent choice. The sales of the Tu Luo model had been thriving, promising a profitable venture. At that moment, several more customers entered, prompting Zhang Jie and Su Ru to approach them. As the group entered, one member called out, "We came to inquire about the Tu Luo electric vehicle. Could you kindly provide us with some information?" At Wanbang Group, a secretary was reporting the recent developments to Ding Feng in his office. "General Manager Ding, we have observed a notable increase in the group's profits recently. The primary reason is the exceptional sales of the Tu Luo electric vehicle. Nearly everyone who visits the showroom ends up making a purchase. However, the inventory of the Tu Luo electric vehicle is depleting rapidly. The increase is indeed significant. It appears our strategy has proven effective. Please contact Shanghai Technology immediately and inform them we wish to order another batch of vehicles. As Ding Feng concluded his statement, he reconsidered and called the secretary back. Never mind, I shall reach out to General Manager Sun personally. Securing the 2 Luo electric vehicles from Shanghai Technology guarantees profitability. I am certain I am not the only one eager to expedite this order. It is better that I make the call myself. Ding Feng picked up his phone and located Sun Jian's number. Hello, General Manager Sun. What have you been busy with lately? Have you had your meal? The matter is as follows. Understood, General Manager Ding. We will ensure timely delivery and will not hinder your company's sales. Sun Jian sighed as he hung up the phone. During this period, as they began delivering goods to various distributors, the sales of the Tulu electric vehicle have been remarkably strong and swift. Numerous companies are urging Shanghai Technology to expedite their deliveries. However, Shanghai Technology primarily allocates its production capacity for online sales and cannot distribute to them. Jiangzuan Automotive's production capacity is gradually increasing, but the output cannot suddenly surge. At this moment, the phone rang again. Sun Jian glanced at the screen. It was General Zhao, a distributor with whom he had negotiated several times before. Haha, General Sun. What are you busy with? Have you eaten? Do you have time to join me for a meal? I've already made a reservation. As soon as he placed the phone to his ear, Zhao's hearty laughter resonated, full of vigor. Sun Jian immediately recalled Zhao's rotund figure. General Zhao? I have been quite busy lately, and I genuinely have no time. Sun Jian unhesitatingly declined. Zhao, seemingly oblivious to Sun Jian's dismissal, continued to press for a meal. Growing increasingly impatient with Zhao's persistence, Sun Jian's tone turned serious. Is there something you wish to discuss? If not, I will hang up. No, General Sun. I wanted to inquire if we could still sign the original cooperation agreement. I was misguided in the past, and if you could show some generosity. Before Zhao could finish, Sun Jian could no longer tolerate it. General Zhao, the previous contracts were entirely your choice. I did not coerce you. Is it too late to bring this up now? Where were you earlier? Sun Jian disdainfully criticized him. It appeared that now, seeing the success of the Tulu electric vehicle, Zhao regretted not taking risks and was dissatisfied with his earnings. If you are unwilling to bear risks yet desire significant profits, why not simply pick up money from the ground? Zhao continued to tempt him. General Sun, I can offer you a rebate. This matter will remain between us, with no third party being aware. Stop. I believe you are overthinking this. I am not that kind of person. If there are no other matters, I shall terminate this call. Sun Jian, amused by Zhao's audacity, found his approach rather unscrupulous and realized he needed to reconsider his collaboration with Zhao and his company. On the other end, seeing that he could not sway Sun Jian, Zhao ceased his insistence. General Sun, could you possibly send more goods to our company? The more you send, the more profit your company will earn. This was indeed Zhao's true intention, starting with difficult requests and concluding with an easily achievable one to increase his chances of success. However, Sun Jian felt a growing aversion towards Zhao and was determined not to let him take advantage. General Zhao, we operate strictly according to the contract. What is rightfully yours will not be lessened, and what is not yours will not be increased. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. With that, Sun Jian ended the call. On the other end, Zhao, upon hearing Sun Jian's final words, fell silent, glancing at his phone screen, realizing Sun Jian had already disconnected. How dare you act like you're in charge here? You are merely the vice president of Shanghai Technology, and this company does not belong to you. Zhao slammed his fist on the table, his voice filled with indignation. He had initially intended to invite Sun Jian to dinner to foster rapport, but Sun Jian offered him no opportunity, leaving him feeling humiliated. When had he ever endured such indignity? Just wait until I have you in my grasp. You will regret it. Meanwhile, Sun Jian hung up the phone and approached Zhou Wei to discuss the recent sales performance of the company. Zhou, our sales of the Tulu electric vehicle have been exceptionally robust, flourishing both online and offline. We have sold over 120,000 units online, generating revenue of 27.6 billion. Additionally, we dispatched more than 100,000 units to dealers offline. Although our sales are commendable, our order backlog remains substantial, so your team must exert greater effort. Zhou Wei articulated earnestly, devoid of jest. Recently, online orders for the Tulu electric vehicle had reached 500,000, and they had only fulfilled 220,000, falling short of half the online order volume. Sun Jian wholeheartedly agreed. The task ahead was undeniably daunting. Chapter 30. Preparation of materials and transaction completion. As Zhou Wei and Sun Jian engaged in conversation, there was a knock at the office door. Zhou Wei looked up, and Sun Jian turned his head to see Lu Su and Li Tang entering. "Ah, you both have arrived. Has the recent research and development yielded significant progress that requires my attention?" Zhou Wei inquired with anticipation upon seeing Lu Su and Li Tang together. Lu Su shook his head and replied, "Zhou, while our research progress has indeed accelerated, we did not come to discuss that matter." "Oh." Zhou Wei's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he noticed Lu Su smile and glanced at Li Tang, suddenly recalling something. "Could it be that you have made advancements regarding the matter we discussed previously?" Zhou Wei inquired with a knowing smile. "Haha, it seems we cannot conceal anything from you. Zhou, following your guidance, we have indeed designed a suitable technical document for the power battery technology," Lu Su responded, handing over the technical materials to Zhou Wei, who began to peruse them. Sun Jian, listening nearby, was perplexed and asked, "What are you referring to? I haven't heard anything about this." Lu Su exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Jian, and Zhou Wei also turned to smile at him. Subsequently, Zhou Wei and Lu Su took the time to explain the situation to Sun Jian. The Yulong Group truly harbors nefarious intentions. Not only did they attempt to acquire our company, but they also seek to steal our technical documents. Sun Jian gritted his teeth, exhaling a sigh. In the past, when the company's chairman was Zhou Wei's father, the Yulong Group frequently opposed them, employing various underhanded tactics. Fortunately, both Zhou Wei's father and Sun Jian had persevered through those challenging times. However, after the accident on the weekend, the company plummeted, and ultimately it was he who persuaded Weekend to sell the company. Little did he anticipate that the Yulong Group had set its sights on their technology and was resorting to some underhanded tactics. "Mr. Zhou, I believe you are doing the right thing. Previously, the company overinvested in research and development, leading to a rupture in the cash flow. This time, let the Yulong Group taste their own medicine," Sun Jian remarked fiercely, clearly angered. "Rest assured, Uncle Sunday, we have kept Li Tang dangling the bait in front of the Yulong Group. This time, they will surely face consequences," Weekend replied, with Lu Su and Li Tang nodding in agreement. Their loyalty to Weekend was unwavering, and they were committed to executing this plan with utmost seriousness. "This document is excellent. If we follow its guidance to develop the corresponding power battery, the prospects are indeed enticing. I am convinced that the Yulong Group will find it irresistible." After reviewing the materials, Weekend grasped everything thoroughly. However, if the Yulong Group were to truly follow the document's instructions for development, they would find themselves ensnared in an endless abyss. "Mr. Zhou, this is meticulously designed by our entire R&D department," Lu Su proclaimed proudly. The 7 members of their research team had dedicated considerable time to this task, although one was still absent, working at Jiangzuan Automotive Company. "In that case, Li Tang, please reach out to Secretary Lu. Ensure your performance is impeccable. We cannot allow the Yulong Group to discover any flaws," Weekend instructed. Li Tang, with a pat on his chest, assured, "Mr. Zhou, after these recent dealings, I have found Secretary Lu to be exceedingly avaricious. Such a person will not be vigilant." With that, Li Tang departed with the prepared technical documents. "At the Yulong Group, has Li Tang been in contact with you recently?" Wu Long inquired, reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed. "He contacted me yesterday, informing me that actions have commenced and results are expected soon," Secretary Lu responded confidently, believing that someone like Li Tang would be unable to resist the allure of wealth. "You better be right. Is it truly worth spending 100 million for this technology?" Wu Long had initially been swept up in enthusiasm, his covetousness for Xinghai Technology's power battery technology driving him to instruct Secretary Lu to explore every avenue to acquire it. "President Wu, what we seek is Xinghai Technology's latest power battery technology. Obtaining already patented technology would undoubtedly be unwise," Li Tang had informed him. "Secretary Lu, Xinghai Technology is on the verge of developing a new type of power battery, with energy density several times that of their current batteries. If this were indeed true, investing 100 million to acquire the technical documents would be far from a loss." Secretary Lu's words were enticing. However, they were based on Li Tang's information. Upon hearing this, Wu Long felt considerably more at ease, his earlier impatience dissipating. After all, the money had already been spent. It was too late for regrets, and it would be wiser to await the developments quietly. Just then, Secretary Lu's phone began to ring. "Mr. Wu, it is a call from Li Tang. There should be good news." Secretary Lu pointed to the phone screen. Wu Long nodded, granting him permission to take the call. Secretary Liu answered the call and switched to speaker mode. "Hello, Secretary Liu. This is Li Tang," came Li Tang's voice over the phone. "Young Li, is there something you wish to discuss? How is the matter progressing?" Secretary Liu inquired softly. "The items have been secured, and as for what you promised me, cough, cough, rest assured, I shall not fall short of my word." Secretary Liu quickly interjected, coughing to interrupt Li Tang's response. Wu Long, standing nearby, thought little of it. He merely felt that the situation was somewhat disreputable and that the words exchanged over the phone were inappropriate. "Very well, since Secretary Li has reassured me, I shall feel at ease. I will await you at the previously agreed location," Li Tang concluded before hanging up. Once the call ended, Secretary Liu presented the phone screen to Wu Long for a glance. "Hurry and bring back the materials. I, too, am eager to see this billion-yuan document," Wu Long urged, unable to contain his anticipation. Following Wu Long's directive, Secretary Liu promptly drove to the site of their initial meeting. "Have you brought the items?" Secretary Liu inquired eagerly upon their first encounter. "Have you brought the money?" Li Tang countered. During this time, Li Tang had taken on the persona of a greedy young man in Secretary Liu's eyes, a characterization he was determined to uphold during this meeting. Secretary Liu chuckled and shook his head, realizing they were both on the same page. "First, hand over the materials, and I will instruct the bank to transfer the funds to you immediately. A mere 30 million. Do you think I would renege on our deal?" Indeed, Secretary Liu had once again indulged in a bit of embezzlement during this transaction. Originally, the funding amounted to 100 million, yet only 30 million was ultimately delivered to Li Tang. "That will not do. Should I surrender the materials without payment? Moreover, can you even comprehend what you are receiving? I am selling out Shanghai technology, and you hold leverage over me. You should pay first. Are you truly afraid I might abscond?" Li Tang employed a tactic of provocation, gently nudging Secretary Liu. "Indeed," Secretary Liu scoffed. "Does our company fear you fleeing? I will directly instruct the bank to transfer the funds." He found Li Tang's reasoning sound. Given that Li Tang was in a vulnerable position, he felt no trepidation. Stepping aside, Secretary Liu placed a call to the bank. Before long, a text message arrived on Li Tang's phone, confirming the funds had been deposited. A greedy expression crossed Li Tang's face, though internally, he felt little fluctuation of emotion. Coincidentally, Secretary Liu noticed this and shook his head in dismay. Such an unsophisticated individual. 30 million has rendered him like this? Chapter 31. The deal is sealed. Profits exceed 100 billion. Upon confirming the funds were received, Li Tang wasted no time handing the materials over to Secretary Liu. Secretary Liu, elated at having the documents in his possession, soon realized, just as Li Tang had mentioned, that he could not decipher them. Consequently, he promptly returned to the Yulong Group with the materials. "Mr. Wu, I have brought back the materials. Let us quickly have the researchers examine their authenticity." Secretary Liu rushed into Wu Long's office, unable to contain his excitement. Wu Long stood up from his seat, exhilarated. "Wonderful. They are already waiting in the adjacent conference room." After meticulous verification by the Group's researchers, it was confirmed that the materials brought back by Secretary Liu were indeed genuine. Wu Long sighed with relief. Since they were authentic, it meant the investment of 100 million was justified. Secretary Liu also felt a wave of relief, grateful that the materials were real and that there would be no issues. Wu Long praised him with a smile. "Ha ha ha, Liu, well done." Secretary Liu humbly replied, "It is my duty. I must also thank you, Mr. Wu, for your guidance. Our group will prioritize the development of the power battery technology outlined in these materials. This project will be of utmost importance, and the Group's funding will fully support your efforts. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations." With the materials in hand, Wu Long was eager to proceed, instructing the research team to commence their work immediately. This time, he was determined to develop the power battery before Shanghai technology, ensuring he could outpace them significantly. "Ha ha ha, Li Tang, splendid work. Not only did you outsmart Yulong Group, but you also brought back a substantial profit." In a splendid mood over the weekend, he recalled Secretary Liu's expression upon acquiring the materials. If Yulong Group were to discover that the materials were flawed, he wondered how they would react. "Mr. Zhou, how should we handle the 30 million? Lu Su knew it was inappropriate for him to ask Li Tang directly, so he initiated the conversation. Zhou pondered for a moment. It was impossible to give the entire sum to Li Tang alone. Thus, since this material was developed by you 7, each of you, excluding yourself, will receive 2 million. As for the remaining 8 million, that shall be yours, while the rest will go to the company. How does that sound? In truth, Zhou was not in need of the money, but aimed for a more equitable distribution. Mr. Zhou, 8 million seems excessive. Li Tang hesitated, as it was his first encounter with such a large sum. Not excessive. Considering the company has yet to award you any bonuses, let this serve as your reward for the recent contributions. Zhou waved his hand in explanation. Mr. Zhou has given it to you. Accept it. This amount is insignificant for the company. Lu Su advised from the side. Suddenly, Li Tang recalled something and continued. Mr. Zhou, we have a colleague at Jiangzuan Automotive Company. I would like to allocate 2 million for him. I personally do not spend that much. Very well. Since you embody the spirit of selflessness, I shall not hinder you. Zhou said no more. This time, distributing bonuses to the researchers without incurring company expenses was a stroke of fortune for Yuelong Group. However, had Zhou known that a portion of the original 100 million had been earned by Secretary Liu, he might have sought to reclaim that money. Uncle Son, let the remaining 10 million be distributed as bonuses to the company employees. If that is insufficient, we can draw from the company's finances. During the weekend, fairness prevailed. Having rewarded the research and development personnel, it was only just that ordinary employees also received bonuses. Sun Jian and his colleagues vacated the weekend office to commence the distribution of bonuses. Before long, the bonuses were dispensed. In the Research and Development Department of Shanghai Technology, the company unexpectedly allocated a staggering 2 million in bonuses. Such generosity from the company is truly remarkable. It appears we must double our efforts to complete the tasks assigned by General Zhou promptly. With this windfall, how do you intend to spend it? Perhaps settling the mortgage should come first. I aspire to purchase a car, as I currently do not own one. Buying a car? Aren't you considering a house? I don't even have a girlfriend at the moment. I shall wait until then to contemplate that. I am confident that in the future, we shall never be short of funds. How about I introduce you to someone? My neighbor, Old Wang, works in another department at Shanghai Technology, and his colleagues are also jubilant about receiving their bonuses. I distributed 3 months' salary as a bonus. How much did you receive? I received 25 months' worth. What day is it today, and why has the company suddenly decided to issue bonuses? Isn't it splendid to receive bonuses? That amounts to tens of thousands of yuan. Why not seize the opportunity? What does this amount to, anyway? According to whispers, I have heard that the Research and Development Department has an average bonus of 2 million per person. What? 2 million? Such a substantial sum. What does that even signify? The Tulu electric vehicle was developed by them. Have you not seen how popular Tulu has become? They have rightfully earned this money. Comparisons can be quite disheartening. I prefer solitude for now. Are there any unmarried individuals in the Research and Development Department? Comparing ourselves can lead to discontent. Indeed, without comparison, there would be no disparity. Recently, Shanghai Technology sold a number of Tulu electric vehicles, and Zhou noticed that the system points could once again be used for a lottery. With excitement in his heart, Zhou directly began to draw lots. Subsequently, for months swiftly passed, the production capacity of Tulu electric vehicles manufactured by Shanghai Technology saw limited growth. However, the output from the contract manufacturer, Jiangzuan Automobile Company, significantly surpassed that of Shanghai Technology, leading to an increasing number of Tulu electric vehicles sold offline. During these 4 months, all online orders were processed, with over 600,000 Tulu electric vehicles delivered to customers. Naturally, it would have taken at least 6 months for Shanghai Technology to fulfill those 600,000 orders based solely on their own production capacity. The swift resolution of online orders was greatly aided by Jiangzuan Automobile Company's surge in output. This alone generated an impressive revenue of 13.8 billion for Shanghai Technology from those 600,000 orders, with profits soaring to an astonishing 8.4 billion. During this period, the offline sales of Tulu electric vehicles through dealers also reached 550,000 units. Although this portion yielded slightly less profit, it still amounted to over 5 billion. In conclusion, a total of 15 million Tulu electric vehicles were sold over the 4-month span, resulting in a remarkable profit of 13.4 billion for Shanghai Technology. When the financial report was released, Zhou Weekend found it utterly astonishing. To clarify the situation, he specifically approached the head of the finance department. It was confirmed that the data was indeed accurate. Furthermore, even if data could be misleading, the cold hard cash amounting to 13.4 billion lying dormant in the bank account could not deceive. In just 4 short months since the establishment of Shanghai Technology, remarkable transformations had occurred, which was undeniably astonishing. Sitting in his office, Zhou Weekend gazed at the financial statements before him, feeling a surge of accomplishment and reassurance. As he contemplated the future direction of the company, Sun Jian knocked and entered. Chapter 32. Responding to Trends, Research and Development Encountering Obstacles, Xiao Mo, I have come across some news. Several companies are preparing to enter the Tulu market, Sun Jian remarked. When it was just the two of them, Sun Jian affectionately called him Xiao Mo, which felt endearing. However, in the presence of others, he would refer to him as President Zhou. Zhou Weekend had brought this up a few times, but Sun Jian remained resolute. Zhou Weekend stood and replied, "This is an inevitable situation. The company has made significant strides these past few months, and we should be content." During this period, Shanghai Technology had already accrued substantial profits. The domestic market, however, was plagued by fierce competition. Those who recognized the immense opportunity within Tulu would undoubtedly plunge into this sector. Zhou Weekend had anticipated this scenario. With so many competitors entering the fray, profits would inevitably be driven down. Sun Jian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of this observation. The prolonged success was largely attributed to the effective confidentiality measures implemented initially, which prevented the data from being disclosed. Nevertheless, after such a long period, other companies could still roughly estimate the figures. Next, Shanghai Technology was poised to formally enter the next phase of development. Zhou Weekend's gaze was fixed ahead as he spoke. The next phase, which Zhou Weekend referred to, had been in preparation by Shanghai Technology for several months. In this upcoming stage, success would no longer rely solely on a time advantage, but would instead be propelled by the genuine technological prowess of Shanghai Technology. Observing Zhou Weekend's spirited demeanor, Sun Jian felt a sense of satisfaction. At Luling Automobile Company, the head of the Research and Development Department knocked on the chairman's door, holding a set of documents. "Come in," a resonant voice called from within. "Chairman Chun, the vehicle has been developed. Based on our market research, I believe it is more fitting to name it Old Man's Joy," the head of the department stated, handing over the documents. Chairman Chun, originally named Chun Hong, was the chairman of Luling Automobile Company. He glanced at the documents. "Old Man's Joy?" He pondered the name, finding it intriguing. "This name rolls off the tongue. How did you come up with it?" he inquired curiously. "Our investigation revealed that Tulu has been selling quite well recently. However, due to its lack of proper certification, many citizens have voiced their grievances. Moreover, as many elderly individuals are driving it, it has gradually been jokingly referred to as Old Man's Joy." Chun Hong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, how amusing. Let's call it Old Man's Joy." The Luling company is situated in the south, where the acceptance of electric vehicles is notably high. Recently, he observed numerous Tulu electric vehicles on the roads, realizing they were ubiquitous in the streets. As a professional in the automotive industry, his astute business acumen immediately discerned the potential for profit. Upon returning to the company, he instructed his team to conduct market research among various dealers, which yielded astonishing data. It revealed that the offline sales of Tulu electric vehicles through these dealers had surpassed several 100,000 units. This discovery validated Chun Hong's suspicions and filled him with excitement. They had sold tens of thousands of units in just 4 months, projecting annual sales to be around 1 million vehicles. If Shanghai Technology were to be included in the domestic automotive sales rankings, it would undoubtedly secure a spot within the top 10. This was the truly alarming aspect that Chun Hong had uncovered. Consequently, he promptly arranged for the purchase of several Tulu electric vehicles upon returning to the company. After disassembling them, they found that aside from the battery technology being somewhat advanced, the other components were easily replicable by their own company. Their estimates indicated that each vehicle sold would yield substantial profits, although they could not ascertain precise figures due to the complexities of the power batteries. It was evident that Shanghai Technology had amassed considerable wealth. Realizing the enormous profit potential, Chun Hong swiftly initiated action, recognizing that this was the opportune moment for profit. Although the Old Man's Joy produced by their company had somewhat inferior battery performance and other shortcomings, they could offer it at a significantly lower price. A competitive price point would serve as their greatest advantage in the market. Thus, while they might not match the profits of Shanghai Technology, it would certainly provide a lucrative revenue stream. Having developed the product, it was imperative to accelerate mass production and enlist dealers for sales. With numerous previous collaborators, finding a few should be a simple task. Chun Hong summoned the other management members into the room to outline the company's forthcoming strategies. Under Chun Hong's directive, they all commenced their respective actions. At this moment, at the Yulong Group, Wu Long was in a fit of rage within his office. Secretary Liu and the research personnel stood by, too intimidated to speak. Secretary Liu felt guilty about their shortcomings, while the researchers were disheartened by their prolonged lack of results. Wu Long extended his arm, pointing accusatorily at the researchers, and shouted, "What use is it to keep you all? For months have elapsed. With such a substantial investment in research and development, yet not a single result to show for it. As the saying goes, if you throw money into the water, at least you should hear a splash. The group has invested billions, and we have nothing to show for it." Wu Long continued to vent his frustrations. His throat parched from the tirade. Glancing at the individuals standing before him, he finally paused, returned to his chair, and took a few sips of water from the cup on his desk. He had just spoken at length and was already feeling fatigued. Wu Long sat in his office chair, silent, contemplating the company's next steps. The others, observing his silence, dared not utter a word, though they felt a sense of relief. It had been a long time since they had witnessed Wu Long display such intense anger. "What do you think we should do? Should we continue the development of the power batteries?" Suddenly, Wu Long spoke. The researchers present exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Noticing their silence, Wu Long turned to Secretary Liu. After all, he had brought back this information and deserved an explanation. Secretary Liu swallowed hard and spoke. "Mr. Wu, this project must undoubtedly proceed. Otherwise, won't all our initial investments be in vain? Furthermore, research and development are inherently fraught with uncertainty, and we cannot place all the blame on them. Indeed, Mr. Wu, grant us another chance. We feel we are close to a breakthrough. As long as funding for research and development is allocated, we believe success will eventually follow." After Secretary Liu concluded, the researchers chimed in, fervently expressing their enthusiasm for the power battery technology at Shanghai Technology. If they succeeded in developing such a powerful battery, they would indeed make their mark in the annals of the battery industry. The group had finally shown willingness to invest, and they were resolute in not letting this opportunity slip away. Wu Long lifted his gaze, surveying their faces. "Fine, I shall grant you another chance. If you fail, you will all be dismissed." Wu Long could not resist the allure of the gamble. It was akin to wagering. Perhaps, just perhaps, they would indeed succeed in their endeavor. Chapter 33. The launch of Mango Automobile, on-site testing at Shanghai Technology. "Mr. Zhou, these two vehicles before you are our latest models." During a visit to the company's newly developed electric vehicles, Lu Su provided him with an introduction. This series has been aptly named Mango Automobile by Shanghai Technology, with the English name being. The two models are called Mango 7 and Mango 3, both of which are sedans. Mr. Zhou's attention was captivated by the two cars before him. The sleek lines sculpted a low, wedge-shaped body reminiscent of a poised cheetah, ready to sprint down the racetrack at any moment. Along the side of the vehicle, a dynamic waistline flows from the front wheel to the rear, akin to a taut bowstring, brimming with potential energy. Lu Su continued his presentation, and Mr. Zhou learned more intricate details about the two models. The first model, Mango 7, is slightly larger, a fully electric mid to large luxury sedan. It boasts a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration time of 3 seconds, a top speed of 300 km/h, and an impressive range of 1,100 km. The second model, Mango 3, is somewhat smaller, a fully electric midsize sedan. Its design bears similarities to the Mango 7, offering high driving stability and a comfortable riding environment. It achieves a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration time of 6.1 seconds, a top speed of 200 km/h, and a pure electric range of 700 km. Both vehicles feature battery packs positioned beneath the chassis, resulting in a lower center of gravity, enhanced driving stability, a panoramic sunroof, remarkable acceleration performance, and an impressive range, among various other advantages. What are the prices of these two vehicles? Over the weekend, the key points were addressed. The Mango 7 is priced at a higher range, specifically between 689, 981, and 199,000 yuan. The Mango 3 is somewhat more affordable, with a price range of 259, 935 to 599,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the weekend concluded that these prices are indeed quite reasonable. The Mango automobiles undoubtedly stand as a formidable presence in today's market. The Mango 3, with its relatively accessible pricing, allows a broader audience to experience the eco-friendly travel philosophy of Mango. The 3 is truly the model through which Shanghai Technology aims to achieve substantial sales, as profitability hinges on this vehicle. Currently, those purchasing electric vehicles generally possess sufficient financial means, thus many are likely to acquire one for leisure. As for autonomous driving, I wish to conduct a live experiment to observe its capabilities. The autonomous driving technology was acquired through a lottery system after purchasing a vehicle from Tulu, which garnered points. To complement the Mango automobiles, I expended nearly all of my points to secure the autonomous driving technology. It was only afterward that I recognized the formidable nature of the initial targeted lottery offered by the system. Subsequently, Tulu sold a portion of its vehicles. However, to date, the points accumulated remain insufficient for the next round of the lottery. The autonomous driving technology in the Mango 3 has reached level 2, while the more expensive Mango 7 boasts level 4 technology. In fact, Shanghai Technology aspires to implement level 5 autonomous driving directly. However, current technological constraints, such as advancements in chip technology and material science, must first be addressed for effective integration. Consequently, they have no choice but to settle for level 4 autonomous driving technology in the Mango 7. Although the Mango 3 is equipped with only level 2 intelligent driving, this level remains within the leading echelon in the current market. Autonomous driving is generally categorized into 6 levels according to the standards set by the International Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE. Level 2 denotes partial automation, where the vehicle can simultaneously manage lateral and longitudinal movement, such as adaptive cruise control, lane centering, and automated lane changes. Yet the driver must maintain full attention and readiness to take control. Level 3 indicates conditional automation, allowing the vehicle to operate entirely autonomously under specific conditions, permitting the driver to divert their attention from driving tasks, though they must still be prepared to assume control when prompted by the system. Level 4 represents high automation, where the vehicle can independently execute all driving tasks within designated areas and environments without driver intervention. Even in cases of system malfunctions or other exceptional circumstances, the vehicle can safely halt or take alternative measures. Level 5 signifies full automation, wherein the vehicle can operate autonomously in any environment and under any conditions, entirely replacing the need for human drivers. Not a problem, Mr. Zhou. We have made the necessary preparations in advance. Let us proceed to the testing ground. At the mention of autonomous driving, Lu Su expressed palpable enthusiasm. Over the past 4 months, Lu Su and his team have devoted the majority of their time to advancing autonomous driving technology. The production of electric vehicles, in contrast, poses no challenge for them. Aware that the weekend would draw particular attention to Mango Motors' autonomous driving capabilities, Lu Su had meticulously prepared the testing grounds in advance. Accompanied by Lu Su, they arrived at the experimental site on the weekend. This facility, constructed by Shanghai Technology specifically for vehicle testing, was designed according to the highest standards. Lu Su was thoroughly impressed upon its initial completion. Upon entering the site, they were greeted by several vehicles parked in a designated area. Additionally, Sun Jian and Gao Yi were also present. Gao Yi was accompanied by the publicity team, alongside a group of photographers preparing their equipment. The testing grounds were equipped with dozens of cameras to document the entire testing process and outcomes. The testing commenced with fundamental procedures such as automated parking, obstacle detection, lane and traffic signal recognition, and adaptive cruise control, among others. Each Mango vehicle was outfitted with 1 LiDAR, 3 mm wave radars, and 12 ultrasonic radars, complemented by 11 high-definition cameras, including front, rear, side, and surround view cameras. These initial tests were a walk in the park for Mango Motors, and Lu Su's confidence was palpable. The vehicles began their trials, and as soon as the testing commenced, Gao Yi promptly organized his team to document the proceedings. The first test involved automated parking, where the driver positioned the vehicle outside the parking space at various angles, simulating real-world parking scenarios with several obstructing vehicles placed around. "Do you think the car can park successfully, Mr. Sun?" Gao Yi quietly inquired of Sun Jian. "I believe it should pose no issue. Otherwise, Lu Su wouldn't exude such confidence," Sun Jian replied, casting a glance at Lu Su, who wore an assured smile. Gao Yi, intrigued, was eager to witness the prowess of Mango Motors' intelligent driving technology. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, the driver began the operation. The driver's actions were transmitted to an external screen for observation. With the press of a button, the automated parking feature was activated, prompting the steering wheel to rotate as the vehicle maneuvered into position. After a few adjustments, the car effortlessly nestled into the parking space. A series of Mango vehicles successfully parked themselves in the designated areas, demonstrating a speed and precision that surpassed that of most human drivers. Impressive, Gao Yi exclaimed. With this car, parking will be a worry of the past. A smile crept across Sun Jian's face, for he realized that Mango Motors was poised to astonish everyone with their forthcoming demonstrations. The vehicles proceeded to undertake additional tests in succession. The testing was swiftly completed, with each Mango vehicle performing flawlessly throughout the process, devoid of any issues. Observing from the sidelines over the weekend, a sense of satisfaction enveloped me. Indeed, Mango automobiles have secured a considerable lead. Chapter 34. Testing concludes, and Dapeng embarks on the path of contract manufacturing. Weekend expressed, I am thoroughly pleased with this testing phase. Your hard work during this time is commendable. Mr. Zhou, these two models are now ready for mass production. Once the assembly line is set up, we can officially commence production, which is expected to take about a week, Lu Su reported, having meticulously prepared before approaching Weekend to discuss the status of Mango automobiles. With this assurance, Weekend felt at ease. He nodded and turned to Sun Jian, continuing, Uncle Sun, I will rely on you during this period to arrange the venue for the launch event. Certainly, Mr. Zhou, I will ensure everything is organized promptly. However, do you have specific requirements for this launch event? Sun Jian inquired, eager to discern Weekend's preferences and possibly glean any innovative ideas he might possess. Contemplating previous automotive launch events, Weekend perceived numerous elements worthy of emulation. Let us conduct a live broadcast on Douyin to promote the event effectively. You must collaborate on this aspect diligently. Additionally, invite a range of media and journalists. Do not hesitate to allocate funds for publicity, as it is imperative to execute this well. Finally, we could attempt to invite representatives from other automobile companies. If they decline, it is of no consequence. Currently, Shanghai Technology has opened the market for the Tulu electric vehicle, yet this remains insignificant in the eyes of many major automobile enterprises. Thus, even if they choose not to attend, Weekend remains unperturbed. Upon hearing this, Gao Yi exchanged a glance with Sun Jian, recognizing that collaboration would indeed be essential for this endeavor. Dapeng Automobile Company, Mr. Su, our Dapeng 3 vehicle has been successfully developed. When do you think would be an appropriate time for the launch event? Dapeng Automobile had previously secured funding multiple times, but the initial models introduced were merely conceptual. After extensive development, the company finally has a model ready for mass production. Su Dapeng felt a surge of excitement. After such a long wait, the moment had finally arrived. Have we finalized the contract manufacturing company? He inquired, having been preoccupied with financial concerns from the outset. The cost of vehicle production is exorbitant, and constructing the assembly line incurs even greater expenses. Most of their initial funding has been exhausted, leaving scant resources to establish the assembly line. Without it, how could they manufacture automobiles? Moreover, securing funding has become increasingly challenging, necessitating the prompt production of the Dapeng 3 to instill hope in investors and encourage further investment. Fortunately, several automobile companies recently reported that Shanghai Technology's Tulu electric vehicles were predominantly manufactured by other automobile companies through contract manufacturing. Initially, many found this hard to believe. While contract manufacturing may be acceptable for mobile phones, how could it possibly apply to automobiles? Historically, no one has ever embarked on such an endeavor. If anyone had, it would have been a flight of fancy. Yet, Su Dapeng firmly believed in this vision, and it instantly inspired him. He promptly arranged for his team to contact various automotive companies, seeking their assistance in manufacturing the Dapeng 3. They successfully established a partnership with Nanheim Matsi Automobile Company, and a cooperation contract has already been signed. The speaker mused to himself that had it not been for this collaboration, he would not have sought Su Dapeng out. Upon receiving the news, Su Dapeng felt a twinge of surprise. He had anticipated a more arduous process. To his astonishment, the partnership had been forged with such ease. All right, let us expedite the arrangements. We shall be among the pioneers in the domestic new energy market and must swiftly seize our share, Su Dapeng declared, brimming with confidence about the future of the company. At Nanheim Matsi Automobile Company, Chairman Jing Zhu addressed his colleagues. Are we truly going to agree to collaborate with Dapeng Automobile in producing their new energy vehicles? Despite the contract already being signed, skepticism lingered among some. Automotive outsourcing? Is that not a jest within the industry? Chairman Jing countered, it may sound like a joke, but what if it turns out to be profitable? Profitable? They questioned in disbelief. What is there to doubt? Rest assured, I speak from a place of knowledge. Jing feigned mystery. The astute attendees, well-informed individuals themselves, immediately inquired. Chairman Jing, is it true that Shanghai Technology is seeking other automotive companies for outsourcing the production of the Yueluo electric vehicle? Is it true that an automotive company is looking to outsource production? Another asked. How have I not heard of this? A buzz of discussion erupted among the crowd. Which company is handling the outsourcing for Shanghai Technology? The question hung in the air, and all eyes turned to Jing Zhu. He shook his head. Some matters are best left undisclosed. Nevertheless, outsourcing is indeed lucrative, and considering our contract with Dapeng Automobile, it is quite difficult for us to incur losses. Upon hearing this, a wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. Indeed, gossipmongers are ubiquitous in any setting. With the contract already in place and Jing Zhu's unwavering confidence, they ceased their inquiries. Observing their reactions, Jing Zhu felt a surge of pride. I know, and I shall withhold this information from you. When he first discovered the situation, he too had been taken aback. Learning that Jiangzuan Automobile Company had reaped substantial profits from such ventures, more than their own vehicle sales, filled him with envy. Nanhai Motsi Automobile Company was not faring any better than Jiangzuan. Why had they not encountered such fortuitous opportunities? Had Shanghai Technology approached them for outsourcing initially, he might have ascended the ranks, leaving the business realm for a foray into politics. In truth, there is nothing unfavorable about being the chairman of this company. Rather, the political realm could offer him boundless opportunities. Yet, he has not been afforded such chances. Fortunately, the Dapeng Automobile Company sought him out, and he promptly accepted their invitation. Now nearing his 60th year, he contemplates retirement and realizes that if he does not exert himself now, he may miss his chance altogether. Thus, Shanghai Technology and Dapeng Automobile Company diligently prepared for the upcoming automobile launch event. Both eager to arrange it swiftly to unveil their respective new energy electric vehicles to the market. A week soon passed. Dapeng Automobile Company was the first to announce the launch date online, while Shanghai Technology, needing to prepare more comprehensively, delayed their announcement by a day. Zhou, Dapeng Automobile Company has also declared their launch event. Should we consider moving our date ahead of theirs? Sun Jian and Gao Yi approached Zhou during the weekend. Let Dapeng have their event first, Zhou decided. If we deliberately schedule ours a day earlier, it could create a negative impression. After a moment of reflection, Zhou shook his head in refusal. Although their company was announcing a day later, Dapeng is a fresh force, a startup. Given Shanghai Technology's current capabilities, should they seize the opportunity, it would likely lead to accusations of bullying the smaller company, ultimately proving detrimental. Let us retain our date for the following day. You can observe how Dapeng's launch unfolds, Zhou concluded decisively. Chapter 35, Dapeng Automobile Launch Event. On December 13th, Dapeng Automobile officially held its launch event. Su Dapeng drew upon the experiences gained from Shanghai Technology's previous promotion of the Tuoyuo electric vehicle. Not only did he secure a venue for the event, but he also transitioned the launch to an online format, ensuring simultaneous live streaming on Douyin. As the event approached, there was still an hour before commencement. Su Dapeng welcomed several key guests attending the launch. Mr. Jing, I am truly grateful for your support. Your presence today brings me immense joy. Without your backing, we might have postponed this event indefinitely. Su warmly grasped Jing Zhu's hand, expressing his gratitude. Mr. Su, you are too kind. We are in this together for mutual benefit. Besides, I am merely an employee, far from the stature of you entrepreneurs, Jing Zhu replied with a light-hearted jest. He was pleasantly surprised that just after signing a cooperative manufacturing agreement with Dapeng Automobile, their vehicles were already in production. The swift progress meant that their subsidiary in Nanhai could soon reap substantial profits akin to Jiangzuan Automobile. How could he not be pleased? Mr. Jing, you jest. I am merely an entrepreneur myself. Ultimately, we are all working towards serving the public, Jing Zhu remarked with a smile. Upon Su Dapeng's remark, laughter erupted among those present. After a brief exchange with Jing Zhu, Su Dapeng sought out Hu, the principal investor from their company, Ali. Mr. Hu, your presence here truly elevates our gathering. Su Dapeng expressed, addressing Hu Xia, the head of the strategic investment department at Ali Group. Su Dapeng and Hu Xia had known each other for quite some time. It was through Hu Xia's connections that he had persuaded the upper management of Ali Group to invest in Daping Automobile. Currently, Ali Group stands as the largest shareholder of the company, second only to Su Daping himself. You're too kind, Su. I am here today to introduce you to someone. Hu Xia replied with a beaming smile, clearly pleased by Su Daping's words. Su Daping also noticed a young foreign gentleman beside Hu Xia, with a prominent nose, striking blue eyes, and clad in a bespoke suit that suggested considerable expense. The young man piqued Su Daping's curiosity, though he did not recognize him and thus paid little attention. As it turned out, Hu Xia personally introducing him indicated that this individual held significant stature. This is Jack Thompson, from Hongshan Capital, Hu Xia announced. Despite Thompson's youth, only 30 years of age, he had already been entrusted with several major projects, embodying the essence of a promising talent. Hu Xia provided a brief overview of Thompson's background. Su Daping felt a surge of surprise. He was well acquainted with the esteemed reputation of Hongshan Capital, a name that resonated within entrepreneurial circles. Initially, he had sought their investment, but the lack of personal connections had thwarted his efforts. Hu Xia's words carried a deeper implication. Isn't Daping Automobile aspiring to list in the beautiful country? With the support of Hongshan Capital and Mr. Thompson, I believe these hurdles will be mere trifles. Su Daping nodded appreciatively. This was indeed a significant benefactor, and he needed to foster a good rapport. Hello, Mr. Su Daping. I am Thompson. The young man introduced himself, albeit his Mandarin was somewhat halting. Ha ha ha, Mr. Thompson's Mandarin is quite commendable. I am Su Daping, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Su Daping responded, extending his hand for a handshake. Internally elated by Thompson's amiable demeanor. After a brief exchange with Thompson, Hu Xia pulled Su Daping aside and whispered, "Did you not mention that your company is in need of funding? I have specifically brought you a new investment firm. Thompson is currently responsible for investments in promising domestic companies, and he is here to invest in the new energy sector. You must seize this opportunity. Thank you so much." Hu, rest assured, this press conference will go smoothly. Su Daping expressed his gratitude, deeply moved, for many investors had been sourced through Hu Xia's assistance in the past. Hu Xia smiled silently, harboring confidence in Su Daping. His support stemmed not only from friendship, but also from self-interest. He initially assisted Su Daping in persuading Ali Group to invest, a time when the potential of the new energy sector was still nebulous. Thus, he took considerable risks. Now that the promise of this sector has become evident, he is keen to ensure that Daping Automotive does not falter before victory. If he can attract a few more investors to Daping Automotive, it would enlarge the pie and simultaneously reduce the number of competitors. Su Daping subsequently met with several individuals. These individuals, whether personal investors or representatives of investment institutions, were all affluent stakeholders to be courted diligently. An hour swiftly elapsed, and the press conference was about to commence. After arranging the attendees in their seats, Su Daping bid farewell to everyone and retreated backstage for final preparations. At Shanghai Technology, they were online over the weekend, watching the live stream of Daping Automotive, and they saw Su Daping step onto the central stage. Finally, it began. Why was Daping Automotive's press conference taking so long? Gaoi muttered in jest. Sun Jian glanced at Lu Su beside him, exchanged a smile, and remained silent. If we observe closely, we might discover aspects worth emulating. Weekend remarked, causing Gao Yi to fall silent instantly. The group focused intently on the press conference. Hello everyone, and welcome to our company's press conference. As you all are aware, in recent years, the concept of environmental protection has deeply resonated with the public, and the consensus is forming around the notion that new energy vehicles represent the future. Today, our company is officially launching 3 models of the Daping 3. Su Daping stood on stage, exuding vitality as he delivered his speech. 3 5-door, 5-seat compact cars emerged from the side, showcasing themselves at the center of the stage. Su Daping proceeded to introduce these vehicles. The 3 models boast various ranges of 365, 401, and 520 kilometers. The acceleration time from 0 to 100 kilometers is 8.6 seconds, with a measured time of 7.57 seconds for 100 kilometers, and a top speed reaching 170 kilometers per hour. Joe, are these 3 vehicles from Daping Automotive not rather mediocre? After hearing Su Daping's presentation, Gao Yi felt they paled in comparison to their Mango Automotive. Sun Jian and Lu Su nodded in agreement, finding them quite ordinary as well. The Daping 3 was merely a standard electric vehicle, lacking even a level 1 intelligent driving system. With a maximum range of just 520 kilometers, who would dare purchase such a car? Daily searches for charging stations would become a necessity. The acceleration time was too slow, and the top speed was significantly lacking. The Dapeng 3, unlike our Mango Automotive, a sedan, was simply incomparable. Weekend, however, offered some praise for Dapeng Automotive, acknowledging that this vehicle represented some of the best technology currently available on the market. Without Weekend's system, Su Dapeng would not have been able to produce the Dapeng 3, thus there was no need for excessive pride. In Chapter 36, the announcement of the Mango Automotive press conference commenced. During the live broadcast, Su Dapeng began to unveil the prices for the three Dapeng 3 models. I trust that everyone is eagerly anticipating the prices of these three vehicles, and I shall no longer keep you in suspense. Please direct your attention to the large screen for the pricing details. The Enjoyment Edition is priced at $22.78 million, the Intelligent Edition at $24.18 million, and the Prestige Edition at $25.78 million. Upon viewing the prices, it is apparent that they may seem somewhat steep. However, the good fortune lies in the fact that there are subsidies available for purchasing new energy vehicles, which significantly alleviates the cost. As a token of our gratitude for your unwavering support, we will select 5 fortunate attendees from both the venue and the online live stream, each of whom will receive a 5-year usage right to a fully equipped Dapeng 3 automobile. The online lottery will be conducted through a lucky draw, while the on-site selection will utilize the numbers beneath your seats. Gaoi inquired once more, Mr. Zhou, is this lottery by Dapeng Automobile Company inspired by ours? It seems rather modest. In Gao Yi's perspective, 10 vehicles amount to merely over 2 million, and they are only offering usage rights. It is understandable, as Dapeng Automobile, being a startup, likely has limited financial resources. The fact that they can provide 10 vehicles is indeed a testament to their determination. Furthermore, should the value of the vehicle won in the East University lottery exceed 50,000, a personal income tax of 20 must be paid. Weekend is acutely aware of the financial constraints faced by these emerging automotive enterprises. Coupled with certain regulations, Dapeng Automobile's choices are somewhat constrained. However, it is worth noting that Su Dapeng is not lacking in wealth. He could personally fund this promotional endeavor, as 2 million would be a trivial sum for him. Mr. Zhou, will we be giving away cars this time? Sun Jin inquired. Previously, they had gifted 360 electric vehicles, but given the pricing of Mango Automobile, it was unlikely they would replicate that scale. Indeed, we shall gift cars, as we did before, directly presenting them to the winners. Weekend responded with a smile and a resolute demeanor. Prepare accordingly, as this launch event is of great significance to us. Upon hearing Weekend's directive, Gaoi stood up with enthusiasm, declaring, Mr. Zhou, our launch will undoubtedly surpass that of Dapeng Automobile, and it will leave everyone astounded. Lu Su, overhearing this, playfully patted Gao Yi on the shoulder, remarking, Gao Yi, why do you seem more confident than I? The one who has been involved in the development of Mango Automobile from the outset? Gao Yi sheepishly scratched his head and replied, that is undoubtedly due to the impressive performance of our Mango Automobile, all thanks to your efforts, Lu Gu. Laughter ensued among Weekend and the others at Gao Yi's modesty. As the on-site lottery concluded, the entire launch event drew to a close. Su Dapeng made his way backstage, where, apart from the departing media, several acquaintances approached him to offer their congratulations. Mr. Su, this launch was exceedingly successful. Mr. Su, when will the electric vehicles enter mass production? You must gift me one when the time comes. Mr. Su, let us share a meal sometime. Thank you all for your support, Su Dapeng expressed, filled with joy at the multitude of well-wishers who believed in his company. At that moment, Hu Xiao approached with Thompson. Mr. Su, shall we discuss investment matters? Hu Xiao suggested, subtly signaling Su Dapeng. Su Dapeng understood immediately and readily agreed. Wonderful. If we secure funding, the company will have the financial backing to support the mass production of the Dapeng 3. The group proceeded to a quiet meeting room where they engaged in a discussion primarily centered on whether to seek financing and the amount involved. During the conversation, Su Dapeng learned that Thompson's visit was not solely to seek promising new energy companies, but also to invest in the entire new energy sector. What does investing in the new energy sector entail? It means investing in multiple new energy companies in the market rather than focusing on a single entity. The advantage of this approach is that regardless of which company ultimately succeeds, Hongshan Capital stands to reap substantial profits. However, this strategy also presents a drawback. it necessitates a significant investment. While this may be considerable for other ordinary companies, it is merely a trivial endeavor for a firm like Hongshan Capital. Nonetheless, none of the new domestic players had previously received investment from Hongshan Capital, which starkly contrasts their aggressive forays in the internet domain. Thompson elucidated some of the reasons to sue Dapeng during the meeting. Initially, Global Capital was indeed skeptical about this sector. However, following the meteoric rise of stock prices, this market caught investors' attention. Hongshan Capital established this new fund, and Thompson subsequently visited Dongda to invest in this sector. Su Dapeng listened intently as Thompson addressed many of his uncertainties. As their rapport improved, they began to formally discuss the financing details. Meanwhile, the news of Dapeng Automobile's giveaway event surged to the top of the trending list on Douyin. Did any of you win? 5 Dapeng 3 vehicles, each worth over 200,000. Is that true? My goodness, I haven't checked Douyin for a while. What did I miss? Just the 5 cars. It's not a big deal. I, for one, take it quite lightly. However, does anyone know which building is taller? Brother upstairs, lighten up. Even if you watch the launch, your chances of winning are slim. The odds are exceedingly low, just 5 cars. Even less likely than winning the lottery. Your assertion is misguided. While winning a car may seem unlikely, the odds are actually higher than winning a lottery. Dapeng Automobile is rather stingy, isn't it? Starry Sea Technology gave away 360 electric vehicles. Have you not realized? What they offered was merely usage rights. Who knows what will happen in 5 years? Indeed, in 5 years, Dapeng Automobile might claim the vehicle has issues and demand repair costs from you. Really? But I genuinely won. Now, after your words, I hesitate to claim my prize. Your mindset regarding the lottery should be more optimistic, Dapeng. It is possible that in 5 years, Dapeng Automobile Company may no longer exist, and by then, no one will seek you out. At that moment, someone suddenly posted a message in the comment section. You all should check out the latest video released by Shanghai Technology. They are also going to hold an automobile launch event. As soon as this news was shared, it was swiftly noticed by those watching the videos. Is that true? I must see it. Perhaps Shanghai Technology will also give away cars this time. Is Shanghai Technology really that impressive? The Tulu electric vehicle was just released less than half a year ago, and now there's already a new car? I look forward to Shanghai Technology's new vehicle. The Tulu is too small and not suitable for a man of my stature. Dapeng Automobile Company has finally secured the financing deal between Su Dapeng and Thompson. Thank you, Hu Gu. Your assistance has been invaluable to the company. During the negotiation, Hu Xiao contributed significantly. It's nothing. Thompson was already inclined to invest in the new energy sector, and among the domestic options, you are one of the few worth investing in. He merely aimed to drive down the price. Hu Xiao's words were indeed truthful. Currently, Dapeng Automobile is at the forefront among domestic new forces. After bidding farewell to Hu Xiao and Thompson, Su Dapeng prepared to return to the company. Just as he entered the car, his secretary hurriedly emerged from the meeting room. President Su, Shanghai Technology has just announced that they will hold an automobile launch event, with the date set for tomorrow evening. What? Su Dapeng immediately opened the car door and leapt out, seizing the tablet from his secretary's hands. Chapter 37. Responding to the wind. Reactions from all sides indeed. Shanghai Technology has issued announcements across various channels. Particularly on Douyin, they even released a short video to inform users. The first thing Su Dapeng watched was the short video on Douyin. He had genuinely not heard of Shanghai Technology developing new energy vehicles. He recalled that they were not among the new forces. He did not consider the previous Tulu electric vehicle to be innovative in the realm of new energy. It lacked substantial technological merit, and he regarded it with disdain. It had been less than 6 months since the Tulu electric vehicle was launched, hadn't it? Shanghai Technology must have conducted research in advance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to manufacture a car so swiftly. Founded in 2014, Dapeng 3 held its launch conference today, which is set in December 2017. From the establishment of the company to the introduction of their first market-targeted vehicle, they took approximately 4 years. Although the Dapeng 3 was unveiled today, actual delivery might not occur until December of this year. Considering this timeline, the process of automobile manufacturing would take even longer. How long has Shanghai Technology been established? Su Dapeng inquired of his secretary. I believe it was founded only in the last 6 months. Though its predecessor was engaged in automotive components, the secretary pondered before responding. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Su Dapeng's lips curled slightly. After careful consideration, He found himself entirely untroubled at that moment. He believed that the vehicles produced by Shanghai Technology would undoubtedly be crude and rudimentary, certainly inferior to the results of their company's dedicated research over the years. Given this, there was no cause for concern. They need not pay it any mind. As time was of the essence, he suggested that the driver return home directly. After Su Daping spoke, the driver started the engine and departed. The secretary opened his mouth, wishing to convey more, but found himself cut short. He had intended to share some less than favorable online commentary about their company with Su Daping. Nevertheless, he decided it would be best to wait until the next workday to inform him, as it was merely a fraction of the reviews. Shanghai Technology, with its 666, had rapidly developed a new model of the patrol. It had only been half a year since the previous version was still performing admirably, and it had not yet reached obsolescence. What new features could the latest model possibly offer? Many netizens speculated that the new vehicle from Shanghai Technology would be quite similar to the patrol. However, a faction of netizens held a differing perspective. How could they be so certain it was an electric version of the patrol? Why could it not be a sedan or something else? I perceive that the distinctions between Daping Motors Model 3 and the patrol lie solely in range and size. Constructing a sedan should be a relatively straightforward endeavor for Shanghai Technology. I eagerly anticipate that Shanghai Technology will unveil a sedan this time. Should the price be reasonable, I would undoubtedly purchase one in support. Is Shanghai Technology planning to offer vehicles as giveaways this time? I shall not let this opportunity slip by. I suspect it will be the new patrol. Those in agreement should line up here. I believe it might be a sedan. Supporters can queue below. I surmise it will be the patrol. If you agree, please give me a thumbs up. For those who guess correctly, I shall gift each of you a patrol. Though it may not be substantial, it is still sincere. Thumbs up. Indeed, Shanghai Technology has merely announced that a new vehicle will be revealed at the press conference, which will also be streamed online. As for additional details, they remain confidential, adding an air of mystery to the event. Many individuals are exercising their imaginations, speculating on what vehicle Shanghai Technology intends to unveil. Yuelong Group, particularly Wu Long and his associates, are closely monitoring Shanghai Technology. The prospect of a new product release from Shanghai, while their own company has yet to achieve results, leaves Wu Long feeling quite vexed. However, having recently criticized them, he refrained from applying excessive pressure. The company's research and development hinges entirely on them. Otherwise, prior investments would have been in vain. General Manager Wu, there is nothing remarkable about Shanghai Technology. Isn't the technological content of the patrol rather ordinary? We could produce something similar ourselves, Secretary Liu offered in a comforting tone, aware of certain circumstances. Produce? Such words are easy to speak. Yet even Shanghai Technology struggles to manufacture their own batteries. Moreover, what profit could be gleaned from using inferior batteries? I have no desire to, like other companies, chase after every monetary opportunity indiscriminately, Wu Long retorted without hesitation, eliciting a slight grimace from Secretary Liu, who felt somewhat embarrassed. He had previously suggested that Wu Long consider producing a model similar to Lao Tu Lu, but that idea had been swiftly dismissed. Recently, numerous companies have begun to emulate the renowned Shanghai Technology's Toluo, creating what they refer to as the so-called old man's joy. Although the endurance of their power batteries does not match that of Shanghai Technology, by controlling and compressing costs, these companies can still turn a profit. Furthermore, with the vast domestic market, they need not worry about sales. However, Wu Long holds a rather disdainful view of such enterprises, believing that companies profiting from sweat and toil cannot sustain themselves for long. Presently, he remains perplexed by Shanghai Technology, yet he has yet to regard it with the seriousness it warrants. In his eyes, as long as they acquire Shanghai Technology's power battery technology, their Yuelong Group could effortlessly supplant Shanghai Technology. At that point, earning money would merely be a matter of words. Contemplating this, Wu Long commanded, continue to intensify research and development of power batteries. We must ensure the latest power battery is developed. Upon hearing this, Secretary Liu promptly exited the office to check on the progress in the laboratory. He now slightly regretted suggesting to Wu Long that they acquire the technical materials related to Shanghai Technology's power batteries. With the company having invested such substantial funds, he felt a twinge of fear. If they ultimately fail to develop it, he is uncertain of what course to take. Well, it seems prudent to take one step at a time. Secretary Liu found himself at a loss, only able to pray that the laboratory would expedite the development of the batteries. At Jiangzuan Automobile Company, a senior executive inquired, Mr. Xiang, hasn't Shanghai Technology contacted us regarding their new vehicle release? Do they not require our assistance in production this time? Mr. Xiang glanced at the few executives who posed the question, contemplated briefly, and then shook his head. Shanghai Technology possesses its own production line and is capable of manufacturing independently. It is possible they may reach out to us after the launch event. As of now, does anyone truly know the strategy behind Shanghai Technology's actions? A senior executive asked. Mr. Xiang, should we reach out to Shanghai Technology in advance? What if they run out of stock for their new vehicle due to lack of early production? This executive seemed particularly invested in Shanghai Technology. One might mistakenly believe he was employed by them. They perceived that Shanghai Technology's new vehicle was akin to the Toluo. No need, since Shanghai Technology has not disclosed anything to anyone. It indicates their desire for secrecy. Thus, there is no necessity to inquire further, Mr. Xiang understood the rationale behind this and promptly dismissed the notion. The executives exchanged glances, gradually settling back into their chairs, appearing somewhat dejected. Shanghai Technology has invited me to their press conference, and I shall return to gain clarity then, Mr. Xiang reassured them by imparting a crucial piece of information. After all, he recognized that the contract to manufacture Toluo electric vehicles constituted a significant source of revenue for the company. Indeed, upon hearing Mr. Xiang's words, the executives' expressions brightened. In their view, Shanghai Technology's invitation was undoubtedly intended for post-conference business discussions. Thus, it was likely that new manufacturing contracts would be entrusted to them. Chapter 38. The Mango Automobile Launch Conference at Shanghai Technology. Sun Jian observed the online comments and remarked, Mr. Zhou, our fans are exceedingly eager for the Mango Automobile. Gao Yi concurred. Indeed, such is the advantage of having a substantial fan base. A mere video can attract a multitude of viewers. The follower count for Shanghai Technology had surpassed 55 million, a significant figure on Doushou. The more commotion they created, the greater the audience for the live stream. Ensuring a successful launch event. Zhou Mo, smiling from the side, expressed his delight. Let us all retire early. Tomorrow we shall face a formidable challenge. Much of the preparation was nearly complete, and with a full day to address any remaining matters, there was ample time. After hearing this, Sun Jian and the others exited Zhou Mo's office and returned to their homes. Zhou Mo gazed out at the inky night sky, lost in thought. Time flew by, and before long, the next day arrived. At 6:50 p.m., with less than 10 minutes before the commencement of the launch, Zhou Mo was making final preparations backstage. At that moment, Sun Jian approached him. Mr. Zhou, aside from Mr. Xiang from Jiangzuan Automobile Company, no representatives from other companies have arrived, although numerous media journalists are present. Zhou Mo had anticipated this scenario. The only collaboration they had was with Jiangzuan Automobile. To many automotive firms, the Tolu electric vehicle was merely a laughingstock, unworthy of serious consideration. However, Zhou Mo remained unfazed, knowing that those who chose not to attend would miss future opportunities. As for the media, they were undoubtedly there for the traffic. With their presence alone, sufficient publicity would be assured. It matters not if they are absent. The launch is about to begin. I shall take the stage now, Zhou Mo declared, striding confidently toward the platform. Truth be told, Zhou Mo felt a twinge of unfamiliarity. Although he had addressed larger audiences in previous live streams, they had only been faceless cameras. This was his inaugural experience presenting to a live audience. Nevertheless, he had rehearsed the launch's proceedings multiple times in advance. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mo ascended the stage. Look, Zhou Mo has appeared. Quick, capture several close-up shots. He must be featured prominently tomorrow, exclaimed the excited journalists on site, brandishing cameras and smartphones, snapping away with fervor. The throng below, shrouded in darkness, resembled a starry sky, twinkling with the lights of their electronic devices. Zhou Mo recognized that photographers were capturing the moment. Distinguished guests, greetings. I am Zhou Mo, and I extend a warm welcome to all at the Shanghai Technology Launch Conference. After completing his introduction, Zhou Mo bowed respectfully to the audience. Mr. Xiang had been assigned to the front row by Sun Jian, and Zhou Mo made his way to the forefront of the stage. He widened his eyes, fixating on the stage, eager to discern the young man before him. Youthful and handsome were Xiang Xianchu's first impressions. He then meticulously scrutinized him from head to toe, ultimately concluding that he was merely an ordinary individual, lacking anything particularly remarkable. He could not fathom how this young man managed to establish such a successful company, Shanghai Technology. While others might be oblivious to the immense profitability of Shanghai Technology, the Jiangsuan Automobile Company, as a manufacturer for Toluo, was acutely aware. Not to mention the Toluo electric vehicles produced on Shanghai Technology's own production line. The number of Toluo electric vehicles they had manufactured approached 1 million. With conservative estimates, Shanghai Technology's revenue exceeded 20 billion. As for profits, they surely would not be insignificant. To be candid, Xiang Xianchu and his colleagues envied the substantial earnings of Shanghai Technology. Through their partnership, they had also garnered several hundred million in pure profit, more than their company had previously earned in an entire year, leaving him quite satisfied. He intended to speak with Zhou Mo after the conference, both to inquire about future manufacturing arrangements and to discuss the prospective direction of Jiangsuan Automobile's development. At that moment, Zhou Mo on stage spoke eloquently. I believe before we commence the conference, many of you are curious about the product we, at Shanghai Technology, will unveil tonight. A considerable portion of the audience assumed it would be the second generation of the Toluo electric vehicle. After a deliberate pause, Zhou Mo smiled and addressed the audience. In fact, you are mistaken. Tonight, our company will unveil a new energy sedan. Upon his announcement, a buzz of incredulous discussion erupted among the audience. A sedan? I thought it would be the Toluo electric vehicle. Alas, this trip was in vain. Although Shanghai Technology possesses some strength, I cannot believe they could produce a car so swiftly. Having been established for less than half a year, I lack confidence in their ability to accomplish this feat in such a short time. I expected Shanghai Technology to generate significant hype and attract considerable attention. Hence, I requested to attend this conference, only to be met with disappointment. Does Shanghai Technology not understand the risks of overreaching? It would be wiser to focus on developing the next generation of Toluo and to accumulate experience. If Shanghai Technology's sedan can rival the Dapeng 3, I would eat my words. These journalists, more informed than the average person, understood the capabilities of Shanghai Technology. They had been closely following Dapeng Automobile from its inception to the launch of its first mass-produced vehicle, and thus were acutely aware of the challenges of automotive manufacturing, which led to their skepticism regarding Shanghai Technology. At this moment, Xiang Xianchu furrowed his brow, wondering if the product truly was not an electric vehicle from the Toluo series. Meanwhile, many employees of Shanghai Technology watched Zhou Mo's presentation from the audience, including Sun Jian, Lu Su, Gao Yi, and Li Tang. The audience engaged in discussions during the weekend event, while the speakers on stage may not have been entirely aware of the chatter. Those in the audience were keenly attuned to the unfolding dialogue. Gao Yi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Mr. Sun, should we not ask them to quiet down and refrain from their erratic remarks?" To which Sun Jian, amused yet irritated, retorted, "What are they even saying? This is a press conference. It is a time for action." Lu Su interjected, "Gao Yi, perhaps it would be best for you to remain composed. Do you lack confidence in our vehicles?" Gao Yi quickly clarified, "Of course I am confident. It's just that their words are rather harsh." Sun Jian chuckled and shook his head, recognizing that Gao Yi's intentions were noble, but that he, as a recent graduate, lacked experience. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo on stage paid little heed to these exchanges and continued with his introduction. With a commanding voice, Zhou Mo announced, "Next, please welcome our Mango Automobile to the stage." After his proclamation, he stepped aside. The audience witnessed the lights dimming, enveloping the stage in darkness. Music filled the air, and animations graced the large screen behind the stage. All eyes were fixed upon the spectacle before them, as the harmonious interplay of animation, music, and lighting created a striking visual display. Following a meticulously prepared video presentation, two Mango electric vehicles made a spectacular entrance onto the stage. Gradually, the stage lights brightened, revealing the two cars in their full glory before the audience. Chapter 39, Intelligent Driving, Industry Earthquake. "Wow, how impressive," exclaimed an onlooker. Setting aside everything else, the aesthetics of this car are truly commendable. The aesthetic sense of domestic automobile manufacturers has been dismal, which explains their lackluster sales. If only they could learn from Shanghai Technology. Yet, beauty alone cannot sustain one. Performance remains paramount. Can one truly thrive on mere aesthetics? Many in attendance were captivated by the dazzling entrance and the striking design of the two Mango electric vehicles. Media representatives seized their cameras, fervently capturing images of the cars on stage. Both the live and online audiences were left in awe, as it was the first time a domestic automobile company had produced such visually stunning and avant-garde vehicles. With sleek, clean lines, a cutting-edge front end, and a fashion-forward, futuristic body design, the exquisite paintwork exuded an air of distinction. Zhou Mo continued, "These two vehicles represent the latest research achievements from Shanghai Technology, named Mango Automobile. Many may wonder how a company established so recently could produce such vehicles. I assure you, we are more than capable. Just because others may falter does not imply our failure. To expedite the mass production of the Mango Automobile, we have compressed our timeline to the utmost, enabling us to create these vehicles within a mere 4 months. Rest assured, the quality of our cars is beyond reproach. We have successfully passed the vehicle tests. Otherwise, these two cars would not be present here." After discussing various aspects, I would like to pose a question to everyone. What does your ideal electric vehicle look like? Is it characterized by short range, unattractive design, or inconvenient usage? Ha! Laughter erupted from the audience, as many held such preconceived notions about electric vehicles. The weekend speaker retorted, "What about actual electric vehicles?" He confidently continued, "Our Mango 7 boasts an impressive range of up to 1,100 kilometers. I believe this figure surpasses that of most gasoline cars when fully fueled. 1,100 kilometers? If that is indeed true, I must acquire one for myself. If such a range exists, everyday usage would be entirely feasible." The latest release from Dapeng Automotive, the Dapeng 3, has a range that is merely half of that of the Mango. Is the disparity between the two so vast? The audience had their expectations, yet were still taken aback. They were perplexed as to how battery technology had advanced to this degree. Could it be that the weekend speaker is a reincarnation of a deity overseeing power batteries? They all understood that the most significant hurdle to the widespread adoption of new energy vehicles is the issue of range. If Shanghai Technology's Mango has indeed resolved this challenge, it could truly pave the way for electric vehicles to replace gasoline cars. However, that is only a fraction of the impact. It would fundamentally alter the global energy structure. Ignoring the audience's astonishment, the speaker continued his introduction. Furthermore, our entire lineup of Mango vehicles is equipped with the most advanced onboard driver assistance systems available globally. The Mango vehicle is outfitted with 1 laser radar, 3 millimeter wave radars, 12 ultrasonic radars, and 11 high-definition cameras. These features enable assisted driving, parking assistance, and, if necessary, even autonomous driving. Wow, is that truly the case? The audience was taken aback. Is this real? The weekend speaker, without preamble, unveiled 2 groundbreaking revelations. If true, that would be extraordinarily impressive. The cost of such an array of cameras and radars must be substantial. As for autonomous driving technology, hadn't we heard of a domestic company working on it? Yet, to date, there have been no notable results, while Shanghai Technology has made significant advancements. One attendee quipped, "Am I deceiving investors? Are you an investor?" Everyone knows that autonomous driving is generally categorized into 6 levels according to the standards set by the International Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE. Our Mango 7's intelligent driving has already reached level 4, and I believe our autonomous driving capabilities are also at the forefront globally. To bolster everyone's confidence, the weekend speaker promptly displayed a video on the screen. I recognize that many may find this hard to believe, so we have prepared a special video. Please direct your attention to the large screen. The audience, both present and those watching the live stream, widened their eyes, fixated on the display. Autonomous driving. This is a technology often discussed, but seldom witnessed. Has Shanghai Technology truly achieved this? At this moment, Xiang Xianchu's expression was grave. He sensed that Zhou Mo's character would not make baseless claims. Thus, it was highly likely that Shanghai Technology's autonomous driving technology was indeed groundbreaking. The electric vehicle boasting a range of 1,100 kilometers had caught him off guard, and immediately thereafter, Zhou Mo unveiled another revelation, one that was even more explosive. Xiang Xianchu focused intently on the screen, anxious not to miss a single detail. The footage being displayed on stage had been meticulously crafted by Gao Yi specifically for this press conference. It contained clips taken during Zhou Mo's visit, alongside others that had been res-hot due to dissatisfaction with the initial footage. Gao Yi was determined to ensure the event's success and was making every effort to achieve that goal. In addition to the basic features of automatic parking, obstacle detection, lane and traffic signal recognition, and adaptive cruise control, the video prominently featured autonomous driving. It illustrated a vehicle operating without the need for human intervention at the steering wheel, navigating not on deserted highways, but seamlessly weaving through urban streets. This was a stark contrast to the initial assumptions of the media present. Was this truly within the realm of current technological capabilities? Both those in attendance and the online viewers pondered the same question. The brief video came to a close, yet the audience lingered in contemplation of the visuals they had just witnessed. As the video ended, the venue fell into an almost palpable silence. Joamo chuckled softly, observing their reactions with satisfaction, thinking to himself that they must be utterly astonished. Soon after, the audience erupted into fervent discussions, the noise escalating to a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. "It's real. This car is incredible. I want one," exclaimed one. "Shanghai technology is truly formidable." Jomo's earlier claim of 1,100 kilometers must be genuine. Finally, a car that can park itself. I must purchase one. I'll no longer have to fret about parking. Isn't autonomous driving even more impressive? I could rest during long highway drives. The advances in Shanghai technology's autonomous driving capabilities were undeniably ahead of the curve. Many journalists engaged in animated discussions, having forgotten their original purpose. A few more composed individuals hastily typed away on their laptops. I need to disseminate this news quickly. It's a revelation that will astonish the world. Attending this press conference had proven fruitful, and they hoped for even more cutting-edge innovations from Shanghai technology. The world was on the brink of a seismic shift. Shanghai Technology's autonomous driving technology had evidently reached level 4, marking a significant rise in domestic technology. The fervent discussions among the audience stood in stark contrast to the initial skepticism. Gao Yi reveled in their astonishment. "Huh, you doubted us, and now look at you." Utterly taken aback, the extent of their previous disdain was now matched by their astonishment. Chapter 40. Exceptional Performance, Unmatched Value. Subsequently, Weekend unveiled the interior of the Mango electric vehicle. Without the constraints of a fuel engine, the Mango electric vehicle boasts a more expansive area and storage capacity, all while maintaining the same body dimensions. Whether in the front or rear, the space is ample, allowing adult passengers to sit comfortably without feeling cramped. The front cabin features two 10-inch large screens, a luxury often absent in many fuel-powered vehicles, eliciting a sense of novelty among the audience. Additionally, each front seat is equipped with two screens mounted on the back. The interior exudes opulence, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship and substantial value. The aesthetic appeal of the interior is striking, compelling one to consider a purchase solely based on its visual allure. Such generous space is a boon for those who prioritize roominess in their vehicles. The technological sophistication is palpable. "This is the electric vehicle I envisioned." Continuing his presentation, Weekend emphasized that aside from the aforementioned range, intelligent driving, and spacious interior, the vehicle's performance is equally crucial. A collective curiosity arose among the audience. Did Shanghai Technology have more impressive features to reveal? Weekend, exuding confidence, declared, "In terms of performance, our Mango 7 accelerates from 0 to 100 in just 3.2 seconds, with a top speed reaching 300 km/h. Meanwhile, the Mango 3 achieves 0 to 100 in merely 6.1 seconds, with a maximum speed of 200 km/h, certainly catering to everyday needs." Is this a sedan? It feels more akin to a sports car with such formidable capabilities. I sense it's time to consider an upgrade for my own sports car. My Ferrari and Porsche seem outdated now. Indeed, even my Lamborghini must be replaced. I have decided that the Mango vehicle shall become my dream car. Is this the distinction between a feature phone and a smartphone? My foremost concern now is the vehicle's pricing. I suspect it won't be inexpensive. As the press conference neared its conclusion, it was time to unveil the price of the Mango vehicle. Weekend, casting a meaningful glance at the audience, inquired loudly, "What do you think it will cost?" The journalists below exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their guesses. Who could possibly predict such a price? The Mango vehicle is laden with cutting-edge technology. The absence of comparable models makes it difficult to establish a reference price. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "$19.99. The audience momentarily paused, turning to the source of the voice, before erupting in laughter. "Ha ha." Weekend pointed at the individual on stage, playfully scolding, "You must be here to disrupt the proceedings." The crowd, finding humor in Weekend's mock annoyance, burst into another round of laughter. Below, Sun Jian and the others joined in the mirth, with Lu Su teasing, "It's the first time I've heard Mr. Zhou curse." In 1999, Let us not dwell on the past. If such an electric vehicle truly existed, I would purchase as many as I could afford. The audience chuckled at the jest, well aware of the improbability of the situation. Once the audience settled down, the host resumed his presentation. I previously introduced two models that we are launching today, the Mango 7 and the Mango 3, which you can see on stage. Please direct your attention to the large screen for the pricing details. The price range for the Mango 7 is between 689, 981 to 199,000 yuan, while the Mango 3 ranges from 259, 935 to 599,000 yuan. The exact price will be determined by the orders placed by you. Following the host's announcement, applause erupted from the audience. Although the price of the Mango 7 is somewhat steep, the configuration and pricing of the Mango 3 are quite reasonable. That price is unattainable. For over 200,000 yuan, wouldn't a Highlander be a better choice? Some in the audience speculated that the host must be out of his mind. Pricing the first vehicle so high, what justified such an expense? Certain reporters considered the price excessive, believing it should ideally be below 100,000 yuan. Naturally, the most favorable scenario would be to receive it for free. Why should the price be justified? Simply because the vehicle's specifications warrant its cost. The aesthetic appeal and performance of this car surpass that of mid-range vehicles. Have you not heard that electric cars save on fuel? The Mango vehicle can significantly reduce fuel expenses, savings that could be better spent on purchasing ribs. Those who own cars understand this well. While many can afford to buy a vehicle, not everyone can maintain it. Beyond the initial purchase price, ongoing fuel costs and maintenance also constitute a significant expense. Focusing solely on the Mango 3, its current specifications make its pricing decidedly low. If the technology behind this car was not obtained through a lottery system, but rather developed through investment from the host, then selling the vehicle at this price point essentially results in a loss for each unit sold. In addition to the media present, numerous individuals in the live stream were sharing their thoughts. The Mango 7 is impressive. The top-tier price is reasonable. I want to buy one for fun, exclaimed one viewer. For those affluent individuals upstairs, do you need any accessories? 7 is too pricey. The Mango 3 is very reasonably priced. I happen to need a car right now, so I will purchase this one. Are you all wealthy? You speak of buying so casually. However, I have concerns regarding the Mango 3's 700-kilometer range. Then invest extra for the 7. Its 1,100-kilometer range will ensure your journeys are worry-free. Subsequently, the host announced exhilarating news that thrilled both the audience and those watching the live broadcast. Lastly, we will select 10 fortunate viewers from the live stream to each receive a Mango 7. Gasps of amazement arose from the media. Could Shanghai Technology really be giving away cars, especially the more expensive Mango 7? However, one wonders if it would be akin to Dapeng Motors, offering merely a usage right. At the moment when skepticism loomed over the crowd, Zhou Weekend continued, assuring everyone, rest assured, we will absolutely not be granting usage rights. We are directly gifting the vehicles to all of you. As for the income tax, our company will handle the payments. If we can afford to give away cars, surely we can cover that minor tax. The audience gasped in astonishment at the generosity of Shanghai Technology. The value of 10 vehicles surpassed 10 million. This starkly contrasted with the stinginess of Dapeng Automobile, which only offered a 5-year usage right. What value does that hold? Zhou Weekend disregarded the murmurs and instructed everyone to open their Dousho app, enter the Shanghai Technology live stream, and click on the lucky bag for a chance to win. The 10 vehicles would be distributed through 5 lucky bags, with 2 Mango 7s given away each time. The journalists on site quickly retrieved their phones to access Dousho, expecting an immediate lottery draw. However, Zhou Weekend opted not to conduct the draw live, prioritizing fairness. With only 10 cars at stake, drawing half on-site would leave an insufficient number for online participants, risking backlash from viewers. Meanwhile, the audience watching the Shanghai Technology live stream hastily made phone calls to rally friends for the lottery. Chapter 41. Another car giveaway, the on-site lottery by now. The automobile launch event was nearing its conclusion. The journalists were engrossed in the lottery within the live stream, leaving Zhou Weekend feeling somewhat awkward standing alone on stage. He decided to step down and approach Sun Jian and the others. Mr. Zhou, the launch was a resounding success. The impact was remarkable, Sun Jian initiated. Lu Su remarked. Indeed, tonight must have been the most shocking press conference these journalists have ever experienced. Mr. Zhou, their expressions were priceless. especially when they initially doubted us. When you revealed the real deal, they were utterly speechless. Gao Yi animatedly gestured, clearly in high spirits. At that moment, Xiang Xianchu approached from the front row. Sun Jian faced him while Zhou Weekend had his back turned, prompting Sun Jian to quietly alert, "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Xiang is coming over." Zhou Weekend raised an eyebrow. Xiang Xianchu was the only attendee from Jiangzuan Automobile Company, and his presence was a significant gesture of respect, regardless of the reasons behind it. Zhou Weekend adjusted his expression, turning with a smile. "Mr. Xiang, I sincerely appreciate your attendance at this launch." Xiang Xianchu paused for a moment, glanced at Sun Jian behind Zhou Weekend, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating it was Sun Jian's prompt. "Not at all. Truthfully, I consider it an honor to participate in this Mango automobile launch." Sun Jian was not being modest. He genuinely believed this. The Mango automobile launch had profoundly shocked him, as Shanghai Technology unveiled several world-leading technologies. He felt that after tonight, Shanghai Technology would soar, leaving future weekends beyond his reach. "Mr. Zhou, your sudden revelation of such significant advancements has undoubtedly left the absent automotive companies lamenting their absence. I am grateful for Mr. Xiang's generous praise. Such achievements are a testament to the diligent efforts of our research personnel. Without their contributions, our company would not boast such technological milestones." Mr. Xiang's words resonate deeply with me, and I find myself quite elated. While the two engaged in conversation, the journalists remained industrious. With each lottery draw taking approximately 10 minutes, they ascended the platform to admire the Mango automobiles. The display featured only 2 vehicles, both in sleek black, exuding an air of sophistication. Customers could select their preferred colors upon placing orders. Nevertheless, these 2 Mango cars quickly became the focal point of the event. Countless attendees raised their phones to capture images, having previously been too distant to achieve clarity. They murmured in awe, "So beautiful, truly breathtaking." It was only from a closer vantage point that one could fully appreciate the true allure of the Mango automobiles. Some male journalists reached out to caress the car's surface, their expressions reflecting sheer rapture. Onlookers were left with goosebumps at the sight. A few impatient journalists, unable to wait for the lottery, took to the Starseed Technology official website to place their reservations. The excitement was palpable. Fortunately, the reservation channel had opened prior to the press conference. A total of 5 rounds of draws were scheduled, with results announced approximately every 10 minutes. Despite the unfolding results, the number of viewers in the live stream did not dwindle, rather, it grew. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the exhibition area, "I've won." "What? Someone actually won?" came the astonished response. "Why not me? How incredibly fortunate." A wave of commotion erupted, drawing Mr. Zhou's attention. Sun Jian interjected, "Mr. Zhou, I heard someone has won over there." "Won? How extraordinary." Mr. Zhou shook his head in disbelief, having presumed that none among the journalists would emerge victorious. To his surprise, someone had indeed won. He and Sun Jian approached the scene, and Mr. Xiang, who had been conversing with them, followed suit. "Please make way, Mr. Zhou is coming through," someone called out, prompting the journalists to part and create a path. They recognized this was Mr. Zhou's domain and were inclined to heed the arrangements of Starseed Technology, while also eager to witness his next move. Mr. Zhou surveyed the crowd, uncertain who among them had won, and inquired, "Which gentleman has emerged victorious? Kindly raise your hand." At that moment, a young man in the front eagerly raised his hand. He appeared to be in his 30s. "May I ask your name?" "Hello, Mr. Zhou. My name is Zhang Sheng." Zhang Sheng was visibly exhilarated, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He was utterly astonished to discover that he had won a prize, and not just any prize, but a Mango 7 worth over 800,000. "Please show me the winning notification," Zhang Sheng said, extending his hand to hand his phone to Zhou Mo. The phone screen was still displaying the live broadcast, revealing his winning information. Zhou Mo glanced at the screen and confirmed that Zhang Sheng had indeed won. Handing the phone back, Zhou Mo remarked, "You are extraordinarily fortunate. Once the press conference concludes, you can drive the car home. However, currently, the only color available is black. Will you choose black? Or would you prefer to wait and select a color that you truly desire?" The prospect of driving it home today was simply marvelous. Shanghai Technology was genuinely committed to their promises. He never anticipated that he could drive it away on the spot. Why wasn't it him who won? Oh, his luck was simply astonishing. Why did fortune not smile upon him? The journalists present gritted their teeth, simultaneously sighing in despair. Witnessing Zhang Sheng's triumph while they were left empty-handed felt akin to a personal tragedy. Zhang Sheng was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that he could simply drive away. He had been so absorbed in the joy of winning that he hadn't contemplated this possibility. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he summoned his courage and inquired, "Mr. Zhou, may I exchange the car for cash?" What? This young man was audacious beyond belief. Indeed, the notion of trading it for cash was quite unexpected. Surely Mr. Zhou would not acquiesce to such a request. Although the vehicle's retail price was over 800,000, its actual value was undoubtedly lower. The murmurs of the onlookers reached Zhou Mo's ears. Why would one not want the car? Unless a valid reason was presented, Zhou Mo would certainly not comply. Zhang Sheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. "Mr. Zhou, while electric vehicles are more economical than gasoline ones, there are still considerable expenses associated with owning one, such as maintenance, charging costs, insurance, and parking fees. For others, these might seem trivial. But my family cannot bear such a financial burden. In fact, I already own a vehicle, a Tulu electric car that I purchased for my wife. And that is sufficient for our needs." Recently, Zhang Sheng had gifted his wife a Tulu electric car as a birthday present. The others present understood his predicament and turned their attention to Zhou Mo to see how he would address the situation. Xiang Chuchu also watched closely, curious about Zhou Mo's response. Chapter 42. News spreads. Industry shockwaves. Zhou Mo had not anticipated that Zhang Sheng was not only a devoted individual, but also a customer of their company. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Mo formulated a response and stated, "I completely understand your sentiments, and your love story is quite touching. Nevertheless, I must respectfully decline your request." Zhou Mo decisively rejected the proposal. What? Zhou Mo is being rather unyielding, isn't? Indeed, given the circumstances, do you truly lack this small sum? What were your thoughts on the weekend? This request should be quite simple. Goodness, the atmosphere became quite lively. When they were in good spirits, they referred to him as Mr. Zhou. When displeased, they called him Weekend. Zhang was somewhat disappointed, realizing the predicament he faced. Weekend continued, "You may still drive your car back. However, it will be a Mango 3. As for the price difference with the 7, I shall compensate you. Nonetheless, this arrangement does not adhere to our regulations, so you will be responsible for the taxes. What do you think?" Zhang thought he must have misheard, but was enlightened by a nearby individual. He calculated in his mind. The price difference between the 7 and the 3 was 460,000. After paying 20 tax on that amount, and an additional 20 on the vehicle, he would ultimately receive a Mango 3 and nearly 300,000 in cash, which was quite satisfactory. Zhang quickly expressed his gratitude. "No problem, Mr. Zhou, I am immensely grateful." Indeed, Mr. Zhou was not an unreasonable person. This sum of money was hardly a concern for him. Initially, Zhang had violated the rules, and a slight penalty was warranted. Weekend, overhearing their conversation, could only smirk in resignation. He had not anticipated whether the winners could afford to maintain the vehicles. However, it was not a major issue. If a winner could not sustain the vehicle, they could communicate during the redemption process. Weekend instructed Sun Jian beside him to pay attention to the winner's needs. Time passed swiftly, and an hour later, all 10 Mango 7 cars had been distributed. During this interval, no one among the reporters, aside from Zhang, had won. This relieved Weekend, as even a single winner among the reporters was considered fortunate. If there had been more, netizens would undoubtedly question the fairness of the lottery. At that point, it would be akin to a mishap that could not be clarified. Once the lottery concluded, the press conference also came to an end. All the journalists exited the venue with high spirits, having gained significantly from the day's events. As for the fortunate Zhang, Gao Yi took the initiative to handle the redemption process. Weekend did not decline, as both he and Sun Jian had other matters to attend to, while Gao Yi had fewer obligations at that moment. Gao Yi approached Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, I am Gao Yi from Shanghai Technology. Please follow me for the redemption." Zhang promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Gao." Following the conclusion of the press conference, the discussion surrounding Mango automobiles began to gain momentum. Keywords such as autonomous driving, 1,100-kilometer range, and stunning aesthetics surged to the top of various trending platforms. Simultaneously, news regarding Mango automobiles began to proliferate. Shanghai Technology launched television advertisements, online promotions, and offline marketing efforts. Weekend was determined to ensure that Mango automobiles became a household name. Not only are netizens fervently discussing online, but major media outlets, be they financial, automotive, or otherwise, have also joined the fray. Their headlines are nothing short of captivating, and even the business department has re-emerged with a bang. Astonishing. The press conference by Shanghai Technology conceals these secrets. Who could have anticipated that Mango Automobile's performance would far exceed expectations? Shocking. This vehicle is valued at a staggering $1 million. Startling. The secrets of autonomous driving that I must divulge. Unbelievable. Profanity was uttered at the press conference over the weekend. Naturally, many reputable media outlets have reported on the event. Shanghai Technology has achieved multiple world firsts. What accounts for Mango Automobile's performance being so far ahead of its competitors? As photographs and videos of the Mango Automobile taken by on-site journalists circulated on social media, they found their way to various forums, websites, microblogs, and short video platforms, sending online spectators into a frenzy of excitement. Goodness, I never imagined a car could be this dazzling. This is no mere vehicle, it is a masterpiece. The design prowess of Shanghai Technology has left me in tears. Alas, yet another toy has been added to the collection of the affluent. Due to the overwhelming buzz, even internet celebrity Seetsong has stepped into the spotlight, sharing a screenshot of his successful order of 4 Mango 7s from the official Shanghai Technology website on his microblog. How tragic. Has even Seetsong succumbed to the allure of Mango Automobile? Is this the lifestyle of the wealthy? Purchasing a Mango Automobile is akin to us buying mangoes. Some fortunate netizens have even posted their winning images online, inciting envy and resentment in those who were not so lucky. Jealousy has left me in a state of despair. Sigh, with such wealth, why doesn't Shanghai Technology share a bit more? The last figure of 360 was quite commendable. Is it possible that even with more gifts, you would remain empty-handed? I shall compete with you fortunate souls. Longjump Group has been closely monitoring the developments at Shanghai Technology for some time. However, they did not watch the live stream of the press conference last night. To Wu Long and his associates, Shanghai Technology's capabilities seemed rather ordinary. The quality of the automobile press conference was undoubtedly limited. Given the mere 4-month time frame, it was inconceivable that anything other than the second generation of the Patrol could have been produced. Although they were somewhat puzzled as to why Shanghai Technology had launched a second-generation product so swiftly, it did not significantly concern them. Just as Wu Long reclined in his bedroom, the phone rang. He glanced at the screen to see it was Secretary Liu calling. Why is he calling at such a late hour? Does he not understand decorum? Wu Long had grown increasingly dissatisfied with Secretary Liu's recent performance, as he had not accomplished a single task effectively in quite some time, fostering a degree of discontent within him. Nevertheless, considering it was unusual for Liu to call at such an hour, Wu Long assumed it must be of considerable importance and thus answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Wu. Trouble has arisen. Shanghai Technology has launched a new energy vehicle. You must see the news. What? Please clarify. Liu, the secretary, spoke too rapidly, leaving Wu Long perplexed. Mr. Wu, the situation is as follows. Upon hearing Liu's explanation, Wu Long finally grasped the gravity of the matter. A seismic shift had occurred in the automotive industry. When had Shanghai Technology become so formidable? Wu Long could not fathom it. However, as he processed the news that Shanghai Technology's Mango car boasted a mere 1,100 kilometers of range, he involuntarily twitched. Only 1,100? It seemed that Shanghai Technology had not truly succeeded in their development. He recalled the documentation he had received from Shanghai Technology, which indicated that their power battery had a range exceeding 2,000 kilometers. Initially, he harbored doubts. Could such a long-range power battery genuinely exist? Caught up in the excitement and swayed by Liu and the researchers' discussions, he had invested heavily in further research and development. Yet, as he reflected, despite his uncertainties, he felt unable to halt his momentum due to the substantial initial investments. He had originally contemplated abandoning the venture if no results materialized. However, upon learning of the 1,100-kilometer range of the Mango car, he had a change of heart. Wu Long resolved to increase his investment in research and development when he returned to the company the following day. He was prepared to go all in for the power battery. Tonight, he anticipated, would be an insomniac night for him. Chapter 43. Tremendous Reaction. Shocking both home and abroad. Hello, my dear. On his way to claim his winnings with Gao Yi, Zhang Sheng received a call from his wife. Zhang surmised that she had seen news of his victory while scrolling through social media, prompting her to call for confirmation. As expected, he heard his wife's anxious voice on the line. Darling, I just watched a live stream of someone who looks remarkably like you, and he won a prize. That person wouldn't be you, would it? Zhang could distinctly hear the tremor in her breath, indicating her nervousness. She had called specifically to ascertain the truth. Indeed, my dear. That winner is me. Ah. Zhang was taken aback by his wife's exclamation and instinctively held the phone away from his ear. Once the commotion subsided, he cautiously brought the phone back to his ear and spoke with patience. Please, do not be overly excited. I am currently at the prize redemption center. We can discuss everything when I return. All right, love you. Please be safe on your way back. Zhang gazed at the now disconnected call, shaking his head in resignation. Gao Yi, who had overheard the conversation, chimed in. Mr. Zhang, you must have been married not long ago, right? Hearing Gao Yi's remark, Zhang looked up, slightly embarrassed, and replied, Mr. Gao, I apologize for any misunderstanding. We have been married for several years. You don't say? I had presumed you were newlyweds. Gao Yi was not well versed in this matter, yet he had heard that many things change after two individuals tie the knot. Zhang Sheng, feeling somewhat shy, smiled awkwardly. Without further ado, Gao Yi proceeded to assist Zhang Sheng with the necessary paperwork. The matter of cash was straightforward, as it would be directly transferred to Zhang Sheng's bank account. As for the car, it would depend on Zhang Sheng's preferences. Mr. Zhang, we currently have only the black version of the Mango 3 series, but it is fully equipped. If you desire another color, it will require a waiting period. After speaking, Gao Yi observed Zhang Sheng's decision-making process. Without hesitation, Zhang Sheng opted for the black car. Shortly thereafter, Gao Yi finalized all the formalities, and Zhang Sheng drove away in his new vehicle, fully charged and ready for the journey home. Gao Yi watched as Zhang Sheng's car receded into the distance, contemplating that the combination of this vehicle and the 300,000 yuan in cash should be sufficient to transform Zhang Sheng's family circumstances. The following day, at Dapeng Automobile Company. Can someone explain this situation to me? Why am I only now being informed of such a crucial matter? Su Dapeng glared at the executives before him, his voice raised in indignation. This morning, upon waking, he was inundated with news about Mango Automobile's impressive advancements. Their achievements in autonomous driving in 100 kilometers of range were beyond Dapeng Automobile's reach. Fortunately, at present, only Shanghai Technology possessed such technical prowess. While Dapeng Automobile may not be the frontrunner, it certainly held a place among the top tier. The executives present exchanged exasperated glances, realizing that even if they communicated, it would be of little consequence. Mr. Su, we feared it was too late to disturb your rest, hence the delay in informing you, a secretary interjected. Is this a trivial matter? This concerns the very survival of our company. Shouldn't you report such developments in a timely manner? This time, the executives kept their heads bowed in silence, and the secretary refrained from further comment. The gap between them and Shanghai Technology was vast, and they knew it would take considerable time to bridge it. After a moment, Su Dapeng regained his composure. Anger was not the solution. Addressing the immediate issues was paramount. He settled into his chair and inquired, What suggestions do you have? Mr. Su, I believe the most viable course of action at present is to reduce our prices. Indeed, if we lower our prices slightly, there remains a market for us. The vehicles from Shanghai Technology are still somewhat expensive for the average consumer, one executive proposed. Upon hearing this, Su Dapeng frowned. Lowering prices? It sounded simple, but raising them back up would be a challenge. Do you have any other strategies? The executives collectively shook their heads. They could not compete on technology, leaving them with no choice but to engage in a price war. Su Dapeng sighed and conceded, Very well, let us announce a modest price reduction on our official website. The government still offers subsidies, so we need not lower the prices excessively. After subsidies, the price should remain above 200,000 yuan. Otherwise, we would truly have nothing left to gain. The executives present exchanged glances, realizing that this was the only viable approach at the moment. Moreover, we must intensify our research and development efforts in autonomous driving technology and disseminate this news widely to ensure public awareness. Although Dapeng Automotive currently lags in technological advancements, the tech industry operates in such a manner that once one company achieves a significant breakthrough, others can swiftly follow in its footsteps to realize technological updates. While the gap between our results and those of Shanghai Technology remains substantial, at least we have addressed the fundamental issue of existence. General Su, what a brilliant idea. I am confident that all companies will soon invest in the development of autonomous driving technology. Some executives flattered Su Dapeng, although they recognized the insincerity. It nonetheless brought them joy. The news regarding Shanghai technology inevitably reached overseas, prompting incredulous reactions from many international netizens. How could this be? How is it possible that a major Eastern enterprise has achieved a breakthrough in the electric vehicle sector? Autonomous driving with a range of 100 kilometers. Could this be the ultimate electric vehicle? This is the electric car of my dreams. Where can we place our orders? What kind of company is Shanghai Technology, which had previously gone unnoticed? Why has America failed to achieve breakthroughs in this area? What are those politicians doing? We do not require 11 aircraft carriers. We desire the dignity of ordinary citizens. Our nation should seriously reflect on the reasons behind our technological lag. Indeed, introspection knows no borders. The information from foreign media also made its way back to the domestic sphere, causing a surge in pride among the Eastern populace. Many netizens believe that in the burgeoning field of electric vehicles, Mango Automotive had, single-handedly, carved out a new territory. Coupled with Shanghai Technology's advancements in autonomous driving and cutting-edge battery technology, Mango Automotive emerged as an invincible force, poised to reshape the global automotive landscape and genuinely overtake foreign automotive brands. Under the convergence of various circumstances, the popularity of Mango Automotive soared, with an increasing number of individuals discovering Shanghai Technology and Mango Automotive through online channels. Chapter 44. Record-breaking pre-sales, stirring the titans of the Magic City. In this economically robust city of the East, Commander Tang, please take a look at this news. At this moment, Tang was engaged in discussions with several individuals regarding Special Energy's plans to establish a factory in the Magic City. Since 2016, Ma Kaiyuan had fervently sought to engage with the Magic City authorities, hoping to invest in a domestic factory. However, after 2 years of negotiations, a particular issue remained unresolved. The Eastern regulations impose a limit on foreign ownership in domestic automotive enterprises, capping foreign shares at 50. Perhaps due to past experiences of loss in this regard, Ma Kaiyuan was unwilling to relinquish control. Neither party was willing to concede. Just when it seemed that the negotiations were on the brink of collapse, Ma Kaiyuan was prepared to abandon the endeavor. At this moment, the officials of the Magic City received news from the imperial capital. In early 2018, the Eastern Great would introduce further policies to expand openness. Among these regulations, the restrictions on foreign automotive enterprises' shareholding ratios would be abolished. Upon receiving this information, preparations in the Magic City commenced immediately. Additionally, following the Eastern Great's introduction of new energy subsidies, numerous companies attempted to exploit these incentives, prompting discontent in the imperial capital. Thus, the Eastern Great devised a plan to lure the wolf into the fold, strategically inviting Tesla into their domain. The current discussion among them revolved around the preparatory work required for Tesla's entry into the Eastern Great. Tang Zheng, who was responsible for economic affairs in the Magic City, held a prominent position, ranking just below one other individual. He took his phone and examined the information within. When did domestic technology enterprises gain such formidable strength? Is the information credible? With a serious demeanor, Tang Zheng regarded his secretary. This matter pertained to the strategic interests of the Eastern Great and was certainly not trivial. The information is authentic, without a doubt, the secretary replied with conviction. Tang Zheng glanced at the group still engaged in discussion and interjected, "Let us cease our deliberations. We now have a new objective. Please take a look at this." He extended his phone towards them, lowering his head to contemplate how to facilitate Shanghai Technology's investment in the Magic City. Since the launch event, Mango Automotive's popularity has remained exceptionally high. Accompanied by the spread of public sentiment regarding Mango Automotive, their sales figures have soared. Within just 4 minutes of sales, pre-orders exceeded 20,000 in 7 minutes. They surpassed 30,000, and in 27 minutes, they exceeded 80,000. By 7 p.m. the following evening, the pre-order sales had officially surpassed 180,000 within a mere 24 hours, an astonishing figure by any standard. What was even more remarkable was that over 130,000 of these orders were for the Mango 7. Initially, Zhou was incredulous, but upon further reflection, it became clear. Households purchasing electric vehicles typically already owned gasoline-powered cars, and such families were not financially constrained, leading them to predominantly select top-tier models. At the onset of the pre-sale, Zhou aimed for an order volume of over 100,000 within 24 hours. But the outcome delivered an extraordinary surprise. The results of the 24-hour order volume instilled Zhou with even greater confidence regarding Mango Automotive sales for the year. Mr. Zhou, while the pre-sale results are impressive, we still face a significant shortage of vehicles. Our factory's production capacity is inadequate, Sun Jian interjected. Shanghai Technology originally operated its own factory. However, after Mango Automotive commenced production, the production lines for the original Tulu electric vehicle were dismantled, and new lines were established for Mango Automotive. Production of the Tulu electric vehicle was entirely assigned to Jiangzuan Automotive Company. Currently, their factory's production line requires a minimum of 2 minutes to manufacture a single vehicle. Operating continuously throughout the day, they can produce only 720 Mango cars. To meet the demand of 180,000 units, it would take at least 250 days, not accounting for subsequent orders. Even on weekends, it is a daunting challenge. Should they seek subcontracting? Weekend shook his head. No, Mango Cars is not akin to Tulu. The factory must be built by them. Moreover, they are not currently short on funds and can indeed establish their own factory. Constructing a factory themselves is feasible within the timeline, and with additional investment, it could be completed within a year without issue. Sun Jian nodded in agreement. At present, a slower delivery from their company's own capacity is acceptable. Once the factory is operational, they can fulfill orders in bulk. As they deliberated on the location for the new factory, Gao Yi suddenly burst in. Mr. Zhou, we just received a call from Modu, requesting to visit our company and meet with you. Weekend exchanged a glance with Sun Jian, both expressing their confusion. Sun Jian shook his head. Did they mention who was coming? They only mentioned a name, Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng. Weekend had not heard of this name and could not recall any company owner by that name. Sun Jian, however, suddenly recognized it. Isn't he the governor from Modu? Mr. Zhou, I have indeed heard of him, Sun Jian remarked, realizing the significance of Tang Zheng's visit. Did the call specify when they would arrive? Gao Yi replied without hesitation. Tomorrow morning, they will arrive at the company early. So soon, and so early. What could be the purpose of their visit? Weekend shrugged, thinking that they would manage whatever came their way, as there was nothing insurmountable. The following morning, Weekend, accompanied by Sun Jian and several senior executives, awaited at the entrance. As Shanghai Technology continued to expand, its personnel structure had become more refined and systematic. Weekend, as the chairman, primarily focused on formulating the company's strategic development, while Sun Jian, as the general manager, oversaw daily operational management. Beneath them were several departments, including finance, human resources, auditing, and research and development, with their leaders trailing behind Sun Jian. Given the high status of the visitors, they naturally placed significant importance on this occasion. Before long, they observed a coaster bus arriving, flanked by several autists. Weekend surmised that the individual aboard the bus must be the esteemed Governor Tang. As the convoy approached and halted at the company entrance, the door of the coaster swung open, and several individuals disembarked. Weekend immediately spotted Governor Tang among them. With flowing black hair and a complexion that radiates vitality, he appears to be in his 40s, a clear testament to his meticulous self-care. Adorned with a pair of sleek black glasses, he wears a warm smile that exudes a benevolent charm, effortlessly eliciting a sense of familiarity. Given the advanced state of the internet, I had conducted some research online yesterday after being introduced by Sun Jian, thus I possessed a vague impression of him. As Director Tang approached, I stepped forward. Greetings, Director Tang, I said with a composed yet respectful demeanor. Welcome to our company. You must be Weekend? You look remarkably youthful. Upon his arrival, Director Tang had already familiarized himself with the circumstances surrounding Shanghai Technology, and naturally, my profile was among the information he had acquired. The adage that seeing is believing rang true. He had indeed underestimated my youthfulness. Coupled with my poised attitude, it reflected the essence of a new generation of talents. I merely perceived Director Tang as a figure of considerable rank. Armed with my system, I regarded everyone from a vantage point of superiority. Hence, I had no intention of flattering him. Nevertheless, given that Shanghai Technology's current capabilities were still somewhat limited, it was prudent to avoid causing any offense. Subsequently, I guided Director Tang and his entourage through a tour of the company and the production line of Mango Motors. Weekend, would you be interested in establishing a factory in the Magic City? Chapter 45, A Visit from the Big Shot. Well prepared. Suddenly, as we were observing the production line, Director Tang inquired beside me. I was momentarily taken aback, finally realizing that his visit was specifically to propose that I set up a super factory in the Magic City. I recalled that in my previous life, the production line of Te Kola was indeed established there. What could have prompted this shift in circumstances? Was it my influence? At that moment, the others also caught wind of Director Tang's proposition. All eyes turned toward me, eagerly awaiting my response. Sun Jian and the others were visibly elated. This was an invitation from the governor of the Magic City. The prospect of building a factory there was certainly appealing, considering the well-developed infrastructure surrounding the area. The individuals accompanying Director Tang also looked at me with anticipation. After visiting Shanghai Technology, they had developed a certain understanding of the company. If we could establish a factory, they would achieve their objectives as well. I pondered silently, weighing my thoughts. After a brief moment, I realized that remaining silent for too long might seem impolite. Yet I was reluctant to give an outright affirmation. Director Tang, how about we first take a look at Mango Motors? Perhaps we could experience the autonomous driving technology? The best way to showcase our capabilities is undoubtedly through technological prowess. Only by demonstrating our strength could we earn Director Tang's trust, thereby making future negotiations more favorable. Director Tang smiled warmly at me and nodded. That sounds wonderful. I've only seen videos thus far and have yet to experience autonomous driving in person. He appeared genuinely interested and readily agreed. Meanwhile, at the government building in Jiangxing, Zhong Jingwo had arrived at his office early in the morning. As he settled down to commence his work, his secretary entered the room. General Zhong, I have just received word that Commissioner Tang Zheng from the Magic City has arrived in Jiangxing. Given Tang Zheng's stature as the commissioner of the Magic City, it was only natural that he would announce his visit to other cities in advance. Zhong Jingwo pondered, what could be the reason for Tang Zheng's presence in Jiangxing? Has anything significant occurred recently? He looked up and inquired of his secretary. No, the secretary shook his head. Suddenly struck by a thought, he continued. If there is indeed something of great importance, it must be the press conference for Shanghai Technology. This was a matter the secretary had previously discussed with Zhong Jingwo, who was already aware of it. Zhong Jingwo nodded slightly, but what could Tang Zheng possibly want in Jiangxing? A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that Tang Zheng had come specifically to poach Shanghai Technology? Otherwise, there would be little reason for him to make the trip personally. Oh, Tang Zheng, are you planning to steal this opportunity? Zhong Jingwo immediately rose to his feet and exclaimed, prepare the car, we are heading to Shanghai Technology. With that, he left the office without looking back, hoping time was still on his side. The secretary, bewildered, hurriedly followed, picking up the phone to call the driver. Commissioner Tang, the vehicle before you is our company's Mango 7, with a range of 1,100 kilometers and equipped with a Level 4 autonomous driving system. They arrived at the testing ground over the weekend, where they personally introduced the car to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng gazed at the sleek Mango automobile, undeniably captivating. It was indeed the model he had seen in videos. In his youth, he would have certainly fallen in love with such a vehicle. May I take it for a spin? Tang Zheng asked, eager to experience the allure of such advanced technology for himself. Absolutely, came the reply. The purpose is to let you experience the charm of technology. It would be a shame if you didn't try it out yourself. Tang Zheng declared. I will take the driver's seat. You sit in the passenger side and guide me. The weekend host complied, opening the car door for Tang Zheng and then taking his place in the passenger seat. Tang Zheng's secretary joined him in the back, but the weekend host remained silent. Understanding the secretary's concern was justified. Unlike traditional fuel vehicles, electric cars only have an accelerator and a brake pedal. Press here to start the vehicle with a single touch. The weekend host indicated to a circular button. Following the instruction, Tang Zheng pressed it, and the car roared to life, illuminating the screens before him. The ignition process felt reminiscent of a sports car. With his foot on the accelerator, the car surged forward onto the road. Tang Zheng, already adept at driving, quickly mastered the accelerator's pressure, stabilizing the vehicle. This car has remarkable power, he exclaimed with a grin. The acceleration of electric vehicles surpasses that of gasoline cars significantly, which constitutes one of its advantages. Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng nodded. It was no wonder that many individuals opted for electric cars. Driving one felt akin to piloting a sports car, offering an exquisite experience with ample power, yet at a considerably lower price. As Tang Zheng grew accustomed, Zhou Wei began to introduce the autonomous driving system over the weekend. This topic piqued Tang Zheng's interest, as his primary motivation was to experience it. Mr. Zhou, is the autonomous driving feature of this vehicle safe? Tang Zheng's secretary suddenly interjected from the back. Xiaoli, Refrain from making hasty comments. Tang Zheng reprimanded with a serious expression. Director Tang, it's perfectly fine. Since Secretary Li has posed a question, allow me to elucidate, Zhou Wei responded. Level 4 autonomous driving is characterized by high automation, wherein under specific conditions, the vehicle can independently execute driving tasks without human intervention. In certain scenarios, it may operate in a more scientific and flawless manner than human drivers. Our testing ground is relatively straightforward, and there will be no issues at all. This area is specifically designed for testing. While some aspects may pose challenges, the absence of other vehicles ensures that problems are virtually non-existent. Upon hearing this, Secretary Li fell silent. Zhou Wei was also present in the vehicle that weekend, so there should be no cause for concern. Director Tang, on this screen, there is an autonomous driving button. Once clicked, the vehicle will navigate from the starting point to the destination as per the settings. Following Zhou Wei's instructions, Tang Zheng commenced the operation, establishing the starting point and destination before pressing the autonomous driving button on the screen. The Mango car indeed began to move, with the steering wheel requiring no input from Tang Zheng. He observed the scene before him with fascination, finding it quite intriguing. Secretary Li leaned forward, straining his neck to gain a clearer view of the driving situation up front. Zhou Wei, noticing their expressions, mused to himself that this was merely the beginning. They were still within the testing grounds, devoid of other vehicles, presenting no challenge whatsoever. The effects would be even more impressive on the open road, where the visual impact would be significantly heightened. Before long, the Mango car reached its designated destination as per the settings, with the windows closed. Onlookers outside remained unaware of the specifics inside. Those who had come from the metropolis assumed that Tang Zheng was merely testing the vehicle. Subsequently, Zhou Wei allowed Tang Zheng to experience the automatic parking feature. Once again, Tang Zheng was astonished. This car was remarkably fascinating and incredibly convenient. Through this test drive, he realized that Shanghai Technology was an exceptionally capable company, further solidifying his resolve to establish a factory in the metropolis for them. Chapter 46. The arrival of the second tycoon Zhou Wei. Your company's technological prowess is impressive. How have you considered the proposal to build a factory in the metropolis? Feel free to express any requirements you may have. Upon hearing Tang Zheng's words, Zhou Wei felt a surge of delight. He had been anticipating this very statement. However, before he could respond, a voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Hello, old Tang. It's quite a challenge for you to visit me here. Why didn't you come earlier for a drink? This feels rather inconsiderate. During the weekend, the two men were let in by the company receptionist. One appeared to be in his 50s, while the other, noticeably younger, seemed to be in his 30s. It was evident that the elder was the superior. Weekend was unfamiliar with the newcomers, yet given that they were with Tang Zheng, it was clear they held significant positions. Upon noticing Zhong Zhangwo's arrival, Tang Zheng's smile diminished somewhat as he pondered. Why is he here? Did he come this early to create a time discrepancy to finalize the agreement with Shanghai Technology? Nevertheless, considering this was on someone else's turf, he had to be mindful of the implications. Thus, he approached Zhong Zhangwo with enthusiasm, extending his hand warmly. Old Zhong, I had intended to visit your office shortly. What brings you here personally? Zhong Zhangwo inwardly scoffed, thinking, why am I here? Shanghai Technology is in Jiangqing. This is my domain, so why shouldn't I come? Yet you, orchestrating a surprise visit. If it weren't for your higher rank, I would have rebuked you outright. Shanghai Technology is a key enterprise in Jiangqing, and since you've traveled from the metropolis to visit, I naturally must accompany you. At that moment, Sun Jian approached Weekend and whispered in his ear, this is our commander from Jiangqing. He hasn't visited before. I wonder what brings him this time. The receptionist had already briefed Sun Jian on the situation. Zhong Zhangwo had come directly to see Weekend. Upon hearing Sun Jian's words, Weekend quickly grasped the situation. Initially, he had only intended to make a modest inquiry, but this unexpected turn of events brought forth considerable excitement. He understood the principle of when the crane and clam vie. The fisherman benefits. Realizing the implications of Zhong Zhangwo's identity, Weekend decided to join them. At that moment, Zhong Zhangwo and Tang Zheng were still engaged in conversation, their words laced with an invisible tension. Commander Zhong, greetings. I am Weekend. Weekend, truly a remarkable youth. Establishing Shanghai Technology in such a short span is impressive. Zhong Zhangwo acknowledged with a nod before praising Weekend. Your flattery is unwarranted, Commander. Let us find a conference room to discuss further. This is not a suitable venue for our conversation. Both Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo were aware of the discussions that lay ahead, and Weekend understood as well. Very well. I come with immense sincerity, Tang Zheng said with a smile, determined to secure his objectives. Zhong Jiangwo remained silent, still uncertain of Tang Zheng's intentions, possessing only his subjective thoughts at this point. If Tang Zheng truly aimed to relocate Shanghai technology to the metropolis, he would vehemently oppose it. The group proceeded to a conference room. Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo sat across from each other, flanked by Zhou Zhou during the weekend. As soon as they settled in, Tang Zheng took the initiative to speak. Zhou Zhou, as I mentioned earlier, feel free to propose any conditions, as long as they facilitate the establishment of a factory in the Magic City. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jiangwo realized that the intention was for Shanghai Technology to set up a factory in the Magic City. However, Shanghai Technology currently only operated a modest facility in Jiangxing. Why should the factory be built in the Magic City instead of Jiangxing? Clearing his throat, Zhong Jiangwo sought to draw their attention and continued, Zhou Zhou, since you are a local enterprise in Jiangxing, we will certainly support you. Please express any requirements you may have. Zhou Zhou, noticing both men looking at him expectantly, hesitated to voice his own requests. It would be ideal if they were to compete against each other. That way, he could avoid a disadvantage from his own proposals. If he set his demands too low, he would suffer. If too high, he might offend them. Director Tang, Director Zhong, I believe it would be fairer if you both laid out the conditions you can offer. I shall choose the better option. Zhou Zhou made his stance clear. Establishing a criterion for judgment, he would select whichever proposal was most favorable. Notably, he expressed no bias for either the Magic City or Jiangxing, as both locations possessed a solid foundation and the disparity was minimal. Upon hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo thought to themselves that he was quite the cunning fox. He aimed to avoid offending either party while seeking the most advantageous conditions. However, this put Zhong Jiangwo in a difficult position, as he was unprepared. He had assumed that Tang Zheng was there to poach the company and had not anticipated the need for extensive preparation. Fortunately, Tang Zheng had come equipped with pre-prepared conditions, which he obtained from his secretary. These conditions, initially intended for a different enterprise, were now being offered to Shanghai Technology. Given the presence of superior electric vehicle companies in the country, Tang Zheng, here are the conditions we propose for you to consider, he said as he handed the documents to Zhou Zhou, who naturally accepted them and began to peruse the contents. As Zhou Zhou reviewed the materials, Sun Jian and others gathered around. The conditions presented by Tang Zheng primarily focused on four aspects: land, loans, taxes, and subsidies. Firstly, regarding land, Shanghai Technology could acquire 860,000 square meters for factory construction at 10 of the market price, approximately 9.8 billion yuan, with a usage period of 50 years. Secondly, in terms of loans, a substantial total of 18.5 billion yuan would be provided, featuring an interest rate of 3.9, along with a guarantee of 9 billion yuan in fixed-term loans and 22.5 billion yuan in unsecured revolving loan agreements. As for taxation, the corporate income tax rate for the Magic City factory would be set at 15 from 2018 to 2023, reverting to 25 in 2024. Lastly, regarding the subsidies, approximately 600 million will be allocated, encompassing both cash and various other forms of aid. The terms offered to Shanghai Technology are exceptionally favorable, yet they come with stipulations. Firstly, the factory in the metropolis must ensure that its tax contributions remain local. Beginning in 2023, the super factory operated by Shanghai Technology is required to remit no less than 22.3 billion renminbi in taxes annually to the local authorities. Failure to comply will necessitate the return of the land or the payment of the land price. Furthermore, an investment of 148 billion renminbi in capital expenditure must be directed towards the metropolis factory over the next 5 years, with an additional 7 billion renminbi earmarked for the construction of a super energy storage facility. As the weekend approaches, one cannot help but notice the striking familiarity of these conditions. Are they not akin to those previously extended to Tenenla by the metropolis in a past life? Now, witnessing the formidable strength of Shanghai Technology, it seems the metropolis has bestowed these very terms upon them. Has he effectively preempted Ma Kaiyuan's opportunity? One can only ponder how Ma Kaiyuan might react upon learning of this development. Sun Jian and his companions observed the conditions laid forth by Tang Zheng, their hearts swelling with joy as smiles inevitably break across their faces. Tang Zheng, observing their reactions, feels a swell of pride and confidence. In contrast, Zhong Jiangwo, watching the scene unfold, begins to feel anxious. Tang Zheng appears well prepared. Yet, time is of the essence, and there is little room for preparation. Suddenly, an idea strikes Zhong Jiangwo, a clever way to buy some time. He interjects, regardless of what conditions the metropolis offers, we can match them. With a provocative glance towards Tang Zheng, he asserts, our two sets of conditions are identical. Let us see how the weekend will choose. Zhou Wei gazes incredulously at Zhong Jiangwo. Is that true? If so, what choice remains for him? Chapter 47. Children make choices, adults claim all. Director Zhong, are you serious? Indeed, I am. Director Tang is here to witness this, and I certainly would not deceive you. As he speaks, Zhong Jiangwo casts a sidelong glance at Tang Zheng. At this moment, Tang Zheng's expression darkens. He had not anticipated this tactic from Zhong Jiangwo. Nevertheless, he cautions, Old Zhong, are you truly willing to adhere to the conditions I proposed? Zhong Jiangwo pauses momentarily, taken aback by the implication. How dare you underestimate me? I need not even consider your conditions. Let us simply discuss what you have offered Shanghai Technology. Can I not present those? He slams his hand on the table. Raising his voice, Tang Zheng ponders briefly before nodding. You certainly could. Such conditions, if one wishes to present them, are readily attainable for any city with a modicum of economic strength. Then it is settled, Zhong Jiangwo declares, turning his head away. Zhou Wei finds amusement in the exchange between the two officials, sensing that they have crossed paths before. Director Tang, can you provide even more advantageous terms? Zhou Wei asks, his expression turning serious as he poses one final question. These are the most favorable conditions we can offer. Should you choose Jiangcheng, I have no objections. However, I must reiterate that the advantages of the Magic City are somewhat greater than those of Jiangcheng. It seems that Tang Zheng is also uncertain about the weekend's decision, ultimately emphasizing the merits of the Magic City, hoping that the weekend will opt for it. Weekend, you must remember that you grew up in Jiangcheng. Zhong Jiangwo then interjected, appealing to emotions. Weekend smiled and shook his head. Ordinarily, he would indeed be troubled. Yet, this time, his ambition was substantial. As the saying goes, children make choices, but adults naturally desire it all. With this in mind, Weekend glanced at the two, who were intently focused on him, as if their willpower could sway his decision. Although Tang Zheng maintained a calm demeanor, he felt a twinge of anxiety, having not experienced a racing heartbeat in quite some time. He regretted not having solidified the terms with Weekend sooner. Zhong Jiangwo held his breath in anticipation of Weekend's announcement. Shanghai Technology had always been based in Jiangcheng, but he had not paid it much heed due to his busy work schedule. This time, he nearly allowed Tang Zheng to reap the benefits. It seemed he would need to engage more with Shanghai Technology in the future. Sun Jian and the others were also waiting for Weekend's decision, curious about which city he would ultimately choose, as they were unaware of his true thoughts. Weekend did not keep them waiting long and directly proclaimed his decision. I accept both of your conditions. I will establish a mango super factory in both the Magic City and Jiangcheng. This was the result of Weekend's careful deliberation. The mango super factory in Jiangcheng would primarily target the domestic market, while the one in the Magic City would focus on international markets, allowing mango automobiles to venture beyond borders. Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo exchanged incredulous glances, turning to look at Weekend. They had never anticipated he would make such a choice. Tang Zheng, suppressing his hands, spoke. Weekend, you need not feel psychological pressure. Even if you do not choose Jiangcheng, I believe Director Zhong would not be upset. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jiangwo thought, what sort of remark is that? Just as he was about to retort, Weekend continued, esteemed directors, I am quite serious. I possess immense confidence in our mango automobiles, and I hope that in the future, both super factories can achieve an annual production capacity of 1 million units. Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo were taken aback. One super factory producing 1 million units? Wouldn't that total 2 million? Could such a volume be sold? Of course, initially, the demand would not reach such heights, but a capacity of 500,000 units was essential. To be candid with both leaders, our orders for mango automobiles have nearly reached 200,000. 200,000? Weekend, you must be joking. Zhong Jiangwo exclaimed. This is no jest. If the figure truly stands at 200,000, combined with the price of mango automobiles, the revenue would be a significant sum. Tang nodded expectantly at the Weekend, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The Weekend remained taciturn, accepting the tablet handed to him by Sun Jian and subsequently placing it before the two commanding officers. Zhong Jiangwo reached for it directly, while Tang Zheng positioned himself beside him. The screen displayed the recent order data for Mango Automobile, 198, 654. The glaring figures stood before them, continually ascending, compelling both men to acknowledge its veracity. Tang Zheng returned to his seat, lost in contemplation. Zhong Jiangwo sat heavily, suddenly struck by a thought. "Old Tang, let me see the conditions you just presented to the weekend," he asserted, extending his hand toward Tang Zheng. Reluctantly, Tang Zheng shook his head, but ultimately passed the document to him. After scrutinizing the details, Zhong Jiangwo remarked, "Old Tang, you have truly invested substantially. These conditions are remarkably favorable. What is this? Are you having second thoughts? Even if the two mango super factories are established in the Magic City, it's not too late." Tang Zheng tilted his head, teasingly responding, "Humph, what nonsense. Regret? I have never regretted anything in my life." Zhong Jiangwo scoffed lightly, turning his gaze away. Upon reviewing Tang Zheng's conditions, Zhong Jiangwo felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Fortunately, he had just stated that the conditions provided by Tang Zheng were aligned with the weekend's decision to construct two super factories. Had they been sent back to renegotiate the terms for Shanghai Technology, the offered conditions would undoubtedly have been far less favorable. Consequently, Jiangxing might have missed out on Shanghai Technology, and he would have been oblivious to the fact that it was such a valuable asset. Zhong Jiangwo observed the weekend, young, handsome, accomplished, yet humble and composed, effortlessly engaging in conversation before them. The more he watched, the more he appreciated him. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Ahem, Weekend. Do you have a girlfriend? How about I introduce you to my granddaughter?" The Weekend's eyes widened in surprise. "What is going on? You want to introduce me to a girlfriend?" Tang Zheng, witnessing the shamelessness beside him, interjected, "Your granddaughter is only 13. What are you thinking?" Zhong Jiangwo retorted, "As the saying goes, height is not a barrier, and age is not an issue. Xiao Mo is still quite young. It won't be long." The Weekend, now smiling wryly, responded, "Commander Zhong, I already have a girlfriend." Of course, he had no girlfriend. It was merely an excuse. "Just call me Uncle Zhong from now on." Uncle Zhong," the Weekend replied hesitantly. "Having a girlfriend is not a problem. You can get to know each other beforehand. A girlfriend is not a wife, after all." "Oh dear, old Zhong, let us not delve into those trivial matters. You're making Xiao Mo uncomfortable. Let us discuss the main issue," Tang Zheng interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. "Uncle Zhong, Uncle Tang is right. Let us focus on the matters concerning the super factories," the Weekend seamlessly continued. Tang Zheng, pleased to hear the Weekend refer to him as Uncle Tang, regarded him approvingly. "You, my boy, are quite perceptive." The group then proceeded to deliberate the specific details of their collaboration. Chapter 48, Cooperation Achieved. Doubts arise. The request from Zhou Weekend was quite simple. The construction of the super factory must proceed as swiftly as possible. He recalled that the civil engineering immortal sect had shone brightest during its final days in Jiangxing. The establishment of the two sacred mountains had taken merely 10 days, but had drained the sect's resources. Zhou Weekend's expectations were modest. The Mango Automobile super factory would undoubtedly differ from those two mountains. The complexity of the Mango Automobile super factory rendered instantaneous construction impossible. In his previous life, the super factory in the magical metropolis had been completed within 11 months. Zhou Weekend aspired to see it finished within 6 months. To facilitate this, Zhou Weekend renegotiated terms with Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo. They agreed to have the loan amount. Considering that the Shanghai Technology Company currently had over 10 billion in its accounts without any designated purpose. However, throughout the construction process, it was imperative that no issues arose from either city. Funding, personnel, and procedures must be expedited, ensuring the factory was built with utmost efficiency and quality. Zhou Weekend was confident that, with adequate funding and no intentional disruptions, completing the project within 6 months would not pose a challenge. After making concessions, Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo also softened their stance. They committed to the swift completion of the project, affirming that expediting procedures and providing green lights were fundamental operations. Furthermore, both cities would establish dedicated task forces to collaborate with Shanghai Technology. Ultimately, the timeline for the factory's completion was beyond their control. Once the agreements were finalized, that very afternoon, Shanghai Technology, along with the magical metropolis and Jiangxing, jointly announced the construction of 2 mango super factories. A signing ceremony was held at Shanghai Technology, where Zhou Weekend, Tang Zhong, and Zhong Jiangwo shared jovial smiles. They also invited local media from Jiangxing to report on the event. When this news hit the internet, it sparked a tremendous uproar. Shanghai Technology had quite the audacity, planning to construct 2 super factories capable of producing 1 million vehicles annually. Could such capacity be absorbed? I, too, harbored doubts. Taking such a large step initially could lead to overwhelming challenges. Alas, Zhou Weekend might be overreaching. In my view, constructing a single super factory would suffice. It seemed likely that Shanghai Technology would face a significant setback. The initial reactions from numerous netizens were largely pessimistic. In 2017, automotive companies achieving sales of 2 million vehicles were already ranked among the top 15 globally. For Shanghai Technology, a nascent company, to aspire to such an objective from the outset appeared utterly fantastical, a mere pipe dream. Nevertheless, some netizens voiced their support for Shanghai Technology. These supporters possessed a clear understanding of Mango Automobile's technological prowess, with some even placing orders for Mango vehicles on the Shanghai Technology website. What is the matter? Shanghai Technology is both wealthy and capable. Why not take a bolder step? Are you not paying attention to the news? The ultimate production capacity of the 2 Mango super factories is projected to reach 2 million units, without implying that this output would be achieved immediately. Are you familiar with the technological prowess of Mango Automobile? It undoubtedly eclipses numerous electric vehicle companies. I have already placed an order online, and I have attached a screenshot for reference. Purchasing the top-tier Mango 7 is a decision that cannot lead one astray. To highlight its significance, the fact that Dapeng Automobile announced a price reduction for the Dapeng 3 the very next day is a testament to the value of Mango Automobile. Gaoi arrived at the weekend office. Mr. Zhou, there are numerous unfavorable comments online directed at us. Should we consider responding? Weekend had indeed noticed the online discourse and nodded slowly. A response was indeed necessary. However, he needed to deliberate on the manner of their reply. Weekend contemplated that. In due time, Shanghai Technology would host a delivery ceremony, where the fortunate winners and the first batch of car owners would be present. It would be prudent to respond at that juncture. Let us address it when we deliver the cars. Please ensure you reach out to the winning car owners in advance. Absolutely, Mr. Zhou. We have already contacted the remaining 9 winners, and they are certain to attend. Despite his youth, Gao Yi was diligent and reliable, instilling confidence in Weekend regarding his work. As preparations for the delivery ceremony continued on Weekend's side, across the ocean in America, dawn was just breaking. Ma Kaiyuan rose from his bed, refreshed after washing up, and took a sip from a bottle of water in the kitchen. He called his personal chef to ensure breakfast would arrive promptly. While awaiting his meal, he settled onto the sofa in the living room and opened his computer to browse the latest news. Upon logging into his social media account, he was bombarded by a flurry of notifications. What is happening? Ma Kaiyuan was perplexed. Had something intriguing occurred? Oh, Iron Man, look at what has transpired at Dongda. Your Tesla has fallen far behind Mango Automobile from Shanghai Technology. The autonomous driving capabilities of Mango Automobile are truly unparalleled. One can only hope Tesla can catch up. I do not wish for Tesla's autonomous driving to appear so rudimentary. In comparison to Mango Automobile, it seems almost inept. Shanghai Technology is poised to establish 2 super factories. Your plans are in jeopardy. As Ma Kaiyuan read through the comments, he furrowed his brow. What exactly was Shanghai Technology? What was Mango Automobile? Had Tesla's autonomous driving technology truly lagged behind? Was Shanghai Technology also planning to build super factories? Taking a deep breath, Ma Kaiyuan began to search for information online. After some investigation, he discovered that Shanghai Technology was a tech company affiliated with Dongda, established recently, yet already showcasing formidable technological strength. Mango Automobile was their latest offering in the electric vehicle sector, equipped with commercially viable autonomous driving technology that had astonishingly reached level 4. This revelation left Ma Kaiyuan in disbelief. He had always considered himself a leader in the realm of autonomous driving. Prior to this, I had never heard of Shanghai Technology, and now it unexpectedly emerges like a formidable adversary. Who exactly is this Shanghai Technology? They are audaciously preparing to establish 2 super factories simultaneously. Ma Kaiyuan suddenly felt a sense of urgency. On one hand, he was eager to ascertain the authenticity of Mango Automobile's autonomous driving technology. On the other, he wished to expedite the construction of a super factory at Dongda. Previously, he had engaged in several discussions with the parties in Modu. Yet they had failed to reach a consensus. To his astonishment, Shanghai Technology had already struck a deal with Modu. However, a brilliant idea sparked in Ma Kaiyuan's mind. Regardless of the veracity of Shanghai Technology's technology, his own capabilities were undoubtedly the most renowned in the world at present. Since Dongda was keen on introducing his vehicles, he could leverage this situation to his advantage. Resolving to act, Ma Kaiyuan promptly picked up his phone and contacted the representatives in Modu. Chapter 49, News Spreads. Each with their own concerns at Jiangzuan Automobile Company, Xiang Xianchu returned to the office after attending Shanghai Technology's automobile launch event, where he had engaged in discussions over the weekend. This launch left him profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated Shanghai Technology's formidable prowess. Beyond sharing insights from the event with the executives, he also sought to dispel any unfounded notions they might harbor. Do not entertain such thoughts. Shanghai Technology has just announced the construction of 2 super factories, and Mango Automobile has no need for our manufacturing services. In the conference room, Xiang Xianchu directly quelled the executives' aspirations. Manufacturing the Tulu electric vehicle had proven lucrative for their company, leading to a complacent mindset among the executives, who were eager to profit from assisting Shanghai Technology. Mr. Xiang, hasn't Shanghai Technology dismantled the production line for Tulu? Currently, we are the only ones capable of manufacturing Tulu. Shouldn't we request Shanghai Technology to increase our processing fees? One executive suddenly proposed, reflecting on Xiang Xianchu's earlier remarks. Since Shanghai Technology had dismantled the production line, could they not use this as leverage against them? With several automobile companies entering the Tulu market, offering vehicles at prices even lower than Tulu's, it was clear that Tulu had only secured a portion of the market due to its first-mover advantage. If their company delayed Tulu's production, Shanghai Technology would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Shanghai Technology was likely aware of these stakes. Although they could not secure Mango's manufacturing, they could still demand increased processing fees. Xiang Xianchu gazed intently at the executive before him, while the other executives began to find merit in this line of thinking. Why should they toil to produce, allowing Shanghai Technology to reap the lion's share of profits with only batteries and some components? The executive, feeling the weight of Xiang Xianchu's scrutiny, initially bore a jovial demeanor. But as the gaze lingered, he became increasingly uncomfortable and eventually lowered his head in embarrassment. Xiang Xianchu harbored a cold disdain within. Regarding the group of myopic individuals before him, did they truly believe they could scheme against Shanghai Technology? Were Jiangzuan Automobile Company a private entity, he would have summarily dismissed the man before him on the spot. I hope this matter will not be brought up again. Our current focus should solely be on executing the OEM for the Tulu, he stated sternly, surveying the executives present. Upon hearing his words, the executives dared not breathe. Acutely aware that Xiang Xianchu was genuinely incensed this time. Dismissed, he declared, prompting the executives to hastily exit the conference room, leaving Xiang Xianchu alone in contemplation, reflecting on the words spoken to him over the weekend. Shanghai Technology. Uncle Tang, is there something you need? Very well, thank you, Uncle Tang, I understand. After hanging up, he chuckled softly to himself. The call had been from Tang Zheng, informing him that Ma Kaiyuan had unexpectedly reached out to them. Although Ma Kaiyuan no longer sought control over the company, he had proposed new demands regarding the establishment of a factory in Dongda, specifically insisting on the acquisition of Shanghai Technology. Acknowledging the strength of Shanghai Technology, Tang Zheng had naturally declined the request outright. In light of this development, Tang Zheng made it a point to inform Zhoumu, who could only shake his head in resignation. Ma Kaiyuan seemed intent on reviving old tactics that had long since become obsolete. During the early days of reform and opening up, many governments had actively sought foreign investment to stimulate economic growth, often allowing foreign companies to attach various conditions to their entry. These companies typically demanded certain acquisitions as prerequisites for entering the Dongda market. At that time, Dongda was in dire need of technology. And with the prevailing notion of prioritizing the greater good, numerous well-established companies were sold off at undervalued prices, such as Zhonghua Toothpaste and Tianfu Cola. However, by the time the populace recognized the folly of such actions, it was already too late. Yet, circumstances had since changed. The current Dongda was no longer the same as before. Thus, it seemed likely that Ma Kaiyuan's ambitions were destined for failure. As for Daping Automobile Company, their audacity was remarkable. The prospect of constructing two super factories without fear of overextension was nothing short of reckless. Su Daping did not hesitate to mock them. While he had previously held no particular grievances against Shanghai Technology, their decision to hold a press conference merely a day after Daping's own was undeniably provocative. Moreover, during their event, they had offered a lottery for 10 vehicles, while Daping had only provided a 5-year usage right. Shanghai Technology had blatantly overshadowed them by directly giving away cars. Just because you are affluent and hold yourself in high esteem does not grant you the right to deliberately undermine us. Su Daping thought. If these occurrences were mere coincidences, he found it hard to believe. Were Zhoumu present, he would vehemently argue that such coincidences were implausible. Was it fair to attribute Daping Automobile's shortcomings to their actions? Indeed, the current online discourse surrounding us is rather unfavorable, primarily due to the actions of Shanghai Technology. The executives have also joined in the chorus, particularly regarding the usage rights of those 10 Daping vehicles. They find themselves in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. On one hand, the company is indeed in dire financial straits. Even if they wished to gift the vehicles outright, approval from the shareholders would be unattainable. Yet, they cannot simply retract their promise, for that would surely invite public outcry. Currently, they find themselves in a state of paralysis, feigning ignorance, hoping that this wave of public opinion will subside. Once the storm passes, all will be well, as netizens tend to follow trends and will soon forget the current controversies. How is the preparation for our entry into the realm of autonomous driving technology progressing? Su Daping and Daping Automobile Company possess commendable technical prowess amidst the emerging forces in the industry, with Shanghai Technology taking the lead in autonomous driving. Failing to keep pace now would undoubtedly result in significant setbacks in future developments, an outcome Su cannot abide. We have identified a promising company and are in discussions. If all goes well, we shall soon proceed with the acquisition. Concurrently, the company is also on the lookout for relevant technical talent. Su Daping is quite pleased. Ever since Hongshan Capital transferred funds to the company's account, employee morale has significantly improved. This is particularly true for the executives, who have received a portion of options in this financing round, thus fueling their motivation further. However, many companies are intensifying their research and development in autonomous driving, leading to increased recruitment costs and greater challenges. Upon hearing this, Su Daping felt a sense of resignation. After all, their company is a startup, and its competitiveness remains relatively modest compared to others. Patience is essential. If they truly encounter talent, they must be willing to offer commensurate options. The options represent the utmost sincerity that Daping Automobile Company can extend. Indeed, the largest incentive. Chapter 50. Offline delivery shocks the entire internet when Shanghai Technology announced that it would host a new car delivery ceremony offline. It sparked a renewed wave of discussions online. Hasn't Shanghai Technology yet begun constructing its superfactory? How could they produce vehicles so swiftly? It is evident that one has not previously acquainted themselves with Shanghai Technology. They possess their own production line capable of manufacturing a portion of Mango vehicles. How enviable for the 10 fortunate recipients to receive a Mango car valued at 800,000 for free. Ha ha ha, how delightful. I am among the first batch of car owners and will soon be able to claim my Mango vehicle. I sincerely envy those above. I am uncertain which batch I belong to, as the ordering process was not clearly communicated. Alas, we are all in the same boat. The vast majority are not in the first batch. I too have placed an order, and though I ordered relatively early, I am not among the initial group. It seems many have reserved Mango vehicles. I hope Shanghai Technology can expedite the production of Mango cars, for I can hardly contain my anticipation for my beloved vehicle. It appears everyone above is quite affluent. It is astonishing that so many people have reserved vehicles. I, too, have made a reservation. I directly booked 10,000 cars. Why would I deceive you? I truly have made a reservation. Let me show you the screenshot. Darling, just now, Shanghai Technology contacted me and informed me that the offline delivery ceremony will commence the day after tomorrow. They have already arranged our flights and accommodations. Zhongli raised her phone in front of Chao Wenrui. He leaned over to glance at the screen, which displayed information about 2 plane tickets and the booked hotel. Shanghai Technology is hosting the offline delivery ceremony for Mango cars, permitting each winner or first batch of customers to submit 2 names to attend. The round-trip tickets and accommodation expenses will be fully covered by Shanghai Technology. My dear, you are truly fortunate. You won the Tulu electric vehicle for the first time. And now, not long after, you've won a mango car, Chao Wenrui exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Zhang Li's cheek. Zhang Li, grinning, wiped away the drool on her face and replied, "Now you see how lucky I am. You must treat me better from now on, or you will surely regret it." Suddenly, Chao Wenrui recalled something and looked at Zhang Li, saying, "Wife, have you ever bought a lottery ticket? Since your luck is so exceptional, why don't we try purchasing one?" Zhang Li shook her head, admitting she had never bought one. She thought to herself that with such good fortune, perhaps it was worth a try. Soon, Zhang Li accompanied Chao Wenrui to a lottery ticket outlet. She casually selected several numbers and bought 5 tickets, spending a total of 10 yuan. Having completed this, Zhang Li and Chao Wenrui returned home, eagerly awaiting the evening's drawing. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng, after receiving his Mango 3, drove it straight home. As the first person to drive a Mango car on the road, he felt exceedingly fortunate. Recently, Mango cars have garnered immense popularity, with many having seen their sleek design and emblem online. Coupled with the car's striking appearance, it indeed turned heads. However, one dilemma weighed on his mind. "Honey, Shanghai Technology mentioned that we could also attend the offline delivery ceremony. Do you think we should go?" Zhang Sheng inquired as he entered the kitchen, where his wife, Wu Na, was preparing dinner. "When is it? If we have the time, we should definitely go. Although you have been lucky to win. If Shanghai Technology hadn't organized the raffle, you wouldn't have received a prize, would you?" Wu Na, who juggled her job and cooking for Zhang Sheng each evening, provided her insight. Zhang Sheng refrained from cooking primarily because his culinary skills were subpar, making it difficult for Wu Na to enjoy his meals. Thus, he mainly handled post-meal chores and household duties. Zhang Sheng considered his wife's perspective. "Shanghai Technology said it's the day after tomorrow, which is Saturday. Let us go together. After all, we have 2 spots. Consider it a free trip." "Really? That is wonderful. It seems we haven't gone out for a while. Let us go together." Wu Na exclaimed with excitement, momentarily pausing her cooking. "It is settled then. I will send a message to Shanghai Technology, so that the tickets and hotel accommodations can be arranged accordingly." With that, Zhang Sheng exited the kitchen, his phone in hand, and sent a message to Gao Yi. Gao Yi promptly replied, acknowledging receipt. Zhang Sheng felt a surge of joy upon receiving such a swift response from Gao Yi. Their acquaintance had blossomed during their last meeting, and they had maintained contact since exchanging information. What truly troubled Zhang Sheng was not the prospect of attending the offline delivery ceremony of Shanghai Technology, but rather other matters weighing on his mind. He resolved to attend and make a decision thereafter. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in America, after Makayuan's proposal was flatly rejected by the Shanghai side, he had remained at home, grappling with his discontent. Despite his gloomy disposition, he was devising strategies. He recalled that in the past, Dongda had been exceedingly eager for him to invest in establishing a factory. However, due to a prolonged lack of consensus, the initiative had remained suspended. This time, he took the initiative to concede a point, yet the Shanghai side still rebuffed him. It appeared that Shanghai Technology indeed possessed remarkable technology, which explained the resolute stance taken by the Shanghai side. It seemed imperative for him to visit Dongda and personally assess the performance of Mango Motors while also exploring discussions in other regions. With a determined mindset, Makayuan instructed his secretary to book the earliest flight to Dongda. Unbeknownst to him, he had already embarked on his mission before the weekend even arrived. "Jack, you must ensure the investment in Shanghai Technology is realized. This is a directive from headquarters. I will guarantee that Shanghai Technology agrees to the stake. You can rest assured." Jack concluded the call. He then turned to the individuals in the office awaiting his report and inquired, "What is the status of our investigation into Shanghai Technology and Weekend? Have we reached any conclusions after all this time?" Initially, he had intended to visit Shanghai Technology directly following their launch event, as it represented yet another opportunity akin to Taineng Law. However, to ensure the investment was foolproof, he decided to thoroughly investigate Shanghai Technology and Weekend before taking action. "Mr. Jack, we have completed our investigation. It has been revealed that Shanghai Technology originated as a research department of a company, and Weekend is merely an ordinary university student who took a leave of absence following his father's tragic accident," the investigator reported. Jack nodded as he listened, surprised by the background of Weekend, or rather, Shanghai Technology. But how did Shanghai Technology develop so rapidly? Did Weekend's father intentionally bequeath him this research department before his accident? This revelation piqued his interest in Shanghai Technology even further. The company's meteoric rise was indeed legendary, suggesting exceptional attributes. The future of Shanghai technology was now a tantalizing enigma. Thus, he was determined to secure Star C technology, even if it meant throwing money at it. Chapter 51. Live Delivery, Envy from Netizens. 2 days passed swiftly. The day of the offline car delivery ceremony at Star C Technology arrived. Star C Technology was making final preparations. Sun Jian approached Zhou Mo. Mr. Zhou. The venue is all set, and the event will commence in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, Zhou Mo was in Star C Technology's production workshop finalizing arrangements. Originally designed for the production of electric vehicles, the workshop had been transformed into the Mango car production line. However, the pace of manufacturing Mango cars had slowed somewhat. Considering that the 2 super factories had yet to be completed, they had to make do for now. Are the media reporters ready? Gao Yi replied. They have all arrived. The equipment has been debugged, and the live broadcast setup is already activated. The netizens are eagerly awaiting your appearance. All right, let us make our entrance, Zhou Mo said as he stepped outside. Sun Jian and the others followed suit. This event was unlike the usual press conferences, as they would also stand to the side. Outside the workshop, a considerable crowd awaited. Due to limited space, to avoid disrupting the delivery ceremony's effectiveness, only about 100 people were present. Among them were journalists. The first batch of car owners, winners, and some employees of Star C Technology. This included 10 lucky car owners and their families, alongside 40 initial car owners. Indeed, Star C Technology had only invited 40 initial car owners this time. It was not that he wished to invite more, but the sheer number would make it impossible for him to deliver each car individually. They gathered in an orderly line, leaving a gap of 5 to 6 meters in front of them, ample space for a car to pass. A large backdrop stood before them, emblazoned with the words Star C Technology Mango Car Offline Delivery Ceremony, signifying that Zhou Mo would soon present them with their Mango cars. The crowd buzzed with excitement. A few young individuals at the back gently leaped, eagerly anticipating Zhou Mo's appearance. Dear, when do you think Mr. Zhou will come out? I have yet to see him in person, Zhang Li exclaimed, craning her neck and searching the crowd while addressing her companion, Chao Wenrui. The delivery ceremony is about to commence. It is merely a matter of minutes, so it should be soon, Chao Wenrui replied, glancing at his phone to check the time. Since Star C Technology has set the time for 6 o'clock, it will undoubtedly be accurate. This event has a relatively small number of attendees, which is trivial for a company like Star C Technology that has organized large-scale press conferences before. I truly did not anticipate that Mr. Zhou would personally deliver our cars. I found it hard to believe when I first learned of this arrangement, Zhang Li remarked, still feeling as though she were in a dream as she grasped Chao Wenrui's arm. Chao Wenrui shook his head in silence, letting out a sigh. You have already mentioned it several times. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly noticed Zhou Mo approaching from afar. Look, General Zhou is coming. Chao Wenrui pointed in the distance. Zhang Li, being somewhat shorter, couldn't see and hurriedly exclaimed, Where? Oh dear, the person in front is too tall. I can't see anything. Zhou Mo walked steadily along the designated path and arrived at the backdrop. Today, he would be delivering Mango cars to 50 owners. Standing at the forefront, he gazed at the camera nearby, lifting his head with a smile. The sound of enthusiastic applause erupted. It seemed everyone was quite pleased. Zhou Mo gestured with his hands, and the applause gradually faded. Today, I am very delighted that 50 car owners have come to participate in the delivery ceremony. Our company initially invited 50 people, and I thought some might decline. But seeing everyone here, it appears luck is on my side. And you all have shown me great respect. Ha ha. As Zhou Mo finished speaking, laughter filled the venue. The crowd found him amusing, and he did not embody the typical domineering CEO persona. Zhou Mo's playful banter lightened the atmosphere, making everyone present visibly more relaxed. Sun Jian and Gao Yi stood not far from Zhou Mo, observing his efforts to lighten the mood and chuckling involuntarily. Then, Zhou Mo continued, among these 50 car owners, 10 are lucky viewers who won a Mango Car 7 through a live draw, and the remaining 40 are the first batch of Mango Car owners. I am thrilled to host this offline Mango Car delivery ceremony and welcome everyone. After bowing deeply, the audience erupted into even more fervent applause than before. Meanwhile, many viewers were watching the live broadcast of Shanghai Technology online. Witnessing Zhou Mo's humorous and sincere opening, they felt they were meeting him for the first time. Previously, Zhou Mo had only appeared in videos and live streams, maintaining a sense of distance. However, this time, They discovered he was a humorous and relatable individual. It's my first time realizing how humorous General Zhou is. He feels different from other executives. Indeed, those prominent figures often wore stern expressions, resembling individuals burdened by debts. I think I've fallen for General Zhou. He is young, handsome, wealthy, and charmingly witty. Most importantly, he doesn't have a receding hairline. He is a true male idol. Hey, those upstairs, don't get too infatuated. Be careful not to drool. General Zhou was truly sincere, expressing envy for those fortunate enough to attend the offline delivery ceremony. The real envy should be directed towards the winners. I wish I could swap places with one of them right now. Dear netizen, you must remain composed. I fear your appearance might startle the weekend. Beyond the online community, numerous others are also tuning into the live broadcast of Shanghai Technology. Since the unveiling of the Mango car, an increasing number of individuals and companies have begun to take notice of it. Initially, they did not regard Shanghai Technology with much seriousness. However, the recent launch event for the Mango car served as a wake-up call for them. Henceforth, they have ceased to underestimate Shanghai Technology, realizing that it might unexpectedly unveil something significant. Consequently, whenever Shanghai Technology holds an event, they are always eager to discover what the company has in store. Naturally, the offline delivery ceremony for the Mango car is no exception. Chapter 52, Reactions from All Sides. Astonishing data at the local government building in Jiangxing. Many individuals had already left work by 5 p.m., yet Zhong Jiangwo remained diligently at his desk. Leader, Shanghai Technology is currently live streaming, announced his secretary, knocking on the door of his office before entering. Since Shanghai Technology gained prominence, especially after the incident involving Tang Zheng attempting to pilfer its innovations, Zhong Jiangwo has been particularly attentive to the company. He instructed his secretary to keep a close watch on any information regarding Shanghai Technology, ensuring that any updates would be reported immediately. Upon learning of the weekend's live broadcast, the secretary promptly came to inform him. "Oh, let me take a look," Zhong Jiangwo replied, accepting the phone from his secretary. He scrutinized the content on the screen, and as he listened to the weekend's commentary, a smile crept across his face. Observing the barrage of praise in the comments, he found the live streaming as a commendable promotional tactic. Suddenly, it struck him that Jiangxing, being the stronghold of Shanghai Technology, had yet to officially promote the company. He deemed it necessary to create a promotional video for Shanghai Technology, utilizing short videos as a medium for advertisement. This initiative would not only serve to showcase their local technological enterprise, but also foster closer ties between the two entities, ensuring that Jiangxing no longer overlooked the significance of Shanghai Technology. Zhong Jiangwo shared this decision with Secretary Liu, seeking his opinion. "Leader, this approach is excellent. It clearly demonstrates our commitment to innovative technological enterprises," Liu responded without hesitation, fully supporting the idea. Zhong Jiangwo nodded. While Jiangxing's primary economic foundation lies in state-owned enterprises, it lacked in the realm of tech innovation. Seizing this opportunity for external promotion could potentially attract other companies to establish themselves in Jiangxing. "Very well. I entrust you with this matter. Please coordinate with our publicity department and reach out to Shanghai Technology. It is imperative that the video is produced with excellence," Zhong Jiangwo commanded, and the secretary, now fully aware of the importance of the task, set about taking action. After the secretary departed, Zhong Jiangwo continued to watch the live stream, eager to see what the weekend would present next. Dapeng Automobile Company. Su Dapeng and several executives were quietly observing the live broadcast from Shanghai Technology. It was amusing to see the youthful exuberance of the weekend presenter. Suddenly, one executive chuckled, prompting Su Dapeng to glance at him. The executive, perhaps realizing that praising a competitor might be inappropriate, lowered his head and fell silent. Everyone should pay close attention and learn well. Aside from its technical prowess, Shanghai Technology's promotional strategies are truly commendable, Su Dapeng remarked, refraining from criticism. He had recently recognized the impressive marketing tactics employed by Shanghai Technology. He had conducted a thorough analysis, noting that since the inception of their first live broadcast, each subsequent promotion seamlessly connected to the next. The executives present nodded in agreement, having also observed that news related to Shanghai Technology frequently trended on social media. However, they contemplated the fact that Shanghai Technology was willing to invest heavily. They directly gifted cars, unlike their own initiative of offering a 5-year usage right to Dapeng cars. Initially, they believed their gesture was generous, but in comparison to Shanghai Technology, it now appeared rather meager and somewhat embarrassing. Yet, they hesitated to voice this sentiment, particularly given the company's ongoing financial constraints. After a moment of silence, Su Daping continued to focus intently on the live stream featuring the weekend presenter, who finally spoke. Before the Mango automobile delivery ceremony begins, I have an announcement to make. The room fell silent as the attendees prepared to hear what the weekend presenter had to say. Was Shanghai Technology about to unveil a new technology? Those watching the live stream were also left speculating about the forthcoming announcement. Please, do not be overly anxious. There is no major news. Primarily, just an update on the order quantity for Mango automobiles. Recently, there has been much discussion surrounding Shanghai Technology's ambitious construction of 2 super factories, but in my view, it is precisely the right move. Currently, our order quantity for Mango automobiles has reached an impressive 218,691 units. Had they been in the earlier phase of the Tulu electric vehicle, it would have been best for Shanghai Technology to maintain a low profile, maximizing their profits. However, the strength they have already demonstrated does not allow for such modesty. Even if Shanghai Technology wished to conceal its capabilities, it would be futile. It is far better to boldly showcase them to the public. Seizing this opportunity to announce, it can also serve as effective promotion, elevating the Mango automobile's profile. As the weekend presenter concluded, the attendees momentarily stood in astonishment. "Wow!" erupted in incredulous exclamations, quickly followed by a flurry of animated discussions. The staggering order quantity of 210,000 was a testament to Shanghai Technology's capabilities. "Thank goodness I ordered early. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to be here," one attendee remarked. "Dear, I told you that with such robust technology, Mango automobiles would surely sell well. If we had waited even a minute longer, we might not have made it here." "You're absolutely right, my love. Otherwise, we could have faced a year-long wait for our vehicle." Aside from the media reporters, most of those present were owners of Mango cars. However, the discourse online presented an entirely different narrative. The reservation numbers have surged to nearly 220,000. Are there truly that many affluent individuals? The least expensive model starts at 260,000, while the most expensive reaches 820,000. On average, these 220,000 orders have generated a staggering 100 billion in sales for Shanghai Technology. When did selling cars become so effortless? I am filled with envy and astonishment. As an automotive professional, witnessing the extraordinary sales of Mango cars is truly beyond my expectations. It is nothing short of remarkable. Those who purchase Mango cars remain notably silent, as there is scant information regarding these numerous orders online. It is not that we refrain from speaking, rather, we, the buyers, are unaware of how many precede us in line. It is no wonder that when I placed my order on the official website, the network was somewhat sluggish. I initially attributed it to internet issues. Given this context, Shanghai Technology's decision to construct 2 Mango super factories suddenly makes sense. I wonder, do you all believe everything you hear on the weekend? Do you not question whether you are being deceived? At that moment, a comment suddenly emerged. Does President Zhou really need to deceive us? There is absolutely no necessity. Some individuals seem to think that conspiracy theories enhance their intelligence. If you don't believe it, why watch the live stream? Why not exit early? When someone dared to voice dissent, they were immediately spotted by vigilant netizens, resulting in a barrage of criticism. I wonder if that individual left the live stream. In any case, there has been no further word from them. Chapter 53. The President opens the car door. Premier marketing. How infuriating. Zhou, what sort of charm do you possess that so many speak on your behalf? Secretary Liu remarked fiercely. Indeed, the individual who had just commented in the live stream was Liu Ji, secretary of the Yuelong Group. Enough of this verbal sparring. Our primary focus must be to expedite the development of the power battery. Since viewing information about Shanghai Technology's Mango cars, Wu Long has grown increasingly impatient. He is eager to outpace Shanghai Technology and advance the power battery development ahead of schedule. What does a range of 100 mean? If he can successfully develop the power battery outlined in the documents, he could completely revolutionize the world's energy structure. In that scenario, would Shanghai Technology not appear insignificant before him? Wu Long, almost entranced, has invested all of the company's funds into the power battery research. Secretary Liu has observed this closely. Yet he has refrained from offering counsel. Having been by Wu Long's side for such a lengthy period, he understands his character well. Furthermore, He hopes that Yuelong Group can successfully develop the power battery to deliver a substantial blow to Xinghai Technology's reputation. Since encountering Xinghai Technology, his luck has been consistently poor. To ensure the timely delivery of everyone's mango cars, we must accelerate production, but as you can see, our factory's capacity is severely limited. On the weekend, Zhou Mo explained to the crowd while gesturing towards the factory behind him. Consequently, we had no choice but to construct the Mango Super Factory. In light of the enthusiastic invitations from both Modu and Jiangcheng, we resolved to build two factories simultaneously. The attendees nodded in understanding, realizing this was the reason behind the decision. After conversing for a while, Zhou Mo commenced the delivery of Mango automobiles. The first to receive their vehicles were 9 fortunate owners, who would be able to drive away today in a fully equipped Mango 7, valued at 820,000 yuan, eliciting great envy from those present. Zhou Mo produced a piece of paper and announced the names of the winners, Mr. Chao Wenrui and Ms. Zhang Li. Congratulations to you both, please come forward. As he spoke, Zhou Mo surveyed the crowd, awaiting the couple's appearance. Hurry up, darling. I can hardly wait to take the car home, Zhang Li urged from below. Shortly thereafter, Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li approached Zhou Mo, one after the other. Hello, Mr. Zhou. They greeted warmly, eager to embrace him. Zhou Mo smiled politely, reciprocating their embrace and shaking hands gently. Congratulations on your win. You appear to be husband and wife, correct? May I ask who won the Mango automobile? Zhou Mo inquired, adhering to the prearranged process. Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li exchanged glances, with Zhang Li nodding for him to respond. Indeed, we are married. My wife was the one who won the prize. Her luck surpasses mine significantly. After that win, we even went out to buy lottery tickets. Chao Wenrui replied succinctly, elaborating on their lottery experience. As the crowd observed the couple's ascent, many felt envious, believing their lives to be truly fulfilled. Oh, since your wife is so fortunate, she must have won the lottery as well? Zhou Mo inquired with a smile. Not at all. Our lottery tickets did not win. My wife's luck appears to be confined to the lottery here at Xinghai Technology. Chao Wenrui chuckled, shaking his head. Yet he did not seem disheartened by the lack of winnings. Zhang Li, standing beside him, wore a joyful expression, leading Zhou Mo to mistakenly assume they had indeed won the lottery. Not to worry, our Mango 7 is also valued at over 800,000 yuan, making you far luckier than most, Zhou Mo reassured them. Time is limited, so let us take a look at your new car. Upon concluding his statement, a sleek white Mango 7 glided into view, driven by a chauffeur specially arranged by Xinghai Technology. This color had been pre-selected by Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li, who could choose their preferred hue before receiving the car. Wow! The crowd erupted in awe. It's absolutely stunning. For many present, this was their first encounter with a physical Mango automobile, as most had only seen images online, aside from journalists and employees of Xinghai Technology. In this context, the remarkable pre-sale performance of the Mango car speaks volumes about its exceptional quality. Both Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li were left astounded, their hearts racing with exhilaration, an undeniable sensation of excitement. The choice of a white Mango car was a result of their mutual deliberation. While the black variant appeared strikingly cool, it was deemed more suitable for men rather than women. On the other hand, although red complemented the feminine aesthetic, it was not practical for Chao Wenrui to drive. Ultimately, they settled on white, a decision that now seems undeniably correct. Any color would have sufficed. As the white Mango 7 approached the weekend, just as they were reaching for the car door, Zhang Li spoke up from behind. Mr. Zhou, we seldom have the opportunity to meet you. May we take a photo together? Upon hearing her request, Zhang Li gazed at Zhou with hopeful eyes. Zhou turned around, looking at Zhang Li and Chao Wenrui, and nodded in agreement, saying, of course, let us capture a moment in front of the car. You can coordinate with the staff for the photo later. Mr. Zhou, you are incredibly kind, Zhang Li exclaimed, her excitement evident as she danced with joy, inadvertently nudging the stunned Chao Wenrui beside her. It took a moment for Chao Wenrui to process the situation, then he quickly joined his wife at Zhou's side. He was taken aback by how readily Zhou had agreed. It seemed almost too simple. They had initially intended to position themselves on either side of Zhou, allowing him the focal point. But Zhou, seeing their intent, graciously offered his place to them, stating, today, you are the guests of honor. I shall stand to the side. Realizing the moment's significance, and with a multitude of onlookers awaiting, Chao Wenrui swiftly guided Zhang Li to the center position. Zhongli, still caught up in the thrill of the photo opportunity, was blissfully unaware as she was gently nudged into place. Before long, all three extended their thumbs in approval, and the photo was taken. Zhou embraced both of them warmly before reaching out to open the door of the mango car. Chao Wenrui was momentarily stunned to witness Zhou personally opening the door for them. When would he ever enjoy such a privilege? The esteemed Mr. Zhou from Shanghai Technology was actually attending to him in this manner. With a nod from Zhou, Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li wasted no time in taking their seats inside the vehicle. Zhou waved farewell to the couple, and the driver proceeded to steer the Mango 7 away from the scene. The audience remained momentarily dazed, grappling with the extraordinary events that had just unfolded. What had just transpired? Not only had they captured a photo with Zhou, but the owner of Shanghai Technology had personally opened the car door for a customer. Was this a privilege they were truly deserving of? The fortunate winners felt increasingly lucky, and the first group of car owners deemed their visit worthwhile. In the future, they would boast of the time the owner of Shanghai Technology had opened a car door for them. Zhou's sequence of actions was witnessed not only by those present, but also broadcasted live for countless viewers online. Chapter 54, Premier Marketing. Mr. Zhou truly embodies the essence of his profession. Even in the act of opening a door, he resembles a skilled driver. The male embraces closely while the female bows in her embrace. Is this the demeanor expected of a tech company leader? On the weekend, what constitutes premier marketing? Fellow peers, observe closely, for I shall demonstrate but once. Initially inclined to purchase a Dapeng, I ultimately decided on a Mango, not solely because the Mango surpasses the Dapeng in quality, but rather, owning this vehicle serves as a constant reminder to remain grounded, diligent, and persistent in my entrepreneurial endeavors. I genuinely envy those fortunate enough to attend the delivery ceremony in person. A hug is worth 100,000, a photograph 200,000, a handshake 100,000, and opening a car door 400,000. What a profit! Since you have already recouped your investment, I shall reluctantly acquire your Mango for half its price. Setting aside other considerations, Mr. Zhou's ability to greet these car owners with handshakes, embraces, photographs, and door openings alone earns him our respect. In the live stream, the warmth and affability of the weekend host garnered widespread acclaim, with the comments section brimming with admiration and envy. This young man truly knows how to engage. Tang Zheng, also watching the live broadcast, shook his head in astonishment. Leader, Shanghai Technology has thrived on internet marketing. Weekend is quite adept in this domain. Tang Zheng affirmed, indeed. No one currently comes close to his prowess in this area. The accolades in the comments are a testament to the effectiveness of his approach. Tang Zheng possesses remarkable political acuity. Otherwise, he would not occupy his current position. He easily discerned Weekend's strategy, yet many who recognize it cannot replicate his success. After all, most individuals who have achieved greatness are of an age where humility is a challenge. Those capable of humility often lack the financial means of Weekend, or are simply reluctant to spend. Even those who possess both attributes may not conceive of Weekend's marketing tactics. Consider Su Dapeng of Dapeng Motors. Should he attempt to imitate Weekend's methods, he would undoubtedly face severe backlash online. As the Mango Automotive Superfactory is constructed, you are entrusted with forming a specialized team to liaise with Shanghai Technology. Should you encounter any difficulties along the way, do not hesitate to report to me. Tang Zheng increasingly values Shanghai Technology, also to fulfill his initial agreement with Weekend. Leader, I understand. Yet, shall we no longer engage with Tainong? After all, Ma Kaiyuan is the wealthiest individual in the world. What significance does the world's richest man hold? Merely a manifestation of capitalism's inherent flaws. When capital is entirely in the hands of individuals, what benefit is there for the common populace? Tang Zheng scoffed at this notion. Dong University, possessing numerous vital industries under state control, does not open its doors to private enterprises. If everything were truly deregulated, even the wealthiest would merely be a figure. Moreover, for individuals of their caliber, monetary gain is no longer their pursuit. What does it matter to be the world's richest? Even Ma Kaiyuan has ventured into politics in his later years. While Ma Kaiyuan's words may sound appealing, they are merely a tactic to buy time. Tang Zheng, having traversed the path of reform and opening up, is keenly aware of the strategies employed by foreign companies. Initially, they professed a collaboration with Dongda, thereby obstructing the internal development of Dongda's enterprises. Once Dongda's companies missed their prime opportunities for growth, they withdrew from the partnership altogether. During this period, Dongda faced numerous setbacks, leaving a profound impression on Tang Zheng. Consequently, regardless of the favorable conditions proposed by Ma Kaiyuan, he resolutely declined. At this juncture, Su Dapeng was utterly astonished. Was marketing truly capable of such ingenuity? If this constituted marketing, then what had their own company been practicing all along? When did domestic entrepreneurs become so adept? Furthermore, he grappled with the sheer magnitude of Mango Automobile's order volume, nearly 220,000 vehicles, an astonishing figure that struck Dapeng Automotive like a thunderclap. Their own pre-orders for the Dapeng 3 had yet to surpass 1,000 units, and annual orders were unlikely to exceed 20,000. The disparity was staggering, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It felt as though Mango Automobile loomed before him like a colossal giant. Insurmountable. The executives noticed Su Dapeng's shift in demeanor. Regardless, he remained the captain of their ship, for the sake of their future and their aspirations. Su Dapeng could not afford to falter. If he were to step down, it should only be after the company went public and secured a financial windfall. Thus, one executive promptly offered words of reassurance. Su, we are still in the first tier. Going public should pose no issue. Ah, yes. His Dapeng Automotive was indeed on the path to an IPO. No matter the circumstances, the most critical objective was the listing. Once they secured the necessary funds, they could advance the company's growth. Su Dapeng rallied his spirits and turned to face the executive. Observing his improved disposition, the executive felt a wave of relief. They were all in this together, and the paramount task was to expand their share of the market. From this moment forth, they would hasten their pursuit of Mango Automobile, which had forged ahead significantly. Fortunately, they still had a year to catch up. After motivating himself, Su Dapeng noted that it was still not yet 8 p.m. There was still time to work. The executives departed the conference room, immediately immersing themselves in their tasks. They had no alternative but to trade time for opportunity. Meanwhile, the delivery ceremony for Mango Automobile continued. After Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li received their vehicles and departed, the following customers emulated their actions: handshakes, embraces, photographs, culminating in a personal touch as the founder himself opened the car doors. Regardless of the circumstances, the emotional value throughout this process was profoundly satisfying. As newcomers became acquainted with the procedures, the delivery ceremony for Mango Automobile progressed with increasing efficiency. Soon, all 50 car owners received their vehicles. Given the late hour, the owners had the opportunity to rest at a hotel reserved by Shanghai Technology for one night before returning home the following day. Nearly all the owners opted to stay another night, as driving at night can be perilous. For those who preferred not to drive home, Shanghai Technology graciously arranged for their vehicles to be transported back, showcasing their thoughtfulness. As the delivery ceremony concluded, the weekend approached, signaling a time for rest. Today's event was even more exhausting than the previous Mango Automobile launch, yet the live broadcast yielded exceptional results. Gao Yi closely monitored the situation in the Shanghai Technology live stream, and upon the ceremony's conclusion, he sought out Zhou Mo with 4 individuals in tow, seemingly to discuss a matter of importance. Chapter 55, Social Media and Automobiles. Zhou, you should recognize these 4 individuals, Gao Yi remarked. Zhou Mo glanced over and recognized Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li, along with Zhang Sheng and Wu Na. Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li were the first couple to receive their car, an occasion marked by handshakes, embraces, and photographs, an impression that lingered in Zhou Mo's memory. As for Zhang Sheng, Zhou Mo retained a faint recollection, as he was the sole individual to win a car during the Mango Automobile launch event. Although they had taken their car home earlier, Zhou Mo still invited him to join the gathering. Zhang Sheng brought Wu Na along, and after a brief introduction, Zhou Mo learned they were married. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zhou Mo inquired, puzzled. Gao Yi smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to inform Zhou Mo in advance. Zhou, the situation is as follows. You previously mentioned scouting individuals for the short video industry to help promote our automobiles. I believe these 4 are quite suitable, and they are eager as well, so I brought them to you for your consideration. After Gao Yi's explanation, Zhou Mo understood the context. Initially, he had merely shared some promotional strategies for short videos, not anticipating that Gao Yi had taken it to heart. Zhou Mo felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he had not originally contemplated this direction. Given Mango Automobile's technological prowess, such endeavors seemed somewhat unnecessary. Yet, seeing Gao Yi's expectant gaze. Reminiscent of a child yearning for sweets, Zhou Imo hesitated to decline, fearing it might undermine Gao Yi's confidence. He cast a glance at Chao Wenrui and the others, who appeared visibly anxious. They understood that the technological strength of Xinghai Technology set it apart as an extraordinary enterprise. Should they successfully align themselves with such a formidable ally, their futures would likely be secured in comfort and stability. After a moment of reflection over the weekend, Zhou Wendy concluded that Chao Wenrui and his associates were indeed quite suitable for the endeavor. Supporting their development would not incur significant costs, thus he acquiesced to their request. Grateful acknowledgments poured forth from Chao Wenrui and his companions as soon as Zhou Wendy granted them this opportunity. They promptly resolved to resign from their previous jobs and devote themselves wholeheartedly to the burgeoning short video industry. There's no need to thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Gao Yi, Zhou Wendy remarked with a smile, gesturing towards Gao Yi who stood nearby. Please, I am merely following Zhou's arrangements, Gao Yi interjected, hastily waving his hands in modesty. Zhou Wendy chuckled, bemused by Gao Yi's newfound humility, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, Gao Yi escorted Chao Wenrui and the others to the company to complete the necessary formalities. While Xinghai Technology could not overtly support their venture into the self-media sphere, covert assistance was entirely feasible. Money, to Xinghai Technology, was merely paper. Mango Automobile was currently akin to a money-printing machine. With minimal research and development costs, the profit margins on sold vehicles were substantial once basic component costs were deducted. Supporting a few self-media creators was a trivial undertaking. As Gao Yi led them to the company, Zhang Sheng extended an invitation, saying, "Thank you, Gao Yi. How about we have dinner together tomorrow?" Indeed, it's truly astonishing to have the backing of Xinghai Technology, Chao Wenrui chimed in enthusiastically. The two young women, albeit a bit reserved, nodded in agreement. I am delighted that you have accepted. Now, your task is to effectively promote Mango Automobile, Gao Yi replied. Soon, amidst laughter and banter, they arrived at the Xinghai Technology office, which at the time was simply a modest office building. Initially, Xinghai Technology had rented the premises, but after acquiring sufficient funds, Zhou Wendy decided to purchase it outright. Upon entering Gao Yi's office, he retrieved the contract he had prepared in advance and presented it to the group. Here is the contract I prepared for you. Please take a look. The group perused the document attentively while Gao Yi stepped aside to pour each of them a glass of water, placing it before them. He then patiently awaited their review without intruding. My dear, the conditions provided by Xinghai Technology are remarkably generous. One of the young women exclaimed. Indeed, they are excellent. With a base salary and resource support, it would be challenging not to achieve success, another responded. The base salary matched that of Xinghai Technology employees, with each of the four receiving 15,000 yuan. Resource support would naturally come from Xinghai Technology's Doshou account, which would also allocate funds to assist them in gaining traction on the platform. Most crucially, the income from live streaming rewards was entirely theirs, as Xinghai Technology deemed such earnings insignificant. The contract did contain some rather stringent clauses, including the stipulation that the Doshou account belonged to Xinghai Technology and that they could not publicly disclose their association with the company, among other terms. They are all well aware of this. After all, they will specifically promote Mango Automobile. If it were revealed that they are affiliated with Xinghai Technology, it would inevitably carry the scent of a vendor promoting their own wares. As for why Xinghai Technology insists that the account belongs to them, isn't it said that they are not in need of funds? Do they truly require a Doshou account? This matter actually pertains to management issues, aimed at placing restrictions on Chao Wenrui and his associates, preventing them from becoming complacent and forgetting their own identities. After the group meticulously reviewed the contract, Gao Yi rose and surveyed the four individuals, inquiring, "Have you all finished reading? Do you have any questions? Feel free to voice them." Chao Wenrui and the others exchanged glances and shook their heads. Chao Wenrui replied, "Mr. Gao, we have no questions." At this point, Chao Wenrui had altered his demeanor, no longer addressing him as Gao Yi. "You need not be so formal. Calling me Gao Yi feels more comfortable. If there are no issues, we shall proceed to sign the contract," Gao Yi said with a smile, gesturing towards the pen on the table. Before long, each of them inscribed their signatures, finalizing the contract. There were several copies, and once completed, Chao Wenrui and the others took their respective copies. As the hour had grown late, They departed Gao Yi's office without delay. Chapter 56. Tremendous response. Offline sales. The moment Zhao Wenrui stepped out of the company's entrance, he felt a wave of refreshment. He glanced back at the towering building of Shanghai Technology, then at the contract in his hand. With this contract secured, he felt a profound sense of reassurance. With the backing of Shanghai Technology, if they thrived on Doshou, a prosperous future awaited them. Zhang Sheng, how about we go out for a meal? Zhao Wenrui proposed to his companion, Zhang Sheng. Given that they were roughly of the same age and would soon be sailing in the same boat, it was only fitting that they foster camaraderie and strengthen their bond. Zhang Sheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he discreetly turned to glance at his wife, Wu Na, and broke into a grin. What are you looking at? If you wish to go, then go. However, the two of us women should accompany you, Wu Na remarked with a pout. She was still somewhat uneasy about them going alone, preferring the company of others. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng beamed with joy, and Zhang Li had no objections. The group then hailed a taxi to the nearest barbecue restaurant. In a stunning development, Shanghai Technology's sales orders surpassed 210,000 within a week, setting a new record for the fastest sales in history. Mango Automobile will soon commence official deliveries, with expected monthly quantities reaching 21,000 vehicles. Once the super factory is established, deliveries can occur in significant volumes. Investment institutions have indicated that Shanghai Technology's current valuation has reached 200 billion renminbi. However, some entities believe this figure is grossly underestimated. The most successful individual of the post-1990s generation has emerged. Zhou Mo of Shanghai Technology, born in 1998, is only 19 years old this year. Your peers are abandoning you. What justifies your lack of effort? Eastern University Daily. If you find yourself weary, take a moment to reflect on the weekend's life experiences. It will undoubtedly invigorate your spirit. What a perplexing contradiction. As I peruse the news online over the weekend, I can't help but express my exasperation. It seems they are pushing him into the proverbial fire pit. Aside from the first 2 points, he hardly concurs with any of it. To illustrate, in his eyes, Starry Sea Technology is worth far more than 200 billion renminbi. If converted to USD, perhaps he would cast a glance. After all, a company like Tesla boasts a market value exceeding $50 billion. Is Mango Automobile's technological prowess not on par? Who could possibly scoff at 200 billion renminbi? If the foreign counterparts were to learn of this, they might assume his company lacks technological substance. Mr. Zhou, Starry Sea Technology currently stands at the epicenter of traffic. This is an undeniable reality. Gao Yi feels equally helpless, as the information online is a mixed bag. Nevertheless, he does not dismiss the notion that some of it bears truth. For example, he has always regarded the weekend as a genius. Every time the weekend conjures a myriad of brilliant ideas, he is tempted to dissect the weekend's mind to uncover its secrets. The weekend, however, wishes to avoid such troubling thoughts when Sun Jian interjects. Mr. Zhou, representatives from Jiangxing and Magic City have reached out to discuss the construction of the Mango Automobile Superfactory, particularly from Jiangxing. They have even engaged the relevant promotional departments to collaborate on a filming event promoting our company under Jiangxing's banner. Establishing the super factory is of utmost importance. We must expedite this process, and I leave this matter in Uncle Sun's capable hands. As for the promotional filming, we shall cooperate, as it serves to enhance our company's visibility, especially since we are situated in Jiangxing. Fostering good relations is undoubtedly prudent. The weekend maintains a grounded perspective, not allowing the achievements of Starry Sea Technology to inflate his ego. Ultimately, he remains mere flesh and blood, a larger fly in the face of the national machine. Now that Mango Automobile is ready for delivery, we must expedite the process. While our vehicles boast formidable performance, swift market capture is paramount. Sun Jian nods in agreement. This matter indeed holds great significance. Before long, half a month has elapsed, and the time has come to celebrate the annual New Year. During this period, aside from liaising with Jiangxing and Magic City regarding the factory construction, Sun Jian has been acquiring and renovating Mango Automobile retail outlets across the nation. Initially, the weekend believed that Mango Automobile could thrive entirely through online sales or perhaps emulate Tesla by securing a dedicated space for sales. However, after persuasion from Sun Jian and his team, they ultimately decided on a physical retail model. While Mango Automobile's performance is exceptional, a prime location is essential for customer experience. Solely online sales would be inadequate. Nonetheless, even so, the weekend will maintain strict oversight over the number of physical retail locations. An excess would serve little purpose. During this period, through Sun Jian's diligent efforts, Mango automobile sales outlets have been established in several major first- and second-tier cities across the nation. One weekend, standing alone in the office and gazing out at the Han River, an overwhelming sense of loss suddenly engulfed him. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Sun Jian calling. Upon answering, a voice tinged with reproach came through. "Xiao Mo, why haven't you come to my home for the new year? Did I not mention it to you beforehand?" "Uncle Sun, I plan to spend the new year alone, so I won't be intruding on your family. Please extend my New Year greetings to Aunt Sun and Sister Wan," he replied. "What are you saying? Although you are my superior at work, I remain your Uncle Sun. Come over, someone will come to pick you up." Without waiting for Xiao Mo to decline, Sun Jian abruptly ended the call. "Someone is coming to pick me up? It can't be Sister Wan, can it?" He pondered. Just then, another call came in from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Xiao Mo. I'm here to pick you up for the new year. Mom has prepared a lot of delicious food for you." A warm and familiar voice resonated through the line. It had been a while since Xiao Mo had last spoken to Wan Jia, whose full name was Sun Wan, the daughter of Sun Jian. 3 years older than Xiao Mo, they had grown up together, akin to childhood sweethearts. During their youth, Sun Wan took great care of him, often playing together like siblings. They both attended the same university, Jiangxing University, the finest in the city. However, the only divergence in their paths was that Xiao Mo had to drop out after less than a year due to his father's circumstances. Sun Wan excelled academically and had since graduated, choosing to pursue further studies at Jiangxing University. "Xiao Mo, you must be good. I specially came to pick you up. You wouldn't want to miss seeing me, would you?" she teased when she noticed his silence. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Mo cleared his throat. "Since Sister Wan has come to fetch me, I must show my respect. I'll be right down. That's the spirit. I'll be waiting for you at the company entrance," she laughed. Chapter 57. Sharing the Mango Experience. Gaining inspiration, Xiao Mo intended to grab a few gifts from the office, but after searching for quite some time, he found nothing. Reluctantly, he thought it best not to keep Sun Wan waiting too long and decided he would make it up to her later. He directly descended the stairs and exited the building, spotting a white Mango 7 parked not far away, next to which stood a tall girl with flowing hair. Despite the winter chill, her down jacket could not conceal Sun Wan's admirable figure. Xiao Mo walked over, recalling from memory that this was indeed Sun Wan. She noticed him and waved. "Sister Wan, long time no see." He greeted her naturally, without a hint of hesitation. Upon approaching, Sun Wan stepped forward and embraced him, catching Xiao Mo off guard. Once he regained his composure, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her back. "It has indeed been quite a while since we last saw each other. Nearly half a year since your father departed," Sun Wan whispered softly to Zhou Weekend. At that moment, Zhou felt a sense of comfort. Although he had traversed through time, he could genuinely sense Sun Wan's concern for him. As they parted, Sun Wan meticulously observed Zhou's face from various angles, while Zhou scrutinized her in return. Sun Wan was strikingly beautiful. Yet her charm did not stem from the conventional allure of internet celebrities. Rather, she possessed the dignified countenance of an elder sister, growing more enchanting with each glance. "You seem to have lost some weight during this time. My father has been rather negligent, hasn't he? I already informed him to take better care of you. I shall reprimand him upon my return," Sun Wan remarked with a furrowed brow and a serious expression. Zhou found her demeanor somewhat endearing, eliciting a chuckle within him. It seemed that Uncle Sun's little cotton-padded jacket was quite drafty. "Ahem, Uncle Sun has been quite kind to me. He has been largely assisting me with matters at the company. He truly works hard," Zhou replied. Sun Wan paid no heed to Zhou's lingering gaze upon her as she glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to leave. "Let us get in the car and head home for dinner. Mother has prepared your favorite dishes," she said. Subsequently, Sun Wan took the driver's seat, while Zhou settled into the passenger seat. As Sun Wan drove, they engaged in a casual conversation, soon steering the topic towards the car itself. "Sister Wan, what are your thoughts on the Mango 7? Zhou inquired. It was not surprising that Sun Wan drove a Mango 7. He had gifted each of the executives like Lu Su and Gao Yi a vehicle, and for Sun Jian, he had generously gifted 3, one for each member of their family. Zhou sought Sun Wan's perspective, particularly as she was a woman who might possess unique insights or feelings. "It drives quite well. It is indeed one of the best electric vehicles currently available on the market. The spacious design and automatic parking features make it much easier, particularly for women, alleviating many of their concerns." However, I still feel that the Mango 7 might be somewhat unwieldy for women to drive daily. A smaller model like the Mango 3 would be more suitable. Yet, the autonomous driving capabilities of the 3 pale in comparison to the 7. Therefore, I suggest that the automatic parking functionality of the 3 be enhanced. This would make it more user-friendly for female drivers, Sun Quan articulated, with Zhou attentively listening. This was indeed a perspective he had not previously considered. While the autonomous driving technology of the Mango 3 is exceptionally advanced on a global scale, it ultimately only offers limited functionality at level 2. Achieving flawless automatic parking and similar features consistently without error imposes considerable demands. However, for the Mango 7, equipped with level 4 autonomous driving technology, such tasks become remarkably effortless, devoid of any real challenge. It seems that dedicated upgrades for the female demographic in this regard are imperative. If the Mango 3 could consistently alleviate parking woes for women, its sales would undoubtedly see a significant increase. Sister Wan, I have noted your suggestions. I shall relay them to the technical department upon my return to the office. I am delighted to assist you. Sun Wan smiled, her gaze fixed ahead. Zhou Mo suddenly spoke up, Sister Wan, have you been angry with me for not contacting you for such a long time? Sun Wan, focusing on the road, replied, I understand your company is busy. My father also advised me not to disturb you. Most importantly, he mentioned that you have moved on, which brings me much joy. Besides, as I am pursuing my graduate studies, I often lack the time to reach out to you. So you haven't been upset either, have you? Indeed. This reasoning resonated with Zhou Mo. However, he felt a twinge of guilt. He had primarily forgotten due to his recent work commitments. In his recollection, he often kept in touch with Sun Wan. After hearing her explanation, Zhou Mo felt reassured, relieved that he had not revealed any flaws. Soon, amidst their laughter and conversation, they arrived home. Sun Wan parked the car in the garage, and upon hearing the sound, Sun Jian came out to greet them. Sun Jian's residence was a villa, complete with a garage and garden, appraised at no less than 10 million in current market value. Xiao Mo, I had mentioned your arrival, yet you were reluctant to come. Thankfully, Xiao Wan took the initiative to pick you up, Sun Jian remarked. Uncle Sun, I was merely concerned about interrupting your reunion, Zhou Mo responded sheepishly. Having grown accustomed to solitude, perhaps due to his unique circumstances, he had not felt the warmth of familial bonds here, hence he did not experience discomfort. However, from Sun Jian and his family's perspective, the situation was different. They viewed a child who had recently lost his father as inherently vulnerable. You have grown up under my watch. Is there any need for such formalities between us? Come on, dinner is almost ready, and we should enjoy a lively meal together. At that moment, Sun Wan parked the car and joined them as they entered the house. Following them inside, Zhou Mo changed his shoes and noticed Aunt Sun, adorned in an apron, diligently arranging dishes at the dining table. Xiao Mo has arrived. Please take a seat. Dinner will be served shortly. Aunt Sun called out. Lifting her head upon seeing Zhou Mo, Aunt Sun, originally named Su Wei, was a stunning beauty in Zhou Mo's memory. After marrying Sun Jian and giving birth to Sun Wan, she devoted herself entirely to being a homemaker. Now nearing 50, traces of her former beauty still lingered. Sun Wan's striking features were a testament to her mother's lineage. Aunt Sun, it has been a while. I feel I am imposing upon you again. As I did not prepare any gifts for this visit, Zhou Mo explained, feeling a bit embarrassed as he approached her. Imposing? Nonsense. I require no gifts. Your presence alone brings me joy. Please, let me finish preparing the last dish. Dinner will be ready in no time, Aunt Sun replied, turning back to the kitchen. Zhou Mo then accompanied Sun Wan to the restroom, where he washed his hands. After cleansing them, he exited the restroom to find Sun Jian placing dishes on the dining table. Xiao Mo, make sure to eat plenty. I hear from your Uncle Sun that you often dine at the company? Su Wei served food to Zhou Mo, placing it in his bowl with a caring tone. Cooking for myself is rather troublesome, so I often make do with a quick meal at the office. After Shanghai technology became profitable, the treatment for employees has been quite commendable, with 3 meals provided daily. You ought to take better care of yourself. After work, just go home with Uncle Sun. I'll prepare dinner for you. Thank you, Aunt Sunday. The meals at our company are quite good. I even have my own small kitchen. Zhou Mo replied with a smile. Sun Jian nodded in agreement from the side, as he typically ate from the small kitchen during lunch. Zhou Mo was not fond of the large pot meals. The executives enjoyed dishes specially prepared by the chef, which were notably more delectable. Haha, that sounds wonderful. Even so, you should come by when you have time. All right, Aunt Sunday. This time, Zhou Mo did not refuse again, understanding that continuous refusals would not be favorable. Xiao Mo, are you planning to continue your studies? At that moment, Sun Wan set down her utensils. To be honest, Zhou Mo had not considered this question at all. However, thinking about how he currently did not need it, he shook his head. Never mind, I don't have the time to attend school right now, and honestly, going back to school holds little significance for me at this stage. Sun Wan pondered briefly and nodded in understanding. She often browsed the internet and knew that her father was the general manager of Shanghai Technology, thus being well aware of its circumstances. Given Zhou Mo's current status, furthering his education seemed unnecessary, as those qualifications held no value for him. During the meal, the group engaged in lively conversations about various topics. Before long, they finished eating. Zhou Mo first accompanied Sun Jian and the others to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Although Jiangcheng is in the southern region, many still tune in to the gala. Finding it rather uninteresting, Zhou Mo prepared to bid farewell to Sun Wan and the others to head home. Xiao Mo, let me escort you, it's getting late. And with everyone celebrating the new year, it would be difficult to get a taxi, Sun Wan suggested as she stood up. Before Zhou Mo could respond, Su Wei interjected. Indeed, you two haven't seen each other in 6 months. Let Xiao Wan take you home so you can catch up. Zhou Mo glanced out the window for a moment, then agreed. That would be troublesome for you, Sister Wan. No need for pleasantries. Let us go, Sun Wan replied, turning to lead the way. After bidding farewell to Sun Jian and Aunt Sun, Zhou Mo hurriedly followed her. Su Wei turned to Sun Jian. What do you think of Xiao Mo? Sun Jian raised an eyebrow and answered without much thought. He is doing quite well. I've noticed his hard work lately. Upon hearing this, Su Wei smiled, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Sun Jian inquired, curious. Don't you think Xiao Wan and Xiao Mo are a perfect match? Xiao Mo is quite exceptional, and having grown up together, they know each other well. Sun Jian, hearing this, sighed in resignation and shook his head. He looked at his wife with a skeptical gaze. You're not considering someone else's wealth, are you? Su Wei reached out and playfully slapped Sun Jian, exclaiming, what are you talking about? This has little to do with money. Besides, although my family isn't extraordinarily wealthy, we are certainly not in want. She crossed her arms, feeling a twinge of anger, realizing that she appeared in such a light to Sun Jian. I was merely joking. I know your character well enough. Upon seeing his wife's displeasure, Sun Jian immediately drew closer to apologize. Su Wei continued, that child, Zhou Mo, is quite pitiable. He lost his mother at a young age, and recently his father passed away in a car accident. He is only 19. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. Ultimately, it depends on their feelings, doesn't it? A forced relationship bears no sweetness. Observing his wife's tears, Sun Jian embraced her, understanding her tenderness, especially since Zhou Mo had grown up alongside them. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo and Sun Wan had just returned home. Sun Wan swiftly parked in front of Zhou Mo's house, but he hesitated to exit the vehicle. Sister Wan, thank you for driving me home. Would you care to come in for a while? As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a twinge of regret. The hour was rather late, and such an invitation could easily be misconstrued. Indeed, Sun Wan's cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze drifted away, avoiding Zhou Mo's eyes. She thought to herself, Zhou Mo has truly matured. He is already employing such tactics with me. Deciding it was late, she resolved to decline the invitation. Glancing at the time, Sun Wan firmly said no. Noticing her embarrassment, Zhou Mo cleared his throat to change the subject. Ahem, Sister Wan. You still have some time before heading to school, right? Yes, is there something you need? Sun Wan turned to Zhou Mo, curious if he had a request. Well, I was hoping to take you out for a meal and perhaps buy gifts for Uncle Sun and Aunt Sunday. I didn't bring any gifts today, which I feel rather bad about. After hearing Zhou Mo's explanation, Sun Wan nodded slightly in understanding. No problem, since you're busy with work. Just let me know when you'd like to go, and we can arrange it together. She readily accepted, as she appreciated Zhou Mo's intention. The two continued their conversation for a while before Zhou Mo finally exited the car. Sister Wan, goodbye. Drive safely on your way back. As Sun Wan turned her car around, Zhou Mo waved goodbye. She leaned out of her window and said, make sure to rest early. See you next time. With that, she pressed the accelerator, and her vehicle swiftly departed. Zhou Mo waited until her car disappeared from view before returning home. Once inside, Zhou Mo first set the air conditioning in his bedroom to a comfortable temperature before taking a hot shower. Afterward, he reclined on his bed with his tablet. intending to scroll through social media to catch up on recent events. Recently, Ma Kaiyuan had made an appearance in Yangqing, engaging in close communications with local officials. What could be his purpose in Yangqing? Was he still not over the previous incident? On the weekend, he shook his head, choosing to disregard the matter. No matter how formidable Ma Kaiyuan's disciples were, they could not rival the prowess of his system. Subsequently, he began to peruse other news articles until he stumbled upon a report regarding Mango cars. The company had officially commenced deliveries, and numerous owners were joyfully receiving their new vehicles. Curiosity led him to the comments section, where many netizens were engaged in lively discussions. Suddenly, one comment caught his attention. Has anyone received their Mango car? I am willing to purchase at a high price. Almost immediately, a response emerged. Is this for real? Could it be a scam? Another user added, I also placed an order, but the queue is excessively long, and I can no longer wait. Here's proof. Bank balance. Screenshot of Mango car order. Look at all these zeros. This is the real deal. How much can you offer? Came the reply. I have a fully equipped Mango 7. Feel free to message me. After this, the original poster ceased to respond. Nonetheless, it appeared genuine. There were indeed many wealthy individuals in this world. Out of curiosity, he delved deeper into the comments, recognizing that while he could not interfere with those reselling Mango cars, the willingness to pay such amounts suggested the vehicle's true value. He continued to browse news articles until fatigue overcame him, prompting him to lie down and rest. Chapter 59. The wealthy purchase cars, unfathomably extravagant. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Wei lounged on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin after finishing his meal. He was engrossed in videos about Mango cars, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his own vehicle in a few days. He had ordered the top-tier Mango 7. Although the price was steep, he persevered and made the purchase. He had ordered early and was fortunate enough to be among the first wave of owners. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, brother, is there something you need? Zhang Wei inquired, slightly perplexed by the call from his elder brother, as their families lived nearby, and he wondered what warranted a phone call. Zhang Wei, I just received word that someone is willing to pay $2 million for the latest Mango 7. I thought of you first, his brother revealed. Zhang Wei was not surprised that his brother was aware of his car purchase, as he had proudly shared the news on social media after placing his order. Is that for real? It can't be a scam, right? Zhang Wei shifted on the sofa to make his phone call more comfortable. His initial reaction was disbelief. Who would be foolish enough to pay over $1 million extra for a car? It's true, the interested party is my boss, someone you've dined with before. If memory serves, he is currently at my home. I called to gauge your interest. If you are willing, come over. If not, it's no issue, his brother explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei sprang up from the sofa. He recognized the individual his brother mentioned as a person of considerable means. Initially, the elder brother had taken him out for a meal, and Zhang Wei vividly recalled the throngs of people fawning over him, raising their glasses in his honor. My boss remarked that the reason he purchased this vehicle was due to his son's fondness for it, yet he was unable to secure one. If you could kindly convey my sentiments to my boss, should you be amenable? The voice on the other end continued to elaborate. Of course, I am more than willing, Zhang Wei exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. Earning over $1 million without any legitimate reason? Only a fool would decline. Was it merely the urgency of acquiring the car? I am not in haste. I can afford to wait. All right, I shall inform my boss immediately. You should also make haste to come over so we can discuss. Thank you, elder brother, for considering me in this fortuitous matter. Zhang Wei expressed his gratitude promptly. We are all family, so what is there to say? Besides, I ought to express my thanks to you. You have assisted my boss in resolving a dilemma, and he will undoubtedly hold me in higher regard henceforth. The elder brother's tone was lighthearted, and Zhang Wei could distinctly sense the atmosphere had improved significantly. Ha ha ha. All right, I will come over right away. With that, Zhang Wei ended the call, donned his coat from the sofa, and bid his wife farewell before stepping out. In the following 3 days, with the weekend being relatively quiet, he frequently returned to the company. The holiday had commenced, and the office was largely deserted. It was not until the 4th day that people began to trickle back into the workplace. On this day, as soon as he arrived at the company, Gaoyi sought him out. He had returned to the office today and made it his priority to find Zhang Wei. Zhou, please take a look at this information, Gaoyi said, handing over his phone. Breaking news. A hidden tycoon expends $2 million to purchase a Mango automobile at a premium price. Truly, what a waste of money, spending $2 million on a car worth $800,000. Who could argue otherwise? Moreover, it was a second-hand model. You just can't stand the sight of others profiting. For the affluent, spending 800,000 or 2 million is akin to dining out. I possess the latest top-tier Mango 7. Which tycoon is willing to pay for time? As the comments flowed, someone suddenly recalled that their own Mango automobile was soon to be in their possession. With a sense of experimentation, they casually inquired in the comments section, "I want it. How much? Can we meet offline?" Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone responded below. "Let's chat privately, but let me be clear. You must have the means." "Fear not. I am absolutely capable. Who else would spend over 800,000 on a new energy vehicle?" The two engaged in a mere 4 exchanges before ceasing communication altogether. Furthermore, their accounts had transitioned to private status, indicating that a transaction was likely nearing completion. However, the comments section was abuzz with activity, as many individuals chimed in, leading to this exchange being circulated as news. "Brother, is this for real? Are you truly going to buy?" "Elder brother, calm down. Why not spend 2 million on a Ferrari instead?" "What folly. If I had 2 million, I would simply purchase an Audi 4 and spend the remainder on anything but cilantro. If I had 2 million, I would invest it entirely in the affluent family, contributing as much as I could, thereby effortlessly earning another 2 million. Weekend, upon reaching this point, ceased further reading, having comprehended Gao Yi's perspective. He returned the phone to Gao Yi, simultaneously articulating his thoughts. It is of no significant concern. After all, if someone is willing to spend money, it is not as if it is my own. Moreover, their actions inadvertently elevate the value of our Mango automobile, serving as a form of promotion. What is there to lament? Yet, Zhou, might this have adverse repercussions? Gao Yi found Weekend's reasoning quite persuasive, yet a tinge of worry still lingered within him. Weekend shook his head, remarking that this situation is akin to the previous fruit phone phenomenon. Some individuals were willing to sell a kidney merely to acquire the latest model. There is nothing detrimental about it. A vehicle priced over 800,000 is not intended for the average consumer. As one netizen aptly noted, those truly willing to spend 2 million on a car are either lacking in judgment or are genuinely affluent. Gao Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in this statement. Their Mango 3 is indeed the vehicle suited for the average person and is designed for mass production, provided it does not adversely impact this model. However, Zhou, among our 20,000 pre-orders, 60% are for the Mango 7. Doesn't that pose a problem? Upon hearing Gao Yi mention this, Weekend rubbed his forehead, suddenly recalling an unfinished matter. "Please hold on a moment. I will summon Lu Su." Just as Weekend prepared to reach for his phone, Lu Su knocked at the office door. Weekend looked up to see Lu Su entering. "Zhou, there is no need for a call. I noticed you were conversing with Gao Yi, so I waited outside." "Your timing is perfect. I have a matter that requires your attention," Weekend replied, setting his phone down and gesturing towards Lu Su. Lu Su approached swiftly, inquiring, "Zhou, what is it?" "I have identified an issue. The Mango 3's autonomous driving still lacks certain elements." "What elements are lacking, Zhou?" Lu Su asked, curiosity piqued as he leaned closer to the desk. Gao Yi, standing nearby, was equally intrigued, wondering how this related to their earlier discussion. Chapter 60, Adjustments to the Mango 3, commencing engagement. As Gao Yi previously mentioned, 60% of our initial pre-orders consist of purchases for the Mango 7. Why is it that so many individuals are willing to acquire such an expensive vehicle? Weekend posed this question to the two. Lu Su glanced at Gao Yi, having overheard their earlier discussion. He too pondered this. Indeed, why are there so many buyers for such a costly car? Are they truly Na'vi with money to spare? Lu Su tentatively inquired. Weekend, upon hearing this, pressed his hand to his forehead, questioning the validity of such a response. Gao Yi nearly chuckled at the predicament of having Lu Su and his technical team grapple with this issue. The crux lies in the fact that the technological sophistication of the Mango 7 significantly surpasses that of its contemporaries, be they electric or fuel-powered vehicles, responded confidently Weekend. With a remarkable range of 1,100 kilometers, level 4 driving assistance, and performance that exceeds that of sports cars. Each of these features would be a game-changer in the realm of new energy vehicles, yet they are all astonishingly combined in one model by Shanghai Technology. Lu Su and Gao Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of this statement. The 1,100-kilometer range places it on par with fuel vehicles. However, in stark contrast, the order volume for the Mango 3 is a mere 40, indicating that this vehicle lacks sufficient allure. This situation is regrettable. Despite the increasing penetration of new energy vehicles in recent years, numerous potential customers are still deterred for various reasons. Therefore, we must enhance one feature in the Mango 3 to attract more users. Lu Su seamlessly interjected, Mr. Zhou, in which aspect do you think we should make improvements? Weekend smiled and nodded. Given that many vehicles have already been delivered to customers, hardware upgrades are not feasible or necessary. In terms of hardware, there is indeed little need for change, as a battery range of 700 kilometers is already among the highest available on the market. Thus, we shall focus our efforts on software. I believe we can introduce a more advanced version of the automatic parking feature for user selection. Upon hearing this, Gaoi grasped Weekend's intent, while Lu Su remained somewhat perplexed. Weekend was indeed preparing to enhance the appeal of the Mango 3, aiming to boost its sales. The current automatic parking function of the Mango 3 is somewhat inadequate. If it could achieve the performance level of the 7, I am confident that the number of purchasers would significantly increase. Lu Su, do you foresee any issues in achieving this? Now understanding the task at hand, Lu Su promptly affirmed, no problem, Mr. Zhou. Fulfilling this requirement will not be difficult. Well then, prepare swiftly. However, this feature will incur costs. It will not be provided free of charge. Gao Yi, you should also make preparations and announce this news on our official website and Douyin account. Following Weekend's directive, Lu Su and Gao Yi set about their tasks. Meanwhile, Weekend had other matters to attend to today, specifically dining out with Sun Wan. He had initially planned to stop by the office before departing, but was unexpectedly approached by Gao Yi ahead of schedule. Checking the time, he realized there was still ample opportunity. Weekend took the car keys and made his way to the underground parking lot to retrieve his vehicle. He too was driving the top-tier version of the Mango 7, which boasted superior performance, albeit not significantly different from the standard model. Particularly, the capabilities of his car could hardly be showcased on the terrain of Dongda. As Weekend drove out of the garage towards Sun Jian's residence, he recalled that since he was treating for dinner this time, it was only fitting that he took the wheel instead of letting a lady drive. Sister Wan, I have set off. I will arrive in 20 minutes, he sent via voice message. In the residence of Sun Jian, Su Wei was selecting clothing for Sun Wan, who was busy applying her makeup. Xiao Wan, what do you think of this outfit? Su Wei inquired, holding up a brown trench coat. Oh, Mom, this is so outdated. Sun Wan replied, gazing at her reflection in the makeup mirror. How is it outdated? This garment beautifully accentuates your figure and is quite suitable for you, Su Wei insisted, modeling the coat against herself. Regardless, I want tea wear this ensemble. Just leave it be. I can prepare myself shortly. There's still time. Isn't tea there? Sun Wan dismissed her mother's suggestions, resolute in her choice to forego the coat. This is your first date. It's only fitting that I assist you in selecting something special, Su Wei urged. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm merely going out for a meal with Xiao Mo. Sun Wan felt a slight flush on her cheeks, perhaps due to the makeup. Yes, just a meal, Su Wei retorted, somewhat irritated by her daughter's response. At that moment, Sun Jin approached, saying, let the child make her own choices. Your presence might be more of a hindrance than a help. Seeing her daughter and husband in agreement, Su Wei huffed and left the room in a huff. Just then, Sun Wan's phone lit up on the table. She glanced down and opened the screen to find a voice message from Zhou Mo. Sister Wan, I'm on my way. I'll arrive in 20 minutes. She promptly replied, all right, no rush, drive safely. Sun Jian, still present, overheard the message. Make sure to enjoy yourselves today. Xiao Mo is indeed a good boy, but it ultimately depends on you. As a concerned father, Sun Jian felt a twinge of melancholy. Dad, we're just having dinner. Sun Wan cooed playfully. I understand it's just dinner, and I know you like Xiao Mo. Ultimately, you will marry someone, and we cannot take care of you forever. It's better to marry someone we know than a stranger. Your mother and I both think highly of Xiao Mo, so seize this opportunity. Sun Jian spoke earnestly, though there was an unspoken matter lingering in the air. Before Zhou Mo's father passed away, he had jokingly suggested several times that Sun Wan should marry his son. Sun Jian had dismissed it as merely a jest, but after contemplating it following a conversation with his wife, he found the notion quite agreeable. Dad, I don't have to get married. Many people choose not to, and I can always take care of you too, Sun Wan declared, echoing sentiments common among daughters. How can you not marry? Xiao Mo is an exceptional young man and is more than deserving of you. Besides, he doesn't currently have a girlfriend. So I urge you to seize the moment. With that, Sun Jian turned and exited the room, leaving Sun Wan alone to ponder her thoughts. 20 minutes swiftly passed, and Jomo's car arrived at the doorstep of the Sun family home. Upon disembarking during the weekend, I noticed Sun Wan standing at the entrance, adorned in a beautiful outfit. Behind her were Sun Jian and Su Wei. Uncle Sun, Aunt Sun, Sister Wan, I greeted each of them. Sun Jian nodded at me without uttering a word. Su Wei smiled and said, Xiao Mo, ensure you take good care of Xiao Wan and make her happy. Rest assured. Aunt Sun, Uncle Sun, I replied. Subsequently, I ushered Sun Wan into the car. Goodbye, Uncle Sun, Aunt Sun. After adjusting the car's direction, I waved and drove off. Don't look too long. You'll find it even more difficult when it's time to marry off your daughter, Sun Jian remarked, noticing his wife still craning her neck to look. Oh, go away. Su Wei playfully swatted Sun Jian and turned to enter the house. Sun Jian shook his head in resignation and followed her inside. Chapter 61. The date in progress. Awkward moments seated in the passenger seat. Sun Wan gazed ahead without uttering a word. She had deliberately chosen her outfit for this occasion, a long gray sweater paired with a gray bodycon skirt, complemented by thigh-high stockings and knee-high boots. It was her first time dressing like this, prepared specifically for our meal together, which made her feel somewhat self-conscious. Once we hit the main road, I glanced over at Sun Wan in the passenger seat. Sister Wan, you look truly stunning today. Perhaps sensing the silence was awkward, I took the initiative to speak. Really? My efforts to dress up have not gone unnoticed, she replied, her heart swelling with joy and a hint of pride. Do you think this outfit suits me? She inquired, looking down at her attire. It suits you quite well. This is the first time I've seen you in such a style, I nodded. Sun Wan's exquisite form and beauty, accentuated by her attire, radiated an air of elegance. Previously, she had always dressed quite conservatively. Noticing her earnestness in preparing for our meal, I felt a sense of accomplishment. After all, being recognized and needed by someone holds a unique emotional value. As we conversed, we soon arrived at the Central Business District, the largest and most luxurious commercial area in Jiang City, bustling with activity. The throngs of people made me drive slowly. My Mango 7, with its striking appearance, drew curious glances from passers-by, many of whom had never seen such a car before, yet it captivated a considerable audience. After a while, encountering a traffic jam ahead, I decided to halt the vehicle. During this pause, I turned to Sun Wan and said, Sister Wan, we still have some time. Once I park, let us go shopping. Sounds good, I'll follow your lead, but you really don't need to buy gifts for my parents. They have plenty, she replied. Sister Wan, that's not quite right. Whether they need it or not is one thing. Whether I choose to buy something is another. The most important aspect is that my intentions are conveyed appropriately. This pertains to the intricacies of social etiquette, a matter far from simplistic. Although reluctant, one must comply with the situation. As the two engaged in conversation, a figure approached, rapping on the car window. Knock, knock. Both Weekend and Sun Wan turned their heads in unison upon hearing the sound. Weekend lowered the window and was greeted by a girl hunched over, her right hand pressed against her chest, her posterior jutting out as she waved. In a high-pitched voice, the girl inquired, Hey there, handsome, I'm feeling a bit dizzy today. May I sit in your car for a moment? She believed her demeanor exuded fragility, capable of garnering attention. However, she overestimated her allure. Weekend, though inexperienced, had not been oblivious to such antics and discerned her intentions at a glance. Do you need me to call an ambulance? I would be happy to assist, he replied, scrutinizing the woman before him. Realizing her miscalculation, the girl, having noticed the beautiful woman seated within the car, turned on her heel and departed without uttering another word. Weekend shook his head in resignation. Such encounters were commonplace in Jiangsheng, particularly outside bars. Throughout the exchange, Sun Wan remained silent, observing keenly. Yet, Weekend noticed a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth when he declined the girl's advances. He drove to the underground parking facility, where they first purchased some gifts, a belt for Sun Jian and cosmetics for Aunt Sun, both rather ordinary selections. For Sun Wan, however, Weekend chose a watch worth over 100,000. Initially, he intended to splurge further, but Sun Wan declined, stating, This watch is already my first experience with such luxury. I cannot afford anything pricier. After her repeated refusals, Weekend acquiesced. For him, the monetary aspect had ceased to hold the same significance as before. Subsequently, they found a restaurant to dine. Since he was driving, Weekend abstained from ordering red wine, and they settled for some juice instead. After their meal, he took her for a leisurely stroll nearby. Shall we catch a movie? Sun Wan suggested as they unconsciously arrived at the cinema's entrance. Weekend recalled that it was the spring festival season, likely brimming with appealing films, and readily agreed. Approaching the ticket counter, the attendant greeted them warmly. "Hello, handsome and beautiful. What would you like to see?" Weekend glanced at Sun Wan, silently urging her to choose. She gazed at the screen above, pondering for a moment before pointing to one of the titles. That one. Weekend followed her finger to discover it was XX's 3. He sighed in exasperation. "Why this one?" Sun Wan, intrigued by his reaction, queried, "Is there a problem? I've read positive reviews online." "No issue," Weekend replied, though he hesitated to voice his reservations. The X series of films is quite commendable. They are low-budget productions, yet each installment has proven profitable, which explains their continued production. During the festive season, I initially intended to choose a light-hearted comedy for a delightful weekend viewing experience. However, since Wan Jia expressed her preference for this particular film, we decided to proceed with it. Subsequently, Wan and I purchased 2 tickets for X3. Due to the lack of prime seating, we could only secure spots at the back of the theater. Nonetheless, this was my choice, and the film's content was of lesser significance compared to the company I was keeping. Wan Jia tilted her head and smiled at me, prompting a moment of surprise as I gazed at her. It was the first time I had observed her so closely. Noticing my unwavering stare, Wan Jia felt a bit shy. "Let us hurry. The movie is about to start," she urged. "All right, let us head in," I replied, snapping back to reality. We acquired a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola before settling into the last row of seats, just as the film commenced. In the space between us was a perfect spot for the popcorn, allowing us both easy access. As the movie began, the theater fell silent, with everyone's attention directed towards the screen. I had not seen this film in a previous life, so I was intent on watching it. However, my concentration waned as I noticed a couple in front of us embracing and engaging in intimate behavior. At first, I was uncertain, but the sounds of heavy breathing and swallowing confirmed my suspicions. Internally, I cursed. What are they doing? How can they be so reckless during a movie? Chapter 62. The date concludes. Mango 3 reveals its potential at that moment. I discreetly glanced at Wan Jia. I could see that she, sitting beside me, was undoubtedly aware of the situation. Coincidentally, as I was observing her, she too turned to sneak a look at me. Our eyes met, and she quickly averted her gaze, as if to suggest that nothing had occurred. Nevertheless, I noticed her reaction. Unable to address it openly, I feigned ignorance and returned my focus to the film, munching on popcorn. As fate would have it, Wan Jia reached for the popcorn at the same time, and our hands brushed against one another. Startled, she retracted her hand as if caught in a misdeed, while I continued to eat nonchalantly. The couple in front persisted in their affectionate display, seemingly unbothered by the crowded theater. "Xiaomo, there's nothing worthwhile left in this movie. Shall we head back?" Wan Jia suddenly suggested. I agreed, and we both bent down to exit the screening room. Once outside, I noticed that her cheeks were flushed, an endearing sight. I suppressed a smile, but Wan Jia, noticing my expression, scolded playfully. "Xiaomo, are you mocking your Wan Jia?" Sun Wan also understood that Zhou Wei was jesting at her expense, pondering whether she had made a fool of herself earlier in front of him. "Sister Wan, how could I possibly mock you? I simply recalled a delightful incident," Zhou Wei explained, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Sun Wan turned her head away, feigning anger and refusing to meet his gaze. After some time, Zhou Wei managed to appease her. Following this, the evening lost its charm, and as it grew late, Zhou Wei drove Sun Wan home, taking the opportunity to present gifts to Sun Jian and Aunt Sunday. Once everything was completed, Zhou Wei returned home. Shortly after his arrival, he received a message from Sun Wan. "I had a wonderful time tonight and hope we can do it again soon. Good night." Zhou Wei replied in kind, "Good night, Sister Wan." Upon returning home, Sun Wan immediately washed up and climbed into bed, reminiscing about the moments spent with Zhou Wei that afternoon. Although she had enjoyed herself immensely, the experience felt distinct from their previous outings. This time, it felt particularly special. Moreover, an exceedingly awkward incident had occurred when they unexpectedly encountered a couple engaged in kissing and other intimate gestures in the theater. The impact of this event weighed heavily on her mind. She had only seen such scenes on television or heard about them from her roommates. Among her roommates, several had boyfriends, leaving Sun Wan as the sole singleton in the dormitory. They often spent at least one night away each week, and since her home was nearby, she would return, lest she succumb to boredom alone. Upon their return, her roommates would discuss matters not suitable for children, conversations she preferred to avoid. Yet, over time, She inadvertently absorbed some knowledge of the subject. Lying flat on her bed, she gazed at the ceiling, contemplating whether kissing truly brought such pleasure. Time passed swiftly. Employees of Shanghai Technology began arriving at the office, and the company resumed its operations. Recently, Zhou Wei had instructed Lu Su and Gao Yi on certain tasks, which were now showing progress. Through their research, Lu Su and his team had developed an optional installation package for the Mango 3. With this addition, the Mango 3 could now perform the same automated parking functions as the Mango 7. Gao Yi successfully announced this news, which garnered considerable affection and support from customers, particularly among female clientele. Many women who purchased the Mango 3 expressed their relief, stating that their mothers no longer needed to worry about their parking skills. Undoubtedly, Shanghai Technology had addressed numerous pain points for female users, leading to a slight uptick in orders for Mango vehicles. In fact, many female customers even took to creating short videos to advocate for Mango cars, proudly declaring, "Hello, everyone. This is my Mango 3, and today marks the 17th day since I acquired it. Let me first share my initial experience upon acquiring the vehicle." In the video, a young woman clad in a black down jacket, with her hair tied back, makes her appearance. From the moment I received the Mango 3, I was utterly astonished. Its design, performance, endurance, and various features have filled me with excitement and admiration. The very first aspect that captivated me was its aesthetic appeal and the advanced autonomous driving technology. Among these features, the autonomous parking system stands out as an indispensable asset in my daily life. This function has alleviated numerous inconveniences, especially in narrow parking spaces where most individuals struggle to park effectively. Yet, the Mango 3 navigates them with remarkable precision. However, I must acknowledge certain shortcomings. Despite numerous successful parking maneuvers, there have been instances of error. A few weeks ago, I encountered several miscalculations. The video intersperses clips illustrating these unfortunate parking attempts. Some depict the vehicle incessantly circling within the parking space, unable to settle. Others show it frozen in place, seemingly at a loss. And in more alarming cases, the vehicle, after having parked, inexplicably drives itself out again. The woman in the video continues by expressing her relief that, recently, Shanghai Technology rolled out an optional upgrade specifically for the Mango 3, enhancing its autonomous parking functionality. As soon as this update became available, I promptly purchased it, and it has now been nearly a week since the installation. I can only say that it is utterly astonishing and remarkably cost-effective. The updated autonomous parking feature has yet to present a single issue. Subsequently, more video clips reveal the upgraded Mango 3 executing parking maneuvers with greater fluidity and efficiency, akin to the skills of a seasoned driver. The footage also captures moments that would typically perplex even the most experienced drivers. Yet the Mango 3 handles them with flawless execution. Moreover, following the update, exiting the parking space no longer requires the driver to step into the vehicle. With just a tap on my smartphone, the car autonomously navigates itself to the designated location. Through this video, the young woman thoroughly showcases the vehicle to her audience, propelling the content to the top of Douyin's trending list, garnering over 800,000 comments and shares, along with an astounding 2 million likes. Meanwhile, Gao Yi has taken notice of this video creator, recalling that he had no recollection of signing such an individual. Thus far, he has only signed contracts with the couples Chao Wenrui and others. Chapter 63, A New Automotive Influencer. Gao Yi takes action in a city distant from Jiangqing. A woman exclaims joyfully in her room, bouncing with excitement. Those who have viewed her latest video will undoubtedly recognize her. She is indeed the influencer who filmed the Mango 3's autonomous parking feature. She was once the director of public relations at an advertising agency specializing in automotive promotions, earning a modest annual salary of around 200,000. However, her fortunes took a downturn when the agency was acquired by another company, resulting in her dismissal during the merger. Faced with this predicament, she had no choice but to carve her own path. By chance, as short videos surged in popularity, she began to prepare for a foray into the realm of self-media. Initially, she opted for the automotive sector, aligning with her previous experience. Yet progress was elusive due to the overwhelming competition, with a plethora of voices discussing vehicles. Just as she contemplated giving up, she serendipitously came across the launch of Mango Automotive by Shanghai Technology. Captivated by the technology and performance of the Mango, she resolved to pursue this endeavor with a determination to succeed, while genuinely adoring the Mango 3 model. Of course, had the Mango 7 not been prohibitively expensive, she would have undoubtedly chosen the superior option. After much deliberation, she decided to take the plunge. During the launch event, she promptly ordered a Mango 3 from the official Shanghai Technology website, believing she was among the earliest to do so, only to discover others had ordered ahead of her. When Shanghai announced an offline delivery ceremony, she astutely recognized the business opportunity it presented. Regrettably, it seemed irrelevant to her at the time, and she often reflected on it with frustration. Fortunately, having placed her order early, she soon received her vehicle. At that moment, she realized that there were few others online sharing her perspective, or even if there were, they had yet to receive their cars. Seizing the moment, she swiftly created multiple videos showcasing the Mango 3. Initially, her follower count hovered just above 10,000, but upon releasing the videos on the Mango 3, her followers surged past 100,000. While this number may seem modest in the vast expanse of Douyin, it undoubtedly bolstered her confidence, affirming that she was on the right path and that perseverance would yield rewards. Recently, with the introduction of a paid update for the Mango 3's automatic parking feature, she promptly invested nearly 10,000 to upgrade it. After experiencing the new feature, she quickly filmed an updated review video. With many still awaiting their vehicles, she found herself ahead of the curve. To her astonishment, the video went viral, garnering likes and comments that eclipsed the total from all her previous videos combined. And her follower count soared by over 200,000 following this release. In that moment, she envisioned the prospect of producing more such videos, potentially transforming her into a content creator with 1 million followers. Filled with aspirations for the future, she engaged with viewers in the comments section while contemplating her next video ideas, drawing inspiration from the discussions unfolding in the comment threads. Suddenly, her phone rang, displaying an incoming call from a place called Jiangxing. Surely, I have no friends there, she mused, and the number did not appear to be a telemarketer's. Who could it possibly be? With a furrowed brow, she began to ponder. After a moment's reflection, it occurred to her that perhaps she did know the caller, prompting her to answer the phone. Hello, may I ask if this is Ms. Jiang Qianqian? Came a young man's voice from the other end. Before she could respond, he continued, I am Gao Yi from Shanghai Technology. You may have heard of me. Jiang Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. Shanghai Technology? Gao Yi? Wasn't that the company that manufactured Mango cars? As for Gao Yi, she had previously done some online research about the executives there while watching a live stream from Shanghai Technology. Gao Yi was responsible for the company's publicity and marketing. What could this person want from her? Could he be a scammer? Ms. Jiang Qianqian, please do not worry. I am not a fraud. I am reaching out to you because I saw your video on Douyin and would like to discuss a potential collaboration. Sensing her silence, Gao Yi candidly expressed his intentions, alleviating her concerns. After viewing Jiang Qianqian's video, his immediate reaction was that she perfectly matched Shanghai Technology's criteria for promoting the Mango 3. If she were to join their company and produce more promotional videos, it would undoubtedly enhance the vehicle's appeal among female consumers. Many women primarily consider brand recognition and aesthetics when purchasing cars. The Mango car, with its inherently striking design and decent reputation, may not yet rival luxury brands like Mercedes. But with its technological edge, its recognition in the market is destined to rise, garnering increasing popularity. Hello, I am Jiang Qianqian, she finally managed to say, her voice trembling slightly and her words somewhat stammering. The sheer excitement overwhelmed her. A senior executive from Shanghai Technology was contacting her. Most importantly, she recalled Gao Yi's role within the company. The significance of a person like him reaching out to her after viewing her Mango car video was unmistakable. However, Jiang Qianqian had misunderstood. Gao Yi was not an executive at Shanghai Technology. His presence alongside senior management during the weekend's vigorous support for internet marketing and publicity had merely given him an air of authority. May I inquire how you envision our collaboration, Mr. Gao? Jiang Qianqian was eager, having endured a period of great anticipation. If only she could find a sturdy tree to lean against, she would be eternally grateful. The collaboration is quite straightforward. But I would need you to come to our company to discuss the specifics, Gao Yi proposed, ready for a thorough conversation with Jiang Qianqian. Yet, as she held her phone, her brow remained furrowed in contemplation. This matter is rather challenging. It is not merely a question of finances. Rather, Jiang Qianqian feels that the back and forth is an excessive waste of time. After her recent surge in popularity from filming videos about Mango cars, It is evident that others have also taken notice of this avenue. If she does not seize the moment and leverage her current advantage to amass more followers, she may find herself with few opportunities in the future. Consequently, Jiang Qianqian candidly expressed her concerns over the phone. While Xinhai Technology is indeed a formidable entity, if they intend to confine her to a traditional work routine as before, she would prefer to forego any affiliation with such an institution. She truly does not wish to return to a fate dictated by others. On the other end of the line, Gao Yi slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. Miss Jiang, I apologize for not considering this. In light of this, shall we converse via video online? Upon hearing that Gao Yi was accommodating her, Jiang Qianqian felt elated and developed a favorable impression of him. No problem, this number is my WeChat ID. You can add me directly, Mr. Gao. Following that, they exchanged contact information and commenced their formal dialogue. Chapter 64, The Third Lottery Draw. Zhang Sheng. Did you see that video on Doushou? On Zhang Sheng and Chao Wenrui's end, their teams had yet to officially commence shooting short videos and live streaming. They had initially planned to wait until after the Lantern Festival to begin, only to discover that someone had beaten them to it. With no other option, Chao Wenrui promptly called Zhang Sheng to discuss the situation. I have indeed seen it. We have unfortunately missed a significant opportunity. However, we need not be overly disheartened, as this clearly indicates that videos about mango cars on Doushou do attract traffic. Zhang Sheng reassured Chao Wenrui. You make a valid point. I intend to start preparations immediately. What about you? Chao Wenrui, finding Zhang Sheng's reasoning sound, resolved to act without delay. I am also ready to begin. I have already purchased the necessary equipment. Great, let us both strive for success. Indeed, let's do our best. With that, Chao Wenrui ended the call. Zhang Sheng tossed his phone aside. At that moment his wife, Wu Na, emerged from the side. Darling, do you have any ideas now? Wu Na inquired, her curiosity piqued. For she too was feeling a sense of urgency, especially after witnessing other success with videos about mango cars. My dear, fret not. After all, we have the backing of Xinhai Technology, and ordinary individuals cannot surpass us. Unless someone else also receives support from Xinhai Technology, which is highly unlikely, there is no cause for concern. Moreover, I have already formulated some ideas, Zhang Sheng replied confidently. Really? You are truly remarkable, my husband, Wu Na said, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Observing Wu Na's expression, Zhang Sheng felt a sense of accomplishment and began to articulate his plans. Firstly, I believe we can leverage the videos from the previous press conference to promote ourselves and increase our visibility. Such promotion is invaluable, especially given the plethora of clips showcasing his win that have circulated widely on social media. However, since that press conference, he has remained elusive, absent from the online sphere, leaving many intrigued about him. Wu Na nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in Zhang Sheng's words. What comes next? She inquired. Next, we need to upload some videos regarding the Mango 3, and we must also commence live streaming. Currently, many individuals have yet to acquire their vehicles, which undoubtedly piques their curiosity about the Mango cars. However, our Mango 3 has a significant shortcoming. Its autonomous driving technology is only at level 2, falling short in comparison to Chao Wenrui's Mango 7. Yet, we must not be disheartened, for while we face disadvantages, we also possess the advantage of generating discourse and traffic, which will be a key direction for us moving forward. Subsequently, Zhang Sheng elucidated their current situation to Wu Na and analyzed how to maximize their advantages. After thorough analysis, with a clear direction in mind, the two officially commenced filming their short videos. Meanwhile, Chao Wenrui indeed prepared to utilize the autonomous driving technology of the Mango 7 as their selling point. He planned to initiate a live stream immediately following the release of their video, aiming to attract viewers interested in the Mango 7's autonomous driving capabilities. He noticed that, thus far, no one had undertaken a live stream, presenting an unparalleled opportunity. As both teams began their preparations, Gao Yi and Jiang Qianqian had also reached a significant point in their discussions. Mr. Gao, thank you immensely. I will strive to meet expectations, Jiang Qianqian expressed, pleasantly surprised by the favorable terms Gao Yi had offered. In addition to a base salary, she was granted support for traffic growth. Most importantly, all earnings from the account would belong solely to her, albeit without ownership rights. To compensate for any losses associated with her account, Gao Yi even transferred a sum of money to her. Though the amount was only 20,000 yuan, it clearly demonstrated Gao Yi's respect for her. ensuring he did not take undue advantage from the outset. This 20,000 yuan would be regarded as the purchase of her account's ownership, while the rights to the income would still reside with her. Managing the account well and promoting the Mango 3 effectively is the greatest gratitude you can offer me, Gao Yi humbly remarked, acknowledging that this strategy had come to him over the weekend. After concluding their video call, Jiang Qianqian began preparing to film the latest short video regarding the Mango 3. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, sales of the Mango cars had surged. Coupled with the ongoing sales of the Tulu electric vehicles, the system's points had finally accumulated to a commendable level. Although the Tulu electric vehicles experienced a decline in sales due to their higher price point, their reputation nonetheless facilitated a significant number of sales. Nearly half a year had elapsed since the last lottery event. During this period, Shanghai Technology has garnered over 10 billion in pure profit, a significant contribution mainly attributed to the Tulu electric vehicle. Although Mango Automobile enjoys a substantial profit, its sales duration has been considerably shorter recently. To truly amass wealth, a longer time frame is essential. After all, this month, Mango Automobile has only delivered over 20,000 units, barely exceeding 10 billion in total sales. Following the last lottery, he realized that his points were closely tied to the company's profits, with approximately 1 million renminbi equating to 1 point. Despite Shanghai Technology surpassing 10 billion in profit, his points have only increased to just over 10,000. Weekend felt rather helpless about this. The ratio was indeed daunting. However, there was little he could do. He had to strive to earn money for the sake of the lottery. In the office, Weekend was alone, seated on the sofa as he opened the system panel. Level 3 host, Weekend points, 10,693. Aside from the points data, the lottery wheel was also displayed. Weekend gazed at the dazzling array of technologies on the wheel, nearly drooling at the sight. He had previously won 2 prizes, which elevated the system from level 1 to 3. His first lottery win yielded 10 points and a designated draw. The second time, with the system advancing a level, each lottery draw required the expenditure of 100 points. Glancing at the lottery wheel, he was relieved to find that this time, the point cost had only risen to 200. Had it escalated to 1,000, he wondered how long it would take to win a prize. Initially, he believed that sufficient points would guarantee a prize from the wheel. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. He had spent nearly 10,000 points to obtain the complete set of autonomous driving technology. Yet, he could only blame himself for choosing a random draw last time. This time, he decided to attempt something different, opting for a designated draw. The designated draw allowed him to specify a particular technology for the lottery, ensuring he would acquire the corresponding tech. The downside was apparent. The point cost was substantial. The last time he saw that the designated draw would consume 5,000 points, he hesitated and, fueled by misplaced confidence, ended up spending nearly 10,000 points to win a prize, leaving him filled with regret. This time, he resolved to employ the designated draw directly, though the cost had now doubled to 10,000 points. Nevertheless, Weekend did not waver. He no longer trusted his luck. System, designated draw, extract the complete set of chip technology information. Weekend was determined to take a bold step, aiming to independently create the chips. This choice was made after profound contemplation over the weekend. As the crux of contemporary electronic technology lies fundamentally in the realm of chips, I distinctly recall that the predicament faced by Huawei stemmed from sanctions on chips, which consequently placed them in a vulnerable position. Furthermore, given the substantial demand for chips in Mango Automotive, it was imperative to address this issue promptly. Moreover, should Mango Automotive aspire to realize Level 5 autonomous driving technology in the future, chips will be indispensable. Currently, the automotive chips available are utterly inadequate to meet the requirements for achieving Level 5 autonomy. With a decisive command, the wheel began to turn. Before long, it halted on the comprehensive technical documentation pertinent to the chips sought. In my heart, I silently prayed, "May fortune favor me. I do not seek mountains of gold, but rather a complete compendium of chip design, research and development, production, and related technologies." Since the prize will only displayed a singular name of a technical document, I was unaware of its contents until I opened it. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, I clicked to unveil the package. Instantly, a series of detailed folders appeared before my eyes: design technology, manufacturing technology, packaging and testing technology, photolithography production technology, etching machine production technology, and more. Indeed, the system had not deceived me. It promised a complete set of technologies, and it delivered. Overcome with exhilaration, I sprang from the sofa. I no longer needed to explore further. I had already anticipated the contents of this package, and the expenditure of those 10,000 points proved worthwhile. Yet, to ensure thoroughness and perhaps to satiate my anticipation, I selected a document to peruse. Within the realm of chip design technology, I discovered methodologies for addressing application scenarios and functional requirements, encompassing overall architectural design, including the determination of module layouts and connectivity. Upon delving deeper into chip design technology, an expansive array of more detailed technical documents emerged before me, including front-end design techniques, algorithm design, architectural design, logical design, design and verification, and more. The back-end design techniques comprised layout design, routing design, physical design, parasitic parameter extraction, and post-simulation, among others. Additionally, auxiliary design techniques included the development of design automation tools and core design and integration. At this juncture, my mind was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of technical documentation. Merely one package of technology rivaled the new energy technology materials I had acquired during my initial lottery. Moreover, within the design technology, in addition to chip design technology, there existed circuit design technology and layout design technology, among others. Armed with this knowledge, Shanghai Technology could reinvent a new chip architecture, effectively resolving the bottleneck issue at its source. The Kirin chip from Huawei is indeed impressive, isn't it? The architecture employed remains largely based on public frameworks, rather than being entirely self-developed. While it may not be feasible for others, Shanghai Technology possesses the capability to bring these technologies to fruition. This weekend, filled with optimism, he felt as though a promising future beckoned him. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if all these advancements were to be solely developed by Shanghai Technology, the foremost challenge would be addressing the current shortage of personnel. The company has experienced rapid growth, resulting in an acute lack of manpower. Presently, the number of researchers at Shanghai Technology is fewer than 100. It is not that they are unwilling to recruit more. Rather, the system has imposed limitations on the number of data transmissions allowed. Following the second lottery, the number of permissible data transmissions increased from 10 to 100. If the upcoming transmission only doubles this figure, he truly wonders when the chips will ever be produced. Upon reviewing the current capacity for data transmission, he was astonished to find it had risen to 1,000. Indeed, this time he could transmit data to 1,000 individuals. While this number may seem insufficient for other companies, it is more than adequate for him. By sharing the information with them, each person could potentially evolve into a leading scientist or researcher in their respective fields. With this team, Shanghai Technology would be fully capable of independently manufacturing the chips. Consequently, the company is poised to embark on a significant recruitment drive. Naturally, apart from researchers, Shanghai Technology requires diverse personnel, as a company cannot solely rely on scientific staff to realize its objectives. This weekend, he planned to mobilize Shanghai Technology for a vigorous effort to alleviate societal employment pressures. With a clear strategy in mind, he summoned Sun Jian, Lu Su, and Gao Yi to his office. Uncle Sun, I believe our company is still understaffed. Many universities are currently conducting spring recruitment, and I have decided to initiate a large-scale hiring campaign. Upon Sun Jian's arrival, he immediately conveyed his thoughts. Earlier, he had spent the day with Sun Wan and had observed Sun Jian's reactions, noticing nothing amiss. Reflecting on this calmed his mind. Although nothing transpired between him and Sun Wan, he still felt a twinge of awkwardness from their outing. Sun Jian nodded, acknowledging the pressing need for additional manpower. No problem. I will compile the numbers shortly to ascertain how many we need to recruit. No rush, Uncle Sunday. Since I am proposing a large-scale recruitment, the number of positions will undoubtedly be substantial. I believe our Mango Automotive Division is now on the right track, and I intend for Shanghai Technology to venture into new industries. At this moment, Sun Jian understood the direction in which he was headed. Sun Jian cast a glance at Lu Su and Gao Yi beside him, realizing that their gathering was likely related to the forthcoming developmental trajectory of the company. Zhou Wei resumed speaking. This time, I am preparing for the company to venture into the semiconductor industry. The semiconductor industry? This realm was entirely foreign to them. However, considering Zhou Wei's previous accurate predictions regarding the company's direction, Sun Jian refrained from voicing his concerns. Which sector of the semiconductor industry are we targeting? Is it chip design, equipment manufacturing, or chip production? Zhou Wei shook his head, responding with unwavering conviction, none of those. I intend for Shanghai Technology to engage comprehensively in the entire semiconductor industry chain. The entire industry chain? Are we aiming for such an ambitious scope? Can Shanghai Technology truly manage this? Such questions simultaneously surfaced in the minds of Sun Jian and his companions. Chapter 66. Full of confidence. Conspiracies looming. Sun Jian glanced at Lu Su, a researcher who should grasp the complexities involved. He gestured for Lu Su to counsel Zhou Wei. Understanding Sun Jian's intention, Lu Su spoke. Zhou Wei, won't this impose excessive pressure on Shanghai Technology? We have numerous personnel in the R&D department, yet few have experience in this field. Zhou Wei waved his hand dismissively. For us, the pressure is negligible. You must have confidence in this aspect, just as before. Now, I possess a complete set of technical documentation. Once the information is transmitted, Shanghai Technology will instantly transform into the new titan of the semiconductor realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Su and the others understood. In previous instances, Zhou Wei had exuded steadfast confidence, and they had inexplicably succeeded. They trusted that Zhou Wei had adequately prepared this time as well. Coupled with their unwavering loyalty to him, they were essentially bound to comply unconditionally. Currently, your first task is to investigate the domestic semiconductor industry chain. If it is already world-leading, we need not pursue it. Should the domestic sector be at the forefront globally, I will opt for direct procurement rather than invest time in research and production. On one hand, if Shanghai Technology attempts to cover everything, the time investment will be substantial, hindering the company's growth. On the other hand, it would render Shanghai Technology conspicuously ambitious, seemingly monopolizing resources, which would be detrimental at this stage. At least for now. Zhou Wei's Shanghai Technology must not emulate such behavior before it establishes itself on Earth. The second task is to recruit relevant research personnel based on the investigation's findings. I aim to increase the company's research staff to 900 individuals. The reason it's not a full 1,000 is to reserve some positions for transmitting information for other purposes. For instance, individuals like Sun Jian and Gao Yi, although not engaged in research, possess loyalty that is crucial to Zhou Wei. With Zhou Wei's South directives in place, Sun Jian and his colleagues commenced their investigation while simultaneously preparing for recruitment. Meanwhile, as Mango Motors experienced a surge in sales, attention turned towards Shanghai Technology. Two middle-aged men arrived at the entrance of the Mango Motors dealership. Brother, is this really going to work? Shanghai Technology is no small company. Could we possibly get into trouble? The younger man hesitated, glancing up at the opulent Mango Motors showroom, reluctant to step inside. Why wouldn't it work? I've never seen you afraid before. Besides, we have our connections. There's no need to fear Shanghai Technology. The elder brother, unfazed and possessing considerable audacity, dismissed the younger man's concerns. The one speaking was named Qin Xiao, while the older brother was called Du Feng. They had previously engaged in various dubious schemes to make a living, such as discarding expired food in unmonitored supermarkets to extort tenfold compensation from the owners, pilfering valuable items from packages while working as courier sorters, and misappropriating customers' funds to lend at exorbitant interest rates. Their luck had been remarkable, evading detection each time. Even in high-risk ventures like loan sharking, they managed to retrieve their investments. Some of these actions were initiated by them, while others involved clients seeking their assistance to undermine competitors. They welcomed such opportunities, motivated solely by the swift influx of cash. Labor was not their calling. This time, a former client approached them with a commission to carry out a task. The assignment was straightforward. Purchase a Mango vehicle with the funds provided and film a video depicting the car's brakes failing. The brake failure would be fabricated, yet they were required to capture the footage and upload it online. Subsequently, they were to present the video as a complaint to Shanghai Technology. Their role ended there. They need not concern themselves with the aftermath. Du Feng perceived the task as high reward with minimal risk. The client had offered a direct payment of 100,000 yuan, marking the largest order they had received thus far. Du Feng believed that, as a large corporation, Shanghai Technology would not stoop to their level. Thus, he readily accepted the assignment. With Du Feng leading the way and Qin Xiao following closely, they entered the Mango Motors dealership. Good day, gentlemen. How may I assist you? A cheerful salesperson approached them as soon as they stepped inside. Without acknowledging the salesperson, Du Feng inquired, Do you have any cars available for immediate purchase? I need one right now. The price is not an issue as long as there is stock. The salesperson, surprised by the directness of the middle-aged man, replied, Sir, you are in luck. We indeed have a vehicle available for immediate sale. Generally speaking, our vehicles are reserved online, and there is no need for lengthy discussions in person. We simply wish to take the car, regardless of its model. Du Feng, growing impatient, interjected directly. The sales representative felt somewhat awkward, as such forthright customers are indeed rare. However, her professionalism enabled her to maintain an air of elegance. Sir, are you truly willing to accept any vehicle? She inquired once more. Yes. Just bring it to me directly. I have other matters to attend to. Du Feng waved dismissively, indifferent. As long as the car is a Mango automobile, it suffices. Noting Du Feng's resolute stance, the sales representative promptly instructed her colleague to fetch the vehicle. Soon, a basic version of the Mango 7 was parked before Du Feng and his companions. It turned out that the previous customer had regretted their online order upon arrival, feeling that the basic model was too much of a loss, and thus opted to cancel. The price difference between the basic and the top-tier models was merely several tens of thousands. Given that customers willing to spend 800,000 yuan on an electric vehicle would hardly hesitate to invest a few extra thousands, the original customer reselected the top-tier Mango 7 online. In fact, according to Star C Technologies sales data, orders for the basic version of the Mango 7 were significantly fewer, even less than those for the premium version. Unaware of this, Du Feng and his group proceeded to contact their client for payment. Upon learning that Du Feng had purchased the Mango 7, the client was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately proceeded with the transaction. Once they received the latest Mango 7, Chen Xiao was thoroughly enamored. Its design was simply stunning, especially for a vehicle valued at 800,000 yuan. While an 800,000 yuan car may not necessarily guarantee quality, it certainly signifies luxury. This was Chen Xiao's first experience with such an expensive vehicle. As Du Feng completed the formalities, Chen Xiao circled the car in delight. Soon, Du Feng finished the paperwork, and together they drove away. After their departure, the sales representative was no longer composed, but rather erupted with excitement. She had successfully sold a car that another customer had returned. Chapter 67. The largest recruitment in history after thoroughly investigating the current state of the domestic chip industry. Sun Jian discovered significant shortcomings in the fields of high-end chip manufacturing processes, semiconductor equipment manufacturing, software, and high-end general-purpose chips. Notably, in advanced processes, international standards have reached 3 nanometers, 2 nanometers, and even smaller. Although Dongda produces 14 nanometer and 7 nanometer chips, the stability and efficiency of their output fall far behind international benchmarks. Photolithography machines, the cornerstone of chip manufacturing, are led by the Netherlands' extreme ultraviolet lithography technology, whereas domestic manufacturers can only produce machines capable of making chips at 28 nanometers. Furthermore, software development requires a robust industrial foundation that must be incrementally improved, revealing a vast gap with international standards. Not to mention the high-end photoresists and other essential materials, which remain dominated by small-scale producers. Certainly, there are indeed certain areas in which the domestic industry excels. For instance, the integrity of the integrated circuit packaging and testing industry chain is superior to that of the international market. Moreover, the etching machines and cleaning equipment have also reached a level of global preeminence. After perusing this report over the weekend, I found myself shaking my head in dismay. The disparity is simply too vast. Alas, the prevailing sentiment among the individuals from Dongda is that if a product is not entirely manufactured domestically, it is deemed inferior. No other nation possesses such audacity as Dongda does on the global stage. Having conducted thorough investigations, Sun Jian and his team set their plans into motion. Firstly, Gao Yi made a startling announcement on both the official website and the Douyin account. Shanghai Technology intends to recruit 900 research and development personnel along with 100,000 employees within a span of 2 months. This news, once released, rapidly ascended to the top of media trending lists. The astonishing nature of this announcement is undeniable. While the recruitment of 900 RD personnel might not raise eyebrows, many tech companies boast larger RD teams. The prospect of hiring 100,000 employees is truly unprecedented. To illustrate this magnitude, at the end of 2018, Tencent employed merely 54,000 individuals, signifying that Shanghai Technology's recruitment could potentially form two entities of similar size. Of course, while 100,000 is an impressive figure, it still pales in comparison to the sheer scale of larger tech firms. For instance, Huawei currently employs approximately 188 million individuals globally. From my perspective, although 100,000 is substantial, these individuals are primarily intended to support the 900 RD personnel. Their existence is to facilitate the production of various equipment along the chip technology supply chain, ultimately aiming to manufacture chips on Dongda's home turf. The moment this news broke, a flood of individuals inundated the comment sections across Shanghai Technology's various accounts, questioning the rationale behind such a massive recruitment drive. What are you planning to do? Hiring so many people at once? It is evident, as stated on the official website, that they are seeking professionals in the chip industry, suggesting that Shanghai Technology is preparing to venture into chip production. Is it truly so simple to manufacture chips? Personally, I harbor doubts regarding Shanghai Technology's capability to achieve this. The company excels in marketing, and I would wager that aside from the 900 RD personnel, the rest is merely a publicity stunt. If Shanghai Technology genuinely recruits 100,000 individuals, I would stand on my head and eat my words. I too find this to be rather exaggerated, with only a little over 1,000 employees currently. Managing such a vast influx of new hires seems implausible. After much contemplation, I remain perplexed as to which segment of the chip industry these 100,000 individuals will engage in, as even the most labor-intensive chip manufacturing typically requires only a few thousand personnel. I find Star C Technology to be rather reckless. They have no prior experience in the chip industry, yet they are hastily recruiting a multitude of individuals, which is bound to lead to a farce. Presently, opinions on the internet are largely divided into two camps. One faction believes that Star C Technology is merely seeking attention, orchestrating this recruitment drive as a marketing gimmick to attract research and development personnel. The other faction anticipates that Star C Technology will falter, asserting that even if their intentions are genuine, they will likely end up in ridicule. Ultimately, the consensus is that Star C Technology is destined for failure. Indeed, from a rational perspective, it is customary to first recruit research and development personnel, followed by the gradual realization of production based on research outcomes. However, such a methodical approach appears unnecessary in the realm of the weekend, as their system operates devoid of reason. In the weekend office of Star C Technology, the team, led by Weekend and Sun Jian, peruses the comments online. They have reviewed these remarks previously, yet Weekend intentionally gathers them for a collective viewing, primarily to motivate the group. You all have seen the comments online. What are your thoughts? Weekend jestingly inquires. The attendees remain silent, uncertain of what to articulate. Pledging loyalty? That is unnecessary. Demonstrating determination? Weekend disapproves of such displays. Since you choose not to speak, I shall take the lead. You merely need to execute what we have previously prepared. There is no need for further contemplation, Weekend asserts with unwavering confidence, though one might suspect that netizens would be tempted to deliver a sharp retort. Mr. Zhou, will the company's finances become strained? Although our earnings are substantial, the prospect of recruiting 100,000 individuals in one go undoubtedly imposes considerable financial pressure, Sun Jian interjects. Weekend has contemplated this matter before. Their company, being a technology enterprise, compensates its employees a minimum of 150,000 monthly. Much like the previous employees, such as Chao Wenrui, who received the most basic salary, this amount is not insignificant in the tech industry and can be considered relatively high. At Star C Technology, even a regular worker on the Mango automobile production line earns this wage, with other positions commanding even greater salaries. When calculated, the monthly payroll expenditure amounts to several billions. Although the company maintains a reserve of 20 billion in profits, this sum does not entirely assuage Weekend's concerns. How about this, Uncle Sun? Please reach out to other companies to see if any would be interested in acquiring our Tulu brand. Weekend decisively resolves to divest from the Tulu electric vehicle line. Recently, due to the entry of various companies into the senior mobility market, Tulu electric vehicle sales have declined. While Tulu electric vehicles are indeed profitable, their high price tags have gradually eroded their competitive edge. Weekend has considered a price reduction but promptly dismissed the idea, as lowering prices would not only impact Tulu electric vehicles, but also tarnish the reputation of Star C Technology. After all, One cannot regard those who previously supported Shanghai Technology as mere fools. Thus, after much contemplation, this weekend I decided to sell the Tulu electric vehicle and let others bear the brunt of the consequences. Chapter 68. Is Shanghai Technology on the brink of bankruptcy? Currently, it appears that the Tulu electric vehicle belongs to Shanghai Technology, but in reality, it is merely a FAAD. The only critical component within the Tulu electric vehicle that is genuinely produced by Shanghai Technology is the battery, since Mango Motors emerged. In an effort to counter the increasing competition from the burgeoning market of elderly-friendly vehicles, the other components of the Tulu electric vehicle have gradually been replaced with parts sourced from other companies. Presently, the production of the Tulu electric vehicle is entirely entrusted to Jiangsuan Automotive Company, with Shanghai Technology merely providing a battery. In other words, Shanghai Technology offers only a battery and a brand name, thereby appropriating a substantial portion of the profits from the Tulu electric vehicle. I am certain that Xiang Xianchu is well aware of this. He also understands that there are many at Jiangsuan Automotive Company who would encourage him to venture into creating a similar elderly-friendly vehicle, which would be quite feasible for them. However, Xiang Xianchu has only attended the Mango Motors launch event once and has not reached out since, which has left me somewhat impressed. Simultaneously, selling the Tulu electric vehicle would allow for a reduction in personnel within the company. The Tulu brand holds little intrinsic value, making it hardly worth Shanghai Technology's time and effort to manage and market it further. Upon my suggestion, Sun Jian and the others had no objections. They shared the same sentiments as I did. Previously, due to the product being the company's inaugural offering, they felt hesitant to voice their opinions directly. With my initiative, they felt relieved. Subsequently, I outlined the terms for the sale, and Sun Jian promptly left the office to contact potential buyers. The first person who came to his mind was Xiang Xianchu, as he had the closest relationship with him, being the contract manufacturer of the Tulu electric vehicle. He then reached out to several acquaintances in the automotive sector to relay the information. In Sun Jian's view, the Tulu brand would ultimately be subject to market competition, with the highest bidder prevailing. As Sun Jian disseminated the news, it reached not only automotive companies, but also several other enterprises. At the Hongshan Capital Office, Shin Beipeng picked up the phone and dialed the number. Once connected, he immediately spoke. "Hello, Jack. Ugh, you are so annoying. Are all foreigners as insufferable as you?" Shin Beipeng could faintly hear several women's voices on the line. He could easily imagine Jack Thompson's current situation. Containing his irritation, Shin Beipeng asked in a low voice, "Where are you now? Come to my office immediately." After hanging up, he reflected on Jack Thompson, who had previously come from America and was the individual who attended the last launch event for Dapeng Motors. Originally, the company in America had assigned him to invest in the new energy sector here. However, during this period, apart from investing in Dapeng Motors, there has been no tangible outcome. Whenever he finds a moment, he seeks the company of young women domestically. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The most infuriating aspect is that he does not need to spend a dime. This is something that Shun Beipeng cannot endure, as he himself must expend funds for social outings. What merits does Jack possess? Is it truly the case that the foreign monk's teachings are preferred? Half an hour later, Jack Thompson arrived at Shin Beipeng's office. "Did you summon me for something?" Jack inquired leisurely. Shin Beipeng glanced at Jack, pondering, and, suppressing his ire, spoke. "Our opportunity has arrived. I've received word that Shanghai Technology is currently in need of funds and is preparing to sell the Tulu electric vehicle brand." Upon hearing this, Jack immediately lifted his gaze to Shin Beipeng. "Are you serious? This is no jest," Jack said, swallowing hard. Many investment institutions have been eyeing Shanghai Technology greedily. However, no matter the approach, the company has consistently responded that they are not in need of capital at the moment, assuring that they would reach out if the need arose. Initially, they believed this, but as time passed, they realized that not only was Shanghai Technology not in financial distress, but its profits were also multiplying. Although they could not quantify it precisely, they could estimate that, at the very least, there were profits in the tens of billions, if not 100 billion. This reality was intolerable for these investment firms, as they found themselves unable to partake in such a lucrative venture. It is indeed true. So it would be prudent for you to halt any preparations we had planned. If we proceed to invest in Shanghai Technology, I do not wish for our actions to impede its profitability, Shun Beipeng asserted decisively. Jack lowered his head, finding merit in this perspective, but then reconsidered. If we continue, wouldn't that allow us to lower Shanghai Technology's valuation? There could be advantages to this approach. Upon hearing this, Shen Beipeng regarded Jack with a knowing look. You, my friend, possess a certain cleverness. While you may not excel in legitimate endeavors, your mind is remarkably astute when it comes to dubious matters. You make a valid point. Yet let us hold off for now. We should first ascertain the situation at Shanghai Technology before making any decisions. After all, financing is not something that can be accomplished hastily. Jack acquiesced, acknowledging that there was no rush. Aside from Hongshan Capital, other investment firms also caught wind of the news, sharpening their claws in preparation to seize a significant portion of the bounty from Shanghai Technology. Shortly thereafter, brothers Du Feng and Chun Xiao received communications from their clients. What? You want us to wait a while? This was not the prior agreement. You can proceed as you wish, but it will require additional funds. Very well, a pleasant collaboration. Du Feng joyfully hung up the phone, and Qin Xiao, sensing his brother's excitement, inquired anxiously, Brother, what is the situation? Our client has requested that we postpone the video upload for a while, and in return, they are willing to offer additional compensation. Du Feng briefly explained the situation to Qin Xiao. However, Qin Xiao expressed some concern, wondering if there might be an issue with the previous party involved. Du Feng reassured him, stating that although his concerns were not unfounded, his conversation on the phone did not indicate any problems, since they are offering more money. Waiting a few days should not pose an issue. After hearing Du Feng's words, Qin Xiao chose not to elaborate further. As the saying goes, there are no secrets that cannot be uncovered. News of High Technology's intention to sell the Tulu electric vehicle had already been leaked online. Is Shanghai Technology really faltering so soon? I had previously warned that Shanghai Technology was in trouble, and it seems my predictions have come to fruition. Just days ago, they boldly claimed they would hire 100,000 people. How could they wilt so quickly? Xiao Xing, you seem to have weakened far too swiftly. Unlike your usual demeanor. Wasn't the Tulu electric vehicle quite profitable? Why the sudden decision to sell? Could Shanghai Technology be facing bankruptcy? I hope my recently purchased Mango car won't lack after-sales service. Ha ha ha. Congratulations to those who bought a rare model. Shouldn't that be a cause for celebration? I have long advised against purchasing electric vehicles, yet those warnings went unheeded, resulting in this misfortune. Online discussions about Shanghai Technology have been rife with speculation, each more fantastical than the last. Meanwhile, Weekend became aware of the situation online. Chapter 69, Statement, Rumors. Absolutely unfounded rumors. Should we respond? Otherwise, it will undoubtedly affect our Mango car sales, Gao Yi suggested. Indeed, we must issue a response. Simply publish a statement on our official website. Nothing more is required. Weekend replied. While he could have disclosed the company's financial status, he deemed it premature. Revealing such information too early would undermine the narrative surrounding the sale of the Tulu electric vehicle. Currently, the Tulu is still profitable. Could there be hidden pitfalls in the decision to sell the brand? Given our current order volume, we are not in a rush to sell everything immediately. Weekend considered the situation thoroughly, deciding to wait until after the Tulu was sold before taking further action. As for those clients who withdrew their orders midway, he regarded them as simply providing him with extra funds. Following directives, Gao Yi promptly released Shanghai Technology's statement across various platforms, including the official website and Douyin. We sincerely thank everyone for their continued support and trust in Shanghai Technology. In light of the recent concerns, we would like to clarify that Shanghai Technology currently has ample funds. The decision to sell the Tulu electric vehicle is part of a strategic adjustment in our development. The company has made significant investments in research and development. The statement was lengthy and bore a striking resemblance to those issued by companies before declaring bankruptcy. As soon as the statement was published, netizens gathered once again to witness the unfolding drama. Why does this statement feel so familiar? Have I seen it somewhere before? You are undoubtedly familiar with this. Numerous companies have made similar statements in the past, only to encounter issues eventually. It appears that Shanghai Technology is also struggling. Is manufacturing electric vehicles truly this costly? Although Shanghai Technology has been established for a relatively short period, I have always believed that its technological prowess is unparalleled. Perhaps they have not engaged in financing? A friend of mine from an investment firm remarked that Shanghai Technology is a unique entity in the investment realm, having not accepted any funding thus far. It seems that the substantial investment in recent R&D may necessitate financial resources. I find this possibility quite plausible. Should Shanghai Technology open itself to financing, it could experience a swift revival. Following the announcement by Gao Yi, while many still perceive a funding shortage at Shanghai Technology. The majority believe that the significant investment in research and development is the primary concern, rather than other factors. Over the weekend, he received several phone calls simultaneously. The first was from Jiangshang's governor, Zhong Jiangwo, and the second from Shanghai's governor, Tang Zheng. Both had seen information circulating online. Although they were aware of the actual circumstances at Shanghai Technology, their calls were intended to provide reassurance. Once they received affirmative responses from the weekend, their worries dissipated. Not to mention, the sale of over 20,000 Mango electric vehicles represents a considerable profit for Shanghai Technology. Subsequently, he received a call from Sun Wan. Upon answering, she expressed her concern for him and inquired about the company's status. He was somewhat taken aback, considering that Sun Wan did not first inquire about her father. Sun Jian, after all, is the general manager of Shanghai Technology and would presumably be the most informed. Nevertheless, given Sun Wan's concern, he naturally welcomed her outreach. He reassured her not to worry, but refrained from disclosing the company's actual situation. In addition to these individuals, he received numerous calls from investment firms. Upon learning of his financial constraints, they inquired whether he required funding, offering to provide immediate resources if needed. He shook his head in resignation at these messages, but merely replied that he was open to discussion. This response sent ripples through the investment community, as the prospect of him being willing to accept investment was unprecedented. Previously, he had shown little inclination to entertain such offers. Given his willingness to engage, these investment firms began to mobilize. They prepared to present their utmost sincerity to persuade him to accept their investment. Many of these firms understood that only the larger investment companies would likely secure a deal this time. However, they were still eager to try, hoping that he might consider their proposals. A few days later, in the grand conference room of Shanghai Technology, a gathering of individuals convened. These investment firms are indeed well connected within the industry, and it is somewhat surprising to see representatives from automotive companies present here. What is the meaning of this? Is it not a financing conference? Could it be that these automotive firms are considering an investment in Shanghai Technology? As the investors lifted their gazes, they noticed several individuals from automotive companies in attendance. It is possible that Shanghai Technology has expressed intentions to sell the Tulu electric vehicle brand, which might pique the interest of these automotive firms. One individual voiced their opinion, yet they still felt that Shanghai Technology had sought them out for financing purposes. Perhaps we should wait a moment. It is conceivable that Shanghai Technology has two matters to address today. One person reclined in their chair, arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence. Indeed, haste does not yield the best results. Nearby, someone quickly echoed this sentiment, and the initial restlessness of the crowd began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the representatives from the automotive companies also sensed a shift. Was it truly the case that so many automotive professionals were present today? The competitive pressure seemed to be mounting. A representative from one automotive company, upon surveying the crowded conference room, was taken aback. Our company is very keen on acquiring Shanghai Technology's Tulu brand. We have been mandated to pursue this, and it feels as though this endeavor may not unfold favorably. One individual shook their head, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. You are mistaken. Those individuals are known to me. They are from investment firms, and it is rumored that Shanghai Technology is seeking to raise funds, one of the informed individuals explained. It appears that Shanghai Technology is indeed in dire need of capital. They had previously refrained from seeking investments. Might we leverage this to negotiate a lower price? Someone scoffed, clearly unimpressed with Shanghai Technology. Go ahead and try. With so many automotive companies present, all showing interest in the Tulu, you are likely to be eliminated in the first round. A nearby individual cast a disdainful glance in their direction. The one who had initially suggested negotiating a lower price recoiled slightly, feeling as though others regarded him as a fool. Subsequently, more individuals continued to enter the conference room, and the crowd grew larger. Before long, the room was nearly full. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Weekend emerged alongside Sun Jian and a few others through a designated passage. They were followed by several individuals, each carrying a substantial amount of documentation. The previously bustling conference room fell suddenly silent, all eyes fixated on the man at the forefront. This young man is a significant figure who has recently stirred the tides in the technology and internet sectors. Chapter 70. The auction commences. Sale of the Tulu. Zhou Weekend stepped forward, with Sun Jian and the others lining up behind him. Welcome, everyone, to this auction for the Tulu electric vehicle. Zhou Weekend's opening words left the audience in stunned silence. The initial reaction from the investment firms was one of disbelief. An auction? Was this not an investment conference? The automotive representatives were equally perplexed. Was this not a negotiation meeting? How had it transformed into an auction? Observing the stir among the attendees, Zhou Weekend was acutely aware of their sentiments. I understand that many of you are perplexed, and I must first extend my sincerest apologies, particularly to the investment firms that have traveled from afar. The representatives from these firms present here are equally bewildered. What exactly is the meaning behind the words of Zhou Mo? Among the gathering of investment companies, there are also Shun Beiping and Jack from Hanshan Capital. The two have joined forces with the singular aim of capturing the lucrative opportunity presented by Shanghai Technology. However, the situation currently appears rather dire, as they too are uncertain of Zhou Mo's intentions. Zhou Mo then continued, "The sole purpose of gathering you all here today is to announce that Shanghai Technology is preparing to sell the Tulu electric vehicle brand along with certain technologies." Initially, Zhou Mo intended to sell only the brand, but with so many investment firms expressing interest, he decided to unleash a significant revelation, lest he fail to attract any interest. This time, he is prepared to part with the battery technology employed in the Tulu electric vehicle, provided it is sold alongside the brand itself. The power battery technology utilized in the Tulu electric vehicle has, in fact, become obsolete within Shanghai Technology. However, it remains competitive in the current market, still ranking among the leaders. Since this technology no longer serves a purpose for Shanghai Technology, Zhou Mo is ready to dispose of it. As Zhou Mo spoke, the room fell silent as everyone listened intently, eager to discern his next words. After all, these are renowned companies, and it is unwise to act hastily. We at Shanghai Technology are indeed poised to sell the power battery technology used in the Tulu electric vehicle. And I trust you all understand the significance of this technology. The moment Zhou Mo concluded his statement, the representatives from the automotive companies could no longer contain their astonishment. Could it be that Shanghai Technology is so generous as to offer their power battery technology? Have they lost their minds? Are they planning to cease selling electric vehicles altogether? Even Mango Motors? Several negotiators from automotive companies rose, swallowing hard as they nervously inquired, "Mr. Zhou, is what you just stated true? Are you genuinely intending to sell the power battery technology?" Without a shadow of doubt, all present were witnesses. Zhou Mo nodded affirmatively. With this confirmation, the representatives from the automotive companies quickly excused themselves to make phone calls. This news was overwhelmingly astonishing, far exceeding their prior expectations and surpassing their authority. Simultaneously, the representatives from the investment firms began to comprehend that this was not a matter of financing. If it wasn't for financing, then why had they been summoned? Were they merely intended to be pawns in this game? One investment firm owner stood up immediately, indignantly questioning, "Zhou Mo, are you jesting? You have gathered all of us investment firms merely for your amusement? What purpose does our presence serve if not for financing?" Zhou Mo, upon hearing this, shrugged helplessly. "I never stated that Shanghai Technology was seeking financing from the outset. During the weekend, he spoke the truth from the very beginning. He had never mentioned the matter of seeking funding. These notions had all been concocted by the group of investors themselves." Once the investors present reflected on this, they realized it was indeed the case, albeit due to the misleading information provided by the weekend speaker, which had led to their misjudgment. Consequently, after coming to this understanding, they swiftly prepared to counter his assertions. Observing the fierce glares directed at him from the investors, the weekend speaker deftly shifted his discourse, stating, "Of course. The reason I gathered you here is for a matter of significance. Please take a look at this document." With that, he instructed several individuals who had entered with the materials to distribute them. Before long, the documents were in everyone's hands. Shen Beipeng glanced at the cover, which bore the title, "Report on Tulu Electric Vehicles and Power Battery." Many, like Shen Beipeng, found themselves perplexed upon receiving the materials. "I do not recognize many of these characters. Could you explain them to me?" Jack whispered beside Shen Beipeng, amused by Jack's demeanor. Shen Beipeng thought to himself, "Do you too find yourself in need of assistance? Pay attention and learn. The characters from Dongda are indeed profound." The investors then opened the data documenting the legendary history of Tulu electric vehicles under Shanghai Technology. Upon discovering that Tulu electric vehicles had sold an astounding 15 million units in just the first 4 months, yielding a staggering profit of 13.4 billion, they were left in a state of frenzy. Is this truly the case? Was their immediate reaction, could Shanghai Technology be deceiving them? Yet, Gazing at the unflinching weekend speaker on stage, they chose to believe in the veracity of this information. Even if he intended to deceive them, they could easily investigate the document's claims. This was utterly astonishing. An elderly man had amassed an extraordinary 13.4 billion in merely 4 months, surpassing profits of many established automotive companies. They then perused additional data. Although Tulu's sales and profits had experienced a decline, the figures remained formidable. They subsequently examined the introduction to the power battery situation. Many among them still failed to grasp the weekend speaker's intent, although some began to sense a deeper significance. The weekend speaker keenly observed the investors' expressions, noting their fluctuating hues of red and white, and felt a sense of triumph. Sun Jian and his associates had remained silent until now, exchanging glances and engaging in silent consultation. In truth, I have assembled you here with the intent of offering the technical documentation for Tulu electric vehicles and power batteries to one or several of you. Many are familiar with the era of Ning, correct? With my technical materials, one could easily recreate a similar enterprise. Coupled with the sales data and high profits of Tulu electric vehicles, I believe this will weave a compelling narrative within the capital markets. After laying the groundwork for so long, the weekend speaker finally revealed his true intentions. This auction was specifically arranged for these investors. Although numerous domestic automotive enterprises boast impressive sales figures, their profit margins remain exceedingly low, rendering them incapable of allocating substantial funds. As for foreign companies like Mercedes-Benz, they may not be inclined to part with such significant sums. In truth, the entities with considerable financial resources willing to invest are these investment institutions. Their wealth is substantial, and notably, it is not their own. They can expend it with abandon. Just as the weekend discussion concluded, the investors present pondered the viability of the proposition. Clearly, as articulated during the weekend, this narrative is compelling and tangible. At that moment, the negotiation representatives from the automotive company who had previously stepped out returned briskly, suggesting that they had reached an agreement. However, this time they appeared markedly different from the investment firms present earlier. The precise nature of this difference eluded articulation, and they paid little heed, promptly resuming their seats in anticipation of the auction's commencement. Chapter 71. Eager to engage, seizing opportunity. Mr. Zhou, may I inquire why? If the Tulu electric vehicle is so profitable, Shanghai Technology has opted to sell it? A representative from an automotive company unexpectedly stood to pose the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Had they known from the outset that Shanghai Technology intended to divest such a lucrative asset, they would have eagerly inquired. Yet, now they hesitated, fearing they might offend Shanghai Technology. The prospect of being overlooked by Zhou would be quite disheartening. As the saying goes, better to see a friend prosper than to see a friend fail. Thus, when that individual spoke up, both the automotive representatives and investors cast appreciative glances in his direction. Zhou regarded the bold individual before him. You are quite audacious. In truth, he felt a surge of relief. He had hoped someone would voice the inquiry, yet none had. If he did not clarify soon, he risked being blamed if things went awry. Consequently, Zhou issued a disclaimer. Previously, Shanghai Technology announced plans to recruit 100,000 individuals. This is no jest. Following the sale of the Tulu electric vehicle to recoup capital, we will promptly commence hiring. The attendees widened their eyes upon hearing this revelation. Realizing that Shanghai Technology's claims were indeed truthful, the owner of Shanghai Technology publicly affirmed this matter, compelling them to believe, if Zhou were deceiving them, would he not lose face? Initially, they had regarded this as mere fantasy, but now, upon confirming the news, they were left in a state of astonishment. The bold questioner pressed on. Mr. Zhou, may I pose one final inquiry? With such a massive recruitment drive, is Shanghai Technology preparing to venture into the semiconductor industry? To be candid, this sentiment echoed that of others present. After all, 100,000 is no trivial number. Thus far, they had not encountered any sector within the semiconductor industry that necessitated such a workforce. Is this a new industry? Yet, it seems implausible. As investors, they are well versed in industry developments and have never heard of it. Over the weekend, I pondered this matter for a while, realizing that this issue could not remain concealed. Ultimately, when the recruitment announcement is published, the truth will be revealed, so there is little harm in discussing it beforehand. At Shanghai Technology, we are committed to producing chips in their entirety, necessitating a substantial workforce and financial resources. 100,000 may not suffice. After I mentioned this over the weekend, An eerie silence enveloped the room. It was not merely a figment of my imagination. Rather, those present were processing the weighty news I had just shared. What a jest! Shanghai Technology intends to embark on a complete industry chain for chip production? How ludicrous! After all, Tsinghua University has invested national resources for years and still lags behind. How could your small company achieve this? Has Shanghai Technology lost its senses? Has the weekend speaker lost his mind? While the technical prowess of Shanghai Technology is indeed advanced, this ambition seems excessively lofty. It is utterly ridiculous. The attendees felt as though I was sharing a joke, stifling their laughter for fear of being overheard. If I caught them laughing, it would not bode well for them. Suddenly, one person could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Observing this, I felt speechless. I had been earnest in my explanations, hadn't I? I pointed at him and inquired, "What, may I ask, is so amusing?" Clearing his throat, he replied with utmost seriousness, "Oh, I just recalled something delightful." Another person succumbed to laughter. "You too have thought of something cheerful, haven't you?" I teased the laughter-stricken individual. "Indeed, Mr. Zhou. There is a joyous occasion at my home." He nodded, though he dared not look up, fearing I would remember him. I sighed, incredulous. Did he truly think I had not seen Stephen Chow's The Mermaid? Once the laughter subsided, I resumed my earnest demeanor, stating, thus, "Our decision to sell the Tulu electric vehicle was an unavoidable choice." Observing my expression, the crowd sensed my seriousness. They glanced at Sun Jian, Lu Su, and others, all wearing solemn faces. Could it be that what I spoke was true? They began to discuss amongst themselves, exchanging their opinions. "Do you believe what Zhou said is true or false?" "It appears to be true. We shall see how Shanghai Technology proceeds." Indeed, if Shanghai Technology is truly hiring 100,000, it signifies Zhou's ambition. One could only remark on Zhou's audacity. Taking such a bold step without fearing a fall is remarkable. Who knows? In truth, we need not concern ourselves. As long as Shanghai Technology is willing to sell the Tulu electric vehicle and its technology, that suffices. Meanwhile, Shin Beipeng and Jack were engaged in their own discussion. "What do you think about acquiring the Tulu electric vehicle and taking it public in America?" The transaction amount this time is undoubtedly substantial, compelling him to consider Shun Beipeng's opinion. According to Zhou Mo, selling the Tulu was a logical move to recoup funds. However, I remain skeptical about Shanghai Technology's ambition to penetrate the entire semiconductor industry. Shin Beipeng shook his head in resignation, sensing that Zhou Mo was deceiving him. If Zhou Mo were aware of Shun Beipeng's suspicions, he would undoubtedly exclaim his innocence. He is indeed prepared to delve into the entire semiconductor supply chain, but first, he must sell the Tulu brand, which is destined for decline, at a premium. Opportunities like this are fleeting, they must be seized. The venue is not solely occupied by our investment firm. You can observe the eagerness of other companies as well. Both Shin Beipeng and Jack noted the excitement radiating from the surrounding investors. Jack, feeling anxious at this moment, hoped Shin Beipeng would readily acquiesce. "Let us observe the forthcoming developments before we make a decision." Shin Beipeng, true to his prowess in the investment realm, maintained his composure. Jack, realizing he could not sway Shin Beipeng, leaned back in his seat, silent and frustrated. In truth, Shin Beipeng was quite tempted by the substantial opportunity before him. Yet he harbored his own contemplations. Setting aside the astonishing profits of the Tulu electric vehicle, the technological prowess of its power batteries alone warranted his attention. Ningxera, currently the second leading battery titan after Shanghai Technology, boasts an estimated valuation of approximately 100 billion renminbi. However, they entered the market too late to acquire significant shares. The crux of the matter lies in their uncertainty regarding the potential auction price of Tulu. Should the price be favorable, he would not hesitate to act. Thus, he resolved to assess the situation first. If he could not secure it alone, there were plenty of companies present to consider. Chapter 72. Rise. 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 While the investors pondered, Zhou Mo and his team were making final preparations for the press conference. After about 10 minutes, the investors had reached a consensus. Zhou Mo observed that no one had left the venue, indicating their collective willingness to explore the opportunity. Elated, Zhou Mo thought that Tulu could command a lucrative price. "Well, since no one has departed, I shall announce a base price, and everyone may place their bids. Ultimately, the highest bid shall prevail." Upon his declaration, some individuals were visibly pleased. As long as it was a monetary exchange, it was more straightforward and fair. However, at this moment, Xiang Xianchu felt a sense of foreboding. As a representative of a state-owned enterprise, he knew he could not make reckless bids, and if the price for Tullow escalated significantly, he would have to concede. Based on the latest profit margins from Tullow electric vehicles, along with the valuation of the power battery technology segment, I propose a starting bid of $20 billion, with increments no less than $1 billion. Zhou Mo concluded, quietly observing the attendees. This valuation could be deemed quite reasonable. If we were to evaluate the market value of the Tullow electric vehicle based on its peak profitability, it would be valued at no less than 600 billion renminbi. In the realm of new energy vehicles, valuation typically involves multiplying a car manufacturer's annual profit by a price-to-earnings ratio, which generally ranges between 20 to 30. Tullow Motors reported a profit of 13.4 billion in the first 4 months. Thus, by this calculation, its valuation would amount to 804 billion. Such an assessment clearly appears unreasonable, as any rational individual would be able to discern at a glance. For instance, if a fruit company were valued at $2 trillion, no one in their right mind would foolishly spend that amount to acquire it. Valuation and actual worth are entirely distinct, much like the current situation with Tullow electric vehicles. Although the valuation may soar to 800 billion, should someone be willing to invest merely 1/20th of that price, they would swiftly sell it off without hesitation. Unlike previous financing meetings, this occasion resembled an auction, where the starting bid was not of paramount importance. The investors present remained silent initially, allowing the representatives from automobile companies to take the lead. A negotiator from Magic City Autos raised the bid to 21 billion. As he lifted his paddle, he noticed the lack of immediate responses and decided to proactively increase the offer by an additional 1 billion. However, once he concluded, silence enveloped the room once more. The quietude was not due to a lack of interest, but rather a collective anticipation for subsequent bids. Even the initial bidder did not believe that 21 billion would secure the acquisition of Tullow. All right, this gentleman has bid 21 billion. Is there a higher offer? I will count to 3, and if there are no further bids, the Tullow brand will be sold to the company represented by this gentleman, proclaimed Sun Jian. Among the attendees, only Sun Jian and the executive from Shanghai Technology could maintain composure in such a high-stakes environment. 22 billion, Sun Jian announced, and immediately, a new bid emerged. This time, it came from Jiangxuan Motors, represented by Xiang Xianqiu. Notably, Jiangxuan Motors was the only company whose chairman attended the auction, underscoring his regard for both Tullow and Shanghai Technology. However, the weekend had already established that the highest bidder would prevail. Even though Xiang Xianqiu enjoyed a good rapport with Shanghai Technology, the weekend was not inclined to grant any favors. As an old acquaintance of Xiang Xianqiu, Sun Jian acknowledged him with a subtle nod, to which Xiang Xianqiu responded with a smile. Following Xiang Xianqiu's bid, the atmosphere became charged with competitive spirit, and offers began to escalate rapidly. 23 billion, 23, 5 billion, 32, 4 billion. Before long, the highest bid reached 32, 4 billion, surpassing the initial asking price by 12, 4 billion. For these automobile companies, this figure represented nearly their utmost limit. Notably, it was this very company that emerged as the highest bidder. Sun Jian, observing the proceedings from the front, was initially taken aback by the company's bid, but soon grasped the rationale behind it. I recall the early days of Ning's era, which began with a collaboration with the company. Now, Ning's era has evolved, yet the new energy vehicles remain in a state of limbo. It appears the company is poised to abandon Ning's era and start anew. However, regardless of the automotive company's intentions, it bears no relevance to Shanghai Technology. The automotive firms present, witnessing the lavish bids from the company, were visibly disheartened. They believed that the Tullow brand and technology would undoubtedly belong to the company in the end. Even the negotiation representatives present appeared jovial, as if victory was assured. Zhou Mo, observing the situation, shook his head in resignation. How could this conclusion come so easily? The affluent group beside him had yet to utter a word. At that moment, a cohort of investors sensed the opportune moment had arrived for them to make their move. 35 billion. A voice rang out, elevating the price by a staggering 6 billion, creating a substantial gap from the previous bid of 32, 4 billion. Jinha Venture Capital, hailing from Jiangcheng, had raised the ante to 35 billion, surpassing the prior bid by a notable margin. This figure was indeed unexpected for Sun Jian and his associates. Thus far, Shanghai Technology had yet to amass 30 billion. Sun Jian mused internally, realizing that engaging in industrial ventures was far less lucrative than the pursuits of financial investors. The speed at which wealth materialized was astonishing. Zhou Mo, seated nearby, couldn't help but display a look of delight. This was merely the beginning. The representatives from the automotive companies stared in disbelief, their eyes widened. Were they not here to seek financing? Why were they now competing for Tulu? Confusion swept through the assembly as they collectively turned their gaze toward Zhou Mo, who occupied the front. The individual who had previously bid 32 billion now inquired aloud. Didn't they come because Shanghai Technology needed financing? What is their intention now? Zhou Mo understood it was time for clarification. However, he was not prepared to take the stage himself, and subtly gestured for Sun Jian to speak. We organized this auction solely to sell the Tulu brand and technology. These investors are here expressly to acquire those assets. Shanghai Technology does not require financing, nor have we ever publicly stated such a need. All the investment firms present are well aware of this, Sun Jian declared, gesturing toward the section where the investors were seated. The representatives from the automotive companies followed suit, turning to observe the investors who nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain. This group of investors realized that this auction had never been about them. Their response could be seen as a favor to Zhou Mo. Reluctantly, the individual who had previously spoken sat back down. Their company was indeed highly profitable, generating over $100 billion in profit annually. However, upon conversion, it amounts to just over 1 trillion RMB, 32 billion is already the upper limit, and any more would be unacceptable to the companies involved. Ultimately, it is still about tangible industries, and they cannot compete with those adept at legitimate fundraising in terms of quick profits. Chapter 73, the surge continues. Breaking through 45 billion, the current automotive enterprises have come to realize the situation. Their earlier fierce competition was akin to children playing house. In the end, the true contest lies with the investors. The crux of the matter is their lack of funds. Henceforth, they merely observe as this group of investors takes center stage. They are eager to see to whom the Tulu will ultimately belong and at what price it will be sold. On the investors' side, the bids are significantly more generous than those previously offered by the automotive companies. Soon, the bid escalated to 45 billion. You read that correctly, 45 billion. Before long, it surged by another 10 billion. It is truly astounding. These investors seem to be bidding as if they were purchasing groceries, leaving the representatives of the car companies utterly astonished. Someone exclaimed, "What an eye-opening experience. Do they not feel a twinge of regret throwing money around like this?" The individuals nearby clearly understood the investors' mindset. Regret? These investors are remarkably astute. Would they act thus without the promise of substantial gain? Who could argue otherwise? If we could also manage Tulu's public listing, we could reap similar rewards. Another person chimed in, indicating that they were well aware of the underlying dynamics. It is truly a spectacle. It is my first time witnessing investors bid in such a manner. It's exhilarating. There are those who envy the investors' audacity, their admiration evident. Indeed, these individuals no longer regard money as money. One should not aspire to imitate them. However, they also recognize that several top-tier investment firms have yet to place their bids. For instance, Hongshan Capital and Dilling Capital, among others, have yet to enter the fray. At this moment, a group of investors below is quietly deliberating. 45 billion is already substantial. One wonders what the final bid will reach. The speaker is the same individual who previously offered 35 billion, and it seems he is now at a loss for further action. Ultimately, it hinges on what these investors envision. Only those investment firms capable of taking Tulu public will secure significant profits. These investors are acutely aware that this price is still relatively low and understand precisely how to generate profit. Who could dispute that? The key lies in resource comparison. Firms like ours, as smaller investors, are merely playing in the domestic arena. Witnessing them effortlessly claim such a considerable prize while we remain excluded feels akin to losing a beloved mother. Who could argue otherwise? Alas, what if we united? Not to mention other aspects. The value of just the power battery technology far exceeds 35 billion. Suddenly, one person whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of investors, who had previously been devoid of ideas, immediately reacted. Indeed, they were investment firms, and from the outset, they had been misled by the auction organized by the weekend event. The primary pursuit of investment companies is profit. Collaborating on this project would not only alleviate financial pressure, but also distribute risk. The individual's statement was swiftly embraced by the group. After a brief discussion, an investor from Jin Venture Capital suddenly raised his hand. Mr. Jin from Jin Venture Capital, do you have something to say? Sun Jian observed that someone had raised a hand without a paddle, indicating they had a query. Mr. Sun, I would like to inquire if we could conduct a joint auction. Our group of investment firms is preparing to jointly acquire the brand and technology of Tulu. Joint auction? As soon as Mr. Jin finished speaking, a wave of discussion erupted in the room. With a smile, Sun Jian replied, no problem. It doesn't matter how many companies unite. The highest bidder will prevail. Sun Jian didn't need to consult with the weekend organizer, as this had already been discussed prior. This time, Shanghai Technology was determined to profit and secure a favorable price for Tulu. Their objectives were exceedingly clear. Upon finishing his remarks, everyone turned their gaze towards the weekend organizer, as they inherently placed more trust in his words. Standing up, he nodded with a smile and stated, what Mr. Sun said is precisely what I intended to convey, and I can vouch for it. Following this, a fresh wave of conversation filled the air. Together, we have a chance. Let us invest collectively. Once Tulu is listed, we can effortlessly recoup our investments in the stock market. Count me in. We'll secure the bid first, then distribute shares based on our investment proportions. Among these investors, smaller firms were the most enthusiastic, as they often struggled to partake in lucrative projects. Typically, they could only invest in nascent companies, and once these companies gained traction, larger firms like Hongshan Capital would take notice, leaving them with no opportunities. While investing in startups entails smaller amounts, the risks are considerably high, often necessitating a broad approach. Companies like Hongshan Capital, on the other hand, tend to invest in more mature projects. Although their investments are larger, the risks are mitigated. Furthermore, they acquire entire sectors, allowing them to facilitate mergers in case of uncontrollable circumstances. The most notable examples include Choutuan and Xiao Zhongdianping, two companies that clashed fiercely but had both received backing from Hongshan Capital. Ultimately, through the mediation of Hongshan Capital and various investment firms, they became allies. Similar instances include Didi and Kuaidi, Youku and Tudo, 58 and Ganji, Trip and Shu Nar, among others. With such a lucrative opportunity at hand, they were determined not to miss out. Before long, several smaller investment firms had formed a coalition. On the other hand, the automotive company representatives found themselves ensnared in a stalemate. Unlike the investors who were solely motivated by profit, this group was driven by a passion for technology and brand integrity. Even if they were to unite for a takeover, how would they divide the spoils? Ultimately, it could lead to chaos. The most formidable players were reluctant to share the bounty with domestic automotive companies, deeming them unworthy. They also hesitated to collaborate with foreign automotive giants, viewing them as adversaries. Consequently, there was no call among the automotive companies for a collective acquisition. They understood that even if they joined forces, they would not stand a chance against the investors. Meanwhile, Xin Beiping and Jack were becoming aware of the sentiments among other investors, which was rather disconcerting. Jack whispered to Xin Beiping, suggesting they proceed cautiously and gauge the intentions of the Lowland capital. Xin Beiping cast him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that such advice was unnecessary. He too pondered the possibility of seeking a partner to enlarge their collective endeavor, which would not only mitigate risks but also align with his investment philosophy. Xin Beiping felt that allowing Hongshan Capital to fully acquire a company would entail excessive risk. As Chapter 74 unfolded, pondering the question of who would ultimately claim the prize, Xin Beiping glanced towards Zhang Sanshur of Lowland Capital. It seemed as if they were telepathically connected, as Zhang Sanshur suddenly turned to Xin Beiping, smiling and nodding. Xin Beiping, momentarily taken aback, responded with a smile and a nod of his own. Following that brief exchange, neither made any further moves. Throughout the weekend, Zhou Mo observed from above, his heart brimming with joy. Only through their united front could they elevate the sale price of the vehicle. Soon, a new round of bidding commenced, with the auction price swiftly escalating from 45 billion to 55 billion. Although a faction of them had united, they were not foolish. Each acquisition necessitated careful consideration. The first factor was determining the most prudent purchase price. Beyond a certain threshold, they would cease to raise their bids. They also had to evaluate the potential return on investment post-IPO, which must exceed the typical returns from their usual investments. Of course, this return must be a comprehensive one, not merely assessed on a single investment, but rather as an aggregate. In summary, if the basic criteria were not met, why would they pursue the acquisition of this company? They might as well invest the funds in burgeoning startups. The second consideration was the prospect of going public. Generally, for a tech company, listing abroad was preferable. For instance, in America, the registration system simplifies the process considerably, which explains why numerous companies vie to list there, particularly at this juncture. No new energy company had yet gone public in America. Should anyone be the first to go public, their valuation would undoubtedly surpass that of subsequent entrants. Notably, the later companies, often referred to as Wei Xiaoli, have chosen to list on the New York Stock Exchange in America this year, vying for the coveted title of the inaugural public offering. The valuations have reached 55, 2 billion and 55, 4 billion, yet the fervor of bidding has considerably waned, no longer reflecting the initial exuberance of billion-dollar increments. As the pool of bidders dwindles, many have adopted a more composed demeanor. The ongoing escalation of bids is evidently unsustainable. They have come to realize that this is a strategy orchestrated by Shanghai Technology. However, this is a calculated maneuver, and they find themselves powerless. For the allure of the opportunity is simply too enticing. Firstly, it is improbable that everyone present will partake in this delectable opportunity. The influential figures are unlikely to share this bounty with the smaller investment firms, while the latter, driven by avarice, are reluctant to relinquish their claim. Consequently, a standoff has emerged. Nevertheless, despite their relative weakness, these smaller firms have united, forming a considerable force. Gradually, the pace of bidding has decelerated. Yet, several major investment firms have yet to make their bids. At this juncture, Shun Beipeng could no longer remain seated. He pondered his next course of action. Continuing the bidding in such a manner benefits no one. The coalition of investment firms poses a significant threat, and persisting in this entanglement would likely result in a costly acquisition of Tulu, rendering it unwise. He cast a glance towards Zhang Senshi, resolved in his thoughts, and addressed his companion Jack. I need to discuss something with Zhang Senshi. Please remain here. Without waiting for Jack's response, he navigated through the crowd and settled beside Zhang Senshi. Zhang Senshi, having noted Shun Beipeng's arrival, surmised his intent. Without unnecessary preamble, Shun Beipeng articulated his purpose. Shall we consider another collaboration? Given the current offers, it would be arduous for either of us to proceed independently. As investors, we must avoid excessive risk. Moreover, if we continue to compete, we will merely enrich Shanghai Technology, providing them with substantial capital and delaying our investment in them indefinitely. The reason he suggested another collaboration was due to their prior partnerships in the realm of the internet. Zhang Senshi, understanding the rationale, contemplated briefly before responding, agreed. But relying solely on our two firms presents too great a risk. This can be easily remedied. There are other companies we can approach. Let us invite a few more capable partners to enlarge the opportunity. Shun Beipeng, pleased with Zhang Senshi's immediate agreement, felt a sense of satisfaction. Realizing that his influence still held weight, Shun Beipeng swiftly reached a consensus with Zhang Senshi, and they collectively deliberated on an agreeable price. Subsequently, Shun Beipeng embarked on a quest, reaching out to Qiming Capital and other investment firms with overseas capital connections. The representatives from these firms were far from short-sighted, and soon they reached an understanding as well. During their discussions, they had already preemptively decided to pursue an overseas listing in the future. Given this, it was only logical to select companies with foreign capital ties. As for the division of shares, they unanimously agreed to discuss it post-auction. At that point, it would depend on who could offer greater assistance and support for the future development of Tulu. With everything settled, Shun Beipeng had no intention of prolonging the auction any further. He rose decisively, brandishing the auction paddle, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "We bid 68.8 billion. In a bold move, he raised the bid by an astounding 10 billion, reaching the remarkable figure of 68.8 billion. The attendees were momentarily stunned, and an unexpected silence enveloped the room. Even the auctioneer, Sun Jian, was taken aback for a moment, before quickly regaining his composure and exclaiming with excitement, 68.8 billion. A most auspicious number, bid by Mr. Shun Beipeng. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? If not, then Tulu's brand and technology will be acquired by Mr. Shun Beipeng. The crowd erupted in astonishment, reacting with gasps of disbelief. 68.8 billion? Surely, that was an astronomical sum. Shun Beipeng truly dared to place such a bid, instantly increasing it by a staggering 10 billion. This was part of his strategy, designed to intimidate his competitors. Moreover, it was evident that this group had united, leaving no room for others to contend. One individual helplessly shook his head, realizing there was no longer a need for them to bid. Clearly, the outcome of this auction had already been decided. Following Shin Beiping's assertive offer and display of confidence, no further bids were made. On one hand, they recognized that competing would be futile. On the other, they wished to avoid antagonizing Shin Beiping and his consortium of investors. Ultimately, the industry, rooted in personal connections, dictated that mutual respect was essential, as they were all part of the same investment circle. Zhou Mo, observing from the front, understood the gravity of the situation. 68 billion far exceeded his expectations, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. He subtly nodded to Sun Jian. Receiving Zhou Mo's cue, Sun Jian confidently declared, "I announce that Tulu's brand and technology will be acquired by Mr. Shin Beiping." A resounding applause erupted throughout the venue. Chapter 75. Financial arrangements. Shin Beiping turned to face all those present and graciously bowed. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly ordinary, slender man had just, moments ago, resembled a fierce tiger, successfully intimidating a multitude. The representatives from the automotive companies remained in a state of shock. Was this truly the conclusion? Were they truly intimidated by the mere figure of 68 billion? They had anticipated another round of bidding. Once the realization set in, they found the experience exhilarating. It was their inaugural participation in an investment auction. The last time they heard of such thrilling events was during the fierce competition among investment firms vying for the Yangtze River assets. Subsequently, other investment companies and automotive representatives gradually withdrew, leaving only Shin Beiping and his allies present. The remaining companies were curious and wished to stay and observe the outcome. Yet they understood it no longer concerned them. However, they were aware that once news of today's investment auction spread, Shanghai Technology would undoubtedly be thrust back into the limelight, captivating global attention. Once all irrelevant parties had departed, Shin Beiping spoke up, "In my extensive investment career, I seldom admire anyone, Mr. Zhou, but I hold you in high regard." Zhou laughed heartily. "Mr. Shun, you jest. It is your ability to intimidate a multitude of investment firms that I find most impressive." Zhou was genuinely delighted at that moment, devoid of any pretense. After all, Shin Beiping and his associates had yet to make their payment, and as the financial backers, a few compliments were in order. Following some light banter, Zhou instructed Sun Jian to present the pre-prepared contract. After both parties verified its accuracy, they proceeded to sign. Since Shin Beiping's faction consisted of several investment firms collaborating on the acquisition, they also signed a joint agreement on-site. Although Zhou was unaware of the specifics, it was evident that Shin Beiping's group had secured the lion's share of this deal. Once the contracts were finalized, both sides exhaled in relief. Zhou relaxed, satisfied that he had successfully sold the vehicle at a premium, while Shin Beiping and his associates felt triumphant for having acquired it at a favorable price. Both parties regarded this transaction as a significant win. Zhou had arranged a feast, and they all dined together at a restaurant, raising their glasses and toasting as if they were long-lost brothers. Zhou recognized that Shin Beiping and his group were still eager to invest in Shanghai Technology. Once this deal was concluded, they would likely return to court him anew. Nevertheless, at least for now, a brief respite was in sight. After the meal, Shin Beiping and his colleagues bid farewell to Zhou and returned to their company. On the way back, Shin Beiping and Jack sat in the rear of the car. Jack remarked, "I noticed you were quite jovial with Zhou at the dinner. Should we continue to prepare to pressure Shanghai Technology into accepting our investment?" Shin Beiping cast him a sidelong glance, seemingly indifferent to Jack's presence, and replied, "Let us wait a while. I firmly believe that no investment firm can resist the allure of such a substantial opportunity as Shanghai Technology." Jack scratched his head, bewildered. How could Shin shift from joviality to dismissal? "Very well, I shall let them wait a bit longer." Following this transaction, Jack found himself more inclined to respect Shin Beiping, becoming increasingly compliant. Initially, he had believed that Shin Beiping harbored no interest in Tuluo. To his astonishment, at a critical juncture, he executed a decisive move, raising the price by a staggering 100 billion, a feat not commonly achieved by ordinary individuals. "Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for liaising with Shanghai Technology to promptly acquire Tuluo's assets. Once everything is in order, ensure the funds are transferred to Shanghai Technology." As Shin Beiping contemplated the impending transfer of 688 billion to Shanghai Technology, he felt a twinge of discomfort, for they at Hongshan Capital were footing the largest bill. However, he reassured himself, recalling that their forte lay in storytelling. Together, they would amplify the venture and bring Toluo to the public market, yielding substantial profits. He regained his composure, telling himself that money is but a fleeting concern, and the initial gain is not the only victory. At Shanghai Technology, Zhou Weekend returned to the office with Sun Jian and others after the weekend. Having indulged in a bit of alcohol, he now felt a thirst. Upon entering the office, he walked to the water dispenser to pour himself a glass. When he heard Gao Yi, unable to contain his excitement, exclaiming, "General Manager Zhou, we have struck gold this time. 688 billion. Our company has yet to earn even half of that. These investment firms truly possess immense wealth." Gao Yi had been brimming with anticipation. Eager to share this news the moment he entered the office. Zhou Weekend did not respond, but rather remarked, "If you wish for water, serve yourselves." Before turning to sit on the sofa, Sun Jian also approached the water dispenser, pouring several glasses. Gao Yi and his colleagues, keen to gauge Zhou Weekend's response or forthcoming directives, awaited his words. Indeed, as Gao Yi had stated, the situation was exhilarating. Money is merely a piece of paper, Zhou Weekend stated calmly. At this moment, it is not our most pressing need. We are all financially secure. Initially, he had felt elated, but that was soon overshadowed by a sense of emptiness. Zhou Weekend's observation held merit. Sun Jian and the others were among the highest earners in the company, each with an after-tax income exceeding several million annually, a sum that an average person could scarcely exhaust. Their daily routines consumed most of their time, leaving little opportunity for indulgence. Sun Jian also returned with the water, handing a glass to Lu Su and Gao Yi. Nonetheless, the fact that Toluo had been sold for such a high price was indeed a cause for celebration. By the way, Uncle Sun, how many employees does our company currently have? Zhou Weekend suddenly turned to Sun Jian, inquiring. Without hesitation, Sun Jian replied, including the staff at Mango automobile dealerships nationwide. We have approximately 2,000 employees. Currently, apart from 100 research personnel, all others at Shanghai Technology are executives and general employees. Here is the plan. Given the exceptional price achieved for Toluo, once the funds are received, we shall reward each employee involved in the development and sales of Toluo with 6 months' salary. For those who joined later, each will receive a bonus of 2 months' salary. While Zhou Weekend himself lacked financial worries, this gesture would be invaluable to the employees. This weekend, a substantial bonus is set to be distributed, bringing joy to all. Do not underestimate the significance of 6 months' salary. Currently, the minimum wage at Shanghai Technology stands at 150,000 yuan. For those employees who joined the company earlier, their salaries have significantly increased alongside the company's growth. A 6-month salary bonus means they could receive at least 100,000 yuan, a considerable sum indeed. In total, Shanghai Technology is poised to distribute nearly 1 billion yuan in bonuses, with the majority allocated to the research personnel. Although there are fewer than 100 researchers, approximately 500 million yuan in bonuses will be awarded to them. We extend our gratitude to General Zhou. I express my thanks on behalf of the employees. Lu Su promptly conveyed his appreciation, knowing that the researchers would again receive a substantial bonus. Everyone recognized the generosity of Zhou over the weekends, as Shanghai Technology has distributed bonuses several times since its inception. After discussing the bonuses, Zhou prepared to outline the company's next steps. Chapter 76, A Tremendous Response. Shocking the internet. General Zhou, will we need to pay taxes on the sale of Tulu? Gao Yi suddenly inquired, having thought of something. Zhou smiled but remained silent. While Sun Jin clarified, previously, Jiangshan granted us a tax exemption policy of 3 exemptions and 3 reductions, so we won't need to pay taxes this time. However, Sun Jian added with a teasing glance at the group, Jiangshan must be feeling quite the pinch. Ha, that's wonderful. If we had to pay taxes on 8 billion, it would be quite a hefty sum, Lu Su chuckled. Even though we can avoid taxes, we must still show our goodwill. Let us do this. Contact the local charity and donate 1 billion directly. Zhou resolutely shook his head. We must spend what is necessary. He could already foresee the online comments that would arise. If Shanghai Technology pocketed all the funds, there would undoubtedly be criticism. Hearing Zhou's decision, Sun Jian nodded in satisfaction. Zhou was increasingly resembling a leader of a large enterprise. Now, back to business. We need to commence recruitment. I believe there will be no doubts about our strength moving forward, Zhou stated earnestly. Previously, many online speculated that Shanghai was on the verge of collapse, either facing bankruptcy or financial strain. with some dismissing our recruitment efforts as a farce. This time, Zhou was determined to silence them. Shanghai Technology need not utter a word. The news of recent events would naturally render those naysayers mute. The following day, news of Shanghai Technology's investment auction from the previous day spread like wildfire online. First, those who had consistently supported Shanghai Technology were elated. Previously, they had felt disheartened by the mockery and derision directed at the company. Yet they had been at a loss for how to respond to such ridicule. At last, Shanghai Technology is poised to possess a staggering $70 billion in cash. And they have now emerged into the limelight. Where are those who previously claimed that Shanghai Technology was financially strapped, and those who suggested the absurd notion of their downfall? Come forth. Indeed, true men must stand by their words. To those who predicted bankruptcy for Shanghai Technology, I implore you to reveal yourselves. Allow me to behold you. With this substantial sum of $70 billion at their disposal, the prospect of bankruptcy seems nearly insurmountable. I have consistently asserted that Shanghai Technology would not falter, and I am gratified to have steadfastly supported them, with no cancellations of orders on my part. In recent days, the speed at which I have received my vehicle has notably accelerated. Moreover, several netizens have expressed their astonishment at this exorbitant transaction, offering their insights and analyses. Good heavens! Is the brand Tulu truly worth such a price? 68. 8 billion. Should I spend $1 billion each day? It would take me 2 years to exhaust that sum. The primary factor is the exorbitant cost of the power battery technology, coupled with the undeniable profitability of Tulu's electric vehicles. Is not Shanghai Technology's power battery technology even more advanced? Surely, Tulu's technology must be lagging behind. How can it still command such a value? It is crucial to note that the power batteries produced by Shanghai Technology are exclusively utilized in Mango vehicles and are not sold externally. Thus, Tulu's batteries become the next best alternative. This time, Shanghai Technology has indeed struck it rich, securing nearly $70 billion in cash in one fell swoop. Who claims that Shanghai Technology has profited immensely? If they truly had, why would those investors pay such a premium for Tulu? The sentiments expressed above resonate with me. I too feel that Shanghai Technology has suffered a loss, as they would undoubtedly reap greater rewards from a public offering. While the potential profits may be vast, the pace is regrettably slow. Have you not noticed that Shanghai Technology is currently in dire need of funds? I have heard whispers that Shanghai Technology is preparing to enter the entire chip industry supply chain, which startled me. I have also heard that their ambitions may be overly grand. Should they not proceed with caution? This 68. 8 billion, if entirely invested, would scarcely make a sound. Often, rumors contain a kernel of truth, and I find myself intrigued by how Shanghai Technology intends to penetrate the chip industry with a mere $70 billion in capital. It appears that Shanghai Technology is merely engaging in exaggerated promotion. Do you genuinely believe in their capabilities? I, for one, remain unconvinced, no matter the argument. Upon reviewing the data, it is clear that in 2017, the domestic investment in the chip industry amounted to $210.5 billion. A mere 68. 8 billion is only a quarter of that sum, clearly insufficient. Consequently, I am eager to learn whether Shanghai Technology will indeed employ 100,000 staff members. Thus far, although the rumors of impending bankruptcy have been dispelled, skepticism persists regarding Shanghai Technology's foray into the chip supply chain. In this regard, even those who support Shanghai Technology find themselves at a loss for words. Within the government office of Jiangqing, Zhong Zhengwo has long been apprised of the situation. Seated at his desk, head bowed. 68. 8 billion. If taxes are to be paid, it would indeed amount to a substantial figure. However, he had previously entered into an agreement with Shanghai Technology, and the policy support had already been extended. Contemplating this, Zhong Zhengwo felt a pang of regret, realizing that they were about to forfeit hundreds of billions in tax revenue. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door, and the secretary entered. Sir, I have just received news that Shanghai Technology has expressed their intention to donate 1 billion yuan for charitable purposes. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhengwo looked up. That rascal weakened. He shook his head helplessly, yet a smile crept onto his face. Since Shanghai Technology is willing to contribute, let us accept it. This money must be put to good use, and I require a detailed account of how it is ultimately spent. The secretary, having received Zhong Zhengwo's directive, gently exited, closing the door behind her. Once the secretary had left, Zhong Zhengwo picked up the telephone on his desk and dialed. Dapeng Automobile Company. Su Dapeng had just received a call from Jack. due to the technological advancements in power batteries for Tullow electric vehicles. They insisted that Dapeng Automobile must utilize Tullow's power batteries moving forward for its development. Consequently, Su Dapeng was seething with anger in his office. Why? Why should Tullow be able to command such exorbitant prices while I find it exceedingly difficult to secure financing? This perplexity weighed heavily on Su Dapeng. Moreover, the investment firms that had acquired Tullow had also invested in his Dapeng Automobile Company, providing nearly 70 billion in cash as ammunition to his competitors. Were they not pushing Dapeng Automobile into a perilous situation? Su, one must bow their head when under a roof. We can only expedite the listing of Dapeng Automobile to seize the title of the first domestic new energy company to go public. Indeed, Su, that is paramount. Which domestic internet or technology company has not thrived through capital? As long as we maintain our controlling stake, the company will remain under our purview. With the counsel of his executives, Su Dapeng began to regain his composure. Having navigated several entrepreneurial ventures, he understood the nuances of capital. Calmly, he remarked, I am aware of all that you have said. It is merely frustrating. How is the research on intelligent driving progressing? Sir, it is already underway. We have also procured a Mango vehicle to dismantle and study its intelligent driving system. Su Dapeng nodded. Intelligent driving had finally commenced. Progress was being made, and Dapeng Automobile must keep pace. Chapter 77. The Disappearance of Public Opinion. Zhang Sheng's live broadcast. I just received a call from Director Zhang, who expressed his affirmation of our efforts. Shanghai Technology is currently in a meeting, and Weekend unexpectedly received a call from Zhong Jiangwo. After hanging up, Weekend shared the content of the call with everyone. This is a good sign. At least it indicates that Director Zhong has been keeping a close watch on us. Indeed, the swift phone call signifies that Zhong Jiangwo has been closely observing. Has the company disseminated the news regarding the upcoming bonuses? What has been the reaction among the employees? The announcement has been made, and the employees are elated, showering praise upon you, General Manager Zhou, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. As for the Weekend, a slight nod suffices, provided they refrain from labeling him a capitalist or a purveyor of sweatshop labor. Very well, let us conclude today's meeting. Preparations for recruitment can commence henceforth. With that, the Weekend declared the meeting adjourned and promptly exited the conference room. Online, as the news of Shanghai Technology's exorbitant sale of the Tullow electric vehicle for 68.8 billion spreads widely, orders for Mango Automobile continue to surge. Regardless of Shanghai Technology's subsequent maneuvers, netizens and consumers need not fret over the company's potential bankruptcy or the acquisition of a limited edition vehicle. This staggering transaction has undoubtedly instilled them with ample confidence. The trending discussions regarding Shanghai Technology's bankruptcy swiftly dissipated from the internet, as if they had never existed, replaced instead by the sensational news of Shanghai Technology's monumental deal. At Zhang Sheng's residence, he and his wife are perusing information about Shanghai Technology online. Darling, this is fantastic. I told you Shanghai Technology wouldn't go bankrupt. We can finally resume our live broadcasts, Zhang Sheng exclaimed excitedly to his wife, Wu Na, who sat beside him. I know, you've mentioned it several times, Wu Na replied, a look of exasperation crossing her face. During this period, Zhang Sheng and she have been closely monitoring updates about Shanghai Technology. However, the recent online sentiment surrounding Shanghai Technology has been rather unfavorable, particularly in the comment sections beneath short videos of Mango Automobile, where mockery abounds. Comments vary widely, such as, I truly envy you for being able to purchase a limited edition electric vehicle, and Mango Automobile is a fine car. I wish your family could buy even more. Some go so far as to question, is it still possible to place an order for Mango Automobile? I see there are still 20,000 people ahead of me waiting for their cars. I hope my company doesn't go bankrupt before my turn arrives. It would be devastating if my deposit is non-refundable. Consequently, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na have refrained from posting videos regarding Mango Automobile lately, and their live broadcasts have significantly dwindled. They then began preparing for this evening's live stream. They need to arrange for the installation of equipment in the vehicle to facilitate the broadcast. Recently, they have been conducting live streams from the car, showcasing the autonomous driving capabilities of the Mango 3. Although the Mango 3's autonomy is classified at level 3, it suffices for their needs. During the broadcast, there are instances where Zhang Sheng need not manipulate the controls, merely needing to touch the steering wheel periodically, despite occasional abrupt braking and moments of stasis. This enhances the authenticity and overall quality of the live stream. It is precisely because of the harmonious cooperation between the couple, coupled with the authenticity of their live broadcasts, that they have attracted a substantial following. Each evening, as they engage in their live streams, thousands of viewers tune in, and at times, the audience swells to tens of thousands. Currently, their account has amassed over 500,000 followers. They have also established several fan groups, some comprising individuals who have not purchased the Mango car, while others consist of those who have. Zhang Sheng frequently engages in discussions about the Mango 3 with them. If any issues with the Mango 3 arise, Zhang Sheng diligently submits these concerns through internal channels. Often, fans receive delightful rewards for their discoveries of such issues, enhancing Zhang Sheng's reputation among his followers. Brother Zhang, Sister Na, the equipment in the car has been installed. Upon answering the call, a youthful voice greeted him. Let us go. Xiao Lu and the others have already set up the equipment. Zhang Sheng and Wu Na descended the stairs and approached the car, confirming that the filming apparatus had indeed been installed. Zhang Sheng meticulously inspected the setup, finding no faults. Recently, Zhang Sheng's follower count had surged, necessitating a shift from their initially relaxed approach to live streaming. On one hand, they needed to be prepared for unexpected occurrences during broadcasts. On the other, managing the streams alone proved to be quite taxing for both him and his wife. Thus, after some deliberation, they decided to recruit 2 young individuals to assist them. These youngsters had studied photography, making them ideally suited for the live streaming business. Zhang Sheng subsequently registered a small company, ensuring that he provided the standard salary, social insurance, and housing fund for the 2 young assistants. Their responsibilities were minimal, primarily involving the installation and adjustment of equipment prior to the live streams, managing unforeseen issues during the broadcasts, and editing the recorded footage afterward. They managed these tasks with ease, and Zhang Sheng offered them a competitive salary of 10,000 yuan per month. If the traffic improved, he would even provide them with bonuses, effectively distributing his and Wu Na's salaries from Shanghai Technology to them. In the current challenging employment landscape, such remuneration is undoubtedly commendable. Furthermore, they need not adhere to a strict daytime schedule. They simply need to ensure timely video edits. Well, preparations are nearly complete, and the timing is just right. We shall commence shortly. Zhang Sheng checked his phone. It was already 7 p.m. The perfect moment to begin the live stream. Subsequently, the 4 of them entered the vehicle, with Zhang Sheng and Wu Na seated in the front and the 2 young assistants in the back. As per usual, Zhang Sheng initiated the live stream. However, prior to that, he needed to report to Shanghai Technology, not only to inform them of their activities, but also to await the gifts that Shanghai Technology would bestow upon them shortly. Shanghai Technology has exhibited a remarkable generosity. Whenever their representatives engage in live broadcasts, the company generously bestows gifts upon them, driving traffic to their channels. The gifts bestowed by Shanghai Technology are never reclaimed, akin to the full reimbursement of gentry funds, while the common people's contributions are meticulously divided. Such sums are trifling for a company like Shanghai Technology, which garners wealth daily. Thus, Zhang Sheng and his companions readily accept these gifts, considering them a portion of their daily broadcasting income. However, it is worth noting that Shanghai Technology does not consistently provide these gifts, as they are by no means Navi benefactors. Chapter 78, Urgent Rescue. Online viewership reaches new heights. Time has flown by, and before long, it is already 11 o'clock. Since 7, Zhang Sheng and his wife have been broadcasting continuously for 4 hours, and the viewer count remains in the thousands. These viewers are likely those returning home from work, reclining on their sofas or beds while watching the stream. Zhang Sheng's vehicle has now reached a relatively secluded area, with few cars in sight. Friends in the live stream. It is getting late. We should head back now. Tonight's broadcast will conclude here, Wu Na announced, waving to the viewers. Why not stream a bit longer? After all, it's still early. The roads are clear tonight, perfect for testing the Mango 3's autonomous driving, suggested a viewer. How can you expect us to rest? At your age, how could you possibly sleep? Wu Na remarked, observing the viewer's reluctance with a wry smile. She too wished to continue the broadcast, but the hour was indeed late. Casting a glance at Zhang Sheng, she noted his fatigue, as he stifled continuous yawns. Meanwhile, 2 young men in the back were struggling to keep their eyes open. Who said young people have boundless energy? When engaged in activities they do not enjoy, even the most vigorous youth can feel drained. As Wu Na scanned the comments, she prepared to decline the suggestion when suddenly, one comment caught her attention. Host, look, There seems to be someone standing in the middle of the road ahead, waving. Wu Na thought to herself, could it be a traffic officer? Her eyes widened as she peered ahead, spotting a lone figure in the road. As the vehicle approached, she discerned that it was a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s. Wu Na felt a pang of curiosity. What could a young woman be doing standing in the middle of the road at this hour? The girl was clutching her abdomen with both hands, her head bowed low. Instinctively, Wu Na urged Zhang Sheng to pull the car over beside the girl. A woman's intuition warned her that something was amiss. Observing Wu Na's serious expression, Zhang Sheng complied and parked the car by the roadside. Wu Na exited the passenger seat and took a few steps forward. As she moved closer under the glow of the headlights, she was horrified to see that the girl was bleeding profusely, a large pool of blood already staining the ground beneath her. Wu Na was taken aback. How much blood had been lost? Zhang Sheng, concerned for his wife, also got out of the car, startled by the scene before him. Could you take me to the hospital? At this hour, I can't find a taxi. As Wu Na drew closer, she heard the girl whispering softly. After listening, Wu Na turned to Zhang Sheng, her large, dark eyes fixed upon him. Although Zhang Sheng could not see her clearly, he sensed her intent. The girl was covered in blood. If they took her to the hospital, their chances of live streaming would be dashed for some time. Not a problem. We'll take you to the hospital, Zhang Sheng replied without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Na smiled in a place where he could not see. Zhang Sheng approached the car, opened the back door, and said, Xiao Lu, you two get out. You can take a taxi back in a bit. Tomorrow, wait for my call. Xiao Lu and the others were still unaware of what had transpired. Yet upon hearing their boss's command, they obediently exited the vehicle and stood by the roadside. At that moment, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na were oblivious to the fact that their live stream was on the verge of going viral. Without delay, Zhang Sheng walked over and lifted the girl into his arms. Meanwhile, Wu Na continued to converse with the girl, offering her comfort. Zhang Sheng could distinctly feel a sticky sensation. It seemed the girl's blood had smeared onto him. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and placed her in the back seat, with Wu Na following suit. Zhang Sheng then resumed his position in the driver's seat and started the car. In an instant, the vehicle sped away, leaving Xiao Lu and the others standing in the wind, bewildered. Brother Zhang and Sister Na are truly impressive. I've never encountered anything like this before. I hope that girl is all right. Suddenly, Xiao Lu remembered. Wait, wasn't the live stream still on? Let us check the broadcast. The two quickly retrieved their phones, opened Douyin, and located Zhang Sheng's live stream. Upon entering, Xiao Lu glanced at the number of viewers. What the heck? What is going on? Slow down. My phone is lagging. The view count had surged to 50,000. Meanwhile, after the car had been in motion for a while, Zhang Sheng suddenly recalled a video he had seen online. Darling, call the traffic police and inform them we have a patient in urgent need of transportation to the hospital. Wu Na, quick-witted, grasped Zhang Sheng's intention immediately. She dialed the number and held the phone to Zhang Sheng's ear. Hello, this is 122. How may I assist you? We have a girl in our vehicle who is experiencing severe blood loss and require immediate transport to the hospital. We need the nearest traffic police assistance, or I might have to run a red light to get there. I wanted to inform you in advance, Zhang Sheng stated emphatically. May I ask where you are currently located? What is your license plate number? I currently find myself near Shifeng Park on Jianxi North Road. My license plate number being Xiang. After a few moments, a voice emanated from the phone. I have dispatched the nearest traffic police. They will arrive in approximately 3 minutes. You simply need to continue driving along Jianxi North Road. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng felt a slight sense of relief. It would be preferable to have the traffic police leading the way, as this would ensure greater safety. The last thing he wanted was to run red lights en route to the hospital and risk an accident along the way. Indeed, after driving for less than 3 minutes, he soon heard the distant sound of police sirens. A traffic officer on a motorcycle awaited him at the intersection ahead, and upon seeing Zhang Sheng, he promptly mounted his bike and signaled for him to follow. Understanding the cue, Zhang Sheng immediately trailed behind the motorcycle. Although it was already past 11 p.m., the streets of Shushi remained bustling with vehicles. With the traffic officer paving the way, Zhang Sheng noticed a marked improvement in the flow of traffic. Less than 10 minutes later, he finally arrived at the hospital entrance. At that moment, doctors and nurses were already present, preparing a stretcher. Zhang Sheng brought the car to a halt, and Wu Na opened the rear door. A nurse stepped forward, taking the severely injured girl from Wu Na's grasp and gently laying her onto the stretcher. Subsequently, the medical staff hurriedly wheeled the girl inside. Zhang Sheng and Wu Na watched silently as she was taken away, hoping for her well-being. Just then, the traffic officer who had been leading them approached, wearing a helmet. He scanned Zhang Sheng and Wu Na from head to toe. Noticing the blood covering them, he gave a thumbs up and remarked, "You both did remarkably well." Upon hearing this, the previously expressionless faces of Zhang Sheng and Wu Na finally broke into smiles. Suddenly, Wu Na remembered that their live stream had not yet been terminated. Chapter 79, Public Opinion Response and Marketing revisited the following day. On the weekend, I arose from bed. There is nothing quite as pleasant as waking up naturally. Stretching lazily in bed, I gazed at the ceiling. Turning to my side, I picked up my phone from the bedside table and noted the time, a little past 9 a.m. I then noticed several missed calls, including ones from Gao Yi and Sun Jian. Why had they called so many times? Just then, the phone rang again. It was Gao Yi. Upon answering, I heard him say directly, "Zhou, you must check the latest news." Puzzled, I opened the app and was immediately greeted by a video featuring a mango car owner who ran through 19 red lights to rush an injured girl to the hospital. A mango car owner? Was it the driver of a mango car who caused the accident? This was my first reaction. If that were the case, Shanghai Technology would indeed need to address the matter promptly. Many individuals tend to associate a driver's character with the brand of their vehicle. When a driver of a domestic car is involved in an accident, onlookers often rush to criticize the brand in the live broadcast. However, upon closer inspection of the video, it becomes evident that a commendable act had transpired. It turns out that Zhang Sheng and Wu Na, nearing the conclusion of their live stream, encountered a pedestrian suffering from profuse bleeding. Undeterred by the blood, they successfully transported the individual to the hospital. I learned that the host's Mango 3 was won through a lottery, and such a person truly deserves their fortune. At that moment, I was watching Zhang Sheng's live stream, and they emerged as genuine heroes, igniting a fervor within me that compelled me to place an order for the same vehicle. Their inherent kindness shines through. Virtuous individuals indeed receive their just rewards. Fortune is surely smiling upon them. I also heard they are a married couple of streamers, and I must lend my support during their next broadcast. Their account is named Zhang Sheng and Wu Na. Everyone should rally behind them. Over the weekend, I checked their homepage and discovered that their follower count had nearly reached 2 million. Although I was unaware of the previous follower count on Zhang Sheng's Douyin account, I am confident that their popularity has surged significantly. Subsequently, I browsed a few of Zhang Sheng's latest videos, in which he and Wu Na addressed the events of the previous night. At this point, ideas began to form in my mind. This presented an excellent marketing opportunity, especially since both Zhang Sheng and Wu Na are employees of the company, making it all the more feasible. Upon realizing this, I contacted Sun Jian and Gao Yi. Following my instructions, Gao Yi and Sun Jian immediately set plans in motion. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na remained at home, having only filmed a video for Douyin that day, with no other activities on their agenda. Their Douyin account had gained a substantial number of followers, a delightful occurrence. However, they received several calls from advertisers and promoters, suggesting their interest in collaboration. Most of these offers were related to pharmaceuticals, prompting Zhang Sheng and his wife to decline without hesitation. They understood these companies' intentions to capitalize on their newfound fame and hastily enlist Zhang Sheng for promotional endeavors concerning their products. Yet, this was not what Zhang Sheng and Wu Na sought. Suddenly, Zhang Sheng's phone rang. Whose call could it be? Surely not another promotional solicitation? Wu Na grimaced, appearing slightly displeased. Zhang Sheng glanced at the screen and was surprised to see it was a call from Gao Yi. "Honey, it's General Gao calling," he said, pointing at the phone. Wu Na's eyes widened in surprise, quickly realizing that given the magnitude of the incident, it was only natural for Gao Yi to be informed. "Answer it. Don't keep General Gao waiting," she urged. Zhang Sheng promptly answered the call and activated the speakerphone, allowing Wu Na to listen as well. "Hello, Zhang Sheng. I have great news for you. President Zhou was very pleased with your performance last night, stating you did exceptionally well, and thus he has decided to gift you a brand new Mango 7. Wu Na, originally seated on the sofa, rose upon hearing Gao Yi's voice over the phone and approached Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng, initially believing he had misheard, was reassured by Gao Yi, who reiterated the information. Another vehicle? His fortune seemed extraordinarily favorable. Mr. Zhou was exceedingly generous to simply offer a car valued at 800,000. There was no need for psychological burdens. This was rightfully theirs. Subsequently, Gao Yi elaborated, and Zhang Sheng grasped the situation. Shanghai Technology intended to utilize their recent fame to effectively promote Mango cars. In addition to receiving a Mango 7, he would also be awarded a cash prize of 1 million, all as a reward for his heroic act. Naturally, the cash sum of 1 million would be provided discreetly, without public announcement. After all, Mr. Zhou was concerned that such a substantial cash reward might lead to an influx of nighttime rescue incidents. As the saying goes, one should harbor no ill intentions toward others, but remain vigilant against potential threats. Both Zhang Sheng and Wu Na were elated. This was a reward from Shanghai Technology, distinct from the previous advertising promotions they had encountered. Their endeavors were aimed at promoting Mango cars, alleviating any psychological pressure they might have felt. Gao Yi and Zhang Sheng coordinated a suitable time for the award ceremony, during which Zhang Sheng would attend the event hosted by Shanghai Technology. Mr. Zhou would again present the Mango 7 in person. In a twist of fate, the Mango 7 from the initial lottery had returned to Zhang Sheng's possession. Previously, he had exchanged the Mango 7 for a Mango 3 due to financial constraints. Now, with finances no longer a concern, he had no intention of parting with it again. On that day, Shanghai Technology announced on their official website and Doushou, in gratitude for the courageous spirit and selfless dedication exhibited by Mango car owners Zhang Sheng and Wu Na in their heroic rescue. Shanghai Technology is pleased to reward them with a brand new, fully equipped Mango 7. Furthermore, Mr. Zhou from Shanghai Technology would personally attend the ceremony to present the award. On Doushou, Shanghai Technology collaborated with Zhang Sheng to jointly announce this news. With a staggering fan base of 40 million, Shanghai Technology's promotional efforts led to a significant surge in Zhang Sheng's followers, skyrocketing from 2 million to over 3 million. This remarkable increase in followers not only elicited envy from fellow Doushou influencers, but also caught the attention of Chao Wenrui, another streamer under Shanghai Technology. Nevertheless, he called Zhang Sheng to extend his congratulations. Zhang Sheng, I watched your live stream. You did exceptionally well. Your rapid follower growth has even made me envious. Zhang Sheng recognized Chao Wenrui's teasing tone and could only respond with a hint of resignation. I've just been fortunate with my recent follower surge. Besides, your follower count isn't far behind mine. Chao Wenrui had consistently used the Mango 7, amassing a considerable following from the outset. Currently, the Douyin account boasts over 1 million followers, a tangible growth that cannot be overlooked. Although Zhang Sheng has amassed more than 3 million followers, the ultimate number that remains or can be monetized may not necessarily surpass that of Chao Wenrui. After a brief conversation, they concluded the call. Time flew swiftly, and soon the day arrived for Zhang Sheng and Wu Na to receive their awards. Chapter 80, Weekend Live Broadcast Award Ceremony. Captivating fans once more. This award ceremony, much like the previous one, had their travel expenses fully covered by Shanghai Technology. The event took place in the open space beneath the Shanghai Technology building, where a stage had been erected well in advance. The choice of venue aimed at simplicity for the weekend ceremony while also serving to promote their company, allowing online viewers a glimpse of the grandeur of the Shanghai Technology headquarters. Numerous cameras, both large and small, stood poised to capture the moment. This award ceremony would also be streamed live for the audience at home. The area surrounding the stage was filled with a diverse crowd, including employees of Shanghai Technology, journalists, and officials from the Jiangxing government. After a previous collaboration with Zhong Jiangwo to produce a promotional video for Shanghai Technology, the partnership had flourished, leading Gao Yi to exchange contact information with their leadership. Upon learning of today's event, they promptly reached out to Gao Yi, expressing their interest in attending the award ceremony. Without hesitation, Gao Yi agreed, treating them as journalists. However, to his surprise, they not only invited local official media, but also engaged the Jiangxing television station. Consequently, the attendance exceeded that of the previous offline delivery ceremony held by Shanghai Technology, with even more journalists present. At this moment, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na awaited their turn at the side of the stage. Although they had previously participated in the Mango car delivery ceremony, a tinge of nervousness lingered. The earlier event had been a delightful experience, shared with many, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Yet, this occasion was tailored specifically for them, an undeniable source of anxiety. Dear, there are so many people this time. I feel a bit nervous, Wu Na whispered, tugging at Zhang Sheng's sleeve as she glanced at the crowd below the stage. Zhang Sheng turned to her, offering gentle reassurance. It's all right. You have me by your side. We'll be going up together shortly. Although he too felt the weight of nervousness, he endeavored to maintain composure in front of his wife. Before long, the award ceremony commenced. The proceedings were straightforward, beginning with a speech from Sun Jian. Subsequently, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na were invited onto the stage. Sun Jian introduced them to the audience and online viewers, stating, "The individuals beside me are the two heroes who rescued others a short while ago. In a moment of dire urgency, they exhibited no hesitation and safely transported the patient to the hospital." With mere mortal frames, Sun Jian lavished a multitude of praises upon Zhang Sheng and Wu Na, leaving them somewhat bashful on stage. As Sun Jian concluded his remarks, a fervent applause erupted from the audience, signifying their acknowledgement and commendation. However, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na felt that any reasonable person would have made the same choice in such circumstances. Next, we invite the chairman of Shanghai Technology, Zhou Mo, to present awards to our two heroes. No sooner had Sun Jian finished speaking than Zhou Mo ascended the stage. Today, he was attired not in casual wear, but in a more formal blue suit. Many netizens were watching the live broadcast, and as Zhou Mo stepped onto the stage, a flurry of comments praising his handsome appearance filled the screen. It seemed that a considerable number of female viewers were among the audience. Meanwhile, in a female dormitory at Jiangxing University, Sun once sat alone, engrossed in the live stream of Shanghai Technology. The life of a graduate student was exceedingly busy, and today, she had finally managed to secure a half-day break while her roommates were out shopping. This was the first time she had seen Zhou Mo dressed so formally. Previously, she had never encountered him in such attire. She thought he looked quite dashing in a suit, which complemented his physique splendidly. She also noticed the superficial comments drifting across the screen and inwardly chastised them for their shallowness. Back at Shanghai Technology, the awards ceremony continued. After taking the stage, Zhou Mo was accompanied by an attendant who bore a tray adorned with a red cloth. Upon the cloth lay a circular smart car key, instantly recognizable to any Mango automotive driver as belonging to the Mango 7 model. Under the gaze of the audience and online viewers, Zhou Mo lifted the key and, with both hands, presented the key symbolizing ownership of the Mango 7 to Zhang Sheng and Wu Na. Although they were aware that Zhou Mo would be bestowing an award upon them, they still felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. For them, the significance of receiving an award from Zhou Mo far outweighed the allure of the Mango 7. Indeed, Zhou Mo's youth and success inspired deep admiration in Zhang Sheng and Wu Na. When Zhou Mo extended the car key toward them, they were taken aback. Swiftly, they accepted the key with both hands, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Chairman Zhou," they said in unison. "There's no need to thank me. You have effectively promoted Mango Automotive for Shanghai Technology, and I should be the one expressing my gratitude to you. Moreover, you have performed exceptionally well, and I hope you will continue to uphold this spirit in the future." Zhou Mo replied sincerely, shaking his head. His words resonated clearly with both the audience present and the viewers of the live broadcast, leaving them surprised by his candidness. The primary purpose of the award ceremony was to promote Mango Automobile, a fact that everyone understood but did not openly acknowledge. The online community was astonished by the revelations made during the weekend. Is it permissible to state this outright? Mr. Zhou, you were careless. How authentic this is, indeed. We hold the utmost respect for Mr. Zhou. I believe it is entirely justifiable for Shanghai Technology to reward Zhang Sheng and Wu Na with a Mango automobile, even if it serves as a form of promotion. Indeed, promotion inherently requires financial investment, does it not? Regardless, if I were to choose a new energy vehicle in the future, Mango Automobile would undoubtedly be my first consideration. Shanghai Technology is investing substantial resources, and they deserve to reap the benefits of this influx of attention. In this day and age, there are few bosses like Mr. Zhou who eschew conventional tactics. The configuration of Mango Automobile is undoubtedly among the finest in its category. I truly cannot find a reason to refrain from purchasing one. The comments section is predominantly filled with accolades for Shanghai Technology's commendable efforts. Even if the weekend directly articulated their underlying intention to promote Mango Automobile, they would not be the least bit perturbed. On the contrary, they view this as a testament to Mr. Zhou's sincerity. Indeed, sincerity is an unparalleled asset. The truth is that the weekend understands the sentiments of the online audience. It is far preferable for the weekend to disclose the matter now rather than allowing it to be exposed later by marketing accounts. On the award stage, as the weekend handed over the keys to Zhang Sheng and his colleagues, the event essentially concluded. Subsequently, the weekend had little further involvement. After leaving the stage, the weekend returned to the office. Chapter 81. Significant repercussions. Potential crisis that day. The footage of Shanghai Technology awarding Zhang Sheng and Wu Na spread rapidly across the internet. Upon learning that the reward was a top-tier Mango 7, the online community became even more restless. Shanghai Technology is truly remarkable. May there be more companies like it in the world. Although it may not be customary for Shanghai Technology to reward Zhang Sheng and his peers with automobiles, I still commend their actions. Mr. Zhou is undeniably impressive. May I inquire if he is in need of a boyfriend? Perhaps the individuals upstairs are from Rongqing? It would be best if they kept their distance from Mr. Zhou. Have you not noticed that this car owner had previously won a Mango 7? What of it? Do you still doubt that the live streamer's act of saving someone that night was a scripted performance? Exactly. It is only fitting that streamers like Zhang Sheng and Wu Na win such prizes. A top-tier Mango 7. I genuinely envy the fortune of Zhang Sheng and Wu Na. Why did I not encounter such luck that day? Even if you had, would you dare to assist? The current societal atmosphere is rather disheartening, and the dilemma of whether to help or not weighs heavily on everyone. I hope more companies like Shanghai Technology will step forward. It is challenging for a single company to effect change. The underlying issue is that many express envy towards Shanghai Technology for rewarding Zhang Sheng with a Mango 7, while simultaneously affirming their admiration for the company. However, the conversation soon veered towards age-old discussions of whether to assist or not. Subsequently, many individuals sought solace by immediately searching for instances of others being deceived on Douyin, hoping to calm their hearts. Following the award ceremony, apart from the omnipresent information about Mango Motors and Shanghai Technology on the internet, little else transpired. After Zhang Sheng and Wu Na acquired the latest Mango 7, they returned home to resume their regular live streaming and short video filming. Each time they commenced a live broadcast, the number of online viewers soared to tens of thousands, a figure that had significantly improved compared to before. The engagement metrics for their short videos, including likes and comments, also surpassed previous records. Observing the current statistics, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, they were somewhat exasperated by the numerous individuals who enjoyed posting similar comments in the comment sections. Host: since you have a new car, would you sell your old one to me for 20 yuan? Host: I'll bid 30, which is 10 more than the person above. Host: I offer 40. Each short video garnered such messages from viewers. Zhang Sheng and Wu Na merely chuckled at these remarks, occasionally joining in the playful banter with the audience. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. One day, Sun Jian visited Zhou Mo in the office. Xiao Mo, we have successfully coordinated with Hongshan Capital. The 68 billion will soon be transferred. Sun Jian relayed this good news directly to Zhou Mo. With only Zhou Mo and Sun Jian present, he did not pay much attention to the formality. Uncle Sun, you can call me Xiao Mo in front of them without issue. That won't do. You must maintain a certain degree of authority in their presence. Sun Jian promptly declined. Zhou Mo sighed, having previously discussed this matter with Sun Jian multiple times, as he always maintained this stance. By the way, Uncle Sun, you mentioned that the handover of the Tulu items has been completed? This handover had taken over half a month in total. During this period, Sun Jian had been diligently liaising with Hongshan Capital. Indeed, the handover has been completed as per the contractual agreement. The 68 billion will arrive as early as tomorrow, but there are still a group of people lingering. However, even after the transaction was finalized, Shen Beiping and Zhang Sanshur continued to inquire whether Shanghai Technology required financing. I sensed their persistent intentions were not yet extinguished. Sun Jian affirmed this while expressing his concerns. Zhou Mo nodded slightly, fully understanding the implications. The nature of capital is such that it rarely rests until its objectives are met. For example, why has Huawei frequently faced sanctions? Before these sanctions, Huawei was conquering markets worldwide. In fact, in the second quarter of 2020, Huawei surpassed Samsung with sales of 55.8 million units compared to Samsung's 53.7 million, becoming the largest smartphone vendor globally for the first time. The primary reason lies in the inability of Western capital to derive profit from the situation, a predicament more distressing than their demise. For capital, the notion of a nation is merely a facade. Wherever profit flourishes is deemed its homeland. Thus, their pursuit is singularly focused on financial gain. Weekend understands that as the development of Shanghai Technology progresses, numerous individuals will inevitably seek its presence. This influx will comprise a diverse array of characters. Consequently, A sense of urgency has enveloped Weekend from the outset. Advancing technological expertise in the realm of chips serves as a strategic response to the impending capital encirclement. This endeavor must unfold gradually alongside the company's growth. Haste is unwarranted, as the chip industry is a pivotal frontier we must traverse. By the way, Uncle Son, is the recruitment matter prepared? It is indeed ready. Our reputation at Shanghai Technology has garnered considerable esteem, leading various universities to readily accept our invitation for recruitment on their campuses. The institutions mentioned by Sun Jian undoubtedly refer to the nation's most prestigious talent pools. This time, they aim to recruit 900 research personnel and an additional 100,000 related professionals. The recruitment of these 900 researchers is relatively straightforward, with the foundational knowledge and the materials provided by Weekend through the system. They can swiftly ascend to become leaders in the industry. However, the recruitment of the 100,000 personnel necessitates careful prearrangement to avoid management issues. Regarding the establishment of the new company, the registration has been completed over the past fortnight. Upon learning of our new company registration, Jiangqing informed me that we may now utilize a special channel. Hearing this from Sun Jian brought a smile to Weekend's face. Although Jiangqing's tangible assistance to Shanghai Technology may be minimal, their diligence in these minor matters is certainly commendable. Given this, you may commence. During this recruitment drive, strive to recruit a substantial number of students from local universities in Jiangqing. Weekend, in turn, sees this as a contribution to local employment. As Shanghai Technology expands, it is evident that we cannot remain confined to a single city. The premier universities are situated in several first- and second-tier cities. Thus, Weekend plans to establish branches in these key urban centers. The recent registration of the new company is driven by this rationale. The first entity registered is Mango Automotive Technology Company, Limited, with the original Mango Automotive being spun off from Shanghai Technology. Additionally, the forthcoming foray into the chip industry has led to the registration of a company named Xingxin Technology Company, Limited. As for Shanghai Technology, it will serve as the parent company for these two entities, assuming a pivotal role in research and development. As long as Shanghai Technology excels in R&D and produces chips that significantly outperform current market offerings, Weekend is confident that their usage will be inevitable. Subsequently, Shanghai Technology commenced its recruitment process. Chapter 82, Recruitment begins. Chips set sail at Jiangqing University. It is now February, the prime season for spring recruitment. As one of the foremost universities in Jiangqing, Jiangqing University has consistently been a favored destination for top-tier companies seeking to recruit talent. Each year, a multitude of graduates secure positions at prominent enterprises such as Penguin, Ali, and Huawei, while others opt for state-owned or foreign enterprises. Without exception, most of them find themselves employed by leading firms. This year is no different, as numerous companies flock to Jiangqing University for recruitment. The atmosphere at the job fair is bustling, with throngs of people creating a dense crowd that is nearly impenetrable. In addition to the students from Jiangqing University, many from other local 211 universities are also present. Although these institutions may not rival Jiangqing University in prestige, the students attending the recruitment are undoubtedly exceptional. Similar to other companies, Shanghai Technology has established a dedicated recruitment area at Jiangqing University, complete with several recruitment tables. This time, 5 recruiters have been dispatched by Shanghai Technology. This number, though seemingly modest, represents the largest contingent the company has sent. Given that Shanghai Technology employs only around 2,000 people, including sales staff from Mango Automotive stores, it is evident that the company faces significant staffing challenges. Among the 5 recruiters, 2 are seated, registering inquiries and applications from candidates while gathering information, while the other 3 distribute flyers and maintain order amidst the overwhelming number of applicants. The line of students waiting to apply has twisted around several corners, yet they remain patient, undeterred by the wait. Their calm demeanor can be attributed not only to the recent renown of Shanghai Technology, but also to the attractive compensation packages being offered. At the end of the queue stands Zhao Hang, who rises on tiptoe to glimpse the serpentine line ahead. After scanning for a while, he fails to spot anyone familiar. "Zhao Hang, what brings you here?" Suddenly, a hand taps his shoulder, followed by a cool voice from behind. The voice strikes Zhao Hang as oddly familiar, yet he cannot immediately place it. Turning around, he recognizes the speaker, Li Bing, a female university student majoring in Chinese language and literature. The two met during a shared volunteer service and have stayed intermittently in touch since. Zhao Hang, looking at her with a hint of exasperation, responds, Li Bing, that question should be directed at you. Are you in any way connected to the semiconductor industry to be applying? How will I know unless I give it a try? Li Bing retorts with a playful pout. Moreover, haven't you already been recruited by Huawei? What brings you here? Li Bing inquired, intrigued. Huawei is a prominent company with excellent remuneration. Zhao Hang, specializing in semiconductors, is well aligned with the industry, and his salary would undoubtedly be substantial. As the top student in their class, several companies had approached Zhao Hang even before his graduation. It is inconceivable for someone of his caliber to compete with ordinary students for a job here. The academic demands of this field are stringent, and Li Bing's entrance scores would not have sufficed for admission. Additionally, she had pursued liberal arts in high school, ultimately selecting an utterly unremarkable major at university. Initially, she was bewildered by many aspects, but after the last recruitment fair, where she learned that Huawei had offered Zhao Hang an annual salary of 600,000, she began to comprehend the disparity. With the recruitment of Shanghai Technology on the horizon, she had heard that their minimum salary was 150,000. If fortune favored her and she secured a position there, she could potentially earn 180,000 annually. Although this pales in comparison to 600,000, it is still a significant amount. In reality, it is not merely the prestige of graduating from a renowned institution that guarantees a high salary. The field of study plays a pivotal role. Haven't you perused the recruitment information from Shanghai Technology? They are seeking 900 research personnel nationwide, and upon joining, each individual is guaranteed a base annual salary of 1 million, which is considerably higher than Huawei's. Furthermore, I have specifically contacted previous researchers who joined Shanghai Technology, and their earnings far exceed that figure. Zhao Hang whispered into Li Bing's ear, his breath sending a slight tickle. However, she paid little heed to the sensation, focusing intently on his words. Li Bing's eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief, as if questioning the authenticity of his claims. Of course it's true. You must know that Shanghai Technology has been established for less than a year, right? Zhao Hang queried. Li Bing nodded, acknowledging that the company had indeed been founded for less than 7 months, a fact known to all and met with astonishment. So, can you guess how much the lowest paid researcher at their company has earned so far? Zhao Hang asked mysteriously. Li Bing pondered. Considering that if a new recruit at Shanghai Technology earned 1 million annually in 7 months, the maximum they could have received would be 700,000. Swallowing hard, she asked, Is it 700,000? Zhao Hang revealed a knowing smile, extending 5 fingers. Could it be 500,000? That is still impressive. Li Bing exclaimed, somewhat astonished. If in 7 months one could earn at least 500,000, the annual salary would indeed surpass that at Huawei. Zhao Hang scoffed, replying, What 500,000? I meant 5 times that amount, a total of 5 million. What? 5 million? How is that possible? Li Bing gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Convinced she had misheard. How could it not be? Recently, Shanghai Technology has sold the Tulu vehicle, hasn't it? Upon receiving the funds, each employee was awarded a bonus equivalent to at least 3 months' salary, with the majority receiving 6 months' worth. Li Bing, upon hearing this, calculated in his mind that, based on an ordinary employee's base salary of 150,000, a 6-fold bonus would amount to 90,000. For the researchers, their salaries would be even higher, making the calculations quite evident. My goodness, is Shanghai Technology engaging in philanthropy? Li Bing turned his head to hear Zhao Hang continuing. As for whether this is the 2nd or 3rd bonus issued by Shanghai Technology, I can no longer recall. It is certainly not the 1st. I can only say that within the mere 7 months since Shanghai Technology's establishment, bonuses have been distributed several times. Zhao Hang was more than willing to share additional insights with Li Bing, all of which he had gathered through internal channels. In truth, as long as it did not pertain to company secrets, the researchers at Shanghai Technology were not averse to discussing such matters. However, they would not engage in excessive boasting. These details were not particularly confidential, much like the promotions disseminated by Shanghai Technology itself. For ordinary employees, Shanghai Technology offers a base salary of 150,000 per month. Once one joins Shanghai Technology, that is the minimum. Those with technical prowess often receive salaries exceeding this norm. Everyone aspires to join Shanghai Technology for the lucrative pay, a sentiment echoed by Zhao Hang and the students waiting in line. Chapter 83. Recruitment Scene. Unexpected applicants after Zhao Hang's remarks. Li Bing was suddenly engulfed by a sense of urgency and pressure. She glanced at the queue ahead and silently prayed for her smooth entry into Shanghai Technology. This time, Shanghai Technology is recruiting 100,000 employees, not only seeking talents in chip-related fields, but also in other domains. Among these 100,000 positions, some are filled from schools while others are sourced from the broader community. Establishing a chip company cannot rely solely on freshly graduated university students. It necessitates a cadre of experienced individuals from related industries. The line moved swiftly, and before long, only a few candidates remained ahead. At this moment, Zhao Hang and Li Bing found themselves just behind the last university student applying for the position. This particular student was somewhat unique, as he was not from Jiangxing University. "Hello, from your resume, it appears you are not a student of Jiangxing University?" the recruiter inquired. The young man, hearing this, assumed he would be outright rejected, and thus his response was somewhat stiff. "Indeed, I am from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. I heard you were recruiting at Jiangxing University, so I came directly. I believe that since you are here recruiting, there shouldn't be a stipulation that only students from Jiangxing University can interview, right?" Zhao Hang and Li Bing, standing just behind the young man, were somewhat taken aback by his assertion. In the past, I had heard that every year students from other universities come to their school for interviews, but I never expected to encounter them so soon. What is most striking is that this young man does not possess the typical naivete or timidity of an ordinary university student. He speaks with a calm demeanor, sitting upright on the bench. "My classmate, you have misunderstood. I am aware that Jiangxing University of Science and Technology is also a prestigious local institution. What I intended to convey is that our Shanghai Technology has recruitment personnel at Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, who will be coming to recruit in a few days." The recruiter, a young woman in her 20s, spoke with a gentle and patient tone. After explaining the situation, the young man awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Realizing he had made an error, Jiangxing University had not yet commenced their recruitment process, hence he had not received any notification. "Then I shall take my leave for now. In a few days, I will attend the Shanghai Technology Recruitment Fair hosted by our school," he said, preparing to rise and retrieve his resume. At that moment, the recruiter interjected, "There is no need to rush off. In truth, participating in recruitment anywhere is relatively similar. Our company sincerely respects and values true talent. I have reviewed your resume, and your major in integrated circuit design and integrated systems aligns perfectly with our needs. Therefore, I believe you should definitely consider joining our company. What do you think?" With a smile, she extended the invitation, recognizing that the individual before her was indeed a remarkable talent. According to his resume, his name was Wang Bo, and he was ranked first in his major courses. He had successfully secured scholarships every year, and such talent was not to be overlooked. "Really? Thank you, sister," Wang Bo exclaimed, filled with excitement. Ever since Shanghai Technology launched the Mango car, he had been following the company with great interest. He was well aware of the technological prowess behind the Mango car and was captivated by it. Particularly, upon hearing that Shanghai Technology was recruiting, he eagerly made his way to Jiangxing University, even turning down several job offers from larger corporations. To him, only by joining a top-tier technological company like Shanghai Technology could he learn and gain more exposure. "Sister, your words are so sweet. We are of the same kin. You may simply call me Sister Wang," she replied with a light laugh, while presenting the salary terms to Wang Bo. He accepted the document and examined it closely. While she elaborated, "The base salary we offer you is 1 million RMB annually. Every researcher who joins our company receives this salary, regardless of their level of excellence." With a hint of intrigue, she continued, "Let me share a little secret with you. The primary source of income for our researchers comes from bonuses, something you will understand once you join the company." Sister Wang left Wang Bo in eager anticipation, withholding some details to pique his interest further. Wang Bo cast a deep glance at Sister Wang and nodded vigorously. Their conversation was overheard by Zhao Hang and Li Bing, who exchanged meaningful glances, silently communicating. Upon hearing Sister Wang's words, Li Bing became even more convinced that Zhao Hang's earlier statement held truth. However, upon reflection, she realized that it had little bearing on her, as she was not involved in the semiconductor research field. On the other hand, Zhao Hang felt a surge of excitement within him. contemplating that abandoning his previous position at Huawei was indeed the wisest decision. Wang Bo was present to sign a tripartite agreement, while Sister Wang observed quietly, contemplating the bonus that would soon be in her grasp. Why was she unperturbed by the possibility of Wang Bo's resume being fabricated? Because they would subsequently investigate the credentials of the recruited researchers, and should any deceit be uncovered, Wang Bo would be in violation of the tripartite agreement. According to the stipulations therein, the company had the right to sever ties with Wang Bo immediately. Before long, Wang Bo completed his signing, and it was Zhao Hang and Li Bing's turn. Zhao Hang, being first in line, took his seat in front of the two recruiters. He noted that Sister Wang was quite talkative and seemed to be the primary person in charge of hiring, while the young man beside her remained silent, assisting by handing over documents. "Hello, Sister Wang. My name is Zhao Hang," he said, presenting his resume as he began his self-introduction. As Sister Wang perused his resume, her interest piqued. What fortuitous luck she had today. She had encountered yet another talented individual. While listening to Zhao Hang's introduction, she nodded appreciatively. Once he concluded, Sister Wang praised, "My dear student, you are genuinely exceptional, surpassing the previous candidate. You have even received accolades in your field during your academic tenure. You are precisely the talent our company seeks. Would you consider joining us?" Sister Wang refrained from elaborating further, primarily because the resume indicated that he had previously declined offers from Huawei 3 times. Such an achievement was significant. Someone coveted by Huawei would undoubtedly possess remarkable qualities. "I would be delighted," Zhao Hang replied, elated by the simplicity of the process. Subsequently, Sister Wang briefed him on the salary conditions. Li Bing, observing from behind, couldn't help but feel envious. If only she had chosen a different academic path and performed better in her examinations, she mused, she would not be left with mere admiration. Chapter 84. Complimentary accommodation for couples. Sister Wang, will I also receive a mango car upon my employment? Zhao Hang inquired, astonished. Besides the annual salary of 1 million yuan, the prospect of receiving a mango car upon joining was unexpected. Indeed, this is a unique benefit for researchers. Upon employment, you will receive a mango 3, she affirmed. It was only when Zhao Hang truly beheld the level of benefits before him that he comprehended why so many individuals endeavored to join Star Sea Technology. He also grasped why Sister Wang had previously remarked that Star Sea Technology held the greatest respect for talent. Beyond this, Star Sea Technology offered accommodation subsidies, a privilege extended to all employees. Suddenly, Zhao Hang's attention was drawn to a particularly unique benefit. If a newly hired research and development personnel had a girlfriend who was willing to join Star Sea Technology, the company would directly recruit her. Initially, Zhao Hang was perplexed, but upon further contemplation, the rationale became clear. Even though Star Sea Technology placed great emphasis on talent, it still required researchers to invest considerable time in R&D. This could easily lead to complications in their relationships. Thus, Star Sea Technology devised this solution, alleviating the concerns of their researchers and allowing them to devote greater energy to their laboratories. However, this was of little relevance to him, as he currently had no girlfriend. Soon, Zhao Hang affixed his signature to the tripartite agreement. Having completed this task, he stood aside, awaiting Li Bing. Sister Wang glanced up, mistakenly believing that Zhao Hang enjoyed watching others participate in the recruitment process. At that moment, Li Bing felt a twinge of anxiety, having noticed that Wang Bo and Zhao Hang had occupied their seats for an extended period. Yet, she recalled that those ahead of them had moved swiftly, otherwise she and Zhao Hang would not have arrived at the front so quickly. Li Bing handed her resume to Sister Wang, preparing to sit down, but before she could, Sister Wang called out to her, "Excuse me, we are only recruiting university students related to chip technology today. Please leave your resume here, and we will review it later." At that moment, Li Bing bent slightly, her movements somewhat awkward. Observing Sister Wang's earnest expression and the thick pile of resumes on the table, she understood why the previous queue had moved so quickly. Li Bing sighed inwardly. Waiting was her least favorite activity. The uncertainty was unbearable. She was unsure if she would ultimately be accepted by Star Sea Technology. In any case, she felt her prospects were bleak, considering her major was scarcely aligned with the company's requirements. Zhao Hang had also overheard Sister Wang's words, yet felt powerless to assist. With heavy footsteps, Li Bing approached Zhao Hang. He was a quintessential engineer, not one to offer comfort to others. Upon reaching Zhao Hang's side, Li Bing turned with him to leave. Sister Wang cast a glance at Zhao Hang, as if recalling something, and called out, "Zhao Hang, are you two together?" Hearing Sister Wang's call, Zhao Hang paused, turned, and responded, "Indeed, we came together for the interview." Seeing Zhao Hang stop, Li Bing also halted. "Come back quickly. Did you not clearly see the salary and benefits offered earlier? Since she is your girlfriend, Shanghai Technology will conveniently assist her with her employment matters." Upon hearing this, all present cast envious glances at Li Bing, especially the girls in line. They thought to themselves how wonderful it would be to have such an exceptional boyfriend. If only my boyfriend were equally admirable. Zhao Hang stood frozen in place, realizing that Wang Jie had regarded Li Bing as his girlfriend. Li Bing, too, found herself momentarily dazed, having been lost in her thoughts and not paying attention. Zhao Hang turned to glance at her, noticing a look of confusion in her eyes. He quietly explained that an employee entering the research department of Shanghai Technology could have their girlfriend join them in the company as well. At that moment, Li Bing comprehended the situation. Wang Jie had mistakenly assumed she was Zhao Hang's girlfriend. A part of her genuinely wished to be Zhao Hang's girlfriend. Yet she knew that deceiving others was not right. Just as she prepared to clarify, Zhao Hang softly inquired, "Don't you want to join Shanghai Technology? If you pretend to be my girlfriend, would you like to give it a try?" Seeing the earnestness and sincerity in Zhao Hang's expression, Li Bing hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Really? That seems rather awkward," she murmured, slightly bashful. Zhao Hang, however, responded with the straightforwardness of an ironclad male. "If you don't want to, that's fine. Wang Jie and the others are waiting." "Wait, I'm willing," Li Bing exclaimed as she noticed numerous eyes upon them, her heart racing. Internally, she couldn't help but criticize Zhao Hang for being such a blunt man. Couldn't he allow her a moment of coyness? Zhao Hang chuckled, shaking his head, and took her hand as they walked together. Li Bing, caught off guard by his grasp, initially contemplated pulling away but swiftly realized they were merely pretending to be a couple. Thus she allowed Zhao Hang to lead her. Wang Jie, witnessing Zhao Hang and Li Bing holding hands, felt reassured. "What's the matter? Still feeling shy? Don't be. This is a benefit provided by Shanghai Technology for its research personnel. I entered the company in a similar manner," she explained, assuming Li Bing, being young, might feel bashful. "Wang Jie, is your boyfriend a research personnel at Shanghai Technology?" Li Bing asked in surprise, calling out to Wang Jie as well. "Indeed. But he is not my boyfriend now. We got married recently," Wang Jie replied. "We can discuss these matters later. We will see each other almost daily at the company. Let us focus on the task at hand." As she spoke, Wang Jie retrieved Li Bing's resume and placed it alongside Zhao Hang's, fastening them together with a stapler and labeling them appropriately. Thus, Li Bing transformed from an uncertain university graduate into an employee of Shanghai Technology in the blink of an eye. "This is a benefit for you. You may take a look," Wang Jie said, handing Li Bing a card detailing the special benefits for individuals like her. Curiously, Li Bing accepted it, eager to discover how it differed from the benefits of regular employees. Zhao Hang stood beside Li Bing, equally intrigued. Firstly, the salary, a monthly wage of 250,000, exceeding the initial pay by 10,000. Over the course of a year, this amounts to a total base salary of 3 million, not accounting for additional bonuses. Merely contemplating this figure left Li Bing nearly salivating. The second benefit entails the opportunity to work for extended periods at the headquarters of Shanghai Technology. As the Research and Development Center is located there, this regulation was instituted to mitigate prolonged separations between partners. The third benefit pertains to housing. Shanghai Technology offers complimentary employee dormitories suitable for 2 residents. The fourth privilege allows Li Bing and her colleagues to select their positions, choosing roles that align with their preferences and skills. The fifth benefit encompasses marriage and childbirth incentives. Upon marrying, a bonus is awarded, and additional rewards are granted for each child born, with the amount increasing for multiple births. Li Bing stood there in astonishment, contemplating the extraordinary nature of these benefits. Furthermore, the standard provisions such as the 7 insurances and 2 funds are merely the bare minimum. Zhao Hang, having assessed the situation, remarked nonchalantly that while these benefits are acceptable, they pale in comparison to his own. In response, Li Bing turned her face away from Zhao Hang, scrunching her nose and making a playful grimace. Nearby, Sister Wang shook her head helplessly, reflecting on the amusing dynamic between the couple. Chapter 85. Upon entering Jiangshan University for the weekend, do pay attention to the subsequent details. If you remain unmarried for an extended period, The corresponding benefits will not only vanish, but you may also risk termination from the company. Just as the two were engaged in playful banter, Sister Wang doused them with a dose of cold reality. It was then that Li Bing noticed additional stipulations. The regulations outlined the latest permissible date for marriage, indicating that exceeding this timeline would result in the loss of benefits and significant deductions from bonuses. Initially, she found this unreasonable, perceiving it as discrimination. Why should marriage necessitate childbirth? However, upon reflection, Li Bing recognized that these rules were likely instituted to prevent individuals like herself from exploiting loopholes. Moreover, prior to joining the company, Shanghai Technology had already encouraged them to make choices. In truth, Shanghai Technology's intent, or rather the purpose of the weekend, was to subsidize these researchers. After all, once the technical data was transmitted into their minds, their loyalty to the weekend would be unwavering, even if they initially found the adjustment challenging. Subsequently, she discovered that these researchers were not unlike ordinary individuals. Given the confidentiality surrounding many aspects of Shanghai Technology, direct access to their information was a concern. Thus, the stipulation was maintained. Gazing at the benefits laid before her, Li Bing felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Yet she hesitated to voice her concerns. Having submitted her documents, she pondered whether revealing the truth would adversely affect Zhao Hang's future career. It appeared that the only course of action was to proceed cautiously and, upon employment, find a pretext to resign at her convenience. Young people, does it truly matter whom you marry? As someone who has traversed this path, I can assure you that finding someone who loves you is far more crucial than merely loving them. Sister Wang seemed to perceive Li Bing's melancholic demeanor and approached her, gently taking her hand to offer comfort. Moreover, married life is not without its merits. My husband spends most of his time in the laboratory, leaving us little opportunity to quarrel. You will come to understand this at the workplace. Your interactions may be limited to sharing the same bed at night, with little else to connect you during the day. Li Bing felt a tinge of embarrassment at Sister Wang's words, her cheeks flushing. Zhao Hang, standing nearby, turned his head curiously, uttering not a single word, uncertain if he had overheard Sister Wang's conversation with Li Bing. Subsequently, Li Bing and Sister Wang exchanged WeChat contacts before departing with Zhao Hang. Meanwhile, Sister Wang continued her recruitment efforts, as there remained a multitude of individuals waiting in line. Observing Li Bing leave with Zhao Hang, those present felt a mix of envy and helplessness. As they exited the job fair, Zhao Hang glanced at the time on his phone, noting it was nearly noon. He turned to Li Bing and inquired, "I'm heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Would you care to join me?" Li Bing, hearing his suggestion, offered a resigned smile. "Must you not choose a more appropriate venue to invite a girl for a meal?" She thought, yet replied, "All right, I'll treat you. You've been such a tremendous help. Consider this my way of expressing gratitude. Once I start earning my salary at Shanghai Technology, I'll treat you to something delicious." Li Bing's family circumstances were modest, and she wasn't carrying much money. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager to join Shanghai Technology. The primary reason for her enthusiasm was the competitive salary offered. Zhao Hang contemplated for a moment and, finding no issue, readily agreed. "Fine. During lunch, I'll share with you what I know about Shanghai Technology." After deciding where to dine, Zhao Hang promptly retrieved the electric scooter parked nearby. Li Bing naturally took her place on the back seat, gripping Zhao Hang's shirt. With a swift whoosh, Zhao Hang accelerated the scooter, propelling them away in an instant. Concurrently, Shanghai Technology, while hosting the job fair, also made its presence known at the entrance of Jiangxing University over the weekend. The primary motive for this visit was to refrain from playing dead as he had previously. Not long ago, the university's administration had commissioned Sun Wan to inquire about his intentions, wanting to ascertain whether he planned to continue his studies. During that occasion, he had instructed Sun Wan to unequivocally convey to the administration that he had no intention of returning to school. Furthermore, his daily commitments left him with little time for academic pursuits. The administration, understanding his situation, refrained from pressing further. They expressed hope that he might find the time to revisit Jiangxing University, his alma mater. Initially, he had merely brushed it off, promising, "I will certainly do so next time." During the weekend, Zhou Mo felt a twinge of guilt regarding the university, primarily because his knowledge had been rather limited in the past. This time, Shanghai Technology was set to conduct recruitment at Jiangxing University, which readily agreed to assist them. Subsequently, they helped Shanghai Technology prepare everything, leaving only the arrival of recruiters for the event to commence. At this point, Zhou Mo realized that he could no longer postpone a visit to Jiangxing University. Seizing the opportunity presented by the recruitment event, he decided to join as well. After making prior arrangements, Zhou Mo drove his Mango 7 into the gates of Jiangxing University. The Mango 7 was quite the sensation, capturing the attention of numerous university students who were abreast of current trends. As soon as Zhou Mo's vehicle appeared, they immediately recognized it. Its sleek, stylish design and smooth lines prompted many students to whip out their phones and take pictures. Ignoring them, Zhou Mo soon reached the agreed-upon location, the School of Electronic Information. Zhou Mo had initially studied electronic information, a major personally chosen for him by his father. Upon arrival, he spotted the university leaders, the dean, and several professors waiting at the entrance. After parking the car, he stepped out. The school leaders and the dean approached him. "Hello, Dean Su," Zhou Mo greeted. Recognizing only Dean Su among them, who had introduced himself during Zhou Mo's initial enrollment. "It's been a long time, Zhou Mo," Dean Su replied with a warm smile. He then introduced the middle-aged man beside him. "This is our university president, Mr. Do." Zhou Mo noticed President Do from a distance, but was unfamiliar with the specifics of his position. "Greetings, President Do," Zhou Mo said, extending his hand for a handshake. During their brief contact, he observed the president's refined demeanor. With a gentle smile, President Do appeared to be in his 50s, yet maintained a fit physique without signs of aging. "Zhou Mo, you should have given us a heads up about your early arrival," President Do chided, although his smile betrayed his good-natured disposition. "Indeed, I take full responsibility. Our company is in the midst of recruitment, which prompted my visit to my alma mater," Zhou Mo explained with a smile, acknowledging that his visit had indeed been rather spontaneous. He had only communicated with Dean Su prior to setting off from the company. Upon hearing Zhou Mo refer to alma mater, both President Do and Dean Su felt a surge of joy. Given Zhou Mo's current stature in the industry, being an alumnus of Jiangxing University was a significant honor. More importantly, his presence signified recognition of Jiangxing University, which would undoubtedly benefit the institution in terms of promotion, resources, and more. After exchanging pleasantries and introductions with other attendees, Zhou Mo followed President Do and the others into the main building of the college. Chapter 86. Negotiation and Communication. The group found a conference room, seated themselves, and commenced discussions. After a brief exchange, Zhou understood the needs of Principal Do and Dean Su over the weekend. The first matter at hand was their desire for Zhou to agree to deliver a lecture at Jiangxing University. This request was readily accepted by Zhou, as it was the simplest of tasks. The second issue involved Jiangxing University's aspiration to collaborate with Shanghai Technology in the realms of production, academia, and research. Presently, Shanghai Technology stands as a global leader in the fields of renewable energy and autonomous driving, making their interest in partnership entirely reasonable. If a typical company were to receive an invitation from such a prestigious 985 institution, it would undoubtedly respond affirmatively. However, Shanghai Technology is no ordinary enterprise. Zhou's various technical resources are sourced from the system itself, rendering collaboration with the university unnecessary. In fact, even an individual with no prior exposure to the relevant field could swiftly become an expert through the transmission of information. Should Shanghai Technology decide to recruit at Jiangxing University, their primary concern would be the potential scrutiny from rival companies. If they were to eschew hiring the most elite talents while consistently developing cutting-edge technology, it could raise suspicions over time. Naturally, individuals with relevant professional backgrounds would adapt more rapidly upon receiving the corresponding data, which cannot be dismissed. Thus, when Principal Do posed this question, Zhou responded directly, "Principal Do, we cannot accommodate this request, as our company has many confidential matters that cannot be disclosed." Upon hearing this, Principal Do and Dean Su exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Given Shanghai Technology's technical prowess, a collaboration with their institution would yield profound benefits. Nevertheless, Zhou offered to have their experts compile relevant textbooks, ensuring that these materials would incorporate the latest and most avant-garde research findings. Taking a step back, Zhou considered that outright rejection would be unkind, as future interactions would likely occur. The researchers at their company are all leading figures in the industry, and compiling textbooks would be a simple task for them. This sudden turn of events brought a sense of regained hope to Principal Do and Dean Su. "Zhou, we are truly grateful. The primary responsibility lies with us, as we did not fully consider the practical circumstances when we initially made this request, Principal Doe explained sincerely. Acknowledging the efforts of Shanghai Technology, Zhou had not spent much time studying at Jiangxing University and had not received significant favors, so it would be unjust to impose moral obligations upon him. Indeed, Zhou, we are already very pleased with your willingness to take this step, Dean Su concurred. The university's textbooks have been considerably outdated, with much of the knowledge contained within being several years, if not decades, old. However, this is a challenging reality, as university leaders have limited capacity to instigate change. If there is a genuine need to rewrite the textbooks, it entails not only the expenditure of human resources, material assets, and financial capital, but also requires support from various sectors. University materials are not only abundant and diverse, but also the process involved is rather intricate. By the time they have traversed the entire procedure and produced the textbooks, it is likely that they will have become outdated. With the assistance of Shanghai Technology this time, it suffices to compile only a portion of the specialized textbooks as supplementary materials, enabling students to grasp the latest and most avant-garde technologies. They are confident that Shanghai Technology is capable of achieving this. Currently, in the fields of renewable energy and autonomous driving, if Shanghai Technology claims the second position, few would dare assert they hold the first. Subsequently, Weekend convened with Principal Doe and others to discuss the specific details of these matters. The arrival of Weekend was rather unexpected, and the school had not prepared for it, thus necessitating a postponement of the speech. After deliberation, it was decided that the speech would take place on the following Monday. Today is Wednesday, providing both Weekend and the school a few days for preparatory work. As for the matter of Shanghai Technology compiling textbooks, Jiangxing University could do little, ultimately leaving it all to Weekend. Weekend readily acquiesced, as it merely required him to instruct the company's research and development personnel to find some spare time to carry out the task. Once the arrangements were made, Weekend rose and exited the conference room. Principal Doe, Dean Su, you need not see me off. I came by car. Just as Weekend stepped out of the conference room, Principal Doe and the others followed suit. It's no trouble, just a few steps. Principal Doe remained as enthusiastic and vibrant as at the beginning. Ultimately, under Principal Doe's warm hospitality, Weekend was escorted to his vehicle. Principal Doe waved goodbye to Weekend as he drove away. Once Weekend's car had vanished from sight, Principal Doe motioned for the others to disperse. When only he and Dean Su remained, Principal Doe remarked, Dean Su, since you are acquainted with Weekend and have interacted with him before, it would be beneficial to engage with him more in the future. Principal, while that may be true, we are not particularly familiar with each other. As you observed just now, Weekend has consistently maintained a clear separation from the school, Dean Su responded, a look of unease crossing his face. Principal Doe shook his head. Having encountered many individuals, he considered himself somewhat of a connoisseur of human nature. However, Weekend remained an enigma. He sensed a veil of fog surrounding him, obscuring his thoughts. Yet, one thing was certain. It was evident that Weekend was merely averse to complications. Assisting him in resolving certain matters would gradually foster familiarity. After all, young people thrive on interaction. Moreover, he understood well that this generation, like Weekend's, possesses foresight. Yet their hearts are filled with the virtues of truth, kindness, and beauty, qualities often lacking in children of both the past and the future. Such individuals, if they hail from ordinary families, may find it challenging to assimilate into society upon entering it. The admonition was not sufficiently emphatic. Dean Su seemed uncertain if he grasped it, merely nodding slightly. During the weekend, he drove not directly away but instead to Sun Wan's dormitory. In the past, while studying at Jiangxing University, Sun Wan frequently visited his dorm. Subsequently, he had learned the location of her dormitory, though he had never been there. Despite this being his inaugural visit, the surroundings felt oddly familiar. The roads of Jiangxing University were spacious, and since it was class time, there were not many people about. Soon, he parked beneath Sun Wan's dormitory. Taking out his phone, he called her, saying, "Sister Wan, I have arrived. You may come down." It was Wednesday, a day when Sun Wan was scheduled for classes. However, upon learning of his visit to Jiangxing University, she had requested leave from her instructor, who, aware of their relationship, readily acquiesced. Before long, Sun Wan and her roommate descended the stairs. Chapter 87. A second visit to Jiangxing University after enjoying a meal together. Zhou Mu accompanied Sun Wan and her friends on a leisurely stroll through the mall before returning them to their dormitory. Following this, he drove back home. The next day, upon returning to the office, he recounted his visit to Jiangxing University to Sun Jian and the others. Mr. Zhou, this matter is quite manageable. I will arrange for the research team to handle it shortly. Lu Su responded without hesitation, finding it rather straightforward for their department. Very well, proceed with the arrangements. Additionally, I intend to make a donation to Jiangxing University under the name of Xinghai Technology. What amount do you deem appropriate? Upon hearing this, Sun Jian and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing their silence, Zhou Mu chuckled and added, I do not hold a strong sentimental attachment to Jiangxing University. What do you think is a suitable donation? Aware that they were uncertain about how to express their opinions, he further clarified, Mr. Zhou, I believe 10 million should suffice. I recall that last year, Mao Jinhua from Zhongchengsen donated 10 million to Jiangxing University. Sun Jian was the first to respond, providing a relevant example. Lu Su and Gao Yi concurred, agreeing that 10 million was indeed appropriate, raising no objections. Zhou Mu nodded, finding the figure satisfactory. He had heard of Mao Jinhua, who seemed to be a dean at Jiangxing University. Thus, a 10 million donation from such an individual seemed reasonable. While he had no particular interest in wealth, he also did not wish to be overly generous, throwing billions into the institution. His connection to Jiangxing University was limited to less than 2 years of study, and he had yet to receive significant support from the university. As for Jiangxing University's hope for greater backing from Xinghai Technology, that would depend on their future conduct. Certainly. Let us proceed with a refined translation of your text. Very well. Then, let us contribute 10 million. Uncle Sun, please arrange for someone from the finance department to contact Jiangxing University shortly. Subsequently, I shall begin preparing the speech intended for next Wednesday. He pondered deeply about the subject matter he should address. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, the weekend had arrived, the day designated for his address at Jiangxing University. At this moment, many students at the university had received the news and were engaged in discussions. In a graduate dormitory, 3 young men were conversing. Have you heard? Zhou Mo from Xinghai Technology will be delivering a speech at our university this afternoon. I heard about it earlier. I have already registered in advance. Moreover, I learned that attending the speech would earn several credits, and since I lack sufficient credits, I signed up right away. Is that true? Attending the speech can actually earn credits? They are all gone now. They have been snatched up. Hey, Lu Fei, why are you silent? I recall you were from the School of Electronic Information, weren't you? You should know Zhou Mo. Right. The young man named Lu Fei was currently browsing through study materials on his computer. I do know him. We used to share a dormitory. Really? Then tell me about Zhou Mo, so I can boast about it. The boy had initially spoken casually, but upon realizing that Lu Fei truly knew Zhou Mo, he became keenly interested. Pulling a chair from the side to sit down and fixate on Lu Fei, evidently eager for him to continue. Another boy also approached Lu Fei, standing by, ready to hear some gossip. There's nothing much to say. It's just the normal daily life, really. I've forgotten many things now. Lu Fei turned his head to glance at them, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Is that really possible to forget? Didn't you have any interesting experiences? Do you still keep in touch after graduation? The boys were clearly skeptical, bombarding him with questions. Lu Fei offered a wry smile and explained, I left school before I graduated and never returned. Besides, I seldom stayed in the dormitory. As I am originally from Jiangxing, Lu Fei spoke the truth, and his expression bore no signs of deception. Thus, his 2 roommates were convinced to a significant extent. Ah, forget it. I was hoping you could introduce us, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. It's unfortunate. You have such a good connection, yet never kept in touch. It was unclear whether they genuinely sympathized with Lu Fei or were merely teasing him. After their remarks, both returned to their respective computers, where they still had data to process. It was best to focus on their experimental project first. Seeing them leave, Lu Fei sighed. He paused momentarily, reminiscing about the events that had transpired in the dormitory. Then, with a smile, he shook his head and resumed his studies. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo, in accordance with their arrangement, drove to Jiangxing University, accompanied by Sun Jian and others. A few individuals each drove a Mango 7, forming a small convoy that could easily lead onlookers to assume they were ostentatiously showcasing their vehicles. However, they were indifferent to such perceptions during the weekend. As their cars came to a halt at the school entrance, they instantly captivated the attention of the gathered crowd. Who was this affluent person buying so many Mango 7s? To acquire such a substantial number and receive them so promptly must surely indicate a high-priced transaction from someone else. The wealthy are truly enviable. Why am I not among them? Excitedly, spectators began capturing photographs, recognizing the rarity of witnessing so many Mango 7s together. Subsequently, the weekend came to a close. The engines silenced, and the doors flung open as they descended from their vehicles. Weekend, wearing glasses, initially went unnoticed by many. After Weekend exited, Sun Jian and others followed suit. Unlike his previous unexpected arrival, Weekend had spotted Principal Do from afar while still in the car. The school leaders had arrived early to await their guest. This gesture left Weekend somewhat flabbergasted during his last visit. Principal Do and Dean Su had greeted him at the academy's entrance, causing him a sense of bashfulness. Principal Do held a vice-ministerial rank, while Weekend, despite being the owner of a company, was merely a businessman. Thus, their considerate treatment of him was both surprising and gratifying. Principal Do, why have you come to the school entrance? I could have gone directly to the lecture hall, Weekend expressed, offering a rare moment of courtesy. Not at all. Your presence here brings me joy. Allow me to introduce you to my colleagues, Principal Do replied, proceeding to introduce the leaders beside him. Once Principal Do finished, Weekend reciprocated by introducing Sun Jian to them, establishing mutual recognition. At that moment, students nearby, who had been photographing, noticed the warm exchange between Weekend and Principal Do. They quickly realized it was indeed Weekend who had arrived. Having heard of his impending lecture at the school, they were astonished to encounter him in person. Now, they comprehended who possessed the means to procure such an impressive fleet of Mango 7s. Chapter 88. University Lecture. Words of astonishment after a brief exchange of pleasantries with Principal Do and the others, they collectively entered the school grounds. Weekend. We are grateful for your generous donation to Jiangxing University, Principal Do remarked as they walked side by side. Sun Jian and the other leaders accompanied them. Principal Do, please do not overstate it. A mere 10 million is hardly noteworthy. 10 million is no trivial sum. Since our establishment, it has indeed been a significant contribution. Principal Do responded earnestly. This left Zhou Mo somewhat perplexed. He recalled previously seeing others online donating substantial sums to schools, often treating money as if it were inconsequential, tossing in hundreds of millions, even billions. Was it not so? Subsequently, during a conversation with Principal Do, he learned that a donation of 10 million is indeed considered a significant contribution. As for a one-time donation of 100 million or even several hundred million, such instances are exceedingly rare. To date, Jiangxing University has received fewer than 10 donations exceeding 100 million, and many of these were joint contributions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo came to understand that donations to universities in China differ from those abroad. In China, once a donation is made, it feels as if it no longer bears any relation to the donor. Conversely, in foreign countries, contributions to universities often enable the donor's children to attend those very institutions. If one possesses wealth, admission to the finest universities is attainable. During Zhou Mo's discussion with Principal Do, Sun Jian and several others accompanied them. Mr. Sun, is Sun One your daughter? Dean Su inquired. Sun Jian nodded, expressing concern. Indeed, is she causing any trouble at school again? Dean Su quickly waved his hand, clarifying no. No, Sun Wan is quite outstanding at school. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been recommended for admission. Upon learning of her relationship with Zhou Mo, we once entrusted her to help us get in touch with him. Sun Jian chuckled. So that was the matter at hand. It's nothing serious. Zhou Mo has already informed me. Dean Su laughed heartily. That's good to hear. We were worried Mr. Sun might misunderstand. Lu Su and Gao Yi were also present. But Lu Su, being a researcher, was not particularly articulate and remained silent throughout the walk. As for Gao Yi, he was busy filming with a camera, intent on documenting Zhou Mo's activities today and promptly uploading the footage online following the speech. Before long, Zhou Mo accompanied Principal Do to the lecture hall. With a few minutes to spare, Principal Do suggested, you may take this time to prepare. Upon entering the preparation area, Zhou Mo glanced at the time and remarked with self-deprecation, I've been here several times before as a student, but this is my first time as a speaker. Haha. You must get accustomed to it. What entrepreneurs like you often lack is the ability to speak publicly. I remember old Ma from Ollie. He is quite the orator. Principal Do mused with a smile. Zhou Mo nodded, acknowledging old Ma's prowess in public speaking. It was still 2018, and old Ma had yet to deliver a speech at the Bund in Shanghai. he was still affectionately referred to as Dad by many online. Zhou pondered. Perhaps it would take him 20 years before he, too, would be addressed in such a manner. Before long, Zhou's speech was about to commence. Principal Dou and the university leaders took their seats alongside Sun Jian and the others, ready to appreciate Zhou's presentation. At that moment, the host at the podium began to speak. It is a pleasure to gather here today, and we are particularly honored to have the chairman of Shanghai Technology, an esteemed alumnus of our institution, joining us. I believe everyone is already aware of his identity. The host built anticipation before exclaiming, "Let us extend the warmest applause to welcome Zhou." As the host's words faded, the venue erupted with resounding applause. Zhou, hearing the host's announcement and the enthusiastic clapping from behind the stage, gracefully ascended the steps, emerging before the audience. The moment Zhou stepped onto the stage, an unexpected silence enveloped the room, with every gaze fixed upon him. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Not long ago, he was seated among the students, merely an observer. Now, he stood before them, equipped with the privilege to share his thoughts. Approaching the podium, Zhou noticed the host step back to grant him space. Acknowledging the gesture, he cleared his throat, positioned his right hand on the microphone, and addressed the audience. "Greetings, I am Zhou from Shanghai Technology. It is a delight to engage with you all today." From this vantage point, Zhou surveyed the entire hall, a view he had never truly appreciated from below. Standing on stage, he felt an exhilarating difference. The experience was nothing short of exhilarating. He suddenly noticed an overwhelming number of students in attendance, many forced to stand in the aisles or on the open floor due to a lack of seating. A swell of pride surged within him. As Zhou concluded his initial remarks, the audience responded with another round of enthusiastic applause. Once the clapping subsided, he commenced his speech. "When the host introduced me just now, I felt a bit bashful," he confessed, observing the puzzled expressions of the students who were uncertain of his meaning. Glancing towards the host for clarification, the host, equally bemused, recalled how he had described Zhou as an outstanding alumnus of Jiangxing University, prompting Zhou to humorously respond. "When he said that, I nearly fled the scene. I believe everyone knows that I only attended university for 2.5 years and did not even receive a diploma from Jiangxing University." He spread his arms in jest, eliciting a hearty laughter from the audience. Zhou's humorous opening instantly bridged the gap between him and the students, even drawing a resigned smile from Principal Dou. Traditionally, a diploma from Jiangxing University represented honor for the students. However, for Zhou, his lack of a diploma became a poignant reminder of what could have been. Following this, Zhou proceeded with his formal address, focusing on the future trends and directions of technological advancement. He elaborated on various promising sectors, including renewable energy, short videos, artificial intelligence, and autonomous driving, among others, that hold great potential in the coming years. The aspirations of Shanghai Technology and its technical prowess were also highlighted, much to the delight of the students and faculty present. Among the audience, Sun Wan was attentively watching the weekend's speech, though she had yet to catch a glimpse of him amidst the throngs of attendees. "Your beloved truly is handsome and remarkably talented. What's more, he possesses a generous spirit," remarked a girl seated beside Sun Wan, fiddling with a bracelet in her hand. She was Sun Wan's roommate, who had been treated to dinner by the weekend host on a previous occasion. Following their meal, he had taken them shopping and gifted Sun Wan a Patek Philippe watch valued at over 400,000. Sun Wan graciously accepted the present. During the time when the weekend host's father was still alive, he had bestowed numerous gifts upon her, including a Tiffany bracelet worth 120,000, which now adorned the wrist of her roommate. "Xiaoxi, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface of our connection. Besides, I'm still unsure of his feelings," Sun Wan replied, somewhat shyly. Xiaoxi encouraged her. "What is there to feel shy about? You are quite familiar with him. Just express your feelings directly. I sense he harbors affection for you as well." Despite her initial hesitation, Sun Wan resolved to be bolder next time. Chapter 89. Serving the currency. Time flew swiftly, and the weekend's speech was nearing its conclusion. Just as it was about to wrap up, the weekend host suddenly inquired, "Do you all remember when I first mentioned wanting to flee? Do you know how I intend to do so?" Most students shook their heads, when suddenly, a loud voice from the audience called out, "By driving the Mango 7. Upon hearing this, the weekend host looked up to see a boy hastily covering his mouth. With a smile, he responded, "I appreciate this student's cooperation. Indeed, I plan to escape in our latest model, the Mango 7. Equipped with a remarkable 1,100 range and level 4 intelligent driving capabilities. Laughter erupted once more in the auditorium, as the weekend host had cleverly slipped in a promotional nod. Well then, this concludes my speech, he said, stepping back a pace and bowing to the audience. At that moment, the host emerged from the side of the stage, microphone in hand, and announced, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for that splendid presentation. I am certain many of you have questions. Let us now commence the QA session." The weekend host nodded, aware that this was a prearranged segment, eager to see what inquiries the students had. Below the stage, numerous hands shot up, indicating a wealth of questions. The staff held the microphone ready, poised to deliver it to the eager students. Faced with such a multitude of raised hands, the weekend host found himself momentarily at a loss as to whom to select. There was no alternative. He casually selected a fellow student. "Please hand the microphone to the gentleman in the black jacket and glasses in the front." "Me?" The young man, somewhat incredulous, widened his eyes and pointed to himself. "Indeed. It is you," Weekend confirmed with certainty. A staff member approached and presented the microphone to him. The other students who had raised their hands could only reluctantly lower them, casting envious glances at the fortunate young man. "Mr. Zhou, I am aware of the technological prowess of Shanghai technology. I would like to inquire how one might achieve success akin to yours. Do you have any straightforward methods or advice for those of us aspiring to start our own ventures?" The directness of the first student's question took Weekend by surprise. Traditionally, such inquiries were often approached with caution, indicating a shift in societal norms. Yet, Weekend's own success was a product of systematic effort. How could he impart wisdom on achieving success? "Firstly, I believe you need not emulate me, for each individual's definition of success is distinct, and my achievements are not replicable. However, I can offer you a few pieces of advice. The first is to choose the right direction, akin to the industries I mentioned in my earlier speech. If you wish to venture into entrepreneurship, consider participating in or contributing to the supply chain of those sectors. Secondly, you must endure solitude and persist. For if the journey proves too arduous, it may be wiser to seek employment sooner rather than later." Weekend spoke earnestly, and the young man appeared contemplative. Curiously, the young man inquired, "Does this mean we cannot enter the true technology industry as entrepreneurs?" University students, particularly those from a prestigious institution like Jiangxing University, often harbor lofty aspirations. It was 2018, a time when the societal atmosphere was more favorable, unlike the turbulence that would follow. Weekend patiently clarified, "Of course, this is merely a suggestion rooted in the concept of sunk costs. I believe it is essential to first address the fundamental question of existence before pursuing excellence. For instance, in entrepreneurship, one might start with simpler endeavors and, once profits are realized, gradually transition into high-tech industries. Taking incremental steps with grounded perseverance is advisable." The young man appeared thoughtful. "Thank you for your response, Mr. Zhou. I will reflect on it carefully." With that, he returned to his seat. To ensure fairness, Weekend chose a charming young woman this time. "Mr. Zhou, I would like to ask on behalf of the female students present, do you have a girlfriend? And what are your criteria for a wife?" As soon as she finished speaking, the room erupted in laughter. This question was one that many online were eager to know, particularly given Weekend's youth. "Ah, you may consider that question rather futile. I currently do not have a girlfriend, and I have not given much thought to my criteria for a wife. The most important aspect is simply that I must be fond of her." Weekend navigated this inquiry with ease, brushing it aside effortlessly. "Mr. Zhou, during your speech, you recommended we enter the short video industry, but after years of study, are we to become mere internet celebrities? Isn't this a disservice to all the books we have read over the years?" Weekend realized that the question he posed was rather pointed, reflecting the sentiments of many recent graduates. He inwardly lamented that the path had narrowed. "I comprehend your apprehensions. However, this is not your fault, but rather a consequence of the educational system we have all been subjected to from a young age." The university students present were taken aback by Weekend's remarks. Principal Doe and others were eager to hear what Weekend had to say next. During their studies, students were often advised to disregard worldly matters and focus solely on the wisdom of the ancients, with some even proclaiming that all professions are inferior except for the pursuit of knowledge. Yet, only upon entering society do they realize that many lessons cannot be gleaned from academia. Thus, this is not a failing of the individuals, but rather a flaw in the education system. I believe that there is nothing disgraceful about becoming an internet celebrity. There is no lowly profession, only base individuals. As long as one remains true to oneself, it matters not what one does. Just as the sanitation worker Shirchong once stated to Comrade Xiaoqi, whether you serve as the president or I as a sanitation worker, we both serve the people. Upon finishing his statement, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Principal Doe and others joined in, recognizing Weekend's profound political awareness. Subsequently, Weekend addressed several more questions. When the final individual inquired about how to earn sufficient money through labor, Weekend responded with a smile. Join our Shanghai Technology Research Department, and I assure you will earn enough. Following the interaction, the host and the principal shared a few closing remarks. They also announced the establishment of the Shanghai Technology Scholarship and the Entrepreneurship Innovation Fund at Jiangxing University. To this end, Shanghai Technology allocated an additional $10 million to support student entrepreneurship, a decision Weekend made spontaneously after the event. Principal Doe and others were delighted. This was indeed an unexpected joy. Soon after, the students reluctantly left the auditorium. Standing on stage, Weekend suddenly spotted his former roommate, who merely glanced at him from a distance. The individual nodded in acknowledgement before departing without further interaction. Weekend chose not to call out, allowing him to leave. Meanwhile, Sun Wan approached Sun Jian. Dad, I thought Weekend's comments were quite insightful. Sun Wan's sudden appearance startled Sun Jian. He had not anticipated her presence, as she was supposed to be in the lab conducting experiments. Has life as a graduate student become so leisurely? What brings you here? Don't you have class today? Sun Wan, feeling a bit sheepish, stuck out her tongue. I took the day off with my roommate. Our advisor is quite accommodating, so he allowed us to come. As she spoke, she pointed to her roommates standing at the foot of the stage. Sun Jian turned to look and indeed saw a girl observing them from below. Xiaoxi, Sun Wan's roommate, waved her hand with a smile, to which Sun Jian responded with a nod and a smile of his own. All right, there is nothing more to discuss. We must return to the office. You should bid farewell to Zhou and the others before heading back to the laboratory, he suggested. Sun Jian remained unaware of why Sun Wan could so casually take leave. It was simply because the school leadership had given her the go-ahead. However, he had no intention of reprimanding his daughter. Her happiness was his utmost priority. That was precisely Sun Wan's intent. Having nearly concluded his discussions with Principal Doe and the others, Sun Jian approached them to engage in conversation. Meanwhile, Sun Wan, having extricated herself from the warm atmosphere surrounding Principal Doe and the others, turned around and spotted Sun Jian. Sister Wan, what brings you here? She inquired. Sun Wan feigned irritation, saying, I was listening to your speech from the audience, and you didn't even notice me until the very end. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhou replied. There were so many people present, I truly didn't see you. Perhaps I can come to the school again next time, and we can go out together? Sun Wan's expression brightened once more, as if her previous annoyance had vanished. It's nothing, I was just joking. You're busy with work, and that should take precedence. I specifically took leave today to hear your speech, and you did quite well. Understanding Sun Wan's character, Zhou recognized that she was not one to hold grudges. I must take my leave now. My roommate is waiting for me. With a wave, Sun Wan descended from the stage and departed with her roommate. Zhou continued his conversation with Principal Doe and the others for a while, before politely declining an invitation to dinner and returning to the office. That day, a video of Zhou's speech at Jiangxing University was uploaded to Dou's show, instantly sparking fervent discussions among netizens. Isn't Zhou a non-graduate from Jiangxing University? Yet he still gets to speak there? I believe I could do the same, they remarked. Many were familiar with Zhou's situation, prompting immediate skepticism from some. However, others quickly came to Zhou's defense. He may not have received his diploma, but he certainly passed the entrance exam for that school, someone interjected, revealing their status as a student at Yibin Vocational and Technical College. Oh, you should be focusing on furthering your studies rather than wasting time here on Dou's show. Another retorted, leaving the first individual speechless. Yet, more points of contention arose in the comments section. Didn't Shanghai Technology recently earn 68.8 billion? And now they only donate 20 million to Jiangxing University? That's rather stingy, someone commented. Another voice chimed in. So, are you planning to donate something to Jiangxing University? To which the initial commenter replied, I have no money. With no money, why are you making such claims? Came the response, leaving that individual devoid of retort. Zhou, these people are truly insufferable, spouting nonsense in the comments. Gao Yi said, gesturing towards the comments section for Zhou to see. It turned out that Gao Yi had been the one responding to those individuals online. He had just posted the video, eager to see the feedback, but was dismayed to find a swarm of detractors buzzing in the comments, which severely dampened his mood. On the weekend, Zhou Wei chuckled at Gao Yi's earnest engagement in a heated exchange with commenters. In the past, he too would find himself embroiled in disputes over the remarks made in the comment section. However, upon witnessing many miscalculate the results of the 0805 event, he realized how absurd it was to argue with strangers behind a screen. Since that moment, he had refrained from any further debates. This is an experience that everyone must undergo. For recent graduates like Gao Yi, brimming with a sense of justice, such fervor is quite common. Therefore, Zhou Wei chose not to intervene excessively, instead opting to sit nearby with a cup of tea. At that moment, Sun Jian entered. "Mr. Zhou, we just received a call from Jiangqing, informing us that the first phase of the mango super factory has been completed and inviting us for an on-site inspection." Upon hearing this news, Zhou Wei sprang to his feet, for it was the most delightful tidings he had heard in quite some time. Since the initial signing, both Jiangsheng and Modu had been diligently preparing, and now, after more than 2 months, he was eager to witness the progress of the super factory. What about the progress in Modu? Zhou Wei inquired regarding the Modu super factory. In his previous life, the construction of Modu's super factory had only taken 11 months. He hoped it would not falter in this instance. Sun Jian chuckled and explained, "There's no news from Modu yet, but it should be forthcoming. Once the announcement of our visit to the Jiangqing super factory circulates, I believe they will be eager to expedite their progress." Zhou Wei nodded, acknowledging the rationale. He turned to Sun Jian and suggested, "Then let us arrange the earliest possible visit to assess the completion of the first phase." Sun Jian then left the company to make the necessary arrangements. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and the day had arrived for Zhou Wei and the Jiangqing team to tour the Mango Automotive Super Factory. This time, Zhou Wei brought along Sun Jian and Gao Yi, while Lu Su and the others remained at the office to prepare for the upcoming chip development. In Jiangqing, Zhong Jiangwo himself made an appearance. The two parties met at the prearranged spot outside the super factory. "Mr. Zhong, it is a great honor for me that you could attend today," Zhou Wei warmly stated, shaking Zhong Jiangwo's hand. Zhong Jiangwo remained silent, allowing his secretary to explain. Mr. Zhong arranged his schedule a week in advance specifically to participate in this event. Zhong Jiangwo shot a glance at his secretary, who immediately fell silent. With a smile, Zhong Jiangwo clarified, "Don't mind what he said. I just happened to have the time and decided to drop by." Zhou Wei observed the two men, but refrained from commenting. The mere presence of Zhong Jiangwo signified the importance he placed on the Jiangqing Mango Automotive Super Factory, which was more than sufficient. As the saying goes, "The king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome." Zhong Jiangwo's attendance ensured that there would be no issues in the construction moving forward. During the weekend, with a smile, he remarked, "As an inland city, Jiangqing's political atmosphere is somewhat heavy. It is indeed rare to encounter a leader like Commissioner Zhong." Zhong Jiangwo understood the implication of this statement and explained, "We have established a dedicated task force for this endeavor. Anyone who dares to cause disruption will be thoroughly eradicated. Otherwise, we would not have completed the first phase of construction ahead of the Magic City." Weekend conceded that this reasoning held true, regardless of other factors. It sufficed for Shanghai technology. Subsequently, Weekend and Zhong Jiangwo entered the site of the super factory together.